Guanyu unexpectedly found herself transported into a novel, only to discover that she had become the malicious supporting character in a domineering CEO story, specifically the wife of the villainous big boss who had met an untimely death instead of a redemption system. She was bound to an evil woman system, which, as the name implies, seeks to equally target everyone, ensuring that no one experiences ease or comfort. In a dating variety show, each pair of guests was allocated a specific budget, and every group practiced mutual restraint. Observing a live chat disparaging her for being selfish after purchasing a bottle of water, Guanyu resolutely declared, "Transfer all the funds to me." Her villainous husband sighed in resignation. "My money is barely enough for instant noodles." Guanyu remained unyielding. "Send me the money for the noodles as well." Chapter 1. A villain must engage in villainous deeds. Hurry, hurry. There's breaking news tonight that will surely make the trending list. What's happened? Shirao Yu has reported Guanyu for sexual harassment. She was in his room late at night. In the dimly lit room on the second floor, a man and a woman sat closely together on a narrow sofa. Their behavior suggestive, their thighs brushing against one another, appearing as intimate lovers. Guanyu blinked awake, her left hand resting firmly on the chiseled chest of a handsome man, while he bore an expression of restrained frustration, as if he were powerless against the humiliation she had brought upon him. "Could you kindly remove your hand?" the young man asked, his tone composed. "Oh, my apologies," Guanyu replied, still dazed, lowering her left hand only to place her right hand on his other side. Finding the atmosphere awkward, she casually inquired, "Did you develop these muscles yourself?" The man retorted, "Or did you help me train?" "Let go." Guanyu was still groggy, her mind lingering on the moment just before she collapsed the previous night, having stayed up late reading this very novel. She had felt a dull ache in her left shoulder and arm before losing consciousness on the track, which had been abruptly announced as the site for a surprise physical fitness test. The next day, yet, her classmates seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Just before she lost consciousness, she heard a friend mockingly say, "Youth is wonderful, you can just fall asleep anywhere." Under such circumstances, Guanyu realized that she might have suffered a sudden death and, indeed, transmigrated into the novel she had been obsessively reading. The character she had become was a foolishly doomed supporting character who shared her name and was the brainless sister of the protagonist. However, if she had indeed crossed over, where was her golden finger? Where was her system? Before she could further contemplate her predicament, the door was suddenly kicked open with a thunderous crash, startling her into thinking that she was about to be apprehended in a crackdown. "Everyone freeze. Hands up." Males to the corner. Females face the wall. "Director, isn't that a bit out of our script?" "Oh right, Guanyu. What are you doing?" Amidst the ensuing chaos of shoving, screaming, and flashing lights, a familiar electronic voice surfaced in her mind, her long-awaited golden finger. "Congratulations, host, you have bound to the evil woman system." Just as the announcement echoed, Guanyu attempted to interrupt. "Wait a moment." The electronic voice, somewhat displeased by her interruption, continued, "You have transmigrated into the character of the malicious cannon fodder in the CEO novel. After binding the system, I became the group's darling. Your survival conditions." "This is not the time for that," Guanyu struggled to articulate. "I'm currently in a bit of a predicament to accept tasks. What could be more inconvenient than having your life value reduced to 1? Will you wait until the second time the King of Hell comes to collect you?" The system's tone was disapproving. "Your survival task is to complete your missions and stay alive." In the midst of the turmoil, a sweet and charming young woman approached her, greeting her politely. An astonishing display of speed and strength. Without a word, the girl swiftly pinned Guanyu's hands behind her back, a dark camera lens pointed directly at her face. "You have 5 minutes to resolve this yourself." Guanyu felt an absurd urge to laugh, realizing that she had no choice but to save herself. "Let me go, there seems to be a misunderstanding." "Isn't it inappropriate to have the camera so close?" Guanyu complained, turning her eyes away from the blinding flash. "It's practically capturing my cellular structure." Having read this novel in one sitting, and with the cannon fodder character sharing her name, she had paid particular attention to the plot involving the original character. Never anticipating that she would find herself embroiled in it, Shirao Yu partially embraced Jiang Swan, his gaze intentionally flickering toward the surveillance camera in the corner. "If there's a misunderstanding, the footage will reveal everything." "I agree. Let's check the footage." Guanyu seized the opportunity to break free from the girl's grip, rubbing her sore wrists in discontent. "Why is your strength so immense?" "You're like a bull." The female guest sheepishly stuck out her tongue. "Your strength isn't lacking either. You broke free with a force comparable to my family pig." Guanyu. In the footage, under the alluring lights, the silhouettes of the man and woman on the sofa leaned into each other, their conversation clear and audible to the surveillance camera. "I heard you're short on cash lately?" I can lend you some, but you'll need to offer something in return. The male voice was low and husky, laced with temptation. What do you want in return? I'm willing to give you the most precious thing a girl possesses. Then came Shirayu abruptly pushing her away and exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Following that was an assault from the original character, which was quickly followed by Guanyu's own repeated offense, culminating in a chaotic rush of crew members with cameras. Flooding into the scene, the director spoke gravely. "We have both witnesses and evidence. Do you have anything to say?" Guanyu obstinately denied. "I was just lending him money. Being charitable, what's wrong with that?" "So you also said, I'm willing to give you the most precious thing a girl possesses. What could that be if not a request for someone to offer their body?" Shameless. Guanyu feigned innocence. "Money, of course. Isn't the most precious thing for a girl money? Everyone." The director pulled up the private chat screenshot Shirayu had sent him. "Then why were you sending him harassing messages, trying to get into a relationship with him?" Guanyu readily replied, "I wish him abundant wealth." "And what about this message? Thank fate for our meeting on this journey. I have met no benefactor, only you." "Well, there are no benefactors, just one scoundrel." Guanyu gazed innocently. "If you want, I can rephrase it too. On this journey, there's nobody but you, few people who are visible." The director. "It wasn't necessary to strive for such a modicum of presence. You also texted, after much contemplation, 'I wish to see you tonight.'" Guanyu pondered for a moment and casually replied, "The after much contemplation pertains to me wanting to see him. What does that have to do with me?" The director. She illuminated her phone screen, revealing a fluffy dog as her wallpaper, tilting its head at the camera. "It's this one." The director cautiously inquired, "Is this the after much contemplation?" Previously uncertain, Guanyu switched off the screen, "But now it is." The director. Shiraoyu's expression shifted from pale to flushed as he realized she had successfully deceived him with her feigned ignorance. A keen-eyed female guest noticed the necklace around Guanyu's neck. "That necklace you're wearing seems to belong to an inn." Chapter 2. The Land of Etiquette. "It seems I have indeed seen an inn wearing it, and she cherishes it dearly." Guanyu has a recollection of her. The female protagonist, Jiang Xuan's close friend, Li Jingjing, is a rising star, garnering significant attention lately. With her adorable looks and candidly sharp tongue as her charm, she has attracted a multitude of fans. Guanyu gently caressed the blue gemstone on the necklace. This piece was indeed similar to Jiang Xuan's, yet it was not the same. In the original narrative, the original character also bore the typical identity of a female supporting role. She was the protagonist's sister. Remembering how the original character struggled to dispel other suspicions, Guanyu felt no inclination to offer excuses. Protectively cradling the necklace, her gaze sharpened. "This does not belong to me. I pilfered it from someone else." Li Jingjing responded, "If you desire it, you may as well steal it yourself." The crowd reacted. You truly know how to avoid falling into the trap of self-justification. Perhaps sensing that the matter had reached its conclusion, the system leisurely interjected. "Is everything resolved? Then let us unveil your first task. Have you seen Xiaoyu?" "I have." Guanyu nodded. Given that this was a malicious supporting character system, it was clear that the narrative would follow the trope of redemption, transforming from a figure despised by all into one adored, revealing to everyone that she had changed. "Do you understand what your task entails?" Guanyu confidently replied. "To please him." The system retorted decisively. "Slap him." Guanyu was momentarily taken aback. "Huh?" The system reiterated. "Slap him. That is your first task." Just like that, a mere slap? Guanyu opened her mouth in surprise, only to close it again, bewildered at the lack of build-up. "What build-up? We villains must engage in villainous deeds. Good acts are for protagonists. Trust me. If you wish to survive, slap him now." Astonishingly, she had been assigned a super-villain system. Under the scrutiny of all, Guanyu made her move, striding forward with swift, confident steps, capturing everyone's attention as she came to a halt before Xiaoyu, gazing at him with longing. Xiaoyu averted his eyes in disgust. "I would never like you." Before he could finish a sentence, Guanyu swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face. System notification. Life value 1. Guanyu looked at her palm in delight. Was that so easy? How about another slap? The system spoke again. "For your second task, do you see the most radiant girl in the crowd? That is the female protagonist, Jiang Xuan." Guanyu's gaze instinctively locked onto a figure amidst the throng. She seemed to possess an innate brilliance, adorned in a resplendent white gown, her hair styled in doll-like curls, with bright, large eyes. "I see her." "That is your second task." Guanyu tentatively suggested. "Approach her?" Surely, the protagonist was not someone a mere supporting character like her could strike? The system confidently declared, sounding far from benevolent. "You shall slap her as well." Guanyu. Despite the innocent and sparkling gaze the protagonist cast upon her, in the name of survival, She resolutely raised her left hand. She wished to strike down with a fan, yet found herself utterly immobilized. Confused, she turned her gaze to inquire, "What are you doing?" Xiao Yu's eyes darkened, his words emerging distinctly from between clenched teeth, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. "Do you dare to lay a hand on her?"
Who cares about you?
Guanyu swung her right hand towards Jiang Suan's face. The impact was not forceful, yet it left a faint red mark on her fair complexion. Jiang Suan, in disbelief, covered her face, her eyes misting. "Sister." The system notified her that her life value was at 1. With a triumphant flourish, she raised her right hand before the seething Xiaoyu, a reminder that humans possess 2 hands. Xiaoyu remained silent. Guanyu, having tasted the thrill of villainy, did not need the system's prodding to ask, "Is there more? Who else shall I strike next?" The director, snapping out of his stupor, quickly interjected, "Little Guan, what are you doing?" "Director." Guanyu, with an impassive expression, approached the director and delivered a swift slap. System message, life value at 1. The director, holding his face, appeared disheveled in the wind. The assistant director attempted to intervene, but just as he opened his mouth, Guanyu interjected, "Assistant director." Remembering how this assistant director often peddled unfounded rumors about her for profit, she unhesitatingly slapped him as well. "So you fabricate dirt on me, do you?" Male guests attempted to mediate. "Guan, stop." Female guests chimed in, "Sister, stop." In her mind, the system's life value continued to plummet. Guanyu felt as though she had unlocked a new realm. Was this the exhilaration of villainy? She narrowed her eyes and approached the cameraman. Even though he said nothing, "You always capture me from the worst angles and sell my dirt to scalpers, don't you?" "I did not strike." The director, witnessing Guanyu spiraling further out of control, noted the live stream's viewership had surged to over 100,000. The trending topic, Guanyu slapping everyone, was rapidly gaining traction. Stepping back from her, he mustered the courage to intervene. All right, the cameras are still rolling." The live cameras had captured the entire spectacle, and viewers were abuzz with opinions. Is Guanyu going mad? Who in their right mind would just slap someone? A trending topic every few days. She's the undisputed darling of the haters. She'll have to apologize on camera with tear-filled eyes now, but it's too late. How dare she slap our little Xiaoyu, and it'll be a wonder if she doesn't get driven out of the industry for this. Outrageous. One sits at home, yet slaps come from the heavens. I was just calmly sitting on my toilet when suddenly a hand reached out for my phone to slap me. Didn't they say being online makes one a king? What's wrong with her? Once you've slapped, you can't slap us again. Why are we being rewarded all of a sudden? Upstairs, are you a fan of Ace? Chapter 3. Once you've slapped the CEO, you cannot slap me. Guanyu suddenly went berserk, and the director felt darkness encroach upon him. Uncertain of how to conclude the scene, as 2 figures appeared at the entrance. "Was it you who called us here?" Among them stood a figure clad in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that contrasted his delicate appearance. He politely knocked on the door, but finding no one outside, we entered uninvited. Another figure, tall and austere in a black outfit, donned a sleeveless top and exhibited a subtle yet well-defined musculature, his porcelain skin showcasing faint blue veins. With a mask obscuring his features, only his striking, elongated eyes remained visible. Leaning against the doorframe, Guanyu met the cold gaze of those eyes. Noticing a slight tremor in his stare, akin to ripples forming on a tranquil lake when a stone is cast upon its surface. Before such captivating male beauty, her heart remained unperturbed. "System, is this a fan?" "Fanned nonsense." Before the system could finish its report, Guanyu swiftly delivered a slap to the handsome man's face. The force not much less than that of her personal grievance against Xiaoyu. System message, host's life value 1. The coldly clad gentleman's face turned slightly aside, seemingly taken aback, as he contemplatively touched the corner of his mouth. Guanyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "How could this be?" The system, exasperated, replied, "He is your man? Ji Jinzhao, the greatest antagonist in this narrative. By slapping him, are you not doing a good deed?" Noticing her gaze resting upon him, the assistant grinned and covered his cheeks. "Miss Guan, after you strike our boss, you cannot strike me, you know." Guanyu absent-mindedly waved her hand dismissively, "Just a casual act." "Assistant." The director, sensing a savior, hurried over, guiding the assistant and Ji Jinzhao away from the camera for a private discussion. Ji Jinzhao fixed his expressionless gaze upon her for a long while, coldly stating, "Come with me." The imposing figure before them clearly was not of humble origins, prompting the director to adopt a noticeably more courteous tone. "May I inquire the purpose of your esteemed presence, madam?" The assistant smiled, gesturing. This lady is our madam. The director, taken aback, widened his eyes in astonishment. Although the assistant's words suggested a mere introduction, the underlying message was one of support for Guanyu. Director, with such a husband, do you think I would be interested in that burnt fish? Guanyu proudly patted Ji Jinzhao's chest, showcasing his tall stature and well-defined muscles. In terms of allure, Ji Jinzhao undoubtedly surpassed Xiaoyu. The only reason the original character did not pursue him was his obsessive and fearsome nature, leaving her powerless against his allure or intimidation. Over time, she shifted her affections towards other men. Guanyu mused that the original character was truly a benevolent woman, wishing to provide a home for all men in the world. Ji Jinzhao, with a frosty demeanor, shoved her hand away from his chest. The director nodded in agreement, recognizing that if a dog had a toilet at home, it certainly would not seek waste elsewhere. The assistant couldn't help but chuckle. Guanyu, who's seeking waste? Ji Jinzhao, who is the toilet? Xiao Guan, you didn't inform me in advance about Mrs. Ji's situation. Just look at the misunderstandings that have arisen. The director chuckled awkwardly, realizing that today's events had indeed led them to mistakenly blame you. Guanyu, ever accommodating, replied, it's quite all right. I forgive you. After all, it's not entirely a misunderstanding. Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. Ji Jinzhao cast a quick glance at Guanyu, nodded succinctly, and turned to depart. He was troubled by the neighboring dating show featuring a handsome, wealthy, and well-built CEO that had captivated a significant portion of the audience, causing their ratings to plummet. Absolutely not, Ji Jinzhao coldly declined, showing no inclination to linger. Host, allow him to participate. The system cackled with a villainous glee reminiscent of an anime antagonist. Ha ha ha. As a villain, it is essential to ensure that everyone experiences equal discomfort. If Ji Jinzhao wishes to abstain, we shall compel him to partake. Guanyu inquired, what sort of absurdly dramatic and malevolent system is this? Director, if I can secure his participation, will my salary increase? Without hesitation, the director responded, yes, it will increase. Then I demand an 80% raise. Cannot grant that. 30%, 70%, 40%. My bottom line is 60%. Guanyu signaled toward Ji Jinzhao's retreating figure, knowing that once he left, contact would be lost. 50%. The director gritted his teeth. Agreed. Guanyu stated emphatically, leaving no room for reconsideration. My husband will participate. As per our usual agreement, whoever is present must be called. She hurried over to his side, lowering her voice, 3 years, if you agree to participate. We can shorten our contract from 5 years to 3, allowing you the freedom to pursue whomever you desire. Their marriage was one of convenience. As Ji Jinzhao's grandmother insisted, he marry the original owner, even going so far as to threaten starvation. Ji Jinzhao, unable to refuse the elderly lady, privately signed a 5-year agreement, ensuring she would receive a substantial sum monthly. Noticing a flicker of hesitation in Ji Jinzhao's expression, she deftly added, by the time 5 years are up, she may very well have moved on with someone else. You might find yourself wanting to be a father, but you'll have to consult the opinion of a brilliant little prodigy first. What a dire fate that would be. Ji, think carefully. Her assistant earnestly interjected. In novels and dramas, 10 out of 8 situations like yours end up as a chase for the wife's affection. Chase? Wife. Her? A woman like that? I could knock 5 of her down with a single blow. Why would I pursue her? Guanyu glared at him. Not at all. No woman would dare strike you across the face like that, the assistant diplomatically responded. At least you haven't yet received 5 such slaps while walking down the street. Privately, he hoped the CEO and his wife would not part ways, not because the wife was particularly admirable, but simply because he could never fall for such a venomous woman. The likelihood of the CEO entering a tumultuous chase for his wife's affections was high, which would exponentially increase his workload, encompassing but not limited to monitoring the wife's schedule, tracking her new address and phone number, delivering flowers only to be rejected, attempting to bring her food, only to be dismissed, presenting gifts that would also be rebuffed, calling GS doctor friend for the feverish wife in the middle of the night, and always being prepared for the eventual appearance of a child by her side. While others are at the age of indulgence, Ji, you are still enduring slaps to the face. Quite embarrassing indeed. Ji Jinzhao, he swiftly regained his composure, asserting that only a defeat in the realm of business would bring him shame. Matters of food were trivial concerns of uncivilized beings, and he felt no embarrassment. The assistant chuckled and remarked, what I mean is, I find you, President Ji, somewhat embarrassing. In their circle of aides, who does not meticulously peruse the rankings and web literature of corporate leaders. President Ji left him no room to exhibit his talents. Ji Jinzhao retorted, "What audacity you possess! Were it not for your commendable standing among the top 5 assistants, I would have dismissed you without a second thought." Chapter 4. What should one grasp? Grasping at death. Perhaps? Indeed. The assistant sighed almost imperceptibly and retrieved his phone to exchange numbers with the director. These executives, consumed by their daily romantic entanglements, would surely become more grounded if they were to labor at the construction site for a few days. The director, elated, accepted his friend's request and, with a casual glance, noticed that this ostensibly serious assistant was altering the contact name of his boss. The initial label, Wealthy Daddy, was transformed into Stubborn Donkey, but upon reflection, he deemed it inappropriate, deleting a character and adding 2, Stubborn Youngster. Satisfied with the revised contact, the assistant tucked his phone away, met the astonished gaze of the director, and offered him a slight smile, signifying their pleasant collaboration. As the director turned away, he caught sight of Guanyu, who mischievously raised 5 fingers in a blatant signal. 50%. The director mused. This couple consists of a stubborn lad and a gluttonous girl. Guanyu, through the car window, beheld the figure by the window, arms crossed, a cold hat pulled down to obscure his eyes, exuding an air of indifference towards her. Very well. She opened the car door and settled beside Ji Jinzhao without a hint of psychological burden, while he seemed to shift away as if wary of her intentions. Guanyu paid no mind. After all, antagonists often possess a touch of eccentricity. She removed her exquisite waterproof high-heeled shoes, feeling considerably more at ease. All right, let us depart. Wait, we must wait for Missinen. It is difficult to hail a cab here. Something felt amiss. The emergence of the second male antagonist and the female protagonist heralded impending drama. In the original narrative, the two escaped peril, their vehicle crushed. Yet they sustained only minor injuries. The bridge effect and the thrill of survival had significantly deepened their bond. Guanyu felt vexed. These fated children of fortune were embroiled in celestial conflicts while she, a mere supporting character, clung to life. The two might only suffer superficial wounds, yet she, seated in the middle, could be crushed alongside the vehicle. I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for response, she attempted to exit the car, only for her wrist to be seized by Ji Jinzhao, who had unexpectedly opened his eyes. Lazily, he remarked, "Is the mention of an making you flee? Feeling guilty?" Guanyu bent to put on her shoes, replying, "The mention of an makes me quite uneasy." And in the protagonist, it is the supporting character who feels the anxiety. Ji Jinzhao furrowed his brow, observing her flustered movements as if she were afraid of something. "Why do you wish to leave? If you do not, a trio often leads to my demise." As Guanyu pondered the situation, a sense of foreboding enveloped her. Hastily donning her shoes and grabbing her bag, she paused to pat her assistant's shoulder before disembarking. In solidarity, she proposed, "Will you accompany me, considering we are both mere pawns in this grand game?" Although the original narrative did not detail the assistant's injuries, and he later reappeared in the story, there lingered a possibility that this assistant was not the same as before, and perhaps had perished only to be replaced. Work is one thing, but one must not gamble with one's life. Ji Jinzhao raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Are you attempting to poach my assistant?" The assistant, maintaining a gentle smile, politely declined, stating, "I apologize, but according to Rule 423 of the Assistant's Code, I cannot engage in intimate contact with the president's wife, let alone elope. The consequences could range from dismissal to a darker fate. Who would want to elope with you?" "You're out of your mind," Guanyu retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. The two were favored children of fate, while she feared that if anything were to happen, be it an accident, landslide, or avalanche, she would only serve as a mere scapegoat. The assistant, visibly incredulous and slightly hurt, questioned, "Am I to be considered an abandoned child of the gods simply because Mr. G and Miss N are favored?" As this exchange unfolded, Guanyu had already stepped outside the vehicle, her demeanor resolute. The assistant's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he switched to a private call, handing the phone to Ji Jinzhao in the back seat. "Mr. G, it's a call from the ancestral home." "Hold on. Do not make me get out to retrieve you." "Retrieve what? Retrieve my demise?" Ji Jinzhao mused, seemingly struck by a revelation as a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. "Are you envious of Anan?" "Envious? I'm not merely envious. I feel like a smorgasbord of emotions, jealousy, resentment, and perhaps a dash of bitterness," Guanyu replied, rubbing her arms which had broken out in goosebumps. "Am I to be jealous of garlic and ginger?" The assistant interjected at an opportune moment. "President, that last comment was slightly over the top. Perhaps exercise restraint next time." Indeed, Ji Jinzhao's eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity. And it's Suan, not garlic. I couldn't care less about her, whether she is garlic or scallion.
Just get in.
I refuse. Their gazes locked in a silent standoff, and Ji Jinzhao, surprisingly, discerned a yearning for life in her eyes. He relented. You get in first. I want to pick up and unsatisfied. Guanyu bounded into the car, a hint of triumph in her posture as she gestured to the assistant. Drive. Chapter 5. Am I convenient noodles? I am an egg. Throughout the journey, her spirits were evidently buoyant as she fiddled with her phone and hummed a tune. Ji Jinzhao, disapproving of her carefree demeanor, could not resist commenting, "You are truly a wicked woman." Instead of feeling insulted, Guanyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Keep scolding me. It feels rather invigorating.
Yi Oyin's-ho.
Assistant. Is this truly permissible for him to hear? A sudden, brief ringtone disrupted the tranquil atmosphere within the vehicle. Guanyu patted herself down in search of the source. Whose phone is ringing? Is it yours? With a disdainful glance, Ji Jinzhao retrieved the phone from the bag beside him and tossed it to her. She answered, "Hello? This is regarding the variety show project I mentioned last time. Would it be convenient for an interview? I am not instant noodles. I am a poached egg." Guanyu decisively ended the call, muttering to herself about the rampant nature of scam calls these days. Upon raising her head, she noticed Ji Jinzhao and his assistant, who was peering at her through the rearview mirror, casting her peculiar glances, as if looking at a fool. "What agency have you signed with, Guanyu?" Ji Jinzhao's expression was complex and subtle. Guanyu pondered for a moment, and the memories belonging to the original owner began to materialize in her mind. Not merely as words but also as images and sounds, albeit still hazy, something akin to Daruaji, though she couldn't recall it clearly. Ji Jinzhao nodded thoughtfully. "Your intelligence quotient indeed seems quite suited for that company." Guanyu replied, "What do you mean?" The assistant tactfully interjected, "Madam, your company is named De Ji Ruayu. Not De Ruaji, that would only describe you." Guanyu turned her head, deeply puzzled. Where did you find this assistant? Even the president's wife gets scolded? While she was not a significant character in the original narrative, this seemed rather disrespectful, did it not? Ji Jinzhao mused. This assistant dares to scold him. The president's wife? How audacious. He thought, what is this? His surname is Gu? Guanyu keenly picked up on a key word, her expression shifting instantly with a glimmer of schadenfreude in her eyes. You're doomed. There's a mole among you, with the surname Gu. He must either be a domineering CEO or a physician friend of one, infiltrating your circle to become an undercover agent, paving the way for his future, using your resources, occupying your position, and even stealing your woman. The assistant adjusted his glasses and replied, "Madam, I majored in finance abroad. You indeed aspire to rise in ranks. Madam, Mr. G treats me very well. I have no physician friends and no intention of pursuing romance. When I was working, I too would feign pleasantness to amuse and play with my boss." The assistant responded, "Is he determined to be dismissed today? Perhaps you will one day overthrow Ji Jinzhao. Rise from a mere worker to sing your own triumphant song, replacing him as the domineering figure and engaging in a lively polyamorous relationship with Jiang Xuan." Guanyu openly spread rumors, for she was bound to a villainous system, thriving on mischief and extending her existence through wicked deeds. The assistant glanced at her several times through the rear-view mirror. "Madam, your grand visions are quite invigorating. They also provide me with a delightful sense of amusement. Which worker hasn't fantasized about toppling their boss?" Ji Jinzhao felt as though he had entered a realm where one could not leave without shaking things up. He was inclined to reprimand these two, yet feared they might turn against him. Suddenly, he spoke. "Guanyu, was your shoot exhausting today?" Guanyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The sheer terror of Ji Jinzhao's concern was akin to witnessing a shaman invoking spirits. She hesitantly nodded. It was said that when dealing with those who were mentally unstable, one should merely follow their lead. It was tiring. He sighed deeply. Then let us say less. She knew it. The understated luxury car glided smoothly into the expansive garden. The assistant parked and opened the door for them. As soon as Guanyu's shoes touched the ground, a fluffy cotton candy-like creature, its fur bristling, rushed towards her, wagging its tail in excitement. It eagerly placed its front paws on her shoulders, grinning widely as it wagged its tail. Guanyu recognized the dog. A gift from her father to the original owner during her childhood. The stubborn girl, unwilling to accept the love her father offered, remained indifferent towards it, refusing even to name it, yet secretly set its image as her phone wallpaper. She affectionately rubbed the dog's large head and whispered, "See Lai." Ji Jinzu, tilting his head in curiosity, scrutinized her. questioning why she had suddenly chosen to call it by a different name when she had always referred to it as Zhuozhuozhua. Not only Ji Jinzu, but even Seelai the dog appeared perplexed by its newfound name, tilting its head in confusion. Do you like this name? Guanyu asked, displaying no signs of alarm. Then from now on, Zhuozhuozhua will belong to you. Ji Jinzu, feeling somewhat redundant, chose to remain silent. Seelai departed from Guanyu and rushed towards Assistant Gu, affectionately nudging his leg and refusing to leave his side. Assistant Gu, it seems you have a fondness for our Seelai, she remarked. Indeed, Assistant Gu replied, crouching down to affectionately stroke its head. It resembles my aunt's dog, which makes every encounter with it feel quite heartwarming. Guanyu, somewhat distracted, nodded absently. It looks like your aunt's dog, does it? Ji Jinzu subtly smirked, evidently amused by his assistant's predicament. He lifted Guanyu by the scruff of her collar, urging her to enter. Come on, everyone inside is waiting for you. Guanyu flexed her wrist, pondering as she stared at her palm, uncertain if she could handle the multitude of people. Ji Jinzu sensed an ominous premonition. Big silly spring, what are you planning to do? Chapter 6. Actually, your eyes resemble headlights. Before the trio could step into the house, a flamboyantly dressed wealthy woman emerged, beaming with joy. She forcefully squeezed between Ji Jinzu and Guanyu, inadvertently knocking Guanyu aside, and clasped Ji Jinzu's sleeve, cheerfully exclaiming, So this is Jinzo? My, how you've grown in the years since we last met. Do you remember, you used to play with our Rong Rong often? Guanyu let out a sudden cold laugh. Indeed. He is in his 20s now, and has grown quite a bit. The woman, appearing to just notice the presence of the two, feigned realization. And who might this be? She doesn't seem to resemble his mother. Ji Jinzu smiled faintly, extricating himself from the woman's grasp, casually wrapping his arm around Guanyu's shoulders, and nonchalantly remarked, This is indeed my wife. Guanyu, with a frosty demeanor, pointed at him, unabashedly declaring, Indeed, he is quite the scoundrel. Ji Jinzu remained silent. The woman, somewhat regretful, continued, Our Rong Rong still talks about her seasoned brother, wondering if, oh, Xiaoji, you really ought to announce your marriage. But then again, marriage is often fleeting. One can always remarry. It was almost as if she were openly insinuating that Ji Jinzu's reluctance to announce his marriage stemmed from a lack of regard for his new bride, suggesting a forthcoming divorce. Auntie, if the chicken brother is unavailable, she can always seek out the duck brother, Guanyu replied, her demeanor towards the stranger far warmer than towards Ji Jinzu. Her eyes bright and smile sweet, leaving no room for gossip. What are you saying? Who's a duck? The woman's face flushed with anger. How could our Rong Rong ever seek a duck? Who's a chicken? My husband is certainly not a chicken. Guanyu raised her voice, exclaiming, Who has ever been a chicken? Numerous servants moved in and out of the garden, casting astonished glances in their direction. The woman muttered a curse under her breath, dismissing the shameless confrontation, and hurried inside. Guanyu, with her gaze heavy, appeared strikingly beautiful, like the enigmatic depths of a dark blue sea, and suggested they deliberate. What? Next time you argue with someone, could you refrain from indiscriminately firing at your own? All right, Guanyu conceded, feeling somewhat guilty, her voice barely above a whisper. Just before entering the old mansion, her phone began to vibrate unexpectedly, causing her to halt. Both Ji Jinzhao and Assistant Gu paused, waiting for her. Guanyu glanced down to see a long string of unrecognized numbers flashing on the screen. Upon answering, a man's furious voice erupted through the receiver, berating her relentlessly. I have done my utmost to balance the relationship between you and your sister. Why do you continue to target her? Yes, we may have overlooked you in previous years. But as the elder sister, can't you show a little understanding toward your younger sibling? Without hesitation, Guanyu hung up the phone. Ji Jinzhao noticed her action and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Whose call was that?
Uncle Biao.
Uncle Biao? Yes, he is like an uncle, so I call him that. Guanyu sighed, remarking that every family has its own struggles, and hers was filled with neuroses. Is it Uncle Guan? Ji Jinzhao inquired, understanding dawning upon him. What did you do to provoke the usually composed Uncle Guan to such anger? I slapped Jiang Xuan, Guanyu declared defiantly, puffing out her chest. But I do not concede that I targeted her. I treated everyone equally. I delivered a slap to each person present. She turned to Ji Jinzhao, seeking his agreement with her hopeful gaze. Right? Ji Jinzhao smirked. Indeed, you didn't spare him either. Although she had struck both Xuan and him, he should have been furious. However, upon meeting her sparkling eyes, his irritation dissipated instantly. He awkwardly raised his hand to shield her gaze, admonishing, Do not look at me with those eyes. Guanyu evaded, teasingly stating what? Are you thinking that even though this wicked woman slapped an in, I should retaliate? Yet for some reason, when I see those bright, sparkling eyes, I can't muster an ounce of anger.
Je oyens hou retorted.
With such a high overlap in thoughts, perhaps you should consider a career as a voice translator? Guanyu replied defiantly. I fear your razor-sharp jawline might slice through my pillow while I sleep. Assistant Gu, standing nearby, chuckled. You've even thought of the pillow for sleeping. With my extensive experience observing the president over the years, I can assure you, this marriage is destined to fail. Although Miss Enon possesses a kind heart, she is ill-suited for President G. One relentlessly pursues while the other retreats at every turn. Two introverts are unlikely to find harmony together. He couldn't help but sincerely lament. It has been ages since I've seen President G speak so much. Guanyu nodded slightly, recalling that he had once been mute. Ji Jinzhou mercilessly exposed him. Come on, you've only been transferred for a month. Assistant Gu remarked, I don't know why, but when I unconsciously uttered that phrase earlier, it felt as if a set of unique attire had suddenly materialized around me. Not long after that call had ended, Guanyu's phone rang again, this time displaying the contact name Brother Jiang. She cautiously distanced the receiver from her ear before answering. A calm male voice came through. Xiaoyu? By the time Guanyu processed the rapid-fire barrage of words that followed, the call had already disconnected. Grief-stricken, she clutched her heart, feeling a pain deeper than the previous scolding. Madam, enduring a low point in one's career is not daunting. Someone once told me, if one does not strive in youth, they will become a servant in old age. Assistant Gu offered his own experiences as consolation, hence, I incessantly toil and strive, aiming to alter my destiny. Guanyu inquired. And now? Life has improved, Assistant Gu sighed in relief. Now the youth has become the servant. Our efforts seem insignificant. The two exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Ji Jinzhou commented, two lunatics. Chapter 7. A call to action in times of injustice. Guanyu was also concerned that lingering outside would invite more phone calls. So she activated the Do Not Disturb setting before entering. Is today a family banquet? Should I perform with a touch of malice to display the authority of our elder brother and sister-in-law? She adjusted her attire. A hint of malice would suffice. Ji Jinzhou remarked, scrutinizing her meaningfully, but simply be yourself. Guanyu responded with confusion. What do you mean? They arrived at a fork in the hallway leading to 3 destinations. One path led to the main hall, another to the back garden, and the last was the exit. Entering through the exit, they pondered which way to proceed. Which way should we go? Guanyu asked. Ji Jinzhou echoed her question, which way? Elder brother. This is your home. Ji Jinzhou realized, choosing the left path in their 2 options. 2 minutes later, after traversing the long corridor, the trio finally reached the back garden. Ji Jinzhou casually glanced at her as she complained while rubbing her ankle, her thin lips pressed together. Uncomfortable? He inquired. Try wearing my shoes and walking that far. Guanyu retorted. Ji Jinzhou furrowed his brow, and, to Guanyu's astonishment, he knelt down, gently removing her shoes. He held her ankle without disdain, softly massaging her reddened skin. Where does it hurt? Here? Guanyu felt justified in her discomfort. My precious foot hurts, and the bone ached a bit too. Does your wing root hurt? Ji Jinzhou asked. Xiao Gu, he suddenly called out, startling Assistant Gu. He gazed at the towering heels in horror. Mr. G. I do not wish to swap shoes with the madam. He refused to wear high heels. That would be an entirely different cost. You fool, Ji Jinzhou rolled his eyes. I meant for you to carry her shoes. Assistant Gu let out a sigh of relief. What about me? Guanyu asked. Ji Jinzhou tossed his cold hat into Assistant Gu's arms and casually ruffled his disheveled hair, nonchalantly kneeling before her. Guanyu gazed at his profile, pondering how peculiar Ji Jinzhou was. He did not embody the mature and composed figure typically depicted in corporate romance novels. Instead, he resembled a vigorous young man, neither arrogant nor overbearing, but rather gentle and courteous, occasionally displaying a hint of mischief and even a touch of reliability.
Je oyens hou, Guanyu consciously inquired.
Have you summoned a spirit? Ji Jinzhou subtly turned his head, his dark, clear eyes shimmering like the stars in the night sky. If you do not come up soon, I shall have Assistant Gu swap shoes with you. Assistant Gu, apprehensive, bit his lip and shook his head. Madam, he wears high heels to compete with the socialites. Reluctantly, Guanyu climbed onto his robust back, her delicate, fair arms encircling his neck. The warmth radiating between them was astonishing. She could even perceive the movement of his Adam's apple. Ji Jinzhou. Yes. Guanyu felt an inexplicable softness in his tone. Seeking to break the silence, she remarked. Your Adam's apple is quite animated. Thank you. The confined space and ambiguous conversation made Assistant Gu feel he should be elsewhere, perhaps beneath the car. Is there a possibility? Ji Jinzhao paused, elongating his tone. That it is because you are nearly choking me? The impudent girl nearly caused him to roll his eyes. Guanyu hastily relaxed her grip.
Ye Oyenshao. What now?
Your hand just brushed against my foot. Guanyu hesitated. Ji Jinzhao's eyes sparkled with mischief, his mood evidently buoyant. You cannot be suggesting that I must take responsibility for touching your foot? Not at all, Guanyu struggled to explain. You haven't washed your hands. And yet you touched your hair. Ji Jinzhao was momentarily taken aback. Just as they were about to take a normal route, Assistant Gu suddenly pulled them aside, concealing them until a man and woman passed by, entering the path leading to the main hall. Ji Lingheng, what are you doing? There are people everywhere. Guanyu tapped Ji Jinzhao's arm, signaling him to let her down. She lightly stepped onto his sneakers, peeking out cautiously. A man effortlessly clasped the slender wrist of a woman, lifting her above his head against the wall, fiercely turning to kiss her. Ji Lingheng. Guanyu had a faint recollection of him, given his significant presence in the original text. He was reputedly the male protagonist's personal physician, always available at night to attend to the female lead. He was also Ji Jinzhao's brother, one a legitimate heir of a villainous lineage, the other an illegitimate son. Since Ji Lingheng was taken into the Ji family, the two had been at odds. The male protagonist and the secondary lead, two unlikely allies, each vying for the affection of the same woman. In the original narrative, the male protagonist conspired against Ji Jinzhao, with Ji Lingheng contributing significantly to the scheme.
Yilingemk.
You scoundrel! A crisp slap resonated through the air, freezing all three in place, neither advancing nor retreating. Guanyu sighed softly. Truly, he is a supporting character from a romance novel. Even when angry, he can only resort to calling you a scoundrel. If I were to lose my composure, I would undoubtedly resort to personal attacks and harsh insults. Do you have a penchant for cursing? Ji Jinzhao raised an eyebrow. Do not inquire. It may frighten you. Guanyu replied gravely. I shall scold everyone from your parents to those merely passing by your ancestral grave. You would weep. The trio was contemplating how to circumvent the bickering couple who had just engaged in a passionate kiss when they unexpectedly stumbled upon their own scandal. Pei Li. Oh, Pei Li, Ji Lingheng said, seemingly tenderly caressing Pei Li's cheek, yet his eyes held a fierce intensity incongruent with his appearance. When you gaze at me, do you think of my brother? In the corner, the three exchanged glances. Guanyu, with a furrowed brow, regarded him with disdain, her eyes openly accusing him of being a scoundrel who bullies his younger sibling. Ji Jinzhao, deep in thought, succinctly proclaimed, I am far more handsome than he. Guanyu. Ji Lingheng continued leisurely. What a pity, though. He is accompanied by another woman. Though she may be foolish and dim-witted, you, so astute, have succumbed to such a woman, marrying the illegitimate child you disdain. Do you not find it shameful? Guanyu, who is foolish and dim-witted. She shot a glare at the snickering Assistant Gu. You chose to eavesdrop. Now that you have overheard your disparagement, are you subdued? Pei Li averted her gaze, remaining silent. Ji Lingheng, with a fierce determination, pushed her against the wall, forcefully pinning her wrist and crashing her against the surface, biting her lip until crimson blood seeped forth. Stop! Pei Li cried, tears streaming down her face. I am carrying your child. Is that so? Can you even discern whether it is mine or my brother's? Ji Jinzhao turned his gaze towards Guanyu, who appeared unfazed, following his line of sight to Assistant Gu. The assistant, bewildered, pointed at himself, his silence thunderous. Is it mine? No one informed me. Guanyu gritted her teeth and muttered. Whose fault was it that you urged us to hide? Now you find yourself trapped, and you are satisfied? Assistant Gu wore an expression of innocent bewilderment, slightly embarrassed. I apologize, madam. My professional instincts kicked in. The assistant's code dictates that upon hearing unusual sounds from concealed corners, staircases, or offices, we must adhere to the principles of invisibility, silence, and non-existence. Thus, it was instinctive. Who? Ji Lingheng's keen senses detected whispers around the corner, his eyes flashing with coldness as he barked an admonition. Without hesitation, Guanyu shoved Assistant Gu forward. Caught off guard, he stumbled into their line of sight, quickly adjusting his smile. Good afternoon, ladies. How vexing, madam. Are you one of my brother's associates? Ji Lingheng scrutinized him suspiciously, while Pei Li's complexion drained of color. When did you abandon your duties to eavesdrop on us? Assistant Gu asserted with righteousness. Our CEO would never conspire with me to eavesdrop. Is my brother also present?
Ye Oyenshao inquired.
Guanyu, well aware of the principle of sacrificing a pawn to protect the king, extended her mischievous hand, and gave Ji Jinzhao a forceful push at the small of his back. Ji Jinzhao held Guanyu's high heels in his hand, and the sight of two large men with a pair of high heels could easily lead someone as seasoned as Ji Lingheng to think amiss. Brother. Ji Lingheng's bewildered gaze flitted between the two men. Does sister-in-law know about this? You and your assistant seem to be having quite the frivolous time. Assistant Gu glanced down at the ambiguous heels the president was playfully toying with and quickly stepped back to create some distance. Second young master. It is absolutely not as vulgar as you might think. Of course I know, Ji Lingheng replied, though his eyes grew increasingly peculiar. Were you eavesdropping just now? Ji Jinzhao narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, harboring ulterior motives. My wife certainly did not eavesdrop. She merely happened to pass by, right? Guanyu, with a stiff resolve, exited, remarking on the coincidence. It seems fate has a sense of humor. Since brother heard us, let us lay everything bare. Ji Lingheng quickly shot her a glance before turning his gaze, filled with hostility, towards Ji Jinzhao, the tension reminiscent of wolves vying for territory rather than brothers. He turned to Pei Li with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Weren't you eager to see him? Well, here he is. But it appears he is accompanied by a beauty. Now, it seems your child is destined to be the illegitimate offspring you despise. Guanyu bluntly exposed him. Stop pretending. I heard you call me foolish and brainless. Ji Lingheng's smile froze. Do you not understand the meaning of hidden currents and intricate schemes? Must you resort to such sincerity right off the bat? In the presence of the one she admired, Pei Li could no longer contain herself, bursting out in tears. Her sorrow palpable. The child is yours. You scoundrel. Ji Lingheng retorted coldly. I believe it is my brother S. Yours. My brother S. Yours.
Mine.
The child is mine. Is that sufficient? Guanyu could scarcely bear to listen any longer. Surely, even in a novel, the dialogue need not be so drawn out.
Yilin.
Pei Li sniffled, her nose reddening, her expression filled with confusion. Assistant Gu looked on with admiration. Madam is truly a champion of justice. Chapter 8. It's a bad review, ignore it. Pei Li asked, was that a busybody? Guanyu, somewhat unsteady, received a steadying hand from Ji Jinzhao, who, with a grimace, waited for her to finish putting on her shoes before releasing her. Once Guanyu regained her balance, she took hold of both Ji Jinzhao and Assistant Gu, brushing past them as she halted her steps. You may have great matters that I cannot assist with, and trivial ones that I may not wish to help with. But do let me know if there is something you need. After all, you lack my contact information. Pei Li nodded, her emotions lightening upon seeing Ji Jinzhao's hurt and aggrieved demeanor. Thank you. It was merely a casual remark. She grasped their sleeves, leading them down the path towards the hall. Ji Lingheng stood in a daze, pondering her words about not wanting to help with significant matters and being indifferent towards minor ones. Pei Li managed a difficult hum. How noble she sounded. In the corridor, Assistant Gu once again expressed his admiration. Madam, you truly embody femininity, the epitome of womanhood. How is it that one can possess such audacity to speak such grandiloquent nonsense with such ease? It is said that practice makes perfect, and self-learning leads to mastery. Guanyu remained modest. On both sides of the corridor hung ancient paintings and wall sconces, and a few steps in, exquisite porcelain was displayed. The white walls bore subtle patterns, and the entire corridor was adorned with a traditional carpet. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Guanyu's eyes. Having been an art student in high school and pursuing a design major in university, she felt as though she had encountered this ancient European aesthetic in a book. Your designer has quite an eye, she remarked. Ji Jinzhao raised an eyebrow, a look of delight crossing his features. Really? I designed it. Not true. Guanyu quickly concealed her expression, unable to bear his smug demeanor. It resembles a hotel. Ji Jinzhao responded with a quizzical expression. As the trio traversed the elongated corridor, they finally arrived at a bright and spacious hall. Scattered about were individuals engaged in animated conversations, each exuding an air of sophistication. At the entrance, they unexpectedly encountered a middle-aged woman clad in a moon-white cheongsam adorned with subtle patterns. With upturned eyes and willow-like brows, she resembled a beauty cultivated in the previous century, her demeanor exuding a sharpness bred from indulgence. She scrutinized Guanyu and remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm, "Oh, who is this? A hollow radish. Lovely to look at, but useless." She curled her lips. "I heard you've been criticized online again? Spending a lifetime making foolish choices certainly requires perseverance. It seems you can't distinguish north from south, rather foolish in a peculiar way. Let us eat. lest the old lady accuses us of mistreating you. She taunted with a smirk before sashaying away. Upon emerging, Guanyu was unexpectedly bombarded with insults, so much so that she questioned whether they were directed at Assistant Gu, never considering they were aimed at her.
Bah!
That wicked old hag. After her departure, Guanyu finally realized the situation and hurled her retorts at the woman's retreating figure. Destined for extinction, may she bear a son who is a zero. She noticed the two men beside her had fallen silent, their expressions inscrutable, particularly Ji Jinzhao, whose countenance darkened. It was then that Guanyu thought to inquire, by the way, who is she? Why was she berating me for no reason? My mother.
Ye Oyenshao replied succinctly.
Guanyu was taken aback. Assistant Gu awkwardly chuckled and attempted to mediate. Madam, you certainly are something else. Ha, what a coincidence. Guanyu joined in the forced laughter, thinking, this tirade was evidently intended for him. Ji Jinzhao tilted his head, feigning a smile for a brief moment before quickly reverting to his usual indifference. Is this amusing? Let us hurry along. The three of them were among the first to take their seats, and dishes began to arrive at the table in succession, filling it from one end to the other. Enough to accommodate over 100 plates. Madam, you can gauge that as well. Assistant Gu marveled. What if it doesn't fit 100 plates? Guanyu shrugged nonchalantly. Then I must have miscalculated. Madam, you truly are a magnanimous person, he remarked. The various aunts and relatives scattered throughout the hall began to take their seats. Each time, a fixed ritual ensued, wherein they scrutinized Guanyu with disdain, sarcastically commenting, is this truly the wife that the old lady insists Ji Jinzhao marry? The topic of ridicule revolves not only around her scandalous affairs, but also the dissatisfaction with her public appearances, tarnishing the reputation of the Ji family. Guanyu had already mentally prepared herself, for she knew that soon the protagonist, Jiang Xuan, would arrive, accompanied by the Ji family's adopted son, the male lead Li Tingnan.
To the family banquet.
These malevolent characters had been meticulously arranged to serve as obstacles for Jiang Xuan, aiming to belittle and mock her, thus creating misunderstandings and rifts between the protagonists. As for Guanyu, she was merely an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire of their derision. Initially, Guanyu navigated the situation with ease. All right, I want to show my face. I shall instead shed my blood and sacrifice my life. What if you are more capable? You are the one who perished first, so I shall yield to you. We should not hasten to have children. Rather, we should hasten toward our demise. After enduring several rounds of verbal assaults, Guanyu could no longer withstand it. No matter how adept she was at verbal warfare, she could not endure the relentless barrage of personal attacks. She simply raised her hands to cover her ears and instructed Ji Jinzhao, think it over. Why must I abide by your commands? Because I am your wife, he replied, and you cannot order me.
Why not?
Because I am the CEO, and you cannot command me. Only a useless man would allow his wife to be insulted. Guanyu jabbed at his heart. Do you think they're insulting me? In truth, they are trampling on me to insult you. Ji Jinzhao grasped the situation and slowly responded, I understand. One must consider the master when reprimanding a dog. Guanyu paused, her expression conflicted. That is not quite how it is. Ji Jinzhao's gaze shifted slightly to her upper left, his tone indifferent. Another one is coming. From a young age, Ji Jinzhao had known he was destined to be the domineering CEO, which is why he had always shunned conversation with his family. I prefer not to speak too much. Then you should retaliate. These relatives seemed like puppets programmed by the author, mechanically repeating the same routine, approaching, comparing, and disparaging Guanyu.
Aunt, retaliate.
That is still a negative review. Don't listen. Aunt-in-law, retaliate. Still a bad review. Third aunt, retaliate. Guanyu had grown numb to the incessant negativity. Why are there so many disparaging remarks both online and offline? As the guests took their seats at the long table, the atmosphere momentarily froze when today as protagonists, Pei Li and Jilingheng entered through the grand doors, their cheerful noise halting abruptly before someone finally spoke. Described in flattering terms as a girlfriend, or less charitably, as a frequently exchanged bedfellow, the ridicule directed at Pei Li and Jilingheng was unmistakably evident, landing squarely in their ears. Jilingheng's face betrayed no emotion, while Pei Li, seemingly oblivious, confidently approached Jilingheng, casually greeting those present. Coincidentally, there was an empty seat beside Guanyu, and Pei Li politely nodded at her before taking a seat. She had expected this woman to react unfavorably upon realizing her feelings for her husband, believing that discretion would be the wisest approach in such a situation. To her surprise, Pei Li glanced at her several times before expressing, they are all criticizing me. Fortunately, you have arrived, and now they have begun to criticize you instead. Thank you. Pei Li? Ji Jinzhao cast her a sidelong glance, seemingly indicating, Haven't I been shielding you from these insults? Only a useless husband would allow such a thing to happen. Guanyu was about to speak when Ji Jinzhao interrupted her with a meaningful gaze directed at Ji Lingheng. He leaned back provocatively, resting one hand on the back of Guanyu's seat, and remarked, "Only a man of no worth would allow a woman to be scorned. Do you think they are berating your woman? In truth, they are chastising you." Guanyu, displeased, nudged his side with her elbow and said, "Have you no manners? She has a name, it's Pei Li." Ji Jinzhao winced in pain, acknowledging her words. Both Pei Li and Ji Lingheng bore expressions of obscurity, while Assistant Gu looked on, stifling a smile, remarking, "Madam scolds the eldest as if training a dog." Chapter 9. The thunderous Lu Hai duo. The mockery and derision around the table abruptly ceased. Guanyu lifted her head to see everyone sitting upright, all gazing in unison toward a particular direction. Following their line of sight, she noticed 3 pairs of shoes descending the long, winding staircase, belonging to an elderly couple and a middle-aged man. Ji Jinzhao thought that Guanyu's mind must have been clouded, for how else could she forget the visage of his mother? He anxiously cautioned her. "That man is my father, and the ones he is supporting are my grandparents." "No," Guanyu retorted gravely, "they are not merely my grandparents, they are my golden key." Ji Jinzhao was taken aback. In the original narrative, had Guanyu not passed away prematurely, she could have thrived splendidly relying on these 2 pillars. Even after parting ways with Ji Jinzhao, only Guanyu understood that she was beholding her own reflection. She stood proudly, adjusted her attire, cleared her throat, and, with a servile demeanor, hurried toward the elderly couple. Assistant Gu averted his gaze, recalling the unique attire that had unexpectedly adorned him earlier. "Grandmother," Guanyu affectionately called as she linked arms with the elderly lady. The smile on the lady's face deepened, her eyes crinkling in familiarity. "Little sister Zhu, it seems you've lost quite a bit of weight." Only acknowledging grandmother and not grandfather? The old man feigned anger, his dignified countenance appearing somewhat intimidating in its neutrality. Guanyu sweetly called out grandfather, positioning herself between them, supporting each with one arm, managing to bring smiles to their faces with a few light-hearted words. The trio appeared engrossed in warm conversation, leaving the others at the table neglected. Eventually, it was Ji Xingda who could no longer bear the sight and interjected, "Father, mother, everyone is waiting for you." The elderly lady grasped Guanyu's hand, leading her to greet others, a clear indication of their esteem. "No one dares to bully my precious little sister Zhu, right?" The crowd hurriedly shook their heads in awkward denial. "Of course not. Such a beautiful and well-behaved little girl. How could we possibly mistreat her?" The old man's voice was steady and authoritative. "Isn't that right, Sister Zhu?" Compared to the gentle and doting way the elderly lady referred to her as Sister Zhu, the old man's emphatic repetition made Guanyu feel as if he was indeed calling her a pig, reminiscent of a wild boar rampaging through the forest. In truth, Guanyu intentionally pondered aloud, elongating her tone, "It's not that few have bullied me, they all scolded me, one after another, with myriad creative insults. The aunts and uncles bear unspoken grievances. Those venomous words hurled at her only reflect back upon themselves in a more malicious manner." System message. Ding. Host's malevolent behavior of reporting detected. Evil woman value. 1. Current total. 1. The host can exchange this value for life points on a 1-to-1 basis, or unlock the marketplace after accumulating 10 points to redeem mysterious rewards. The marketplace? Upon hearing this, Guanyu was invigorated. A system marketplace sounded like a realm brimming with advantageous opportunities. She inquired of the system about the quickest method to acquire evil woman value. The system finally responded, assessing the current situation and casually suggested, "Robbery, let everyone partake." Guanyu contemplated the feasibility of this proposal. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, the elder's expression slightly darkened. "Ji Jinzu, what are you doing? You allowed your wife to be insulted without uttering a word?" Ji Jinzu felt somewhat aggrieved. "I did say something." "What did you say?" "I rebuffed them." The elder scolded. "I rebuff you, you little rascal. I am your father." Ji Jinzu remained unfazed. "Rebuff. Ji Xingda, and what of him? Who is whose father, and who is whose son?" The elderly lady gently stroked Guanyu's hand, comforting her. "My dear, these ungrateful uncles and aunts do not understand. Consider what you desire, and let them compensate you." Guanyu feigned distress. "So, I can freely request rings and bracelets?" Before anyone could voice dissent, the elder had already consented, stating that whatever the child wished for should be granted. After all, they were merely trinkets, and she should have whatever she desired, without exception. Everyone felt a sense of despair, realizing that the elder and elderly lady were indulgently favoring Guanyu for reasons unknown, and to such an extent. Today marked the family banquet of the Ji family, where they donned their finest jewelry to showcase their status, only to discover this unexpected opportunity for free acquisition. Guanyu turned to her nearest mother-in-law, Xia Shuhui, and asked, "Mother, would you like my gold bracelet?" Xia Shuhui forced a smile, asserting that a mother should not take her daughter-in-law's bracelet. Guanyu blinked innocently. "Then I desire your gold bracelet, mother." With a strained smile, Xia Shuhui reluctantly removed the bracelet from her wrist and placed it onto Guanyu's. Next, Pei Li caressed the couple's watch on her wrist. A unique gift from Ji Lingheng, who had been unaware of her long-standing affection for Ji Jinzu. Despite her capricious nature, she had not removed it. Observing Pei Li's reluctance to part with it, Guanyu offered a mere rubber band as a token. Pei Li seemed resolute, biting her lip before finally removing the watch and handing it to Guanyu. From Ji Lingheng's perspective, he could not discern Pei Li's emotions. He merely noted her ease in relinquishing their shared token, which stirred a sense of annoyance in him as he quietly exclaimed, "Pei Li, are you so eager to distance yourself from me in front of my brother? You truly are a shameless woman." Pei Li's eyes instantly filled with tears. At first, Guanyu perceived herself as a wicked woman who disrupts couples, yet now she believes that perhaps it is for the best that this pair does not unite. Love seems fleeting. After a mere 2 hours of toiling in the fields, one can become quite subdued. With an impassive expression, Guanyu extended her hand, demanding, "The watch. Yours, hand it over." Ji Lingheng was reluctant, asserting that the watch would be of no use to them, as it bore the initials of both of them inscribed delicately in cursive on its inner side. Guanyu, indifferent, sought to incite his ire. "From this moment forth, I shall be called Thunder, and he shall be Lu Hai. Together we shall be Thunder Lu Hai." Ji Lingheng retorted, "Are you both out of your minds?"
Ye oyens hao.
Resting his forehead on his hand, casually tapped the table. His seemingly languid demeanor belied a glint in his eyes, sharp as a blade, exuding an air of unspoken authority that instilled a sense of intimidation. Ji Lingheng, both vexed and embarrassed in front of relatives and the elder, ultimately removed the watch and tossed it to her. Pei Li, unable to bear it, comfortingly squeezed his hand beneath the table, reassuring him that her own had also been taken. Thus she fortuitously had a matching piece. Ji Lingheng remarked, "You seem quite accepting of this." He gazed at the triumphant couple ahead, both clad in black, whispering conspiratorially. From behind, they appeared remarkably well-matched, inciting a simmering irritation within him.
Ye oyens hao leaned closer.
Lowering his voice conspiratorially, "Let me introduce you to some individuals. Be sure to acquire more, as they are all ripe for the taking." Guanyu nodded, following his lead, boldly requesting whatever he pointed out. "This is your third aunt." Ji Jinzhao feigned astonishment as he leaned closer. "The bracelet you wear, is it not the one you purchased at a high price at the auction recently?" His emphasis on high price was unmistakable, and Guanyu instantly understood, extending her hand. "Aunt, I desire it." "Desire it? You little glutton." Third aunt retorted, but under the elder's watchful gaze, she begrudgingly removed the bracelet, acknowledging the child's discerning eye. Ji Jinzhao, beaming, continued onward. "This is your eldest aunt. Dear aunt, that bangle you wear, could it possibly be the priceless one exhibited in a foreign museum? Aunt, long time no see. The ring you wear must be made of conch pearls, right? How did you know our little Guan has a penchant for pink?" Seeing his enthusiasm surpassing her own, Guanyu began to suspect that the person who had claimed not to enjoy conversation earlier had been swapped. They completed a round of gathering compensation, even taking Ji Jinzhao's hat to add to their collection. Guanyu, turning her back on him, demanded, "What about your jade ring? Give it to me. Are you certain you want this?" Ji Jinzhao raised an eyebrow, his meaning ambiguous. "Do you understand its significance?" "Absolutely," Guanyu insisted. "It represents great value. It also symbolizes the potential to augment her villainous worth." "Very well," Ji Jinzhao agreed with alacrity, removing the jade ring and placing it in her palm. Just as she was about to grasp it tightly, his finger traced her palm, lifting the ring and sliding it onto her thumb. His voice, resonant and soothing, caressed her ears, sending a delightful shiver through her hand. "Well adorned, it is precious. Should you lose it, you cannot afford the cost. Isn't it merely a matter of a slice or two?" Guanyu murmured, contemplating, yet ultimately decided against removing the ring. Upon receiving the final one, she discovered a fish caught in the net, a chubby little boy clad in a snug suit that accentuated his round belly. He looked up at Guanyu with caution and said, "Sister, I don't have a gold bracelet." After a moment's thought, Guanyu extended her hand and said, "I want that children's phone watch too. Give it to me." Reluctantly, The little boy removed the watch and placed it in her palm, saying, "Sister, if my little May sends me a message, you must let me know." The others were taken aback, exclaiming, "Not even children are spared. This is simply beastly." System message. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement of taking advantage during a robbery, with an evil value of 6, currently totaling 7. Chapter 10. Step aside. The elderly lady smiled at her. "Are you happy?" "Yes. Thank you, grandparents. Today, I wanted to introduce everyone to the new member of our family, the newlywed wife of our third son." The elder turned to Ji Lingheng. "Why don't you make an introduction?" Ji Lingheng rose leisurely. "Good evening, everyone. This is my wife, Pei Li. We have obtained our marriage certificate and will hold our wedding soon. From today onwards, she will reside with me in the old house." Pei Li stood up gracefully, greeting everyone with poise. At that moment, the grand door was opened by 2 attendants, the heavy door emitting a resonant sound as polished shoes and high heels clicked against the floor. Everyone turned to gaze, captivated by the striking couple before them. The man, dressed impeccably in a suit, walked with confidence, his handsome features and upright posture exuding charm, while his companion in a pristine white dress hugged her waist tightly, revealing a stunning silhouette that belied her sweet visage, presenting a picture of elegance. Guanyu exclaimed, "So dazzling." Ji Jinju remarked, "What so dazzling? The protagonist's aura has appeared. The main characters of this story have arrived." Li Tingnan smiled slightly at the crowd. "We happen to come together, bringing an un to meet everyone." Xia Shuhui abruptly stood up in silence, storming away from the table, only to be seized by Ji Xingde. "With so many guests, where do you think you're going? How much more humiliation must you bring me with both the adopted son and the illegitimate child here? In front of everyone." Xia Shuhui forcefully shook off Ji Xingde's hand and angrily ascended the stairs. Ji Xingde, publicly embarrassed, felt somewhat awkward and said, "Please have a seat." Jiang Xuan timidly greeted, "Hello, Grandpa Ji. Hello, Grandma Yao. I am Jiang Xuan." The guests, as if activated by a mechanism specially designed for the female protagonist, disregarded the elder's authority and began to babble. "Isn't she just a wild girl? Does she deserve to be part of our Ji family? How could she not be worthy? Don't forget, Li Tingan isn't from the Ji family either. They seem quite well matched, a wild girl paired with an adopted son. They haven't even begun to write their story and are already meeting the male family as parents. I wonder how their parents raised them." The elderly lady offered Jiang Xuan a polite smile, though her demeanor was somewhat distant, as she was still Guanyu's sister. Nonetheless, she kindly invited her to sit down and arranged for more dishes to be added. Li Ting then passed by Ji Lingheng, giving a shoulder a friendly pat, indicating their familiarity. The trio, as secondary characters, engaged in a candid conversation about crickets at their designated spots. Ji Jinzhao tapped on the table before her, inquiring whether she was not curious as to why the second son bore the surname Li, unlike the rest of them. "Not particularly curious," she replied.
Ye Oyenshao insisted.
"It is because he was entrusted to my father by his dream lover, transforming from a youthful infatuated boy into a middle-aged devotee, utterly devoted to him. Even more so than to me and the third brother. The eldest son is a legitimate heir, the second a foster child, and the third an illegitimate offspring. Your family dynamics are rather intricate. In the event of a hospital stay, one must remain vigilant against whom might attempt to remove the oxygen tube." Guanyu propped her chin on her hand. "I find their respective romantic entanglements to be even more complex." Ji Jinzhao mirrored her pose, smiling as he remarked, "He loves her, she loves him. He does not love her, he does not love her. Anand still has his white moonlight. Can you guess who it is?" The male lead's white moonlight was neither the female lead Jiang Suan nor the good brother's woman. Pei Li, could it be? "Hiss," Guanyu gasped. "The white moonlight is me?" Both Ji Jinzhao and Assistant Gu shot her a look of astonishment, as if to say something but refrained, astonished by her shamelessness. Assistant Gu, how could one possess such confidence in oneself? Ji Jinzhao sighed in disbelief. "What are you thinking? His white moonlight has gone abroad, reportedly being supported by this fellow overseas, and has developed a severe blood disorder, a rare blood type akin to Anand's." Guanyu rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Am I not allowed to think?" Assistant Gu replied with utmost respect. "Whenever the lady contemplates, even the heavens chuckle." Guanyu, perplexed, scrutinized Ji Jinzhao, questioning earnestly, "Ji Jinzhao, are you unwell?" Her eyes reflected sincerity. She had no intention of rebuking him, but was genuinely concerned. "You kept repeating an earlier, and now you speak of others' love affairs as if nothing is amiss. Do you truly not possess a dual personality?" Ji Jinzhao's smile gradually faded as he pondered seriously for a few seconds. Just when Guanyu and Assistant Gu assumed he was angered, he unexpectedly reached out his large hand towards her neck. Assistant Gu hastily intervened. President, Madam's offense does not warrant such a fate. 3 years later, the president questioned him. Did the lady admit her fault? He respectfully conveyed the message to the two eccentric individuals. President, the corpse that the lady unearthed has returned to life. Ji Jinzhao withdrew his hand, his demeanor earnest as he confronted Guanyu. Do you also think I am unwell? His tone was sincere. To be honest, I truly feel something is amiss. Though I cannot comprehend why I am drawn to her, it is imperative that I am. Yet, when I see her with another, I do not feel sorrow. If she is wronged, I do not grow angry, nor do I possess any desire for solitude with her. I cannot be, can I? Guanyu did not meet his gaze, her attention fixed on Li Tingnan. What is the name of his white moonlight? Lin Su. Ji Jinzhao tenaciously voiced his concerns regarding his masculinity. I cannot possibly be, can I? Go deal with your own matters. I have no time for you. Guanyu waved him off dismissively. Just then, the male and female leads gathered, a serendipitous moment that signaled it was her turn to stir the pot. Guanyu confidently analyzed the current situation. Jiang Xuan was now facing public condemnation, and if she were to take advantage of this misfortune to sow discord and tarnish her image, so be it. Tingnan, I have heard whispers of your first love. Is it Lin Su? Guanyu feigned concern, claiming to have heard that she shared a unique bond with An. They resembled each other not just in appearance but also in name, both possessing a rare blood type. Unfortunately, she was gravely ill and required continuous blood transfusions. The quietly dismissed Ji Jinzhou watched her pretense with skepticism. She feigned forgetfulness regarding the name, despite having just inquired about it moments before. Yes, sister-in-law. Ting Nan's current demeanor subtly hinted at the emergence of a formidable presence, his aura restrained yet commanding, contrasting sharply with the brazen Ji Jinzhou. Lin Su was suffering from a severe blood condition, and due to her rare blood type, she was receiving treatment abroad. Upon hearing Lin Su's name, Jiang Xuan instinctively shuddered, her grip on Ting Nan's hand loosening involuntarily. He noticed her unease and tightened his hold with a gentle smile. However, I have made up my mind. With so many people on this planet, how could we not find someone with a compatible blood type? Ting Nan fixed his gaze on Jiang Xuan resolutely, asserting that he would not allow an end to become Lin Su's mobile blood bank. Guanyu mused, shouldn't the situation unfold differently? Wasn't it supposed to be that he couldn't find a suitable blood type, and thus compelled Jiang Xuan to serve as a blood donor, leading to conflict and separation? System message. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the achievement of He Doesn't Love You, with a reward. Jiang Xuan gratefully clasped her hand, her sparkling eyes filled with appreciation. Thank you, sister. I have always harbored a knot in my heart regarding Lin Su. We are two alike, in name and appearance. If it weren't for you, I might have clashed with Ting Nan over her once again. Both Guanyu and the system fell into a contemplative silence. The system, unable to bear the sight, remarked, What good deed have you done? If I were to say it was unintentional, would you believe me? Jiang Xuan, caught up in her emotions, wiped away her tears, prompting Ting Nan to embrace her tenderly. Silly girl, silly girl. Guanyu felt a pang of despair, thinking she was the true fool. Is this what they call the irony of hard work leading to misfortune? Chapter 11. Guanyu, was she also your ex?
Ting Nam?
I have heard that Miss Lin Su almost walked down the aisle with you, even naming your future child Sishu. Guanyu, undeterred, launched her next offensive. Sishu.
Is it Sisu or Silin?
This revelation clearly took Jiang Xuan by surprise, as she looked incredulously at Ting Nan. You named the dog we raised together after your future child's name with her? And I doubt there would be a child named Sishu. Ting Nan replied with a hint of resignation, his tone and gaze remarkably gentle. I did indeed come close to marrying her, but she loved another. I am a possessive person. If I truly desired something, I would not have let it go. Since we have parted ways, it indicates that I was not wholly devoted to her. Jiang Xuan shyly bit her lip. Ting Nan. Guanyu observed their hands intertwined even tighter. Why is it that the dog is named Fourth Uncle? I have also heard that under the persistent provocation of Guanyu, the male and female leads finally resolved numerous misunderstandings, resulting in a more stable relationship. Time and again, she faced defeat yet continued to fight, lost in contemplation. Ji Jinzhao, observing her actions from the side, could no longer hold back his curiosity. Are you trying to bring them together? It's hard to tell. You seem to be quite the good sister. Guanyu replied, Of course it's not obvious, as I actually wish to tear them apart. She did not want to remain here, subjected to the professional cruelty of a malicious female character. Li Tingnan raised his eyebrow in surprise, commenting that his sister appeared far more amiable than the rumor suggested. Jiang Suan nodded, her eyes glistening with emotion. My sister is just tough on the outside but soft-hearted, helping us resolve misunderstandings in her own way. She truly is a good person. Indeed. Early the next morning, the director sent a message to Guanyu and Ji Jinzhao, instructing them to arrive early at the makeup room and to go together. Guanyu allowed the makeup artist to work on her face, while she aimlessly scrolled through her social media. The first post she encountered was from Jiang Suan, who had shared last night, "If love causes pain for both, then I choose to walk alone." Scrolling further, she found a post from Li Tingnan. How could a woman protected by a lion fall for a poodle? Among the mutual friends, Assistant Gu had taken it upon himself to bestow nicknames upon others. The system remarked, "Without your meddling, their relationship indeed seems far more fragile." Guanyu retorted, "Why should that be? Some people simply lack gratitude." Ji Jinzhao sighed dramatically, reflecting on how much he received at the family dinner yesterday, calling her husband so affectionately. Yet today she renounced him. Truly a fickle woman. Assistant Gu, taking on the role of a mediator, firmly stated, "Madam, your actions are indeed biased. Men are like water, needing the tender care of women to be cherished and adored." As he continued to ramble, Guanyu hastily interrupted, "All right, I can still choose, can I?" Ji Jinzhao nodded in satisfaction, while Assistant Gu lamented, "Boss, you shouldn't let your smile be so easily taken for granted. How can you allow yourself to be toyed with so effortlessly? What is there beneath a man's knee?" Ji Jinzhao looked down seriously, responding, "A calf, what of it?" At that moment, in the living room of the guest house, the guests pretended to just wake up as they descended the stairs, taking their seats on the sofa, ready to receive their tasks. The original cast of this variety show comprised 8 individuals, 4 men and 4 women, including 4 celebrities and 4 ordinary people. Everyone was puzzled as to why someone was suddenly added midway. Could it be that Guanyu had exited in a fit of rage? The comments speculated. Did Guanyu drop out? Or is she just late? If she did drop out, it's for the best to avoid constantly fixating on the male contestants, seeking a tutorial on how to exit the industry. Then, the sound of a door opening drew everyone's attention to the 2 individuals who entered, causing even the most seasoned staff members, accustomed to the sights of the entertainment industry, to momentarily pause in astonishment. A tall man, clad in loose black casual wear, boasts deliberately tousled curls that exude an undeniable youthful exuberance. Beside him stands a woman in a black tank top and breezy shorts, her porcelain-like skin glistening with a cool whiteness, her long black hair cascading down her back. Moments before entering, they had been playfully bickering, but upon crossing the threshold, they immediately distanced themselves, feigning ignorance of one another. "Another handsome fellow has arrived. How delightful for my eyes," someone remarked. "These 2 do seem somewhat well-matched," another commented. "Rest assured, Guanyu is far more discerning. She has a handsome suitor by her side," a voice chimed in. "No, I genuinely like him," came a protest. "Perhaps she intentionally arrived late to enter alongside the handsome man," someone speculated. From the moment he made his entrance, the director felt the intoxicating allure of male beauty. The barrage of comments on the screen surged at an astonishing pace, with viewership and shares skyrocketing. "Youth is truly a gift," the director mused, reminiscing about his own days of captivating countless young women. An assistant timidly remarked, "Where are all these blind young ladies?" The director shot him a furious glare. Within the frame, Guanyu settled naturally onto an unoccupied sofa, while the expressions of the other guests revealed a hint of awkwardness and trepidation, as they had previously shared a rather intimate encounter with her. Ji Jinzhao followed closely behind Guanyu, casually draping his hand over the backrest of the sofa she leaned against, exuding an air of arrogance. Ji Jinzhao, of the Ji Group, was a name familiar to all. Despite the unfamiliarity of his visage, the enigmatic rumors surrounding the group's elusive president were rampant. Some claimed he was unattractive and portly, while others described him as diminutive and frail. "The director is quite impressive, having invited Ji Jinzhao," someone remarked. "Surely, it's a case of namesakes?" As a barrage of comments streamed through, one prominent figure, known for his lavish gifting, astounded the viewers. He was a devoted admirer of Jiang Suan, having showered nearly 10 million in donations, rumored to be a scion of a wealthy family. His appearance confirmed the authenticity of Ji Jinzhao's identity. Soon after, a flood of anonymous accounts surged into the live stream, showering it with extravagant gifts and dazzling effects. The guests were still reeling from Ji Jinzhao's revelation when the next guest entered. Guanyu squinted at the woman who had just stepped through the door, a striking figure with wine-red, shoulder-length curls, clad in a snug tank top paired with oversized military green cargo pants. Her brows arched, and her lips, a perfectly balanced shade of crimson, presented an undeniable allure. Xia Qingyan, a designer, succinctly introduced herself before taking a seat directly across from Guanyu. She crossed her arms, her piercing gaze fixed on Guanyu, making it impossible for her to ignore. Feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Guanyu averted her gaze, her heart racing with uncertainty. Who is this person? An adversary? Ji Jinzhao scrutinized the woman across from him, then glanced at the flustered Guanyu, particularly noting the disdainful glare from the former, which only heightened his dissatisfaction. Guanyu. She is also your predecessor, is she not? Chapter 12. Two Unfortunate Souls. She, Guanyu pointed to herself, is a woman. I too am a woman. Is that not quite apparent? Ji Jinzho's epiphany. Have you managed to remedy yourself with traditional Chinese medicine? Perhaps you ought to consider a dose of pesticide for your own condition. Guanyu, irked, subsequently lowered her voice in contemplation. I do not recognize her. Yet her gaze seems directed at me, she mused. And you claim otherwise? Guanyu rolled her eyes, choosing not to engage any further. At present, each individual possessed a small envelope, enabling them to inscribe the names of their desired partners, which would be revealed in succession. Under the coercive gaze of Ji Jinzho, Guanyu, albeit reluctantly, penned his name. A loose strand of hair fell by her ear as she wrote, murmuring under her breath, audible only to him. Why don't you choose Jiang Xuan? Aren't you pursuing her? With a click, she capped her pen. You could always opt out of the charade. Mind your own business. I have my own plans. Ji Jinzho's eyes lingered on the wayward strand of hair that danced with her movements. His fingertips tapped unconsciously on his knee, and unable to restrain himself any longer, he intended to assist her in tucking it behind her ear. However, as he lifted his hand, she deftly tucked it away herself. His motion halted midair, and the next moment, he busied himself with arranging his own bangs, feigning nonchalance. What with the sudden display of bravado? Are you unwell? Guanyu expressed her bewilderment at his lack of decorum. As she inadvertently met Xiao Yu's gaze, she perceived a warning in his eyes, his lips pressed tightly in silence. After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely raised her finger, offering him a gesture of defiance. Xiao Yu. It appeared that the others had quickly found their respective targets, completing their choices in rapid succession. As the envelopes were opened one by one, Xiao Yu and Jiang Xuan successfully paired off, along with two other pairs, leaving only Ji Jinzho, Guanyu, Xia Qingyan, and another male guest yet to reveal their choices. Shuesun opened his envelope, revealing Xia Qingyan, a cool-headed finance professor paired with a wild designer. Who could resist? Two unknowns teamed up. That lacks excitement. With faces like theirs, what more could one desire? I could watch them chat all day, without a hint of boredom. Thus, if Guanyu were to pair with young Master Ji, their combined attractiveness would be off the charts. To the top-ranked naysayer, please remain composed. The lack of 10 votes may stem from the fact that 3 of the girls have their hearts set elsewhere, alongside 4 boys, one of whom is himself. And what of the boys? What of the narcissists? What's wrong with that? Next was Ji Jinzho. He opened his envelope with flamboyance, boldly inscribing 2 characters, Guanyu. The collective expression of astonishment was palpable, as it seemed unexpected for him to choose the guest with the least favorable reputation. Is it my turn? Xia Qingyan, maintaining her composure, opened her slip, the delicate script contrasting with her striking appearance, read, Guanyu, adorned with a heart. Ji Jinzho, Shuesun, the other guests, the comments. Guanyu, somewhat bewildered, wondered aloud, is this even permitted? A heavy silence enveloped the room. What is this? A contest for one woman between 2 men? The atmosphere grew awkward as it became apparent that the final decision rested within the envelope designated for Guanyu. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Guanyu opened her envelope, which bore the name Ji Jinzhao. Although he was already aware of the outcome, Ji Jinzhao still felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had communicated with Guanyu beforehand. Otherwise, a date with a man would have been quite the predicament. A hint of regret lingered as the final results were announced. Despite the twists and turns of the process, the ultimate conclusion was correct. Ji Jinzhao was paired with Guanyu, while Shuesun was matched with Xia Qingyan. Ji Jinzhao toyed with his envelope, pinching it between 2 fingers, and provocatively displayed the side bearing Guanyu's name towards Xia Qingyan. His eyes sparkling with playful mockery as he maintained an unabashed gaze fixed on her, kissing it lightly at the edge of his lips. Xia Qingyan merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. Guanyu felt an involuntary shiver, and out of embarrassment from his juvenile antics, she instinctively slapped him across the face. What are you doing? Ji Jinzhao, resigned, thought, well, it's not the first time I've been slapped. The peculiar atmosphere among the 3 was palpable. Even the guests and staff could perceive that they were not merely strangers. Is this a battlefield of emotions? That girl Guanyu, so fortunate. I could have both of them. Is this scripted? How long will Guanyu keep up this act? It's my turn now. The funding drawn from the pool included transportation costs prior to their meeting, as well as expenses incurred during a day's date, all of which impacted the quality of their daily lives. The basket contained 100 balls, with the highest amount reaching 5,000 yuan. Most ranged between 500 and 3,000, with only a few numbered 50, 100, 150, 200, and 250. Thus, there was no need for concern regarding financial matters. Please draw for me. Ji Jinzhao suddenly offered. I have always been unlucky. Back in elementary school, during a group exercise, I was the only one who fell into a newly dug well.
Throughout my school days,
I was the one caught climbing walls, and even now, when walking down the street, cars seem to find me. He recounted his misfortunes in a calm tone, embodying the adage, those who are emotionally stable often suffer misfortunes and eventually adapt to them. I've fallen into a well too, Guanyu replied, her silence revealing that such uncommon incidents had simultaneously occurred to two unfortunate souls. The day I was discharged from the hospital, while seated in a wheelchair, my mother placed me on the roadside to buy groceries, and a truck passed by, inadvertently engulfing me in exhaust fumes, leading to another hospital visit due to poisoning. Let us just draw randomly. Whatever we get, Guanyu consoled herself. Perhaps the villain's influence had lowered their luck. But Ji Jinzhao was indeed the greatest villain. Surely, she should be able to outshine him in fortune, right? Ji Jinzhao casually plucked a ball, opened the plastic sphere, and as anticipated, it revealed 250. What does this ball signify? Here he was even outdone by the net. At least he was not the most unfortunate one. Maintaining a positive mindset, Ji Jinzhao inquired of Guanyu, and you? Surely no unfortunate soul would draw the ball numbered 50. After a lengthy selection process, Guanyu finally opened her chosen ball, having meticulously picked the lowest amount available, 50. Well, this is splendid. The few low amounts have now been drawn by us. As their gazes met, a shared sense of reassurance enveloped them, a silent acknowledgement that if both were indeed this unfortunate, there was comfort to be found in their mutual misfortune. 300 should suffice, I suppose. Quite a substantial amount. Ji Jinzhao pondered. Shall we remain indoors today? I genuinely suspect that with our luck, stepping outside might lead us to be struck by a vehicle. Guanyu, disheartened, retorted. Once misfortune strikes, do you think staying indoors will spare us from an accident? A heightened villainy diminishes our fortune. One might even encounter justice descending upon them at home. Chapter 13. The Mutual Pursuit of Illness. They first transferred the amount each had drawn, followed by each group autonomously allocating their funds. The other four groups, armed with substantial budgets, excitedly mapped out their journeys and destinations. Guanyu and Ji Jinzhao, with their meager sum, exchanged a remarkably stable glance. She averted her eyes, saying, "Let us each safeguard our own share. I will ask you for more if I run short." Their only advantage was the ability to send red envelopes without fear of limitations. The cicadas chirped incessantly under the sweltering summer sun, the asphalt radiating shimmering heat, making each step feel like a burn beneath their feet. On such a scorching day, Guanyu suddenly turned and entered a shaved ice shop, welcoming the cool breeze of the air conditioning. "What would you like to order, ma'am?" inquired the courteous server, whose demeanor and professional attire made Guanyu reconsider her choice, fearing she might be significantly overcharged. Indeed, the price was steep. 45 yuan for a bowl of shaved ice? How exorbitant! She gasped, feeling as if money were being snatched from her pockets. "I'll have a bowl of mango, sea cucumber, and salmon shaved ice. I must taste what makes it so costly." Even though she had merely 50 yuan, she refused to deny herself the pleasure of indulgence. On the other end of the video call, asked Guanyu, "May I buy an ice cream?" She generously nodded. "Go ahead, indulge yourself." While other groups hesitated even to purchase milk tea, Guanyu's group was already basking in their treat. After settling the bill, she stared at the paltry 5 yuan remaining in her account, realizing her folly. "I only have 5 left," she lamented. "I still have 100, Ji Jinzhao noted, catching the hint of regret in her tone, relishing her plight. "Shall I transfer some to you?" "No, not for now," Guanyu replied, momentarily flustered. "Wait, aren't you supposed to have 250? "You're the one with 250, Ji Jinzhao quipped, shaking the ice cream in his hand, oblivious to the fact that what he purchased was a fortune for Guanyu. "Each scoop is 50, I ordered 3. 50 for a single scoop? Are you feasting on jewels?" Realizing his oversight, Ji Jinzhao hesitated, attempting to clarify, "It has gold leaf on it." Their expedition had hardly commenced, yet their funds were nearly depleted. Guanyu sighed, accepting the reality. It is what it is, let us eat. Half an hour passed in silence as they quietly consumed their food, engrossed in their phones, speaking not a word. Passers-by dared not laugh, mistaking them for an unusual pair. The accompanying photographer received a furious shout from the director through his earpiece. Relaying the message to Guanyu, the director insists you stop eating immediately and prepare to go on a date. Right away. Guanyu responded slowly, lamenting the difficulty of earning money. Ji Jinzhao, she called out to him. What stores are nearby? The director, satisfied with the communication captured by the surveillance camera, nodded approvingly. The most popular segment of the live stream had finally made progress. Despite having many detractors, Guanyu's popularity remained high, as viewers criticized yet continued to watch her. Moreover, the presence of an elusive CEO making his debut on a variety show attracted even more attention. Ji Jinzhao, lounging in the shade, surveyed his surroundings: a jewelry store, a clothing shop, a fashion boutique, a bubble tea CAF. Wait, what is the name of the bubble tea shop? He relayed the name to her, feeling an inexplicable surge of anticipation. Are you coming to pick me up? A short while later, he replied, I have arrived. Is there air conditioning?
Yes.
Order the cheapest lemon drink and find a seat. Once seated, will you come over? Guanyu, calm and composed, replied, I found a bubble tea shop as well. Let us commence our online romance.
Yi Oyenshao?
Director. Comments. Sure, online romance counts as a form of love. She is truly something. I'm in tears. She has even squeezed into this niche of online romance. Before long, Ji Jinzhao noticed customers passing by with snacks. Those fried foods and burgers that he usually overlooked now appeared irresistibly tempting. Guanyu, I am hungry. What a coincidence, I am hungry too. The bubble tea shop had a minimum spend on drinks, with a single meal package costing at least 70 to 80. After checking their funds, they realized that only one of them could afford to eat. As Guanyu contemplated how to allocate their limited resources, she decided to seek the opinions of the comments, only to find a flood of negative remarks surfacing like mushrooms after rain. Am I the only one who thinks Guanyu is selfish? She S spending all the money. What will Mr. G use? She S infuriating. Let us leave quickly. Guanyu, amused by her anger, noted how she was spending the same amount for the same food and drink, yet she was being criticized while Ji Jinzhao escaped scot-free. Resolute, she embraced the villainous persona, coldly instructing Ji Jinzhao, transfer all the money to me. Ji Jinzhao obediently sent over 90, leaving himself 10 for instant noodles, feeling quite hungry. Guanyu remained steadfast. You still have enough for instant noodles? Send me the noodle money. He transferred another 6, saying he needed 4 for the bill and 2 for water. You can send me the 2 for water as well.
Yi Oyenshao?
His gaze fell on the barrage of crude comments scrolling by, and he understood the reason for Guanyu's frustration. Will you speak up for me? I do not need it. Do not overestimate your importance. What do you mean by me being excessive? Do we even know each other? If it weren't for her, you wouldn't even be talking to me. A lethal retort. In the director's room, the director glanced at Gu, the assistant, who he thought would stand up for the old employer, only to see him excitedly clenching his fist in silent celebration. This is how to handle a heartless boss. The director began to grasp the urgency of Ji Jinzhao's empty stomach. It is said that presidents, to some extent, harbor various ailments, be it gastric issues or insomnia. Fear not, dear director. Do you think my eldest sibling would neglect their own well-being? The director pondered. Indeed, it did not seem likely. The barrage of comments erupted in an uproar. After Guanyu's unreasonable outburst and Ji Jinzhao's relentless retorts, there were many more spectators drawn to the spectacle, while the nitpicking comments were swiftly overshadowed. This couple is truly in a battle of wits, both fearful of conceding even the slightest verbal advantage to the other. Why do I feel it is Guanyu's unilateral suppression? She even wrested the money for water from him. Chapter 14. Why are you so delicate? Meanwhile, in other groups, those progressing swiftly had already converged, while those lagging behind shared laughter and conversation through video calls. Take Jiang Swan's group, for instance, which perfectly aligned with the director's original vision. The two rendezvoused at a flower shop. Amidst a vibrant array of blossoms, she embodied a serene beauty, quietly arranging flowers while awaiting someone else's arrival, seemingly missing something. In that moment, a young man, clad in a crisp shirt, with long fingers delicately holding a flower, spoke with a smile in his voice and warmth in his gaze. Is this the flower you seek? The director was thoroughly pleased with this exquisite scene. Aesthetics are subjective, and it is entirely normal for opinions to differ. He understood those who did not grasp the beauty before them. He wished them well, dismissing the tasteless individuals. Yet, when he glanced at the online viewer count, he was taken aback. Where has my substantial audience vanished to? The assistant, wearing a look of resignation, replied, "They all went next door to watch an online romance." What is so captivating about this online romance? The director grumbled as he switched to Guanyu and Ji Jinzhao's live stream. Oddly enough, neither of them appeared on screen. Only two cameras crudely aimed at their mobile screens were visible. The director expressed his dissatisfaction. Who are these two cameramen? Such unprofessionalism. The assistant scrolled through previous comments. They requested this themselves. This particular comment has garnered thousands of likes. Director. Little girl shyly tosses a corpse. Is it fixed? In trepidation, am about to perish. Must we really change this name? Little girl shyly tosses a corpse. Since it's an online romance, we ought to adopt a name that signifies it to all. In trepidation, am about to perish. Yet, it feels rather strange to me. Little girl shyly tosses a corpse. What seems strange? In trepidation, am about to perish. It feels unsettling. Little girl shyly tosses a corpse. Use this picture for me. I wish to post it on my social media. In trepidation, am about to perish. Are you certain? Little girl shyly tosses a corpse. Everyone in online romances does this, and you're still young. I want to lead you astray. When you reach my age, you'll understand. Ji Jinzhao did not comprehend, yet complied. Her abstract reasoning must have its merit. In trepidation, am about to perish. Picture, my friend. Do you think this selfie looks good? Crisp shirt, abs, holding a rose. Little girl shyly tosses a corpse. It looks good. With a tender smile. In trepidation, am about to perish. Why have you switched to a female avatar? With eyes glistening red, nervously gripping the hem of her shirt, anxiously fluttering her large, watery eyes. The shy girl casts aside her modesty. Silly fool. Do you even know who I am? Pressing against the wall in a playful fashion, with a wicked charm, she cradles his chin. In a state of trepidation. Is that you? The one who laughs like a fool? Eyes wide with alarm. The shy girl casts aside her modesty. I have taken a liking to you. Henceforth, those who dare to harm you shall meet their demise, for I shall protect you. Gently enveloping him in her embrace. Guanyu, satisfied, captures a long screenshot, embodying the essence of her youthful exuberance. Ji Jinzhao. Unable to believe what he has just sent. I can't believe what I've just seen. The audience shares the same incredulity. Unbelievable. It is said that in this world, there cannot be two souls thinking the same thought simultaneously, yet these two have defied that notion, as the thousands in the live stream, along with all the crew members, collectively pondered. Are these two a bit unhinged? Director, his impeccable work has been overshadowed by these two. One cannot deny, in a certain sense, they are rather well matched. This certain sense you speak of, could it be the severity of their condition? The omnivorous fans fear nothing, and I find myself enamored by this mutual pursuit of love. More like a mutual pursuit of madness. Considering Ji Jinzhao's willingness to indulge her whims, Guanyu decided to send him 50 yuan as a form of emotional compensation. Ji Jinzhao glanced at the time. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Are you coming here to eat? The prices here are steep. Guanyu discovered the exorbitant prices, finding even a breath of air costly. I merely came to find you. There's no need to be so possessive over money. Guanyu sent him her real-time location, inviting him to take a cab. Shortly after, as the atmosphere in the restaurant began to buzz with excitement, punctuated by gasps and the enthusiastic chatter of "Look, a handsome guy," Guanyu knew the brash fellow had arrived. Sure enough, Ji Jinzhao, clad in a casual black tank top, approached her with an impassive expression, hands stuffed in his pockets, exuding an aura of low pressure. Guanyu glanced up at him, said nothing, and quickly averted her gaze. 3 minutes later, Ji Jinzhao, unable to restrain himself, grumbled with a scowl. Did you not notice I was upset? Really? Guanyu retorted in confusion. Aren't you the one with a poker face? Ji Jinzhao. I am indeed. Did I upset you?
No.
Then, why the sulk? His voice low and heavy. I'm hungry. Guanyu. Weren't you just coming to see her? This young man consuming my resources. Even a penny can thwart a hero. Guanyu scanned the room, noticing the frequent glances directed their way. And a mischievous idea emerged. How about you randomly ask a sister or two for a photo? They would likely be delighted. Guanyu reassured herself, deeming it a temporary solution. Ji Jinzhao saw right through a ruse. That's akin to selling oneself. Guanyu, while the sentiment may be rough, your interpretation is a bit too crude. Link it. I want this. I want this introduced to me. Please provide a tutorial for such a stunning gigolo. Last time, I ordered a few, and they even devoured my fruit platter. I would have called the police for just a slice of watermelon. Then let us opt for the most economical couple's meal, using your funds. Guanyu lifted her chin, asserting that her money was indeed useful. Ji Jinzhao interjected, questioning whether his money was of no value. Soon, the server presented their outrageously overpriced and meager meal, leaving Ji Jinzhao feeling deprived even before he had begun to eat. He consoled his stomach, thinking he would wait for dinner. Just as he had managed to placate his hunger, a comment from her roused it anew. Why are you so delicate? Guanyu scoffed, shaking her head. All right, let us go earn some money. Here's a distinguished CEO who need not worry about sustenance. Yet after teaming up with you, he can scarcely afford a hearty meal. Guanyu is undoubtedly the kind of reckless youth parents caution against. While others spend money on dates, you too are attempting to earn it. What's wrong with a little indulgence from our Ji-zone? Chapter 15, Street Stall. Earn money? Ji Jinzhao pondered with skepticism. How do we do that? By setting up a stall, Guanyu declared confidently. She had observed the area closely. It was near the subway entrance, bustling with vendors selling an array of snacks and flowers. Follow me. She quickly fixated on a vegetable stall, where a mere handful of potatoes remained for sale. Auntie, until what time are you selling? Is your stall still available? Let us take a chance. A bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Even Ji Jinzhao found her inquiry audacious, akin to directly asking if the vendor still needed their money. To his surprise, the vendor readily agreed, saying, Sure, I'll lend it to you. I'm off to collect rent. Collect rent? Don't mention it. Several buildings have overdue rent, and my child is constantly urging me to collect. Guanyu remarked, such a niche conversation. The vendor, taking her remaining unsold potatoes along with a bundle of house keys, tossed them into a plastic bag, clattering as she walked away. Guanyu gazed at her carefree silhouette, marveling at the relaxed demeanor it exuded. She successfully took over the vendor stall, gathering her long hair behind her and securing it, then biting the pen cap as she diligently sketched on a piece of paper. Ji Jinzhao, resembling a mistreated spouse, found a plastic bag to sit on, folding his legs on the ground while resting his chin in his hand as he observed her. As time passed, the fierce sunlight softened, filtered through countless leaves to create a myriad of beams, casting a delicate pattern upon her radiant surface. The interplay of light and shadow transformed nature into an artist, rendering her a flawless masterpiece. Ji Jinzhao pondered thoughtfully, wondering if she had secretly undergone cosmetic surgery. Completed. Guanyu capped her pen, exhaling in relief. Look, now we can deceive and profit. She arranged several promotional flyers, weighting them down with stones. Ji Jinzhao compared their makeshift setup to the polished display boards of others, blinking in disbelief. This doesn't resemble a stall. It feels more akin to selling oneself to bury a father. Guanyu cast him a sidelong glance and retorted with a hint of annoyance. If you utter one more word, I shall change my profession to selling myself for a funeral. In the past, such a fate was referred to as that of a fallen maiden. You are but a corpse. Suddenly, Ji Jinzhao's gaze fell upon the paper detailing their stall offerings, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Would anyone genuinely come? Test parental gender, 10. Test your own gender, 10. Test grandparents' gender, 10. Guess your surname, high difficulty 50. Instant results guaranteed. No charge if inaccurate. Guanyu boldly asserted, Come on, why is no one here? Are you implying that someone would pay to have their surname and gender guessed, even out of their grandparents and parents? Which fool has surplus money to burn? She blinked and added, Don't you? I often seek others to divine my surname. Ji Jinzhao remained skeptical. After a while, even the trajectory of paper balls blown by the wind was clearly visible to their boredom. Ji Jinzhao rested his chin on his hand and remarked, Is this what you meant by a plethora of people arriving to shower us with money? Quite unexpected. Guanyu noticed the passerby gazes lingering on her and Ji Jinzhao, each revealing varying degrees of astonishment, and an idea struck her. She promptly stowed away the surplus paper and boldly inscribed 4 large characters, Handsome Brother, Fortune Teller. Once this sign was displayed, and Ji Jinzhao was made to stand in a prominent position, the influx of passers-by noticeably increased. Ji Jinzhao blinked, but I cannot tell fortunes. Guanyu offered him a dubious suggestion, Simple, I will teach you. They won't say anything, and when they ask, you just respond with an ah. Ji Jinzhao felt an increasing sense of vulnerability in her company. At that moment, 2 girls approached, casting a glance at Ji Jinzhao as they passed. And upon noticing the stall sign, they immediately halted. The curly-haired girl inquired of Guanyu, Is it 10 yuan per reading? What can you predict? astronomy, geography, the past and future, physics, mathematics, romantic destinies. Anything can be divined. All-inclusive, but not guaranteed, Guanyu replied. The curly-haired girl found it amusing and conferred with her companion before quickly sending over the money for 2 readings. Curiously, she asked, "Can you divine my bank card password?" Ji Jinzhao pondered. "Is it 6 asterisks?" The girl, as she input her password, was genuinely astonished.
Ha ha ha.
Uppercase, lowercase. Any divine being would be flummoxed. Top hackers gaze at a string of asterisks, lost in thought. "Gee, your little mind must be racing." The other girl raised an eyebrow, intentionally posing a challenging question. "Can you tell me what my zodiac sign is?" This inquiry clearly stumped him. Guanyu, sharp-eyed, noticed a pure gold charm resembling ram horns adorning the girl's wrist. She nudged Ji Jinzhao with the back of her hand, signaling him to look. Following her gaze, Ji Jinzhao caught sight of their shopping bag. A transparent sack filled with chips, spicy snacks, and assorted treats. He hesitated, tilting his head in uncertainty, seeking help. "Do I really have to say?" Guanyu nodded encouragingly. "Yes, quickly now, Aries." Ji Jinzhao let out a barely perceptible sigh, acknowledging that Guanyu's actions must be justified in her own way. "Are you just lazy?" he mused. The girl across from him, Guanyu, alongside her teammates, looked at Ji Jinzhao with astonishment. Guanyu gasped, "Not a buddy. You're just an AI." Ji Jinzhao felt quite innocent, retorting, "But you asked me to look. I meant her bracelet." The bracelet. Fortunately, the 2 young girls were undeterred and happily departed. While a considerable line had formed behind them, heads peeking out to glimpse Ji Jinzhao. An elderly gentleman passing by inquired of the 2 girls, "Why is there such a crowd? Are they handing out eggs?" "No, sir, they are fortune-telling inside."
What? What kind of life-selling is that?
"Not life-selling, it's fortune-telling," the girl earnestly explained. "Is it accurate?" The 2 girls exchanged a knowing glance and nodded firmly. "Absolutely. Hurry and get your fortune told. It's a scam for money," the old man said skeptically, yet he joined the queue behind them, asking Ji Jinzhao, "Will I still lose often in chess this second half of the year?"
How?
With an air of mystery, focused on the direction behind the man and confidently stated, "Your car has been taken." Chapter 16, Handsome Guy and Fortune-Telling. Is it reliable? The old man, intrigued, exclaimed, "How do you know my car was just stolen? Did you see me in the park?" However, he continued, "But this car. It's pronounced differently, right? Remember?" Ji Jinzhao, with a hint of skepticism, turned to Guanyu. "Do you all pronounce it that way?" Without hesitation, Guanyu nodded, explaining that their language teacher had taught them that the chess piece car is a homophone. Ji Jinzhao was taken aback, realizing, "Sir, you were simply stolen from." The old man, bewildered, remarked, "What are you playing at, kid?" "Goodbye, sir," Ji Jinzhao replied with remarkable composure. He then sent off the next 60-year-old customer chasing after his car. As a long queue had formed behind him, by the time he whimsically concluded his fortune-telling, the payment notifications were incessantly chiming. "If you ever go bankrupt," Guanyu mused, "you could stand on the street." Ji Jinzhao's tone turned dangerous. "Stand for what?" "Calmly stand on the street," Guanyu explained. "Some people appear utterly composed, but are indeed unhinged. Men don't respond, women don't either, yet just standing there, you can earn a great deal of money. With a face like yours, anything you sell would find a buyer." Ji Jinzhao suddenly realized, so it's about selling allure, without selling oneself. "Honestly, it's disheartening," Ji Jinzhao remarked. "Next time, if it's not a scandalous incident, let us refrain from spreading it. Everyone is quite busy." However, he scoffed at the thought of going bankrupt. He uttered disdainfully. "My mother claimed I was born while shouting 99, 81, a smooth delivery. And by 3, I could do arithmetic. At 5, I was mastering elementary mathematics. At 8, I tackled middle school math. At 10, high school math. And by 12, advanced mathematics. Who could possibly lead me to bankruptcy?" Guanyu smirked. "It's obvious even to the toes of my feet that it's impossible. Your mother dotes on you quite a bit. I was predicted by my grandfather to be a prodigy in the business world, blooming like a mathematical flower in the East." "What does that signify?" "It signifies that your grandfather dotes on you as well," Guanyu replied. "The media has dubbed me a rising star in the business world, a scion of a wealthy family." "What does that signify?" "It merely indicates that one has invested considerable resources." Ji Jinzhao was taken aback, reflecting that she bore the name on their marriage certificate, yet she did not trust him. Frustration welled within him, prompting him to inquire who possessed the ability to bring him down. Li Tingnan. Guanyu was not concerned about the premature revelation of the plot. Rather, She eagerly anticipated a confrontation between Ji Jinho and Li Tingnan, hoping the accolades would be directed solely at her. Ji Jinho let out a soft chuckle, realizing that the belittlement aimed at him was rooted in lingering obsession. Taking advantage of the distance afforded by the camera, which rendered their conversation inaudible, Guanyu lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Do not slander me. I am far from obsessed. Who is unaware of your unsuccessful entanglement with Tingnan? Who have I not attempted to pursue?" Guanyu retorted, her demeanor calm. "Aside from those unworthy gentlemen, have I succeeded with anyone?" Her startling honesty left Ji Jinho at a loss for words. "You seem to have a rather unfortunate experience. Just know this, do not poke at my sore spots." "I apologize." With Ji Jinho's visage serving as a lucrative gimmick, both garnered substantial profits, amassing nearly 1,000 yuan within merely 3 hours. Guanyu beamed as she checked the balance. However, Ji Jinho, the main attraction, protested. "I'm no longer willing to endure this." Guanyu gently urged him. "The sisters have been waiting for you this long. What is a little more time?" His striking obsidian-like eyes, concealed beneath disheveled hair, fixed on her intently. "You resemble someone who runs a brothel." Guanyu first reassured the waiting customers before pulling the disgruntled cash cow aside for a private discussion. "All right, I concede. You may finalize the paid orders, but let us cease after this one, shall we?"
No.
"Just this once. It would be difficult for me to explain otherwise." Guanyu delicately intertwined her pinky with his, her tone softening. "Just this once, may I?" For reasons unknown, Ji Jinho's face flushed visibly, and he brusquely withdrew his hand. "Do not impose your methods of dealing with men upon me. They are ineffective. Are you not a man?" "I am not." Ji Jinho's gaze darted away in panic. "I simply do not find your type appealing. Then could you? Just this once?" He hastily uttered this line, as if pursued, and fled in a flurry. "President Ji, where is your ambition? Why reveal your boundaries with a mere finger gesture? Beauty leads astray, young master. Women will only hinder your earning potential. I am willing to be the porridge for the fish. Regardless, I shall ship this pairing even if it is a historical anomaly." "Oh please. Guanyu is merely a female sea king, treating every younger brother this way. But honestly, if such a beauty were to act coy with me, I would gladly find her many younger brothers. She is not a sea king. She simply possesses a broad affection, wishing to provide many men with a home." By the time they settled the final order, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. They walked along the main road, the weather still sweltering. Yet a gentle breeze provided some relief. The long journey felt somewhat monotonous, but fortunately, they had each other's company. Ji Jinho glanced at her, noticing her face radiating enjoyment. And he couldn't help but smile, the heat no longer feeling so oppressive. The photographer eagerly zoomed in, capturing their faces filling the entire frame, a true visual delight. "Don't look, or the president might drool," someone remarked. "I wonder, they say he's a domineering CEO, but now he seems more like a lovesick fool," another commented. Having a handsome companion while strolling makes Guanyu's expression reveal her happiness, yet another observed. Suddenly, Ji Jinho felt that continuing down this path with Guanyu wouldn't be so bad, reminiscent of a scene from a romantic drama's closing credits, sunshine, the chirping of cicadas, falling leaves, and passing pedestrians. In a moment of romance, Guanyu unexpectedly spoke. "The sun is rude, lacking any sense of boundaries. Cicadas are incessant, always chirping. I should catch one and fry it for you," Ji Jinho quipped. Just then, a leaf fell, landing on Guanyu's face, mingling with her makeup and adding a layer of stickiness to her already melting visage. Irritated, she brushed it aside, muttering about how even her relatives seemed to have vanished. Wandering about aimlessly, the sunshine, cicadas, and leaves were all met with her disdain. At that moment, a passerby approached, and Ji Jinho had an ominous premonition that this bald man was doomed. As the stranger brushed past them, Guanyu remained silent, allowing Ji Jinho to breathe a sigh of relief until the man spat onto a nearby grass pile. Guanyu muttered under her breath, "What a rude, ugly man." Chapter 17. I serve my boss like a workhorse. Fearing she might direct her ire at him next, Ji Jinho quickly devised a topic. "What shall we do next?" Guanyu appeared lackluster, wilted like a sun-scorched flower, responding nonchalantly. "Fishing." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if coming back to life. "Are you taking me fishing? Look at you." So unremarkable, Ji Jinho feigned disdain, yet his hands were honest, as he began searching for nearby fishing spots on his phone. "Your uncle spoils her father."
Wait.
How does the president know Guanyu wants to fish? Have they truly just met? Just passing through. They contacted a car rental company via mobile. planning to drive themselves to the fishing grounds. Guanyu volunteered, "I'll drive. I just got my license." Ji Jinzhao was somewhat skeptical, as he was accustomed to being chauffeured, but reluctantly nodded, "Then I'll leave it to you." He chose not to sit in the back but rather in the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt securely. Checking the airbags, ensuring everything was safe before allowing Guanyu to take the wheel. With enthusiasm, Guanyu tightened her seatbelt, exclaiming, "Boss, ready to set off." "When did I become your boss?" he replied. Her smile was radiant, her eyes curved with delight, lifting his spirits. "Let me drive the BMW, and I'll be your trusty steed." With the air conditioning running inside the car, the sweltering heat outside was dispelled, and her mood seemed to brighten considerably.
Ye Oyens how?
Too, found himself unwittingly influenced by her uplifting spirit, curling the corners of his lips and letting out a soft click of his tongue. "As far as I know, this appears to be a romantic variety show rather than a workplace-themed one, does it not?" Guanyu shot him a playful glare, winking at him, teasing about the office romance between a CEO and his assistant. "Oh, you scoundrel," Ji Jinzhao. As the audience watched the live broadcast, Assistant Gu had no desire to witness his wife flaunting her title alongside the boss. "Can't you engage in a normal, non-quirky romance? Look at our joie." Unable to hide her expression, utterly helpless, Guanyu treats Ji like a pet. "Rest assured, leave it to me. I am adept at driving and won't crash. If I happen to have an accident, I shall be more cautious in my next life," Guanyu declared with confidence. Their vehicle cruised steadily through the verdant countryside, and noticing her proficient driving skills, Ji Jinzhao allowed himself to close his eyes and rest, drawing ever closer to their destination. Suddenly, as they rounded a corner, a tree loomed unexpectedly in her blind spot. By the time Guanyu spotted it, it was too late to evade. In a moment of panic, she swerved the steering wheel, but it was futile. They crashed directly into it. A deafening sound echoed as her head collided forcefully with the steering wheel, eliciting a soft gasp from her. "Ah!" Ji Jinzhao awakened with a start. What happened? Still dazed, warm hands pressed firmly against his face, preventing him from seeing. Guanyu turned his face towards her, insisting, "It's nothing, boss. Feeling dizzy in the car is quite normal." Noticing the guilty and erratic glimmer in her eyes, it was evident that something was amiss. What really happened? Guanyu, who had just boasted of her driving prowess, felt a pang of guilt.
Boss.
"Did you see that tree ahead?" "No, why?" Guanyu maintained her composure. "Nothing. I didn't see it either." Upon witnessing the car's unfortunate embrace with the tree trunk, coupled with the earlier crash, Ji Jinzhao discerned the truth and teased her. "If I had seen it, then what?" Guanyu, with a sense of indignation, retorted, "You should have said something sooner." Ji Jinzhao, pretending to complain, "Who is the boss here?" His gaze fell upon the reddened spot on her forehead, resembling a smooth, white egg marred by an unsightly red blemish. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she insisted, stubbornly refusing to lose face before Ji Jinzhao. Even as a warm throb emanated from her forehead, Ji Jinzhao raised an eyebrow. "Didn't someone just say they could handle it?" "Boss, please refrain from teasing your subordinates. Your actions could be misconstrued as overly intimate. It would not bode well if the madam found out." "Ji Jinzhao? Or is it an extramarital affair? Why is there a tree here?" Guanyu, in frustration, kicked the tree, causing leaves to flutter down and cover her face. What a nuisance, sprouting without care. Ji Jinzhao avoided her gaze. If one can scold the tree, why not me? Indeed, how did that tree suddenly appear? In a short span of time, a bump had begun to swell on her forehead. Ji Jinzhao gently touched the protrusion with his cool fingertip, and as it met her warm skin, Guanyu instinctively recoiled, prompting him to suppress a faint smile. "I instructed the staff at the fishery to prepare ice packs, as I would soon take you for ice treatment." Guanyu, in a fit of resignation, declared that since her luck was already so terrible, she would forego it. Only the strong deserved to endure the pain on her forehead. If one had the ability, let them cause her excruciating agony. Ji Jinzhao, slightly vexed, replied in a stern tone that if she refused treatment, she could expect to swell into an unsightly creature by tomorrow. Driving her to the fishery, Ji Jinzhao first borrowed an ice pack for her forehead. Every few moments, he would remove it to gently massage her, the once flawless visage now marred by a conspicuous bump that rendered her look pitiable. Guanyu sat half her height on a chair, intently observing his serious brow and eyes, resting her head on one hand. As she winced in pain and attempted to lean back, he firmly restrained her, leaving her no room to retreat. "Don't move," he said softly, leaning closer, his gaze entirely focused on alleviating the bruise on her forehead, oblivious to her presence. Guanyu pondered that perhaps this antagonist was not so malevolent after all. Feeling her fervent gaze, Ji Jinzhao's face flushed, and he stiffly sought to change the subject. Guanyu, did you notice that tree when you turned the corner? I didn't see it, what's wrong? She replied. If she had seen it and still collided, that would be sheer foolishness. As he pressed a bit harder on the bruise, she gasped, instinctively placing her hand on his arm. Be gentler, that hurts. Ji Jinzhao's movements became more rigid, and he began to speak without thinking, his words tumbling out haphazardly. Did you see the tree in reverse? Should we seek compensation?
Guanyu?
He lowered his head, their proximity so intimate that a mere blink from her could brush her eyelashes against his nose. Feeling a bit awkward, she remarked, Boss, it seems we are bordering on something ambiguous. Ambiguous? What do you mean? She turned her face away to prevent their breaths from mingling, aware that if Madame found out, she would be displeased. Chapter 18. Silence, pretending to be proficient. Ji Jinzhao shot her a warning glance, and she immediately fell silent. What are you staring at? Screenshot it. Be a cyber widow, engage in electronic romance. These two are as innocent as my parents' generation. Hey, give me a large McMuffin. Damn couple. The elixir is in my phone. Ah. Tasteless girl, giving birth in my phone. Suddenly, Ji Jinzhao gazed at her with utmost seriousness, leaning in closer, the space between them diminishing. She hurriedly leaned back to evade his encroaching face. Raising her hand to shield her face, she declared, I'm attacking your lower flank. Ji Jinzhao frowned, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure on his back. Guanyu smirked slightly. In her eyes, Ji Jinzhao's reaction was merely a display of wounded pride after rejection. I don't believe your nonsense. It's not your grandmother pushing you. Not my grandmother. But I do indeed have a child pushing me from behind. Ji Jinzhao replied with a resigned shake of his head, reaching back to reveal a chubby little girl. This was a delicately featured little girl, her face round and cherubic, yet her eyes sparkled with intelligence, darting around like two lively grapes. Ji Jinzhao playfully pinched her nose. Little chubby, what are you up to? I'm not a little chubby. Humph, uncle is bad. The little girl turned her face away, pouting as if she could hang a soy sauce bottle from her lips. He pinched her pouting lips with his fingers, exclaiming, You little rascal. Your anger is inexplicably reminiscent of someone else. Don't pick up stray children indiscriminately. Surely, someone must want this little one, right? You still have Silai, after all. You've even named her. Guanyu held on tightly, reluctant to let go. Isn't the country enforcing family planning? Is it not permissible for me to desire this one? It's not a matter of permission. If it's illegal, the consequences could be severe. Reluctantly, Guanyu released her, playfully pinching her tender, dewy cheeks. What brings you here, darling? The little girl, in a sweet voice, chimed in. Daddy said you were courting elephants. Let me see if you've had enough affection. Jizhong. Guanyu, do not speak recklessly in front of the child. Jizhong's expression turned stern. When he did not smile, his brows and eyes appeared sharp, giving him a somewhat fierce demeanor. Listen, we are neither courting elephants nor sharing kisses. Brother, Jizhong corrected. Why should Guanyu be the sister? He is the uncle. Does he look that old? Uncle or brother? Do not forget. Be a good child. Push with all your might. The little girl is too weak. Let me handle it. I can push hard enough to break 2 noses. That little girl is surprisingly strong. The young girl led them to the aquaculture pond, where the water blended seamlessly with the sky, a vast expanse. In the distance, 4 or 5 individuals could be seen. The fishing equipment provided by the farm was top-notch, and the bait was a large piece of fresh pork. Jizhong helped her roll up her sleeves, tying an apron around her waist. Casually, he mentioned, This aquaculture pond contains crabs, king crabs, and Australian lobsters. Guanyu was puzzled. Are such creatures really found in an aquaculture pond? Aquaculture refers to cultivating aquatic organisms in a controlled environment, Jizhong explained, his expression composed, casting shadows beneath his long lashes as he glanced down. So I asked the boss to buy fresh ones from the market and toss them in. He absolutely loves it. Who says a love-stricken brain cannot achieve greatness? Just look at our present G. I will surely succeed as well. Guanyu diligently followed the tutorial step by step, preparing the bait, threading it, and casting the line, executing it seamlessly. Jizhong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Have you tried this before? I've watched countless others fish. As for cyberfishing, that's innumerable times. But in real life,
0.
Understood, Jizhong remarked, igniting Guanyu's competitive spirit. You should consume more of what swims in this water. I find the fishy smell unbearable. Jizhong replied nonchalantly. I don't care. If you catch it, you must eat it. Reluctantly, Jijong was struck by inspiration, holding the pork in his hand and placing it in the water. Damn it, swim faster. Don't underestimate the bond we share. Guanyu looked at him with a deadpan expression as if to say, do you really think you're funny? He silently lowered his head, attempting to evade reality. His face burning. Even after Guanyu shifted her gaze, he remained vexed by his earlier foolishness. What exactly had he just done? How is it that after spending only a brief moment with her, his entire demeanor seemed to reflect a diminished intellect? From a distance, jubilant cheers erupted, and the two turned their gaze towards the source of the commotion, where they could easily discern the large fish, nearly the size of a leg, cradled in the hands of a burly man. Guanyu felt her breath quicken. At that moment, jealousy surged within her, more palpable than the very air she inhaled. If this fish were the heroine of a romantic novel, she would undoubtedly embody the role of the villain, coveting what she could not possess. With a sudden surge of emotion, she turned to Ji Jinzu, expressing her profound understanding of his discontent, that yearning to seize what was not rightfully hers, to berate and question him, yet simultaneously aspire to become him. Why was it that everyone else could attain such a prize while she remained excluded?
Ye Oyenzo inquired.
Why does he not put the fish away? The man, with the fish in hand, feigned distress, shaking his head in mock lament. Oh,
Such a large fish.
I fear it will take days to consume. The onlookers praised the catch, remarking, indeed, it appears to weigh around 20 to 30 pounds. Should the passers-by refrain from engaging him, he would furrow his brow, silently observing the thrashing fish below while smoking a cigarette. Ji Jinzu observed for a moment before exclaiming, Guanyu, it seems they are mocking you. Guanyu, exasperated, retorted, no need for translation. I have eyes. These wretched fish were far too contemptuous. They gathered in a crowd to witness her fishing prowess, all the while deriding her. The insult, although not particularly harmful, cut deeply. Shall I fetch the net? Ji Jinzu offered. With one sweep, they shall not escape.
No.
Guanyu, in a fit of irritation, picked up a small stone and hurled it into the school of fish, questioning the lack of decorum displayed by these aquatic creatures. Ji Jinzu bent down to inspect, noting, they are not even as long as my leg hair. At least they lack the presence of air force. I have heard that some rather indecorous fish pass the time by watching fishermen, he quipped. This is the fisherman's affection. Cherish it. What is Guanyu even pretending for? If she cannot fish, why not simply let Mr. G scoop them all up? Another commented. Those suggesting the net do not comprehend the true enjoyment of fishing. Another chimed in. Let us not provoke her further. The last time she was riled up, she slapped someone, and the time before that, Mr. G wouldn't he even allow her a sip of water. Should we push her again? Are we to fear she might toss Mr. G into the water herself? Believing the small fish to be merely the beginning, they were unprepared for the protracted wait that ensued, an interminable span of time. Guanyu's visible frustration prompted Ji Jinzu to console her. This could yield 3 delightful dishes, steamed fish head, braised fish tail, and a lovely soup. His attempts at comfort only deepened her discontent. Is there truly any fish in this wretched pond? She questioned, her voice laced with disappointment. His sudden silence spoke volumes. Are you implying that this pond harbors fish thrice the quantity of a typical farm, and even Australian lobsters from the market, yet not a single one can I catch? She mused, a hint of despair in her tone. No, Ji Jinzu shook his head. I even had them release king crabs. Thank you for the reminder. Guanyu replied dryly. Not a single one is a no catch, Ji Jinzu clarified. The proprietor chuckled. I told you it was impossible for it to be empty. There are so many fish in this pond that even my daughter couldn't come back empty-handed. He glanced around, eager to see how many fish had been caught. Ji Jinzu crouched down, searching for the trace of a small fish fry in the bucket, nearly burying his head inside. He carefully retrieved it, exclaiming, Here it is. The boss leaned closer to inspect, remarking that it was even smaller than his nasal hairs. Ji Jinzu readily conceded that at least they were not empty-handed today. Today is truly bizarre. One can even catch Australian lobsters in a breeding pond. The old man burst into hearty laughter, proudly displaying his catch in the fishing net, a feat that usually yielded no more than a fry. Guanyu forced a smile. Well, that's quite good. Ji Jinzu chimed in, his Australian lobster. After bidding farewell to the elderly gentleman, a bearded uncle approached. He patted the boss on the shoulder, saying, Well done. I used to think you were a shrewd merchant with little worth in the pond, but I never expected to catch king crabs today. The fishery owner cast a glance at Ji Jinzu but remained silent, unaware of the incompetence of these two individuals. The uncle, undeterred, jovially advised Guanyu, Little girl, fish well, there are plenty of treasures in this pond. Many fish that are usually elusive have been caught today. You could snag them with your toes. Guanyu managed a strained smile. I will. Ji Jinju interjected, his king crab. The bearded uncle glanced at their bucket and inquired, young man, when did you arrive? Ji Jinju checked the time, realizing they had been there for over 3 hours. All right, fish, well, it's quite simple. Clearly, the day's bounty was abundant, with smiles of happiness illuminating everyone's faces, except for Guanyu's. Moments ago, a little girl emerged from the storeroom, puffing as she carried her small chair and child-sized fishing gear, setting the chair beside Guanyu and donning her hat while swinging her little feet. The proprietor looked on in surprise. I thought you didn't like fishing? Lifted the corner of her small hat, beaming at Guanyu with her eyes crinkling in delight. I like sitting with my sister. Guanyu's heart softened as she observed the tiny girl, clutching her miniature fishing rod, her chubby fingers struggling to attach a small piece of bait before clumsily casting it into the water. Gradually, she reeled it back in, and a small grass carp leapt into the air, flailing its tail. Guanyu exclaimed, oh my. The warmth in her heart abruptly turned to ice. The proprietor hastily retrieved his phone, feigning busyness as he stepped aside to make a call. Perhaps he should dive in to help Guanyu catch a fish. Sister, I'm scared, squealed, startled by the little fish, promptly tossing the toy rod to Guanyu. Silently, Guanyu removed the hooked fish and placed it into Yi's small red bucket. It was proven that, in the face of absolute skill, all equipment is but a mere decoration. This toy rod is of surprisingly good quality. This indirectly confirmed that Guanyu is not a novice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bypassed the novice protection period. No one knew that within Guanyu's mind, the system's voice suddenly emerged, filled with curiosity. What is wrong? Why did your darkening value suddenly rise a bit earlier? Perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment when a multitude of malicious thoughts flashed through my mind. Guanyu's voice bore the weight of experience. For instance, the system remained silent. Ji Jinzhao, ensnared by tedium, pinched a handful of crimson bait, gently placing it into the water. Before long, a throng of small fish erupted to the surface, eagerly nibbling at the bait. With a casual flick of his wrist, he captured 2 or 3 fish, comparable in size to those recently caught by Guanyu. A scorching gaze bore into the back of his head, as if intent on piercing through it. He turned his head mechanically, only to meet Guanyu's eyes, which radiated a sense of despair. Rising abruptly, she declared her disinterest, no longer wishing to fish. How had she become so fragile? Ji Jinzhao hastily got up to pursue her, gesturing to the fishery owner, please, help me package that fish. Hey. The owner attempted to call after him, but he had already distanced himself. Puzzled, he mused, with his presbyopia. How could he possibly locate such a small fish in a large barrel? Chapter 20. A Natural Disaster. On the drive home, Guanyu remained silent, lost in thought. In an effort to break the ice, Ji Jinzhao remarked, the owner took pity on us, giving us the remaining crabs, lobsters, and a fish. At least we won't starve tonight. Guanyu shot him a sidelong glance, remaining unresponsive. Ji Jinzhao felt he had once again stepped on a sensitive nerve. Upon entering, the two had been engaged in lighthearted banter, yet Xiaoyu's smile abruptly froze upon seeing them, as though displeased to have their private world intruded upon. Jiang Xuan looked up, sweetly greeting them, Brother Jinzhao, Sister Guan. Ji Jinzhao and Guanyu settled onto a nearby sofa, he merely nodding at Jiang Xuan. Quickly averting his gaze, he resumed his scrutinizing observation of Guanyu's pensive expression. The quietude of his wife hinted at impending mischief, and Ji Jinzhao, with his keen intuition honed from years of success in business, sensed that she was concocting yet another devious scheme. After a pause, Guanyu finally spoke. I would like to eat watermelon. She was not merely expressing a desire, she was deliberating with the system about hastening the progress of her mission. Although her life was not presently at risk, she felt dissatisfied having only committed a handful of misdeeds in the 2 days since her arrival. After all, her ultimate goal was to become the foremost female antagonist, supplanting Ji Jinzhao, the greatest villain, and to embody the essence of femininity. Ji Jinzhao pointed to himself, in disbelief.
Me?
Yes, you. Go, Guanyu replied, her tone more akin to bestowing a favor than making a request. Perplexed, Ji Jinzhao repeated, me? Indeed you.
Go.
As one of the principal characters, he could not afford to squander such an opportunity. Initially intending to find a bowl in the kitchen to nurture the fish, he nodded in agreement. As time passed without the others arriving, Guanyu and Xiaoyu, wary of granting each other any semblance of goodwill, maintained their silence. Jiang Xuan, growing weary of the wait, propped her chin on her hand and blinked. How dull. What shall we do to pass the time? Xiao Yu gazed at her with tenderness. What would you like to do, Anin? I shall accompany you. Jiang Xuan gazed at Guanyu with concern. Sister, what do you intend to do? Guanyu, with a playful smile, rested her chin on her hand and replied, if you're bored, you could just jump off a building and then recuperate. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback and hadn't spoken yet when Xiao Yu interjected with sarcasm. And then, why do you ask her what she plans? Teacher Guan is always concocting wicked schemes. She would never be bored. Guanyu retorted bluntly, you'd be better off dead. Xiao Yu was momentarily speechless. The atmosphere in the living room grew tense. Ji Jinzhao, who typically avoided any form of domesticity, slowly emerged from the kitchen and asked Guanyu, do you want to eat a bloodied watermelon? As she stood to head toward the kitchen, Ji Jinzhao's piercing gaze halted her. He coldly stated, it's fine, Anin. It will stop bleeding soon. You need not come over. His eyes swept past everyone, landing directly on his intrigued legitimate wife. The meaning in his gaze was both direct and subtle. When he noticed her silence, he tilted his head slightly. Would you like some? Guanyu thought. If the antagonist required no tender care from the heroine, then the situation must not be severe. Thus, she dismissed the notion of offering comfort and resolutely shook her head. No, throw it away. Ji Jinzhao remained silent, yet his intense gaze lingered on her for several seconds, causing her to feel uneasy and avert her eyes. When she looked up again, he had already vanished from sight. Mr. Ji truly listens to you, Xiao Yu remarked with an ambiguous smile. Teacher Guan has quite the charm. In just a day, you've made a man devoted to you. His words insinuated that Guanyu had a knack for ensnaring men. Guanyu raised her chin at him. Don't just stand there. Go fetch me some water. Xiao Yu's voice instantly turned cold. What do you mean by that? Jiang Xuan quickly placed a calming hand on his. Brother Xiao, please don't argue with sister. Guanyu then commanded her, you go wash the fruit for me. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Xiao Yu glared at her. How dare you command Anin? It was merely a casual request. Fearing a confrontation between Xiao Yu and Guanyu, Jiang Xuan pulled him along to the kitchen to wash the fruit together. Anin is truly a little angel. It's as if she's wearing her affection for Xiao Yu and jealousy of Anin on her face. Mr. Ji has injured himself, and she carries on as if nothing happened? Supporting this pair is akin to feasting on Mr. Ji's bloodstained buns. Guanyu had long anticipated that the barrage of comments at this moment would reflect her reputation, which was only slightly better than that of Empress Dowager Cixi. However, she was unconcerned, engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. Host, you have preliminarily mastered the self-cultivation of a malicious female supporting character, having managed to trouble the heroine, the third male lead, and the second male antagonist all at once. I am proud of you. Guanyu checked her malicious value. It had increased by 3 points, which was quite acceptable. Good people do not live long. Calamities endure for 1,000 years. Your life value has accumulated for a month. You are indeed a calamity. A natural disaster. Guanyu suspected that the system was taking the opportunity to insult her, yet she had no evidence to support her claim. Xiao Yu emerged from the kitchen, seemingly reluctant, and handed her a glass of water, muttering, drink it. It won't kill you. Guanyu eyed the beverage suspiciously, wondering if it contained poison. Xiao Yu slammed it onto the table, exasperated. If you want to eat, do it yourself. Guanyu, perplexed, responded, what? Ji Jinzhao arrived late, carrying a watermelon, the fruit poorly cut, attempting to disguise it with an elaborate presentation. Eat, he urged. Guanyu, like an overbearing matriarch challenging her daughter-in-law, crossed her arms and remarked, having spent so much time in the kitchen. Are you planning to move your household registration there as well?
Jinzhao retorted.
Guanyu, growing impatient, swatted his hand away. You're the one who's had a stroke. Chapter 21. Familiarity breeds comfort. Li Jingjing entered alongside a tall, robust youth clad in simple white attire, each carrying their respective burdens. She called out to the boy ahead, who had left her with only his back. Gu Dan. I can't carry this. Li Jingjing continued. Do you need my encouragement? Gritting her teeth, she added, I truly apologize. It's all right, Guanyu thought, astonished. Is this the extraordinary bluntness of university students? The final group pushed through the door of the guest house, and upon seeing the face of a certain girl, Guanyu felt a pang in her wings. It was the seemingly harmless twin-tailed sweet girl who had once swiftly pinned her hands behind her back. Now, upon closer inspection, Guanyu realized this adorable girl was not merely a little white rabbit but a towering Angora giant rabbit, standing nearly 175 centimeters tall. Qiu Yuan entered with a lively gait, cheerfully greeting everyone. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Jiang Suan waved back. Good evening, Qiu Yuan. Two adorable creatures. I adore them. No arguments here. They truly are delightful.
Qiu Yuan.
Guanyu noticed that, perhaps due to the system's intervention, her memories of the original narrative were gradually becoming hazy. Yet this name stirred a flicker of recognition within her. For Qiu Yuan was a formidable blade by the side of the main antagonist, an adorable visage paired with a giant S physique, possessing extraordinary combat prowess, capable of escaping the crossfire of the Golden Triangle and stealthily safeguarding Jiangsu and host. What are you pondering? Are you worried she might deal with you?
Fear not.
Our shop has recently launched a new promotion. For just 999 Evil Woman points, you can redeem a resurrection package. Invite a new user to make a cut for a discount. I was contemplating how wonderful it would be if she could be utilized for my purposes.
Oh.
The system replied knowingly. Is the host considering bending her to your will? Guanyu exclaimed. Who taught you to misuse that term? She emphasized, seriously. It's not bending. It's correcting the chaos. I've seen on television that there are drugs capable of hypnotizing the righteous for the benefit of the wicked. Does your shop offer anything like that? System message. Searching for products with the keywords confusion, hypnosis counterattack potion. Before Guanyu's eyes appeared a vast array of pixelated, unsightly images of forbidden substances, and she could no longer contain herself. Not this. As a woman of ruthlessness, how could she possibly deign to cook? It must be the doing of the villain. You do it. Guanyu lifted her chin imperiously. Ji Jinzhao reclined against the back of the sofa, his tone languid, the light above casting sharp contours across his face. He replied nonchalantly, and what about you? Guanyu remained unfazed. I shall sit here and watch you. A blatant act of shirking responsibility? So what? Will you kill me? Ji Jinzhao. He cast a deep gaze at Guanyu, a retort on the tip of his tongue, yet he relinquished the thought, simply muttering 3 words. Suit yourself. He departed with a bag of seafood in hand. Guanyu tilted her head, bracing for reprimand. At worst, she would rather perish than let the villain have the last word. To her surprise, he merely glanced at her before leaving in solitude, feeling stifled by the absence of scolding. Guanyu felt a lump rise in her throat and yearned to call after him. Don't walk away so pathetically. At least scold me a little. It would make me feel better. Ji Jinzhao opened the plastic bag, pouring in the emperor crabs and blue crabs, along with lobsters that the boss had sent. Jiang Xuan and Xiao Yu, curious, inquired from the next room, Brother Jinzhao, did you and sister go to the seafood market?
Ye Oyen's Hao.
Watching the lively crabs and lobsters in the sink, shook his head in annoyance. No. We went fishing. Jiang Xuan's eyes brightened with excitement. Did you go sea fishing? Guanyu fished from a farmed pond, Ji Jinzhao replied. Xiao Yu scrutinized the contents of his bowl suspiciously. Is there seafood in the pond? Ji Jinzhao hesitated for a brief moment, convincing himself within that fleeting second. He nodded affirmatively. She is exceptionally talented. Xiao Yu questioned. Even with such talent, one cannot catch seafood from a river. Meanwhile, the other guests were sweetly helping one another, leaving the villain isolated in a corner. Unable to bear the pangs of conscience any longer, Guanyu approached him. What have you accomplished? She inquired, peering over. Almost done. Ji Jinzhao straightened up, casting a cold glance her way before turning his gaze away. Aren't you the emperor of the land? Why are you here? Guanyu, with unabashed boldness, insisted. I am here to assist you. Assist me? Ji Jinzhao raised an eyebrow, an inexplicable glimmer dancing in his eyes. Assist me with what? To taste the flavor, Guanyu said, stealthily reaching for chopsticks. Ji Jinzhao expertly sliced a small lemon, his movements smooth and graceful, droplets of water forming on his slender fingertips. He focused intently on his task, a serious expression on his face, as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, cascading along his sharp jawline. You can cook? Guanyu asked curiously, noticing his deafness. I learned while living abroad, he replied, his voice low. The cartoon apron he donned did not seem out of place. Rather, it softened his otherwise cold and fierce demeanor, making him appear more approachable. What are you making? Sashimi. Ji Jinzhao nudged the plate toward her direction, wiping droplets of water from his apron with a detached expression. It's very fresh. You shouldn't get an upset stomach.
Try it.
He raised his gaze, leaning slightly to observe her tasting, and although his face remained impassive, a flicker of anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Guanyu extended her chopsticks tentatively towards the raw crab, only to be abruptly halted by a powerful claw gripping her utensil. Guanyu.
Ye Oyen's Hao.
Raw crab. Newbie. Don't mess around. The moment Guanyu's gaze met the bright, beady eyes of the crab, both the person and the creature fell silent. Even as she released her chopsticks, the claw continued to firmly grasp the wooden stick. She hesitated, wanting to speak. This. Ji Jinzhao's ears flushed with heat, yet his expression remained remarkably composed, urging her to simply declare its freshness. Guanyu lifted her chopsticks, and the blue crab flailed, one claw still gripping the chopsticks while the other splashed sauce, suggesting it might not be fully cooked yet. Not merely undercooked, it was practically raw. Ji Jinzhao reassured himself, and inadvertently, Guanyu. It's fine if it's undercooked. It'll get better as we chat. Guanyu. Chapter 22. These kids. She eagerly took a bite, falling into silence. How is it? Ji Jinzhao gazed at her expectantly. Guanyu exhaled deeply, her tone grave, declaring, the crab is utterly dead. The moment she tasted it, a pungent wasabi flavor surged directly to her head, followed by a sour bitterness from the vinegar, overwhelming her with its harshness and spice. Transforming delectable ingredients into unpalatable dishes should be punishable by law. However, one must acknowledge the effort, if not the success. Ji Jinzhao's confidence plummeted. Ultimately, their dinner consisted of Guanyu shamelessly borrowing 2 packets of instant noodles from Qiao Yuan. Despite their only previous interaction being a slap the day before, and her hands being tied behind her back, Qiao Yuan lent her the noodles out of consideration for Ji Jinzhao. The staff prepared the props for the drawing lots to form groups, requiring male and female participants to write their usernames on magnetic name cards, selecting based on their understanding of one another. As a prominent antagonist, her username had to be striking, so Guanyu boldly penned, chasing the protagonist through the streets. Qiao Yuan, Qiao Yu. Li Jingjing. The pressure is immense. Jiang Xuan. Good fortune, Jiang Jin. Guanyu. Strutting before Guangong. Guanyu's gaze repeatedly drifted towards Xia Qingyan's name card, her curiosity piqued. Yet she hesitated to ask, while your words may be coarse, your name is indeed rough. Why would such a stunning beauty, exuding an ethereal grace, bear such a shabby username? Xia Qingyan emotionlessly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her long, elegant swan neck and an arrestingly beautiful profile. It's a cheap name, it's easy to maintain. A cheap name, however, is also prone to being banned. Guanyu sighed softly. These kids. You're no better. A slight smile graced her lips. This name was chosen for you. Guanyu, of course, was skeptical, thinking she was joking. Absolutely, I'll flaunt it after I'm done. The board displaying all participants' usernames was brought out, and the 2 rooms exchanged their contents. Only pairs that mutually selected each other could successfully match, with unsuccessful pairs progressing to the next round of selection. Ji Jinzhao's gaze fixated on the striking username the moment the board entered the room. Guangong. Who else but Guanyu? What name has she chosen? However, the person next to her, the meddlesome Jiang Jin, clearly belongs to an An. Indeed, that is an alas, since an An's name has been taken. There is no choice but to settle for Guanyu's. Ji Jinzhao, with reluctance, picked up the embarrassing online alias that read swinging a large sculpture before the god of war. In truth, no one was competing with him for it. On the girl's side, Guanyu caught sight of the board featuring crispy fish, as if she had encountered something ominous. She grabbed the board and tossed it onto the bed, exclaiming, "To hell with you, Xiaoyu." Jiang Xuan hurriedly caught it, feeling a twinge of pity for Xiaoyu's solitary name, thus refraining from exchanging it. Li Jingjing, with a clear objective, chose Pei. Xia Qingyan, with a shifting gaze, made her selection. It was painfully obvious that the individual who had chosen a period as their online name was none other than Professor Xue. When Guanyu noticed that only one name remained, disheartened Jingzhou, she shrugged and picked it up. If Ji Jinzhao were to learn that his name was the last one chosen, he would surely be infuriated. Each person had selected their name, and the staff announced the results. In the first round, only Xiaoyu and Jiang Xuan successfully chose each other. Upon discovering the truth, Ji Jinzhao was left gritting his teeth in frustration. Had that foolish Guanyu not recognized his name? Or was she simply tired of him and unwilling to team up? He defiantly picked up the name swinging a large sculpture before the god of war once more. Meanwhile, Guanyu, in a straightforward manner, exchanged her name with Xia Qingyan, and in the next moment, the staff informed them that they had successfully paired up. In the adjacent room, 2 men were also called out, one refined and profound, the other reckless and unrestrained. Ji Jinzhao, without hesitation, poked her forehead with his fingertip, admonishing, "What ridiculous name have you chosen, Guanyu? It sounds dreadful." Xue Sun, with a gentle smile, spoke to Xia Qingyan, saying, "Your online name is quite amusing." Their voices coincidentally echoed in unison. "This is not my online name." The 4 exchanged bewildered glances. In the third round, the remaining 2 groups were formed, aside from Xiaoyu and Jiang Xuan remaining unchanged. The other four groups were entirely reshuffled. She was paired with Xue Sun, Ji Jinzhao with Xia Qingyan, Qiu Yuan with Gu Dan, and Li Jingjing with the Film Emperor. Faced with unprecedented and seemingly fatal groupings, the barrage of comments flowed. What kind of pairing is this? Stars with stars, regulars with regulars? Why are the pairings becoming increasingly bizarre? Previously, there had never been stars with stars, regulars with regulars. Our crispy fish is truly destined. Being in the same group for 2 consecutive episodes, could they really be a couple? Looking forward to seeing an N and CEO G together. The following day, Guanyu sat with her new partner. Ji Jinzhao's resentful gaze weighed heavily upon her, almost tangible. She met his gaze defiantly, thinking, "What are you looking at?" Ji Jinzhao replied solemnly, "I will not permit you to speak of yourself in such a manner." Guanyu, rarely at a loss for words, retorted, "Who asked anyway?" "Who really asked?" Xue Sun, with his elegant demeanor and a pair of rimless glasses perched on his prominent nose, exuded a refined charm, enhanced by his somewhat aggressive yet unprofessional appearance. He prepared a cup of coffee for her, the sugar cubes chiming against the cup's walls as they dissolved, creating a delightful cappuccino. A glimmer of amusement danced in the man's eyes behind his spectacles. Miss Guan appeared to be somewhat transformed compared to her former self. Guanyu wore an expression of knowing, as if to say, "Is it not better than before?" This trope of transmigration literature suggests that characters often realize their flaws and strive for redemption, becoming less arrogant. Guanyu responded with a humble sip of her coffee, acknowledging, "In my youth, I was reckless. Naturally, I am different now." Ji Jinzhao shot her a sideways glance, questioning, "You are no longer reckless?" "Perhaps even more so." She sighed lightly, "But I am no longer in my youth." At that moment, the system in her mind issued her a task for the first time that day. System task: push the female lead, Jiang Xuan, into the water. Guanyu furrowed her brow. The female lead had neither provoked nor offended her. Why must she push her? Is that not inappropriate? She seems quite docile. "And she has not wronged me," the system promptly replied. Evil points, 10. Guanyu immediately inquired, "Just a little push?" "One push will suffice. Can I push multiple times for more points?"
No.
"What about if it were a hot pot?" She mused. "At worst, I can fish her out. It's such hot weather, a bath should not be a problem." Xiaoyu and Jiang Xuan decided to take a stroll. The guest house was situated in the countryside, surrounded by lush woodlands, babbling brooks, and melodious birdsong, with the air crisp and refreshing. A splendid opportunity presented itself. Just outside was a pond approximately 2 meters deep, sufficiently shallow to avoid drowning. Guanyu rose to follow but was abruptly halted by Xue Sun, who questioned her with confusion. "Where are you going?" "I am going out for a walk." Guanyu cast a hurried glance at Jiang Xuan and her companion, anxious to keep pace. "But we are a team. Then let us walk together." In a flurry, she grabbed Xue Sun and hurried after them. Their departure was hasty, attracting the attention of Xia Qingyan and Ji Jinzhao, who simultaneously stood up, exchanging glances. "I want to go for a walk too." "What a coincidence, so do I." Chapter 23. Falling into the water. Outside the guest house, Xue Sun and Guanyu stealthily trailed behind them. Whenever their targets turned, Guanyu would pull him behind a tree, re-emerging nonchalantly after a while. "Guanyu, are we stealing something?" Xue Sun questioned, perplexed, glancing at the woman who appeared to be surveying her surroundings with an air of mischief.
What are you looking at?
Xue Sun inquired. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the oriole behind, they failed to notice another pair mimicking their actions. Ji Jinzhao inadvertently stepped on Xia Qingyan's foot, earning a significant eye roll and a haughty retort, "You are blind to your surroundings." In the presence of strangers, Ji Jinzhao transformed, towering and clad in black. His gaze narrowed, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The shadows cast by the leaves enveloped his strikingly sharp features. His voice was low, instructing, "Stay away from Guanyu." Xia Qingyan, unperturbed, matched his bravado, declaring, "I am the one who should warn you. Stay away from her." "You?"
Ye oyens house mirket.
His smile both dissonant and captivating, dismissing Xia Qingyan's words with a scoff. "She is my wife." Xia Qingyan had never encountered such unabashed arrogance in a dream man. Her purpose for coming this time was solely for Guanyu. She had harbored feelings for her for a full 7 years. The 7-year itch, a challenge for lovers, was but a fleeting moment for a starry-eyed fan. The first time she laid eyes on her was on the night of a failed school examination, when she had despondently locked herself in her room, living a chaotic existence of waking, eating, playing on her phone and sleeping. On the variety show, people labeled her as willful and spoiled, yet Xia saw only her quietly picking up the litter left behind. They called her foolish and inept. But Xia noticed that even in unfamiliar territory, Guanyu never shied away. Instead, she faced it all with a cheerful demeanor, even if it meant merely providing comedic relief. The sight of her confidently confronting her own awkwardness left an indelible mark on Xia's heart, prompting her to understand her better, while also regaining her own resolve for the upcoming school exam. Despite having numerous detractors, within the countless negative reviews, there were always her earnest clarifications. "I even say she's my wife." Ji Jinzhao had never encountered such shamelessness in a female companion. His gaze flickered with curiosity. "Are you bent?" Xia Qingyan relaxed her brow, admitting that while she preferred men, she could entertain Guanyu's words. "A straight girl with a slight bend." Ji Jinzhao chuckled. "I'm still very much alive." Xia Qingyan opened her mouth to retort, but a sudden commotion drew their attention. They turned towards the source, both momentarily stunned. Their jaws clenched in frustration. Sunlight filtered through the towering tree, casting a myriad of light spots that danced upon the woman's dark, straight hair, where strands shimmered with a golden hue. The man before her stood tall, gripping her wrist with one hand, leaning in with an air of concern, as if to kiss her. "Let her go!" Ji Jinzhao and Xia Qingyan exclaimed in unison, exchanging shocked glances. In the next moment, they rushed towards the pair, who were drawing closer. Xia Qingyan, in her high heels, sprinted over the uneven sandy path, inadvertently stepping into a sunken pit, losing her balance and instinctively pushing Ji Jinzhao away. Ji Jinzhao was thrust forward by her force, hurtling towards Guanyu. Hearing the thunderous shouts, Guanyu turned to see Ji Jinzhao's typically impassive face, now painted with terror as he barreled towards her. She thought to herself, how kitsch. This melodramatic trope of two people colliding and sharing a gaze, with petals falling in the background, is so predictable. After all, there's a pond right behind her. The panic on Ji Jinzhao's face swiftly mirrored that on Guanyu's as she realized it was too late to evade. Ji Jinzhao, like a cannonball, launched himself at her. Her slender frame could not withstand his momentum, and together, they plunged into the water. Ji Jinzhao was momentarily cushioned by her, halting just in time, standing there with lingering shock, narrowly avoiding disaster. "You're fine now," Xue Sun remarked mysteriously, "but once Guanyu rises, it may be another story." Ji Jinzhao muttered, "We're doomed." He hurriedly approached, grasping her wrist in an attempt to pull her up, declaring, "I will lift you." "Yet," she retorted, "once I'm up, you're doomed." With trust, Guanyu placed her hand in his palm. Her hand felt cool, appearing exceedingly delicate within his grasp. Ji Jinzhao momentarily lost his focus, and in that fleeting moment, Guanyu summoned her strength to climb up. His distraction caused him to lose his grip, and she slipped back into the water. Gulping and coughing, she spluttered, struggling to prop herself against the shore, exclaiming, "Ji Jinzhao, have you switched your head and backside?" Surely, he couldn't resemble the male leads in the romantic novels adored by his assistant, who often lost themselves in thought, their expressions inscrutable. This time was different. He reached out to her once more, insisting, "I will pull you up this time." Were it not for her inability to climb out on her own, Guanyu would have never placed her trust in Ji Jinzhao again, but with no other option, she hesitantly extended her hand once more. This time for sure. Ji Jinzhao seized her, but unexpectedly, the force with which she pulled back was greater. He was caught off guard, unable to contain her, and was yanked into the water himself. Guanyu, expressionless, began to grapple with the formidable antagonist, questioning the system in bewilderment. "Are you implying that this individual is the ostentatious villain from the original narrative, manipulating everyone effortlessly?" "That should be correct. Look at this fool who nearly drowned in a 2-meter deep pool, and then tell me with a straight face that he almost caused the cunning male lead's demise." The feeble yet enchanting antagonist, now pulled from the water, leaned against the shore, his damp black hair adding an air of innocence, resembling a docile black cat. He exhaled softly. "That was close. I almost drowned." Guanyu felt a wave of darkness wash over her, obscuring her vision of the villain's future. Chapter 24. Love what you do, brother Jinzhao, sister. What has happened? Sensing the commotion behind her, Jiang Xuan rushed over, pulling Xiaoyu along, her concern evident as she squatted to inquire. Xiaoyu, reveling in the mischief, chuckled, "Teacher Guan, you are quite clever, enjoying a bath in this sweltering heat. And a couple's bath at that." "It's fine. Quite refreshing," Guanyu replied, seizing the moment to suddenly grab Xiaoyu's legs, pulling him fiercely towards the water. He steadied himself in alarm, but before he could catch his breath, a powerful hand pushed him from behind.
Splash.
System message. Pushed male 2 into the water. Evil woman value 3. Now it was Guanyu's turn to revel in mischief. However, Xiaoyu wasn't worth much. Pushing Jiang Xuan into the water earned 10 points, while pushing him only garnered 3.
Guanyu.
You are truly insane, Xiaoyu exclaimed, flustered, scrambling up to the shore, wringing out his shirt. Come on up. 2 hands reached out to her once more. Unlike Ji Jinzhao's callous palm, these hands were elegant and elongated, seemingly sculpted by divine artistry, glistening under the sunlight. The left hand belonged to Xia Qingyan, while the right was that of Xue Sun. After a moment's contemplation, Guanyu chose neither, opting to push herself up with great effort, emerging in a rather disheveled state. Guanyu hesitated before nodding, feeling the intensity of her gaze far too fervent. Can't you get up by yourself? I can't swim. I would drown. Neither can I. Ji Jinzu resembled a true cat, wilting at the mere touch of water. He strained to command, pull me up, or the chill will set in, and it will be time for your school to close down. Xue Sun stood, looking down at him. Aren't you the domineering CEO? Command the water to move, and bring you up. Ji Jinzu. He had no choice but to seek assistance from Guanyu. Guanyu, look at him. If you don't come save me soon, I will drown. Guanyu, Guanyu.
Guanyu.
Say something. Guanyu, her head nearly exploding from his incessant pleas, impatiently rose and strode over, yanking him from the water. Once on the shore, Ji Jinzu turned aloof, condescendingly nodding his chin in restrained gratitude. Thank you. No need to thank me. This is what I deserve. The girl's gaze was filled with concern as she discreetly made a slicing gesture across her throat towards Ji Jinzu. Though it was the height of summer, Guanyu felt a chilling sensation permeate her. This only solidified her determination to recruit Qiu Yuan. She was in dire need of a fiercely capable, outwardly gentle, yet fiercely loyal bodyguard. Fortunately, Ji Jinzu did not acquiesce, or else rat poison might have found its way into Guanyu's dinner that very night. He whispered unknown instructions, and Qiu Yuan nodded with a complex expression. Before long, a towel sent by Qiu Yuan arrived in Guanyu's hands. Miss, quickly dry your hair. Or you'll catch a chill, she urged, her pearl-like eyes blinking. With such pure and innocent eyes, who could discern the considerable darkness that tainted her hands. Guanyu thoughtfully dried her dripping hair ends, contemplating how to recruit such a strikingly contrasting beauty. The current great villain was but a step away from becoming the ultimate antagonist, which involved formally taking over Tianlei, a criminal organization entangled with a vast industrial empire. The current ruler of Tianlei was Ji Jinzu's second uncle, the disowned Ji Eryi. Qiu Yuan was sent by the second uncle to assist Ji Jinzu. If she could connect with the second uncle, perhaps the final villain could be replaced. The system, perceiving her thoughts, was both astonished and impressed. Host. You actually intend to oust the villainous husband and ascend to the ultimate position. I am in awe of you. Guanyu, devoted to her role, increasingly felt that the villain's principles suited her perfectly. She couldn't endure even a slight grievance and could unleash chaos at any moment. A villain who does not aspire to be the head of the underworld is not a true villain. If Ji Jinzu refuses to take on that mantle, then I shall. I must admit, previous hosts still possessed a semblance of conscience, but you, my master, are truly the epitome of villainy, the chosen one among beasts. Guanyu, are you covertly praising me while insulting me? Wait. Guanyu intercepted at the door, preventing Jiang Xuan from leaving. If the heroine departs, how can the villain enact his schemes? She whimsically rolled her eyes and suddenly grasped Jiang Xuan's arm. Let's go out together, and then? Ji Jinzu believed placing Xue Sun and Guanyu in the same vicinity was akin to confining a hungry wolf with a little lamb. It was far too perilous. Guanyu was that ravenous wolf. I wish to play with Xue Sun. Ji Jinzhao playfully draped his arm around Xue Sun's neck. Guanyu held onto Jiang Xuan, while Ji Jinzhao secured Xue Sun, binding the 3 groups tightly together. Jiang Xuan found herself somewhat taken aback, for this sister had previously despised her, never sparing a kind glance. Why, then, had she suddenly become so affectionate in recent days? Was there some supernatural influence at play? Xiaoyu, who was with me, could no longer tolerate the unfolding antics, declaring that it was not a matter of male and female camaraderie rushing forward. Xiao Laosher, how can your thoughts be so base? Guanyu incredulously retorted, do not sully our pure friendship with such sordid notions of love, nor underestimate the bond we share. Then let go of an. I refuse. Guanyu tightened her grip, insisting that the male counterpart on the other side should be the first to release. Ji Jinzhao inquired, who is the male counterpart? The three groups were reluctantly bound together, entering and exiting as one, ultimately deciding that the male guests would play basketball while the female guests would relax in the shade. Brother Jinzhao's legs are so long, aren't they, sister? Jiang Xuan propped her chin on her hand, watching them play, her eyes and tone filled with envy. If only I could be that tall. Guanyu glanced at Ji Jinzhao on the basketball court, clad in a simple sports outfit, his long, straight legs making his movements particularly graceful. With a decisive dunk, he swept back the damp strands of hair from his forehead and flashed a beaming smile in their direction. Vibrant with energy, she still harbored resentment from when Ji Jinzhao had splashed water on her 3 times earlier. Chapter 25. A delightful drink. Host, there is a new task. Do you wish to accept it? Accept it now.
Ding.
System task. You have a packet of powdered medicine in your pocket. Find a way to have the female protagonist consume it. The reward for completing this task is 5 evil points. Powdered medicine? Guanyu felt her pocket, noting a slight bulge. A packet of palm-sized powder had mysteriously appeared within her pocket. She disdainfully remarked, "You aren't suggesting I use some sordid and underhanded drug, are you? I refuse to engage in illegal activities. Rest assured, host, it is not that kind of illicit substance." Will it be lethal? Not at all. Then the system interjected, "Please be assured, this powder has been verified under the Interstellar 711-year drug regulation laws. It is completely legal and safe, causing no pain, death, diarrhea, or infertility, and has no side effects. If it doesn't even cause diarrhea, then what is the purpose of this medicine?" The system hesitated slightly, its mechanical mind struggling to comprehend the hostess' request. If the host desires the female protagonist to experience diarrhea, she may add that herself. No need. Guanyu clenched the powdered medicine, intending to find an opportunity to slip it into Jiang Xuan's food or drink. Let us not speak of Brother Jinzhao. Jiang Xuan, with her legs curled up, swallowed hard. "It's so hot today. Do you sisters want to drink some water? I'll go buy some for you." An opportunity presented itself. Guanyu stood up ahead of her. "I'll go buy it for you." Jiang Xuan grasped her wrist, "Sister. But the vending machine is quite far away." "How far can it be?" Guanyu shrugged off her grip nonchalantly. "It has indeed proven to be quite distant." Guanyu continued her journey, finding not even a convenience store in sight. She stealthily opened a bottle and poured in a mysterious powder, which dissolved into the water. Colorless and tasteless, devoid of any lumps or impurities. Guanyu watched her with anticipation. Jiang Xuan, unsuspecting, took a sip, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at the label on the bottle. "Why does this water taste so delightful?" Guanyu smiled silently and nodded, inquiring of the system. "You still haven't told me, what is the purpose of this powder?" "It serves no purpose, but it tastes delightful," came the reply. "Why are you not speaking?" The system pressed. Guanyu, having endured much, could no longer restrain herself. "So you made me run 2 kilometers for water. Are you mocking me?" "It wasn't anyone else's request for you to fetch it," the system retorted. Ignoring it, Guanyu chose to disregard its incessant calls. Yet the system, seemingly addicted, continued to chime with reward notifications. System message. Task completed. Rewarded with 5 villain points. System message. Host breathes. Rewarded with 1 villain point. System message. Host eats. Rewarded with 1 villain point. System message. Host is proactive. Rewarded with 1 villain point. System message. Host is good. Rewarded with 1 villain point. Growing weary, Guanyu opted for silence, increasingly frustrated by the remaining pouch of powder. In a fit of irritation, she poured it into her water. Xia Qingyan, intrigued, asked, "What are you drinking? What effects does it have?" Guanyu, with a sullen face, replied, "It serves no purpose, but it tastes delightful." Xia Qingyan, eager, held out her bottle. "Then I want some too. I want to share with my sister." Guanyu, not one to hold back, poured some into her mineral water. Jiang Xuan blinked her eyes, her gaze brimming with hope. "Sister, can I have some too?" Guanyu took another large sip, shaking her head. "No need. You already have some in yours." Jiang Xuan responded with a surprised, "Oh?" Ji Jinzu, having made his final shot, approached, slightly out of breath. He lifted the hem of his shirt to wipe the sweat, revealing a layer of toned abs. Distinct and glistening with a thin sheen of perspiration, exactly the type of physique Guanyu adored. Forcing herself to divert her gaze, she tossed him a bottle of water, which landed in his embrace. "Are you done playing?" he asked. "Yes, they are not a match for us." Ji Jinzu, with clear intent, sat directly beside Guanyu. Noticing she had distanced herself slightly, he voiced his dissatisfaction. "Why are you sitting so far away? Have you grown weary of playing?" Guanyu shot him a glance. delineating the boundary between them. We are not on the same team right now. Could you please maintain some sense of boundary? Does it matter if we are on the same team? He countered. If it doesn't matter, then why have teams at all? Are we just gathering for a social event? Guanyu stammered. I did not intend for you to ponder that. Shui Sun approached to take the water Guanyu offered, glancing at his phone to note that only an hour had passed. It is now 2 in the afternoon. What shall we do next? Xiao Yu, wiping sweat with a dry towel, noticed that Guanyu showed no intention of offering him water, so he held his breath and went to fetch it himself. After taking a sip, he announced, An and I have booked a pottery workshop. We shall head there shortly. As Guanyu was about to speak, intending to engage them, Ji Jinzhao suddenly recalled something. The owner of the fish farm had mentioned yesterday that if they were still interested, they could visit another ecological breeding ground he operated to catch fish and eels. Guanyu's intention to suggest their participation was abruptly halted in her throat. As a child of the homeland, who could possibly resist the joys of farming, fishing, and beachcombing? Suddenly losing interest in work, her eyes sparkled as she tugged at Ji Jinzhao, urging, Let us go. Let us go. Ji Jinzhao, feigning indifference, playfully brushed her off, teasingly stating, Did you not say that those not in the same group should not sit together? Guanyu pretended not to hear, turning to extend an invitation to Professor Shui. Professor Shui, shall we go catch some eels? Shui Sun smiled faintly. I have no objections. Xia Qingyan nodded in agreement. I too have no objections. Guanyu sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Then let us set off. Jiang Suan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, suddenly finding pottery less appealing than catching eels. Sister, brother Jinzhao. Can we go too? Ji Jinzhao remained silent, looking towards Guanyu. Guanyu smirked. What are you looking at me for? Yorenin wants to go. Can I make the decision? She deliberately emphasized the name Enin. How ironic, considering just the day before, he had rushed her off for Enin's sake. Ji Jinzhao, feeling disgruntled, retorted, Guanyu, do not be sarcastic with me. However, Xiao Yu, who was engaged in pottery, seemed hesitant. The two of them were crafting pottery side by side, their hands gently touching, the soft yet firm clay enveloping their hands, exchanging warmth, a beautiful scene. He no longer wished to catch eels. Jiang Suan playfully tugged at his sleeve. Catching eels must be so much fun, right? Unable to resist her charm, Xiao Yu reluctantly nodded in agreement. Chapter 26. Just eels of different colors. Regardless of Xiao Yu's reluctance, the group set out on time. Upon disembarking, the scenery was entirely different from the previous day. It was a natural farmland, with towering reeds swaying in the wind, producing a rustling sound. In the distance, majestic mountains loomed, and shimmering waters reflected the sky, with a pond nearby sparkling under the sunlight. The pond owner mentioned that he had prepared several fishing outfits, along with tools and foldable traps. Ji Jinzhao diverted his gaze from his phone, scanning the area until he finally spotted them by the shore. Over there. They donned the fishing outfits, watched the video tutorial sent by the pond owner, and quickly ventured into the fields.
Look, Xiao Yu.
Jiang Suan eagerly dug into the dark, murky mud beneath the water. Overjoyed, we can play in the mud here too. Xiao Yu forced a smile, watching her bounce around for 3 hours, excited yet yielding no results. Was this mud really that entertaining? Soon, as the sun began to set, Guanyu, clad in her fishing outfit, waded through the water with a pair of tongs in hand when Ji Jinzhao called out to her, What are you doing wandering around? She brandished the scissors in her hand, glinting ominously in the sunset. I'm performing surgery on a Pomatia canaliculata. Ji Jinzhao, intrigued, asked, What surgery? She lowered her gaze, scanning the area, and spotted a Pomatia canaliculata, the size of a circle made by her thumb and index finger, with 2 of them closely intertwined, engaged in their reproductive endeavors. Guanyu brandished 2 interconnected apple snails before Ji Jinzhao, displaying them momentarily before separating the 2. Ji Jinzhao attempted to intervene, exclaiming, Wait. Isn't this rather impolite? He gasped in empathy, feeling a pang of discomfort. The pain you endure resonates deeply within me. It is not only young Master Ji who suffers. The mother apple snail inquired. What is it, brother? While the male apple snail insisted, Call me sister. Have you had your fill? Would you care for another? Ji Jinzhao, still reeling from the earlier shock, was reluctantly subjected to yet another display of a sterilization procedure. He hurriedly declined. No, thank you, I've seen enough. Very well. Guanyu replied with a hint of disappointment. Should you wish to see more, simply call for me. I shall, Ji Jinzhao said, noticing the unusual flush on her face. Ji Jinzhao remarked, Guanyu, why is your face so red? Only then did he observe the abnormal hue that spread across her striking visage, reminiscent of sunburn. It must be from the sun. Guanyu dismissed. After 3 hours, I caught an entire eel. Wow, you caught so many. Can we possibly eat them all? Ji Jinzhao responded with enthusiasm. Look at mine, I have a whole basket full of eels, he exclaimed, lifting it for her to see. The pond master informed me that he had placed numerous traps for us to collect. Inside the basket, an array of long, patterned creatures writhed and leaped energetically. Guanyu leaned in for a closer inspection, questioning, Are you sure these are eels? They seem a bit off in color. Perhaps they're just a rare variety. Her suspicion grew as she scrutinized the basket. Are you certain this isn't a basket of snakes? How could that be? Ji Jinzhao retorted. Growing agitated, these are clearly merely differently colored eels. Guanyu chuckled in amusement. Right, if bitten, one would swell up, one on the body and another on the grave. With her unwavering conviction, Ji Jinzhao began to doubt himself. Could it truly be snakes? One bite could be fatal. Guanyu seized the basket, intending to release the supposed snakes. As she bent down, her complexion shifted, and she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, pressing her fingers to her temples as her vision blurred. As she reached out to find Ji Jinzhao, she noticed the ground spinning beneath her. Before she could grasp his hand, darkness enveloped her, and she fell backward, caught in a strong embrace. She heard Ji Jinzhao urgently calling her name before losing consciousness. Supporting her, Ji Jinzhao's face drained of color, his hand trembling as he held her.
Guanyu?
What is wrong? She can't possibly be dead from a snake bite. He tentatively checked for her breath, relieved to find she still had a pulse. Shui Sun, noticing something amiss, summoned everyone over.
What?
Guanyu was killed by an eel? Not an eel, but a snake, perhaps? Did she die from fright? So it is true, the fabled perpetrator. Shui Sun pondered. Xia Qingyan's gaze sharpened. Is he the culprit? Not quite. A house where someone has died is called a haunted house. A car where someone has perished is known as a cursed vehicle. Shui Sun grinned. Still finding humor in the situation, my hands were at the scene of the first incident. Thus, I am deemed the perpetrator. Xia Qingyan remained silent. Jiang Suan timidly tugged at him. Professor Shui, please don't joke around. Brother Jinzhou is about to cry. Ji Jinzhou retorted fiercely. Who's crying? Not me. He was merely anxious that Guanyu might perish in his hands, which he deemed inauspicious. If I'm not mistaken, hasn't Guanyu's hand yet touched the snake cage? Could it be that the system has crashed? It's not like she's a puppet. Why would it crash? Youth is a blessing. You can just fall asleep. Oh dear, has Guanyu passed away? Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. So soon? All eyes converged on him like arrows. Xiaoyu, feeling his own face, pondered. Is my delight so conspicuous? Xiaoyu, can you examine the wound from the silver ring snake? Jiang Suan pressed anxiously. Where was she bitten? Ji Jinzhou bit his tongue hard, forcing himself to remain calm. Xiaoyu directed Ji Jinzhou to roll up her sleeve. Let me do a quick search. Can a snake bite wound even be searched online? Ji Jinzhou found himself deep in thought, unable to locate the injury. Xiaoyu opened his phone, prepared for action, and eagerly asked, Where's the wound? Ji Jinzhou, perplexed, responded, Right, where's the wound? You're asking me? Xiaoyu frowned. If necessary, I could bite myself for you. That won't be necessary, Xia Qingyan interjected coldly. You just have to get a rabies shot. Xiaoyu glared at her. Can this ordinary person even speak? Chapter 27. A sip of water. Are you wanting to kiss? Ji Jinzhou carried Guanyu ashore while the others anxiously awaited the arrival of the ambulance. Shortly after, the sound of the ambulance approached, and trained medical personnel descended, swiftly setting up on the scene with a stretcher and emergency equipment. Was she the one who fainted? Does she have any pre-existing conditions? I'm not sure about any pre-existing conditions, Ji Jinzhou replied, furrowing his brow, but it seems she was bitten by a snake. The medical staff's expression instantly turned serious. Bitten by a snake? Which snake did you see? Where's the wound? Xiaoyu looked at Ji Jinzhou. Where's the wound? Ji Jinzhou turned to the medical personnel. Where's the wound? The medical personnel responded. Right. Where's the wound? She's running a fever, one noted. Is the fever a result of the wound's inflammation? Did the patient catch a chill, or did she fall into the water? The medical personnel inquired of Ji Jinzhou. Ye Oyenzo, realizing Lighthearted, responded, Aha. Both were momentarily silent. If we hadn't disturbed her, Guanyu would have woken up long ago. I almost forgot she had just fallen into the water. She and Ji General are rather unfortunate, aren't they? First catching a snake while fishing for eels, then being innocently pushed into the water and fainting from fever. This is truly unfortunate. She seems to be a natural-born disaster magnet. When Guanyu finally opened her eyes, the room was enveloped in tranquility. The dim yellow light hung over her bedside, casting a gentle glow on her face, creating a soothing atmosphere suitable for solitude. And four was attached to the back of her hand as she struggled to rise and pour herself some water. The only sounds in the air were the flow of boiling water and a faint breath that did not belong to her. "Great demon?" She tentatively spoke. His voice was somewhat muffled and low. "You're awake?" As Guanyu switched on the light, the room was instantly illuminated, revealing her accommodations in the inn. Pulling back the curtains, she observed the dreary outside, reminiscent of the early hours just past 6. Her constitution was rather frail. A mere splash of water had left her with a fever. She had just accompanied Ji Jinzhao to the hospital for an examination. Nothing serious, simply a common fever. A hint of discomfort flickered across Ji Jinzhao's face, for he was the very cause of her misfortune. Were it not for the fact that her plight stemmed from him, she would hardly have concerned herself with his well-being. Guanyu was somewhat taken aback. In her previous life, she had been robust, rarely falling ill, only to meet an untimely demise due to her own reckless choices. It seemed her accrued vitality was insufficient, leaving her more fragile than the average person. Perhaps engaging in more mischief was the solution. She sighed deeply, reflecting on the wisdom of the ancients. Virtuous individuals seldom enjoy longevity, while calamities endure through the ages. "Have they all finished work?" she inquired. "Indeed," Ji Jinzhao replied wearily, massaging his temples as he rose to fill a glass with water from the table before her. "Why are you getting up? You should rest a little longer." She casually responded, "I just want some water." However, Ji Jinzhao reacted with startling intensity, stumbling back 2 steps. Shock and embarrassment etched across his face as he blurted out, "Do you want a kiss?" Guanyu retorted, "If your hearing is poor, you should see a doctor." She forced a smile, gritting her teeth. "I said I want to drink water." "Oh," he murmured, feeling somewhat guilty, his voice dropping as he pretended to compose himself while grasping the filled glass. Guanyu felt faint again, retreating to the edge of the bed, observing Ji Jinzhao's actions. Unable to suppress her words, "Don't drink." "Is that from yesterday?" Ji Jinzhao snapped back. "You're on the verge of collapse, yet you worry about my water. Take care of yourself." "I meant to say," Guanyu exhaled deeply, "do not drink my water. It took me quite a while to cool." Ji Jinzhao retorted, "You want to even let me have some water? What a miserly woman." He cast a glance at Guanyu, who sat pensively, her gaze lost in thought, staring at the soft carpet beneath her feet, the warm yellow light softly illuminating her profile. "Everyone must have been quite frightened when I fainted, right?" Guanyu raised her eyes, concern etched on her face. "Yes, especially the staff," Ji Jinzhao admitted, suddenly caught off guard by her direct gaze. He quickly averted his eyes, opting not to mention himself. Noticing her brow knitted tightly, he hesitated before saying, "You really don't need to." Before he could finish, Guanyu's face broke into a broad smile. "They deserve to be scared. They've been secretly scolding me." Ji Jinzhao remarked, "This woman is quite clever," recalling how she had feigned a melancholy expression to deceive him, leaving him momentarily entranced by her appearance. It was clear she had been napping just moments ago, now pretending to be busy. How insincere. Guanyu scoffed. Ji Jinzhao had gradually become accustomed to her frequent attempts to undermine him, not even bothering to glance up. "Mind your own business." As time flowed steadily by, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the quiet room. The aroma from the incense sticks on the table gradually dissipated, the liquid in the dropper bottle burning low. Each engaged in their own pursuits, the faint sounds of a phone notification and pages turning filled the air, rendering any awkwardness non-existent. Guanyu removed the needle, pressed a cotton ball against the bleeding point, and declared herself ready to leave.
"All right."
Ji Jinzhao glanced at his wristwatch. Finally rising to his feet, he made a call to Assistant Gu to have the car brought around, instructing her to head upstairs upon arriving home. As he had arranged for food, "I have a matter to attend to," he stated succinctly. Under the dim light, the man's expression remained obscured, but one could observe his Adam's apple tense and shift slightly. "I understand." Guanyu feigned sorrow, her eyes widening. "You're going out to find another woman, aren't you?" Ji Jinzhao barely opened his mouth when his dramatic wife began her soliloquy. "How can you treat me like this? Your actions will surely invite my retribution. Our divorce settlement will be doubled." "I am not seeking another woman." Ji Jinzhao turned his face away. "It's an old man." Guanyu retorted, "You're supporting an old man?" At times, Ji Jinzhao wished he could open Guanyu's head to see what thoughts resided within. "A family banquet? Why does your family hold a banquet every day?" Engaging in verbal sparring was indeed draining, and Guanyu temporarily wished to avoid further dealings with those individuals. Observing her expression, which carried a hint of regret, Ji Jinho almost laughed in exasperation. Such wealthy individuals, with nothing better to do, resorted to hosting banquets. However, today's event was larger than the one 2 days prior, taking place at the Golden Junhua Pavilion Banquet Hall. Economic Banquet Hall? She remarked casually. Do wealthy people also rent economical spaces?
Chapter 28, Ia Misley.
The golden signifies opulence. The sky refers to the celestial realm. In the capital, it is said that the heavens hold the grand cold palace, while the earthly realm boasts the Junhua Pavilion.
Ye Oyinzo explained, albeit reluctantly,
that even the prime real estate was worth billions to construct, and only the affluent could host a banquet there. Attendees were always distinguished individuals, and the slots for hosting were highly sought after. For those lacking wealth, billions and hundreds of thousands were merely numbers beyond their reach. Moreover, Guanyu had read countless narratives. In most tales, the male protagonists provided their female leads with allowances starting in the billions, rendering such sums rather commonplace in her eyes. Noticing Guanyu's unchanging expression, Ji Jinho raised an eyebrow, surprised that she appeared unfazed by such grandeur. One cannot tell. You seem accustomed to grand occasions, he commented. Guanyu offered a token compliment. So you were able to secure a slot and invited numerous new users to join in the festivities? The Junhua Pavilion was never short of new clientele. There were always throngs clamoring to attend. How wonderful, Guanyu replied, her tone laced with envy. Those wealthy individuals must be new users who have never downloaded the app. Standing at the entrance, 100 of them could easily scan their codes to obtain rewards. Ji Jinho remarked, I feel as though we are not on the same wavelength. In truth, if she truly wished to stand at the entrance, it was not impossible. But they might not provide her with their codes. Although he did not fully comprehend, he endeavored to consider the feasibility of her idea. If you desire it, you could implement a requirement for scanning a code to gain entry. Guanyu gasped, unable to fathom the delightful image of a line of wealthy individuals standing in unison to scan codes for her. She swiftly waved her hands in refusal, suddenly recalling something. Didn't you say the Junhua Pavilion holds significant prestige? It can be done? Because the behind-the-scenes owner of the Junhua Pavilion is the second master of the Ji family, one of us.
Ye Oyinzo spoke succinctly, seemingly reluctant to elaborate.
It was only that his uncle had been expelled by their grandfather, resulting in years of estrangement. Thus, the family remained unaware of the true mastermind, knowing only that he was a close friend of Ji Jinho's father. Guanyu's interest was piqued, her eyes suddenly sparkling with enthusiasm. Are you referring to the illustrious Ji Tianlei, your father's brother, our uncle? The very leader of the largest criminal organization in this narrative, currently in search of an heir. He is destined to be my adoptive father. Ji Jinho scoffed. I have never heard my name uttered with such affection from your lips. Speak quickly. Is it Ji Tianlei? Guanyu tugged at his collar, shaking him eagerly. Is it?
Is it? Tell me.
Will he be coming? He should be. What are you planning? Her eyes darted playfully, and she abruptly changed her tone. Then I shall go. When the electronic voice emerged, Guanyu sensed that the system had become increasingly intelligent, even adopting an affected tone with ease. It seemed to have detected her thoughts, the voice cheerfully chiming in, You are correct. The illustrious and extraordinary villain system is about to materialize. Is that so? Congratulations, Guanyu replied nonchalantly. Can you transform into a chick?
Oh, why is that?
Little Guan. Do you like chicks? Having just referred to her as host, it now addressed her as Little Guan. The childish tone made Guanyu feel somewhat uneasy. Little Guan, do you like chicks? I do. Then I shall transform. Chick stew is delicious. The system fell silent, and Guanyu was too indifferent to coax it. I advise you not to associate with him too closely. He spoke in a subdued tone, evidently unwilling to be linked with Ji Tianlei. He is a deeply contemplative individual with a complex background, far beyond your capabilities. Guanyu remained unfazed, diverting the conversation. Does uncle have a wife? Children? Ji Jinho's expression darkened. He has had several girlfriends, all of whom were eliminated by enemies. What do you think of me? Guanyu pointed at herself. Ji Jinho swiftly swatted her hand away. What do you mean? Is your husband dead? Eager to be a concubine? Or are you courting danger?
Who wants to be his wife?
Guanyu shot him a look. I meant, how about I be his child? What do you think? I thank you. Yet you are considering adopting a father for me? No, think about it, Guanyu coaxed. You are still inexperienced, although you currently surpass your brother. One day he will outshine you. With uncle's assistance, you could easily topple anyone. If he surpasses me, I shall award him a prize. Ji Jinho replied nonchalantly. As a villain lacking ambition, Guanyu was tempted to step in and challenge the male lead. Ji Jinzhou, why are you so devoid of drive? She poked his heart with her fingertip, emphasizing each word. Do you not fancy Jiang Xuan? Li Tingnan is becoming increasingly formidable. How can you possibly compete with him? As you await Anan, who has taken the ball and run off, you find yourself unable to assume the role of a cheap father, left to wallow in a predicament where even the most unsavory of experiences elude you. First and foremost, I harbor no affection for unpleasant children. Ji Jinzhou grasped her hand firmly, offering a serious retort. Second, Anan is not excrement. Third, emotions cannot be forced. It remains unclear who the obsessive individual is that confined others to a small dark room. I have no desire to converse further. Guanyu broke free. Finding it futile to communicate, her expression tinged with impatience. Has Assistant Gu arrived? Ji Jinzhou, taken aback by her dismissive demeanor, replied innocently, he is downstairs. The atmosphere within the vehicle was eerily silent, with the driver and Assistant Gu in the passenger seat pretending to be engrossed in documents, occasionally stealing glances at the two figures in the back seat. Between them sat a substantial figure, Lai, who shared a similar posture, arms crossed and head tilted back in repose. The driver, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Assistant Gu, are the young master and mistress quarreling again? Assistant Gu cast a glance backward, and without needing to speak, he understood that the eldest was being self-important and provoking his wife's ire. Seizing the opportunity, he cleared his throat. Miss Guan, may I request a favor? Guanyu did not even bother to open her eyes. I'm not interested. Miss Lei, please assist. No help, move aside. You unambitious man.
Oh.
Who granted you the right to breathe? Who allowed you to exist? Rarely did he side with a capitalist employer, yet these two truly complemented each other in their chaotic dynamic, one willing to strike, the other willing to endure. Chapter 29. Life has not been kind since following you. Young master, young mistress, we have arrived. The Western-style garden sprawled over dozens of acres, adorned with European architecture and pavilions, winding through several paths, where a colossal gilded structure met the heavens, stretching out thousands of steps that illuminated as night approached, casting light upon the bustling city. Guanyu gasped in astonishment, pondering whether this was a dining experience or a court assembly. She clung to the car window, overwhelmed by the magnitude of this domain belonging to Tianlei. A jolt to her impoverished sensibilities. Will anyone even notice if I perish here? The driver exited to open the doors for them, and Ji Jinzhou swiftly alighted, striding towards the Junhua pavilion. Why are you walking so fast? I'm hungry. Ji Jinzhou pressed on his empty stomach, his tone imbued with grievance. Ever since following you, I haven't enjoyed a single peaceful day. Eat, eat, eat. Guanyu feigned a menacing demeanor, pinching his flesh. Do you think just because we have money you can eat all day? Indeed, Ji Jinzhou replied slowly. They say the Ji family possesses 1/5 of the world's resources. Who is the Ji family? To whom will the inheritance belong? Why only 1/5? Have you considered why others might secure half while you cannot? Have you contemplated your own role in this? Assistant Gu sighed deeply. Heavens, what has the traditional family structure instilled in children? How exceptional must one be to be deemed extraordinary? Suddenly, he felt a chill in his wallet, sensing an impending threat to his paycheck. Sure enough, the master and mistress, the very capitalists exploiting him, regarded him with a gaze that was both inexplicable and disdainful. The difference between admiration and scrutiny was indeed palpable. Assistant Gu cast his eyes towards the heavens, feeling guilty. As the trio ascended several steps, Guanyu halted abruptly, her expression grave. She tilted her head back to gaze upon the lengthy staircase that unfurled before her, feeling a bit dizzy from its daunting expanse. This extensive flight of stairs, must we ascend it? I had assumed you intended for us to stroll leisurely upwards. Is this a leisurely walk? More akin to a marathon? I dare say. Guanyu was astonished, pondering what had led him to this misconception. By the time we reached the top, the event would likely be over. Perhaps Assistant Gu could step aside and grant us passage to the elevator? Just moments ago, he nearly felt his heart stop. Thankfully, the lady was also somewhat indolent. They had climbed to the 15th floor, and what greeted their eyes was a resplendent hall, dazzling with an array of opulent walls adorned with spirits, a buffet of delectable snacks, cakes, and servers bearing trays. The guests were elegantly attired in tailored suits and formal gowns, their faces adorned with polite smiles befitting social engagements. Guanyu glanced down at her own sleeveless shorts, then at Ji Jinzhou's youthful sports ensemble, feeling as though they resembled wayward savages who had inadvertently wandered into civilized society. Did you not mention a family banquet? Indeed, it is a family banquet. albeit one intended for the public. Are we to be seen in such attire? She hesitated, her gaze fixed on Assistant Gu. You cunning dog. You donned a suit without summoning us, did you not? Assistant Gu adjusted his impeccably tailored jacket with gravity. Had I worn an old man's shirt, you would have expressed your discontent, perhaps even deeming me embarrassing. Ji Jinzhou raised his hand to separate them. Enough, you two. If you continue to bicker, Assistant Gu, please fetch my father, and inform him that I seek his presence. The ever-fickle nature of our CEO, pleased to see the new while indifferent to the old. Assistant Gu lamented as he prepared to depart. Guanyu, undeterred, retorted, what do you mean by indifferent to the old? It seems there is a surplus of discontent. Behold the tears of others, Assistant Gu playfully chided. Boss, do say something. Ji Jinzhou, burdened with a headache, waved his hand to dismiss him. What shall we drink?
Yinzhou inquired.
Very well, he replied, raising his hand to signal a server for a glass of cola. Due to the rarity of such an order, he watched as the server hurriedly brought forth an enormous bottle of cola, which was uncapped and poured into a highball glass. Observing Guanyu down an entire glass in quick succession, and then request a refill, he could not help but interject, do take it easy. Excessive consumption is detrimental to your health. You are quite nonchalant, Ji Jinzhou remarked. Hello, sister-in-law, I am Ji Baitang. Her bun was exquisitely styled, with a few delicate curls cascading around her face, and her white silk gown clung to her figure, glimmering like jewels under the chandelier's light. The highball glass clinked cheerfully against his, the sound resonating with the vivacious tone of her voice. Guanyu, embodying the dignity of an elder sister-in-law, inclined her head coolly. Greetings. She is the second daughter of my third uncle, Ji Jinzhou introduced, Ji Baitang. Ji Baitang leaned in curiously, close enough for Guanyu to discern her contact lenses. You don't quite seem to fit the description, she mused aloud. What? My brother distinctly mentioned that you are a sharp-tongued and ruthless woman. She spoke candidly, and beside her, Ji Jinzhou's gaze faltered, revealing a hint of unease. When did he say such a thing? Guanyu maintained her composure. If this was something said previously, it could be forgiven, merely an indication of his poor judgment. Bai Tang attempted to intervene. Just yesterday, Ji Bo-tang candidly exposed her brother, shaking her phone playfully. Guanyu, casting a fierce glare at the instigator, was surprisingly calm, which took Ji Jinzhou aback as he sipped his drink to steady himself. With an even tone, she stated, did you know? Your brother suffers from kidney deficiency. Coughing unexpectedly, Ji Jinzhou was caught off guard. How can you spread such rumors? Ji Bo-tang, as if relishing a juicy tidbit, leaned closer to Guanyu with a mischievous glint in her eyes, inquiring, how deficient? Very deficient, Guanyu replied solemnly, particularly so. Ji Jinzhou interjected, sister-in-law. I don't have many friends. Among my peers, they are all my brothers, and I'm not well acquainted with the new sister-in-law. May I seek your counsel on certain matters? Ji Bo-tang gazed at her expectantly. Guanyu, feeling puzzled, replied, are we really that familiar? Unperturbed, Ji Bo-tang smiled even wider. Oh come on, sister-in-law. Let me take you to another side hall to meet my friends. It's quite dull here. We can have a chat. Ji Jinzhou felt a chill run down his spine, unable to fathom the chaos that might ensue if the two were to conspire together. Instinctively, he attempted to intervene. Bo-tang, don't pester your sister-in-law. It's all right, Ji Bo-tang insisted, squeezing past Ji Jinzhou and wrapping her arms around Guanyu's. Come on, sister-in-law, let's go to the side hall. Chapter 30. The Guiding Hand of Love. These are your friends? The side hall resembled a large children's daycare, filled with children ranging from 12-year-olds engrossed in books to toddlers barely learning to speak, with even some crawling on the floor. Though there were distinct areas that didn't interfere with one another and plenty of nannies and caregivers present, the initial impact was quite striking. Yes, these children are quite amusing. They wouldn't understand if we were to yell on the phone. The little ones who cry would just be taken away by their caregivers to be soothed, so we wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Ji Bo-tang plopped down on a lavish sofa, patting the seat beside her. Come on, sister-in-law. Once Guanyu settled in, Ji Bo-tang began pouring out her recent troubles. Sister-in-law, I have a boyfriend. He doesn't come from a wealthy family, but he is very ambitious. So I introduced him to my family and connected him with resources.
Guanyu nodded, a phoenix man.
However, my boyfriend has a childhood friend, a little green plum. They grew up together and share no romantic feelings. He insists on viewing her as a brother.
Yet,
they often inadvertently drink from each other's cups and end up sleeping in the same bed. Even when we go on dates, he always brings her along. The last time I expressed my anger, He told me I was being unreasonable and suggested we break up. We haven't spoken in days. What do you think? Should I take the initiative to apologize and urge them to sever ties?
Yibo Tang's beautiful face reflected disbelief.
Sister-in-law,
How can you say that?
shouldn't you join me in confronting that woman and persuading her to leave my boyfriend? If you were my sister, Guanyu pondered thoughtfully. Jibo Tang, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, fixed her gaze on her, awaiting her response. Sister, just treat me as your younger sister. What would you do? Guanyu got straight to the point. I won't seek your opinion. I will simply strike you. Ji Beidong felt somewhat aggrieved. Why? Just admit that you're an idiot, shall we? Guanyu tapped her fingers on the table, embodying her wicked persona, delivering harsh words without hesitation. If you wish to continue your relationship with him, convince yourself that you can accept waking up at midnight to find another woman beside your husband. All right? Ji Beidong surprisingly pondered for a moment before shaking her head, unable to accept it. But my boyfriend claims he only regards her as a brother. Ji Beidong gazed at her with profound admiration. Her sister-in-law's words were raw yet forceful, both crude and refined, imbued with the essence of life's philosophy. Guanyu had never been one to encourage love-struck individuals, and seeing the look of realization on Ji Beidong's face made her believe this love-struck girl had some discernment, prompting her to elaborate. How old are you now? Is pursuing romance truly what you should be doing at this age? But I'm already 20. Guanyu, exasperated, retorted. At 20, you're still yearning for romance? What were you doing when you should have been experiencing first love? Studying. Ji Beidong hesitated slightly. Then what do you think I should be doing now? Guanyu calmly countered. How many siblings do you have? An older brother and a younger brother. How old is your brother? He's a year older than me. Noticing Guanyu's serious expression, Ji Beidong also straightened up. What's wrong? What is your brother currently occupied with? Is he dating like you? My brother is managing affairs at our father's company. Ji Beidong's voice grew faint. Indeed, why has my father never allowed me to handle company matters? A sudden clarity struck Ji Beidong, akin to a string being plucked in her mind. Failing to embrace early love when it was appropriate and neglecting to pursue a career when the time was ripe. How typical of someone who could not catch up with the fleeting moment. Guanyu shook her head in disappointment. You're absolutely right. I shall confront my father about this. Why should my brother be allowed to manage the company while I cannot? She tugged at her skirt and stood up abruptly. Sister, wait here for me. Watching the girls storm out in anger, Guanyu nodded in satisfaction. There was an undeniable pleasure in sowing discord and awakening someone from their slumber. Ji Beidong stormed out only to collide with Ji Jinzhao, who intercepted her. What's the matter? Did you two have a quarrel? It's nothing, brother-in-law. I'm just going to argue with my father. Ji Jinzhao stood watching her retreating figure, amused and exasperated. Hey, she has been in there for only a short while, and I've already become her brother-in-law. Just as he was about to enter and find Guanyu, Assistant Gu approached. Boss, we've located the individual. Where is she? Assistant Gu cleared his throat, adopting an animated tone. Old Ji always says, am I the master or is he the master? Tell him to come see me. The nannies from both families hurriedly pulled the two children apart. Guanyu casually picked an apple from the fruit platter, wiped it with a napkin, and took a bite while mediating the situation. Hey, what is going on? The child who had been hit wiped his tears silently, not crying out loud but letting the tears flow quietly, evoking deep sympathy. What are your names?
Ning Yuan.
The child, marked by bruises, bore a long scratch from a fingernail, blood beading on his face, yet he did not weep, merely blinking his eyes. I am Ji Buju, and that fierce sister moments ago is my biological sister, part of the Ji family. Are you unable to remember? Guanyu, both surprised and somewhat sympathetic, remarked. You will suffer greatly at school henceforth. Pray tell, what did he say to you? She took another bite of her apple. He said I have no mother. Ning Yuan replied, his voice heavy with grievance. Having grown up amidst children, Guanyu did not perceive the altercations among them as particularly grave. While munching on her apple, she casually inquired, do you have one? Ning Yuan, momentarily stifling his tears, confessed, actually I do not. Is that so? Ning Yuan's eyes darted around cautiously as he gently grasped Guanyu's hand that hung by her side. Raising his head, he softened his tone. Sister, could you be my mother? Ning Yuan, incredulous, widened his eyes. But my family is affluent. My father is a CEO. Your family is poor, and your father is ineffectual. Ning Yuan's eyes sparkled with a unique glimmer, contemplating, this woman is truly exceptional, not at all covetous of my family's wealth. Chapter 31. A Trio of Mischief. After declining Ning Yuan's unreasonable request, Guanyu turned Ji Buju's head to face her. Now it is your turn. Apologize to him. The little rascal, barely the size of a snot, felt aggrieved. If speaking the truth leads to reprimand, then I shall never be honest again. Then do not be honest from now on. Guanyu retorted coldly. Apologize now. How can a child be so impolite? Ji Buju, lowering his gaze obediently, resembled a well-behaved child. All right. I accept that I am in the wrong, but the baby did not realize his fault. Guanyu thought she must have misheard. Did this impudent child just say he was wrong? Absolutely. Discarding the apple core into the trash, she grabbed a tissue to wipe her hands and urged, Ji Buju, hurry and apologize. Once you have, I shall take my leave. The little one, putting on an air of seriousness, cleared his throat dramatically. Understood. The baby shall comply. Ji Buju's eyes sparkled mischievously as he leaned closer to Guanyu. Sister? Earlier my foolish sister referred to you as sister-in-law. Are you the wife of my brother? Guanyu nodded. Then are you the wife of brother Tingnan or brother Lingheng? Or perhaps sister Yanshu's wife? Do you not have a brother named Ji Jinju? Ji Buju's small face widened in astonishment. The great demon king brother. You dare to lay a hand on him? The great demon king brother? Indeed, he is quite terrifying. Ji Buju, embracing himself theatrically, declared. None of my brothers would bully a child, except for the great demon king brother, who delights in tormenting the young. Then you are fortunate, Guanyu responded calmly. I too enjoy teasing children. The great demon king brother has married a witch sister. Returning to the matter at hand, Guanyu firmly pinched his cheek, instructing him to apologize. A sister-in-law is like a mother. Do you not heed what your mother says? Apologize to Ning Yuan. Very well, mother. Ji Buju said with a resigned gesture, wearing an expression that conveyed reluctant affection. I apologize, little Ning Yuan. I acknowledge my mistake. And I cannot guarantee it will not happen again. Guanyu, these children. Why must you be his mother and not mine? Ning Yuan felt a pang of sadness. Guanyu remained unperturbed, declaring that she would be no one's mother. Ji Buju tilted his head, asking, why mother? Was it not said that a sister-in-law is like a mother? Ning Yuan, unwilling to concede, feared that if he did not call her mother enough, he would lose his chance. Because I am a wicked woman. If any of you dares to call me mother again, I shall thrust this umbrella into your backside and open it. Ji Buju sighed dramatically. Indeed, a captivatingly wicked woman. Guanyu, incredulous, remarked, Ji Buju, do you dare to tease your sister-in-law? Teasing one's sister-in-law seemed to exceed his understanding. Ji Buju tilted his head, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Teasing? Sister-in-law? Guanyu felt relieved, realizing that his education had indeed limited his knowledge. Never mind. Go on and play. The side door swung open, revealing a familiar figure sauntering in, accompanied by a suited man who exuded an air of sycophancy.
Yibuzo?
What brings you here? Ji Jinzhou raised an eyebrow in surprise. Brother! Ji Buju exclaimed joyfully, but just before Ji Jinzhou could embrace him, he politely pushed against his chest. Declining, brother, I think a hug is unnecessary. Ji Jinzhou, these children. Assistant Gu, eager to respond, nodded vigorously. This mischievous child is not your average rascal. Other children may be mischievous, but with only a kindergarten and elementary school diploma, they can be easily deceived. Ji Buju, however, is a renowned prodigy, both intelligent and cunning. Guanyu sighed softly. Indeed, I have already witnessed it. Speaking of which, the unruly child in the original story did not meet a favorable end. It was rather tragic. Later, when Jiang Xuan married into the Ji family, despite Ji Buju's intelligence, he was still quite young and, manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals, sought to torment Jiang Xuan. Unfortunately, he lost his footing and fell down the stairs, sustaining a head injury. Such is the fate of a mischievous child. Ji Buju beamed widely at Assistant Gu. Hello. Brother Gu. Last time, I introduced you to a high-paying job that suited your temperament. Did you go for it? Assistant Gu forced a smile while adjusting his glasses. I still believe that working alongside President Ji suits me best. Although Ji Buju's suggestion of a job was dubious, Assistant Gu, half believing and half skeptical, reached out for more information, wondering if it involved modeling. To his dismay, the contact turned out to be a director, specifically a director of period dramas, casting him as a sycophantic eunuch.
Ah?
You have already seen it? Ji Jinzhou asked with interest, raising an eyebrow. What were you discussing just now? Guanyu was about to criticize the Ji family's unruly children when Ji Buju interjected. Sister-in-law said she is my mother and wants to be my mother. She also said not to tease her. Guanyu.
Ye Oyen Zhao.
How audacious, to shift the blame onto her. Guanyu. Ji Jinzhou's expression remained calm. Are you intent on destroying this family? Ning Yuan, fearing that matters were not chaotic enough, grasped Guanyu's hand. His youthful visage adorned with a serious expression. Madam, how would you feel about being my woman instead of my mother? She nearly choked on her breath. Guanyu, you have 2 minutes to explain how on earth you managed to create such a colossal mess. Ji Jinzhou remained surprisingly composed, exuding a calm madness. Please have a seat. Guanyu gestured to the empty spot beside her, intending to thoroughly dissect how this mischievous child had turned the situation into utter disarray. They were fighting, I intervened. And upon inquiring about the reason, Ning Yuan claimed Ji Buzhu had insulted him as a child without a mother. Ji Jinzhou, embodying the role of a just judge, crossed his arms and nodded thoughtfully, displaying a strong sense of righteousness. And then, I inquired of Ning Yuan, does he have a mother? The child ceased his tears and replied, Indeed, I do not. Ji Jinzhou remarked, You possess quite a robust psychological resilience, young man. His gaze towards Ning Yuan brimmed with admiration. This child is destined for greatness. When Ning Yuan suggested I assume the role of his mother, I declined, to which he countered that his family was quite affluent. Ji Jinzhao's expression subtly shifted. Do you wish to acknowledge her as your mother? Ning Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is that permissible? Indeed, Ji Jinzhou mused, contemplating how to tease the child. A 2-for-1 deal. A mother comes with a father. You must refer to me as Dad. Uncle. Promotional items are typically buy one, get one free. Ning Yuan's delicate features displayed a hint of struggle. I come with my own father. No self-supplied fathers allowed. Very well then. Ning Yuan nodded in disappointment, yet promptly addressed us, Mom, Dad. He now had new parents to boast about to his old father. Ji Jinzhou regarded Guanyu earnestly. Look, we have a child now. Ji Buzhu, feeling slighted, pointed at his brother. Brother, do you treat me as if I were invisible? Ning Yuan donned a similarly serious expression. I have an old father to transfer, barely used, in pristine condition after 6 years. He had observed the nannies at home using this very tactic to sell their wares. Guanyu rolled her eyes exasperatedly. Ji Jinzhou was indeed quite juvenile. She continued, Then I instructed Ji Buzhu to apologize, and he respectfully replied, Yes, 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 your reprimand is entirely warranted. Ji Jinzhou, at a loss for words, raised his hand to pat Ji Buzhu's head. Chapter 32. Male mother, female father. If honesty were a crime, I might already be serving a life sentence, Ji Buzhu lamented. Guanyu and Ji Jinzhou exchanged glances. Your brother. Your brother. Your brother. Ji Buzhu, feeling slightly embarrassed by their playful rivalry over him, shyly suggested, Well, if you don't mind, I could take turns being your brother. Guanyu elongated her tone. We do mind. Wah, Ji Buzhu protested. Continue in your self-deception, you hypocritical adults. Ning Yuan observed other nannies embracing their charges and couldn't help but fantasize about the warmth of being cradled by a mother while reading or watching television. Feeling a twinge of envy, with flushed ears and shyly fidgeting toes, he timidly asked, Mom, may I lie in your embrace? Who could refuse such a tender request from a small child? Guanyu pondered for a moment before consulting the system. If I embrace him, will it yield points? The system was deeply moved. Under the onslaught of such adorable beings, dear Guan, you still manage to contemplate our villainous ambitions. Your professional integrity is truly commendable. Even it nearly succumbed to temptation. Does this earn me points?
No.
Then does it incur penalties? Guanyu had already prepared to scoop him up, her hands awkwardly grasping at his armpits.
Yes.
Guanyu reacted swiftly, seamlessly altering the trajectory of the half-embraced child and tossing him into Ji Jinzhou's arms. You created this mess, you resolve it. The sudden turn of events left Ji Jinzhou and the child in his arms exchanging bewildered glances. Ning Yuan realized the painful truth of being abandoned by his new mother, burying his face in Ji Jinzhou's chest in despair. I don't want her as my mother anymore. I want you to be my mother. Ji Jinzhou replied, bewildered. But I'm a man. Little brother. Can I lie in your embrace? The child's face was firmly pressed against him. Muffled. Yes, Ji Jinzhou conceded, albeit reluctantly. Then can I call you mother? No. Ji Buzhu pondered for a moment. Brother, may I call you brother instead? Ji Jinzhou shot him a sidelong glance. Wary of what mischief he was concocting, yes. Brother, can I ride on your head? No. Why not? Ji Buzhu pouted in dissatisfaction. Ning Yuan can lie in your arms. Why can't I ride on your head? Ji Jinzhou fell silent, the history repeating itself in the same manner. The words he once heard Guanyu say to Ji Beitong were now echoed by him to Ji Buzhu. Don't force me to hit you. Let's go. Ji Jinzhou set the child down, rising with grace and slipping his hands into his pockets. Where to? Guanyu inquired, tilting her head. To eat. Ji Jinzhou replied succinctly. Led by the waiter, they navigated through a series of turns until they arrived at a side hall where the Ji family was dining, though not all had yet gathered. With only a few scattered individuals present. Where are they? They haven't arrived yet. Among them was Ning Yuanchuan, Ning Yuan's father, who noticed a man and a woman entering with 2 children, one of whom seemed strikingly familiar. He stood, adjusting his gray suit tie, the fitted attire lending him an air of distinguished maturity. A contrast to the emerging nouveau riche, Xiao Yuan. Ning Yuan's small face flushed with excitement. Dad, I've found myself a new mother. Ning Yuanchuan looked up, the expression on his face a blend of confusion and intrigue. The man, handsome, yet exuding an air of unapproachable strength, cast a gentle yet enigmatic gaze at Ning Yuan. The juxtaposition of his sternness and warmth cultivated an extraordinary demeanor. However, wasn't his father a man?
A man.
Ning Yuanchuan remained silent. You've found yourself a male spouse? Not only did I find Dad a male spouse, Ning Yuan replied obediently, but I also found myself a new family. Ning Yuanchuan's eyebrows knitted in deeper confusion. Yet, he politely nodded toward the pair. Thank you, Mr. Ji and Mrs. Guan, for taking care of my son. I apologize for the trouble. Assistant Gu, reveling in the spectacle, nearly beamed with delight. Well, it seems we have a new dynamic here. As Ji Jinzhao and his companion settled down, Ning Yuan and Ji Buzhu found it difficult to remain seated, and thus decided to retreat to a corner to entertain themselves. The dishes had yet to arrive, and most were still pending. At that moment, Assistant Gu whispered something into Ji Jinzhao's ear, prompting him to make another exit. Guanyu vaguely caught a glimpse of the phrase pertaining to the second Master Ji's thunderous wrath. Ji Jinzhao nodded in acknowledgement, resting his hand against the back of her chair, leaning in to softly advise her, their proximity unmistakable. I have a pressing matter. When the guests arrive, could you assist me in entertaining them, all right? Where are you going? Guanyu felt an ominous premonition. Would she once again be left to engage in a battle of wits alone? I owe you a favor. Ji Jinzhao reassured her with a gentle tap on the back of her hand, casting a glance towards Assistant Gu, who appeared visibly anxious and hastily departed, without further ado. With their superior gone, Assistant Gu, disregarding decorum, plopped down in Ji Jinzhao's seat. Oh, the eunuch's robes have been discarded, she teased. Assistant Gu gave her a thumbs up. Madam, you can now entertain the Ji family guests on behalf of the boss. Truly, you embody the essence of a grand matriarch. Guanyu nodded in agreement, albeit with a caveat. However, my method of hospitality is rather unique. Should they assail me with words again, I shall retaliate with a different organ. Which organ? Guanyu slowly revealed her palm. One slap from me may sting, but their faces shall surely swell. Recalling Ji Jinzhao's serious profile as he departed, a fleeting mood that had plummeted to despair sparked her curiosity. Was it the second Master Ji who summoned Ji Jinzhao? The smile on Assistant Gu's face gradually faded, his expression turning grave as he nodded. Yes, it seems that Mr. Ji is in for another beating. Guanyu nearly choked on her sip of water. The second master would strike him? Mr. Ji, raised by the second master, seemed to perpetually clash with him, an unbreakable tension. The second master insisted on having Mr. Ji take over the thunderous enterprise. Should he grasp both the thunder and the Ji family's assets, no one would dare to threaten him. Yet Mr. Ji resisted, leading to further assaults from the second master. This was akin to coercing virtue into vice. Guanyu exclaimed indignantly. Assistant Gu nodded in approval, only to hear her next remark. Please ensure I am entangled in such favorable affairs. It's infuriating. Assistant Gu replied, huh? Suddenly, a text message popped up on his phone from an unfamiliar sender, succinctly stating, Xiao Gu, this is Uncle Jin.
Today,
Lei Ge is resolute in having Jin Zhao inherit the thunder. He has brought a few weapons. Please contact a private doctor, should a conflict arise. It will spare us the ordeal of hospital inquiries. Assistant Gu nearly dropped his phone in shock. Guanyu read the message word for word, cautiously inquiring, are they using firearms?
yes.
Should we intervene to save Ji Jinzhao? Wouldn't we be shot ourselves? Assistant Gu gasped, earning 38,000 a day, risking our lives in the process. In that case, I'll take on the front lines for a higher salary while you maintain a lower wage watching the door, shall we? Guanyu harbored her own ambitions, daring to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, perhaps even forging an acquaintance with Ji Tianlei. Assistant Gu readily acquiesced, embodying his persona as a sycophantic, timid eunuch. Do you know the way? Led me there. Chapter 33. The first encounter with Ji Tianlei. Just before entering the conference room, Guanyu took a deep breath, resolutely proclaiming to herself that she was not cowardly. Assistant Gu gazed at her retreating figure with profound admiration. Inside the conference room, with a resounding slap, unlike the previous one from Guanyu, this strike was fierce and merciless, landing squarely on his face, without restraint. Ji Jinzhao endured the blow. His head snapping to the side, a bead of blood surfacing at the corner of his mouth. He touched it, his expression dark and silent. Now you claim you won't do it, but is it not too late? Ji Tianlei's tone was laced with a chilling mirth, akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent in a frigid cave. The man, in his 40s, exuded an aura of violent bloodlust, his meticulously styled hair interspersed with strands of white, enhancing his commanding presence. His features, strikingly handsome, bore the marks of time. I cannot take over Tianlei. To do so would mean inheriting its accumulated enemies and grievances, thus endangering the Ji family and those dear to me. Another punch landed on his face. Yet Ji Jinzhao remained unyielding. Uncle, I have always been grateful for your assistance. This is my debt to you. However, I reiterate, I will not take over Tianlei. A middle-aged man of similar age intervened. Tianlei, it suffices to speak. Do not strike the boy. He turned to Ji Jinzhao. Jinzhao, do not provoke your uncle's ire. He smirked. Isn't that precisely why you sought me out? To topple Li Tingnan and seize that woman? She is not involved. Ji Jinzhao averted his gaze coldly. Yet your enterprises are steeped in violence and smuggling. I have no desire to partake in such matters. I have told you numerous times, once I officially take over Tianlei, it will begin its transformation into a legitimate enterprise. Just grant it a little more time. My apologies, uncle. Ji Tianlei's demeanor turned ominous as he cast a sidelong glance at his two subordinates, who understood the cue and were about to advance. But the door handle at the entrance twisted. Ji Tianlei raised a hand, halting their movements. A fluffy little head poked in, a dog cautiously peeking around, its bright, clear eyes astonishingly radiant. Who else could it be but Guanyu? Guanyu, what are you doing here?
Leave.
Ji Jinzhao's expression shifted abruptly, his voice cold and reprimanding. His face contorted with ferocity, reminiscent of their initial encounter. Why be angry? Guanyu squeezed through the door, curiously surveying the figure illuminated by the light, oblivious to the taut atmosphere brimming with tension between the two men. I came to see my uncle. Ji Tianlei scrutinized her in return. Ji Jinzhao positioned himself to obstruct Ji Tianlei's view, his tone uncharacteristically strained, whispering, Wait for me outside. How intriguing. Ji Tianlei raised an eyebrow with great interest. Just moments ago, he had alluded to the woman he purportedly admired, yet he noticed no trace of tension from his nephew. And who might this young lady be? Guanyu, seizing an opportunity while Ji Jinzhao was distracted, emerged from behind him, her broad smile illuminating her face as she extended her hand for a handshake. Uncle. I am Guanyu, his wife. Ji Tianlei cast a detached glance at her palm, remaining silent. Flanking him were two imposing figures clad in suits and sunglasses, exuding an intimidating presence, with suspicious bulges at their waists, suggesting concealed weaponry. However, rather than feeling intimidated, Guanyu urged, Come on, uncle, let us shake hands. Holding the original script in her mind, she was aware of the deep-seated grievances between the two men, and thus felt no fear towards her fearsome uncle. In the original narrative, Ji Tianlei, in his 40s and childless, harbored an extraordinary affection for his elder brother's son, almost regarding him as his own offspring. Nurturing him as an heir with even greater devotion than that of his biological father, he was more a father figure than anything else. Ji Tianlei was known to provide counsel when necessary. If that failed, resorting to force was his next recourse. Misunderstandings remained unaddressed, and emotional knots untied, instead pushing them further apart. On one hand, he faced trials in uncharted territories, and on the other, he had to soothe the thousands of brothers who depended on him for their livelihoods. Yet, Ji Jinzhao remained oblivious to this reality, only perceiving his uncle as a merciless figure driven by self-interest, akin to a ravenous wolf devoid of humanity and reason, fixating on greater prey. Even Ji Tianlei's ultimate demise in the original tale was a selfless sacrifice to pave the way for Ji Jinzhao. Does uncle not prefer handshakes? Guanyu observed his inaction, contemplating. Then let us fist bump. Ji Tianlei responded. Perhaps a handshake would suffice. He remarked, finding the contemporary greeting customs of children quite peculiar. With a complex expression, he clasped her hand, and Guanyu beamed, shaking it vigorously. Hello, uncle. Ji Jinzhao tugged at her. Did this woman truly comprehend the peril posed by the man before her? What audacity did she possess to speak so freely with a figure of the underworld? That hurt. He frowned. Uncle, striking should not involve the face. It bruises one's pride, and therein lies your error. Guanyu chastised with righteous fervor.
Guanyu, je oyensho interjected.
Unable to restrain himself. Although she was defending him, did she not realize the danger of the man standing before them, whose temperament was as unpredictable as it was volatile? My apologies, uncle. She has been spoiled by me. If punishment is to be administered, let it be directed at me. Guanyu retorted coolly, indeed. You ought to be punished. Uncle has his reasons for disciplining you. You certainly deserve it. Ji Jinzhou shot her a sidelong glance. And you are aware of this.
I see.
However, uncle, should you strike him, it would be considered domestic violence. Others might misconstrue it as me striking him. No more hitting the face. Next time. Guanyu admonished with a serious expression. Domestic violence? Ji Tianlei raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this novel experience of being lectured by a younger generation. Yet, he surmised that his nephew had never regarded him as family. Ji Jinzhou, on the verge of losing his temper, whispered through clenched teeth, Guanyu, if you wish to court disaster, just say so. There's no need to invite trouble. Ji Tianlei nodded, a glimmer of amusement surfacing in his eyes. Is there anything else you require of Ji Jinzhou, uncle? If not, may I take him away? Guanyu inquired, blinking innocently. Her affectionate and charming calls for her second uncle gradually eased the simmering anger within Ji Tianlei.
It's all right now, you may leave, he said.
Chapter 34, My Aloof Male Deity. Ji Jinzhou let out a cold huff and turned to leave, but was playfully restrained by Guanyu. Second uncle, could you provide me with the address of Tianlei? One day, I shall visit and play with you and Jinzhou. You won't feel bored. Play? Ji Jinzhou scoffed, incredulous. You intend to visit their base to play with the boss? Did she truly understand that Tianlei was rooted in the underworld? Although it had transitioned to legitimate enterprises, including real estate and finance, its essence still lay in its dark origins. The place was a cauldron of chaos, filled with ruthless individuals who thrived on violence. For a girl to venture there was akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. Guanyu, however, paid him no mind. This was a pivotal step in her villainous endeavors. One must enter the tiger's den to seize the cub. Ji Tianlei shot a meaningful glance at Jean Rong, who immediately understood and produced a business card along with a vibrant green jade ring. Here is the address of Tianlei. You may have Jinzhou accompany you, but if you go alone, ensure you wear this ring. Do you understand? Before Ji Jinzhou could interject, Guanyu eagerly snatched the ring and placed it in her bag. Understood. Thank you, uncle. Guanyu. Ji Jinzhou frowned. Here we go again with the lecturing. We should be going, she whispered, indicating Ji Jinzhou's rear. A little playful smack can strengthen our bond. Ji Tianlei chuckled softly. Ji Jinzhou felt a prickle at his back and turned to question her. Where exactly? Your back. Guanyu urged, hurry, our good friends are waiting. Do you honestly believe I would fall for that? She seemed too cunning to be taken lightly. Believe it or not. Guanyu replied with a mischievous grin. Ji Tianlei watched their figures fade from view and raised an eyebrow, sighing, Jinzhou's wife is quite bold and unafraid. Jean Rong added with satisfaction, Jinzhou seems much livelier with her around. Once they had exited, Assistant Gu let out a long breath, generously giving Guanyu a thumbs up. Madam, you saved the day. Without you, Mr. Ji would surely have faced a severe beating from Lei. Ji Jinzhou interjected, what? Such an aloof male deity. Assistant Gu marveled at his retreating figure, incredulous. The duo continued their critique, noting the undeniable air of pretense. Indeed, what else with the facade? I find it utterly tiresome. As they walked together, their disparaging remarks abruptly ceased. The subject of their conversation leaned languidly against the corridor wall, his eyes coolly observing them. He stood in the shadow of the corner, his obscured visage strikingly handsome, as if the very light around him had brightened. Ahem. Assistant Gu attempted to cover up his earlier words. I was referring to this colleague, who is quite bothersome, right, madam? Indeed, I must not know this colleague of yours. Guanyu replied, forcing a grin. Of course you don't. Assistant Gu chuckled awkwardly. Stop pretending. Ji Jinzhou candidly pierced through the facade, a look of disdain creeping onto his face as he remarked on the folly of speaking ill of others without moving away. Did we mention your name explicitly?
No.
We did not. Yet, Guanyu stubbornly refused to concede, her defiance palpable. Ji Jinzhou sauntered leisurely towards them, more precisely, towards Guanyu. Assistant Gu, recognizing the clarity of his target, rendered himself nearly invisible as he made his way directly to the lady's employer, lamenting more than once that he ought to be beneath the car rather than inside it. Ji Jinzhao raised 2 fingers, executing a classic gesture to flick her forehead, a playful reprimand for her disparaging words. It was not just her who spoke ill, after all. Assistant Gu silently rejoiced at his employer's obliviousness towards him, for otherwise, the scene of Ji Jinzhao flicking his forehead would surely be quite charming, yet uncomfortably intimate. Ji Jinzhao's finger gently touched her forehead, and upon witnessing her eyes shut in terror, he could not help but emit a light chuckle, the sound delicate and airy, like a feather brushing against the heart, eliciting a soft tickle. What expression is that? The anticipated flick to her forehead did not materialize, and Guanyu slowly opened her eyes, only to find Ji Jinzhao adorned with a smile. He seemed to genuinely enjoy smiling. Assistant Gu, playing the role of the atmosphere creator, mused that it had been ages since he had seen the president smile in such a manner. Ji Jinzhao and Guanyu simultaneously turned their heads towards him. Assistant Gu weakly commented, "The assistant's manual states that this phrase is of utmost importance." Ji Jinzhao chose to ignore him, turning instead to Guanyu, extending his hand.
Give it to me. What?
The business card and the jade ring. Hand them over. Ji Jinzhao's expression remained impassive, clearly indicating that there was no room for negotiation. Since earlier, Guanyu had exhibited a keen interest in her second uncle, more excited than when she first encountered him. It was not difficult to surmise that soon she would seek out Ji Tianlei at Tianlei. "No, this was given to me by my uncle." Guanyu naturally refused, asserting that if he wanted it, he should procure it himself. Seeing that firmness yielded no results, Ji Jinzhao opted for a softer approach. Although his tone retained a hint of coldness, "It is perilous there. I would worry if you went alone." His detached manner of coaxing did not alert Guanyu to the fact that she was being soothed. Instead, she defiantly raised her chin. "If you are not at ease with me going alone, then accompany me. It is indeed quite dangerous." He sighed in resignation, questioning who Tianlei truly was. "Must you go?" Guanyu deftly changed the subject. "Ji Jinzhao, do you truly have no intentions of inheriting Tianlei, even if your uncle has no successors?" "He will not be without successors." Ji Jinzhao pondered thoughtfully, recognizing that the leaders of those factions were either exceptional young talents or brothers who had fought alongside him, each more suited to govern Tianlei than he. "Fine, if you refuse to give me the business card and ring, so be it." He acknowledged that Guanyu had never been one to heed his words. However, he insisted, "You must promise me not to go alone." Ji Jinzhao glanced at Assistant Gu. Assistant Gu gasped, "Are you suggesting we both go to our demise?" Ji Jinzhao, in a fit of anger, could only chuckle bitterly. "I am notifying you to contact me." "Understood," Assistant Gu replied. Guanyu nodded. "I understand as well." And his tone and steps momentarily faltered. "Thank you." Thanking her for braving danger to seek him out in the conference room. Chapter 35. Why Eat Fish? Could it be that this young mistress of the Ji family, suddenly displeased with her husband, took him outside for a beating? Hearing the whispers surrounding the topic of domestic violence, Guanyu's expression darkened. Who would suddenly find their husband intolerable and resort to such violence? How utterly unexpected. She wasn't suffering from bipolar disorder. Guanyu shot a resentful glare at Ji Jinzhao, who returned her gaze with an innocent look. "It's all your fault." Now in their eyes, "I am the one who drags people out for a beating at the slightest disagreement. Are you satisfied? Isn't this a good thing?"
Je oyens ho blinket.
This way, no one would dare to bully her. Guanyu pondered for a moment and realized there was some truth to that. The last family banquet had someone attempting to provoke her, but this time they wouldn't even meet her gaze and would hurriedly look away. Delightful. Xia Shuhui hurriedly navigated through the crowd, her face still radiant despite the passage of time, filled with shock and anger. "Show her your face." Ji Jinzhao awkwardly turned away, avoiding her concerned touch. "I bumped into something." Only he and his father were aware that Ji Tianlei was the owner behind Junyue Pavilion, and they were the only two maintaining contact with him. Xia Shui clearly did not believe him. "Bumped into something? How could you have bumped into it like this? Who did this to you?" Her words were framed as questions, yet the tone was assertive, with only one suspect in her mind. Guanyu, who stood beside them with a nonchalant expression. "Guanyu, you." Xia Shuhui could not suppress her indignation upon witnessing her son harmed. Her eyebrows furrowed as she prepared to confront her, but before she could speak, her son placed a hand on her shoulder, his relaxed eyelids betraying a casual demeanor as he lazily lifted his gaze. "No need to seek justice for me. I volunteered for it." Xia Shui found herself momentarily speechless. How had her son turned into such a love-struck fool? He had clearly inherited her traits. "Sister, I'm sitting next to you." Ji Buju waved from her right. "Sister, I'm over here with my brother-in-law." Ji Beidong popped up from behind Ji Jinzhao. One side had a sharp-tongued little sparrow, and the other had a chatty one. The noise was almost overwhelming. Ning Yuan freed himself from his father's grasp, darting to join the two. His small face was serious, yet there was a hint of anticipation as he earnestly inquired, "May I sit with you?" "Go sit with Uncle Gu." Ji Jinzhou pushed him toward Assistant Gu. Assistant Gu tenderly embraced the dispirited child, lamenting the weakness of the father, the cowardice of the mother, and the shattered state of the child. How pitiful! The second and third young masters of the Ji family have arrived. Someone announced, and the door swung open. Ji Xingde stood with Ji Lingheng and Pei Li on his left, while Li Tingnan and Jiang Xuan occupied his right, the scene seemingly harmonious. Yet Xia Shuhui's expression turned icy. "Dad, let me support you." Pei Li's demeanor was impeccable, neither servile nor arrogant, graceful and poised, exhibiting warmth and filial piety. The old master of the Ji family is fortunate to have such dutiful children and spouses by his side. He shall surely enjoy the blessings in the future, someone remarked. Ji Xingde smiled broadly, his teeth visible, yet his eyes concealed. "Thank you all for your kind words." They were enveloped in a warm camaraderie, yet in the corner. Ji Jinzhou and Guanyu attracted sympathetic glances. While others celebrated familial reunions, this illustrious couple languished in the shadows. However, those casting their gazes soon observed that the couple appeared unfazed, sitting comfortably while flaunting their nonchalance, indifferent to the people and the scrutiny surrounding them. Ji Jinzhou remarked, "Why eat fish?" "I haven't eaten any," he retorted coolly. "I asked you why you eat fish." "I truly haven't," he insisted with emphasis. "Why do you eat fish?" Guanyu, flustered, replied, "I haven't eaten." "Is the fish a relative of yours? Or did it complain to you?" Ji Jinzhou offered her a piece of dried fish. "I meant the deep-sea fish from Junyo Pavilion. Quite delightful. Would you care for some?" The onlookers interjected, "I ask you." While others engage in palace intrigues and power struggles. "What are you doing?" "Discussing the consumption of fish." The scene shifted to the initial confrontation between the male and female leads, alongside their respective counterparts. Guanyu, not one to miss such a rare spectacle of divine rivalry, eagerly procured a plate of sunflower seeds. A couple and a pair of lovers, the men being good friends, should have created a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, upon seeing Li Tingnan and his companion, Pei Li felt her smile morph into a gentle blade, an inexplicable tension brewing. "Second brother. Suan, I didn't expect you to be here amidst those close to the Ji family." Her words subtly hinted at the adoptive son's distant ties to the Ji family.
Pei Li.
Ji Lingheng furiously grasped Pei Li's wrist, exerting considerable force without restraint. When he finally released her, the glaring bruise formed by his grip caught the attention of Guanyu and others. "How can Cousin 3 treat a girl so roughly?" Ji Baitong pouted in dissatisfaction. "Not gentlemanly at all. Why does no one realize they possess 2 hands?" Guanyu sighed in frustration. "Sister, what does having 2 hands have to do with this? Cousin 3's grip is evidently strong, and Cousin 3's wife cannot escape it either. Experience begets wisdom." Guanyu placed her left hand on the table, inviting assistance. With Ji Jinzhou between them, the endeavor proved cumbersome, prompting Ji Baitong to beseech Ji Jinzhou, brother-in-law, "Lend a hand." Reluctantly, Ji Jinzhou grasped Guanyu's wrist, "Be careful." The exercise proved tedious, yet Ji Baitong watched with eager anticipation. A surprise attack ensued as Guanyu suddenly extended her other hand, lightly tapping Ji Jinzhao's face with her fingertips. The impact was minimal yet resonant. "Is this how you wish to slap him?" Ji Jinzhou turned his head, gazing at her with reproach. "Are you satisfied now that you've seen your brother receive a slap?" Ji Baitong sheepishly stuck out his tongue. Pei Li, wincing from the pain in her wrist, quickly masked her expression, forcing a strained smile. "I misspoke. If we can come, then second brother and the others can too." Ji Lingheng regarded her with an enigmatic expression, then smiled. "Pei Li, you're quite remarkable." While others might overlook it, he, her confidant, recognized her true intentions. Pei Li harbored disdain for both the adoptive son, Li Tingnan, and the illegitimate child, concealing her tumultuous emotions as she rubbed her wrist. To her, anyone who poses a threat to Ji Jinzhou is someone she despises. Thus, Pei Li cannot deny her animosity towards the couple, Li Tingnan and his wife. Chapter 36, A Chaotic Mess, Best Served Hot. Jiang Xuan possesses a gentle disposition. Yet that does not imply she is easily bullied. Despite any lack of intelligence, she discerned that Pei Li was disparaging Li Tingnan by referencing his identity as the adopted son, which incited her irritation. Isn't Tingnan also a member of the Ji family? Why can't he be here? Detected system task, a quarrel between the female antagonist and the female protagonist. As the villain, One must create chaos and exploit the situation to intensify their conflict. Task reward: 10 villain points. Guanyu leisurely grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds. Her voice casually drifting into their ears. Isn't there really no difference between takeout and leftovers? Ji Beidong, intrigued, inquired, Sister, why mention takeout and leftovers? Guanyu raised her gaze, her brows arching, her voice soft yet laced with provocation, her striking beauty revealing an inherent wickedness. One is an imposition, and the other is a delivery service. Jiang Suan's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. She had hoped that after spending several days together, her relationship with her sister had improved. Alas, she realized that Guanyu remained the same unsympathetic figure, high and mighty. Similarly, Li Tingnan, along with Ji Lingheng and Ji Xingde, wore equally displeased expressions after being publicly ridiculed. Yet, Xia Shuhui cast a few more glances in her direction. Disappointment flooded Jiang Suan's heart. Sister, how could you say such a thing? I am your sister. Surely, Tingnan counts as family too? Guanyu remained unyielding. My husband is the legitimate firstborn. Believe it or not, he could easily sell you all off. Coughing lightly, Guanyu maintained her smile, subtly leaning closer to Ji Jinzhao, whispering in a tone only they could hear, if they decide to strike me, do help me block it. Ji Jinzhao smirked, I thought you weren't afraid. I am terrified. I detest being psychologically and verbally tormented, yet physical assault terrifies me even more. Ji Jinzhao scoffed, you certainly have a way with words. Enough of this ruckus. Do we really want to create such a spectacle? Ji Xingde, concerned about his reputation, felt discontent as his 3 daughters-in-law quarreled so openly, his expression darkening like spilled ink. Addressing his beloved granddaughter-in-law, he softened his tone. Xiaoyu, please do not exacerbate the situation further. Li Ting then pulled Jiang Suan closer while Ji Lingheng took hold of Pei Li, the two pairs settling down. Ji Jinzhao tugged at the corners of his lips, his expression sharp and indifferent. You certainly know how to stir trouble. It's all a complete mess now. Then let us enjoy it while it's hot. Guanyu replied earnestly, patting his shoulder. Listen, I don't seek trouble. I merely fear it, which is why I refrain from instigating. Ji Jinzhao responded. How can someone articulate cowardice so brazenly? A gaze from diagonally opposite them landed on Pei Li, who quietly observed in the corner. She watched them laugh and converse. And in that moment, Ji Lingheng's smile deepened. Pei Li, your heart must ache, doesn't it? Just now, you charged into battle for him. Yet did he ever cast a glance your way? Even after forsaking Suan, he still preferred to direct his gaze towards a woman devoid of intellect, frivolous and boorish, rather than you. Is it not disheartening? Pei Li clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, drawing blood without her even noticing. Guanyu sneezed twice in succession, rubbing her reddened nose, a gut feeling telling her that someone was disparaging her. The most likely culprit present was the contemptible Ji Lingheng. Guanyu promptly took action, questioning, Ji Lingheng, was it you who insulted me again? Ji Lingheng. System message. Host has perfectly completed the task. 10 evil woman points have been credited. As dishes gradually began to arrive, Guanyu, clinging to the last vestiges of her humanity, attended to the little ones who could not reach the food. Would you like some fish? Don't you want it, Ji Buju? What about the vegetables? Ji Buju shook his head again. Meat? He vehemently shook his head, once more. Guanyu, losing her patience, shot him a sidelong glance. Devoid of any inclination to coax the child, eat up, or I shall force it down your throat. Ji Buju's little face scrunched up in protest, sister-in-law. Your words are more vulgar than ours. Hurry and eat. Guanyu continually used serving chopsticks to pile food onto his plate, silencing him with morsels. Ji Buju dared not be picky in front of Guanyu, for he feared she would truly act on her threats. While others might jest, she was capable of such actions. He scrunched his nose in distaste, reluctantly consuming the food. At that moment, a tall figure, weary from travel, descended beside him, enveloping his small frame in a protective shadow, imparting a sense of security rather than oppression. Third uncle. Ji Jinzhao politely greeted the newcomer, and Guanyu followed suit. One must admit, the genetics of the Ji family are truly remarkable, despite the 3 brothers having entered middle age. One can still glimpse the allure of their youth in their features. Among the trio, Ji Tianlei's appearance and demeanor are the most distinguished, rivaling even the young men of today, and perhaps enhanced by his mature charisma. Ji Xingwang nodded cheerfully, being the most amiable among the 3 brothers. The eldest was serious, the second indifferent, while he was the only one who always wore a smile. Strange, isn't Xiaozhu the most afraid of you? How come he gets along so well with you two? Ji Xingwang exclaimed in surprise. Dad, We're good friends now, Ji Buju declared, sitting up straight. His father's reassuring hand rested on his son's head. Xiaozhu, you didn't bully any little friends today, did you? No, Ji Buju replied, slowly munching on shredded potatoes like a rabbit nibbling on grass, taking comfort in the fact. Today, I was the one who got beaten by the little friends. Ji Xingwang shook his head in exasperation, watching his son eat with a nostalgic expression. It seems that none of us in the Ji family possess the gene for fighting. Except for your uncle Tianlei, none can compete with him. Tianlei uncle? Ji Buju asked curiously, looking up. Ji Beidong interjected, seeking attention from his father, huffing dramatically, turning his face aside with a pout. Ji Xingwang laughed. Little miss, I have already agreed to let you into the company. Are you still not happy? Ji Beidong pouted, reluctantly forgiving you. Oh, you little girl, he sighed helplessly. Xiaozhu, when did you develop a fondness for ginger? Ji Xing watched him diligently munching on shredded ginger, feeling perplexed as he ruffled his hair.
What?
Guanyu exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't this shredded potato? It's pickled ginger, he replied. Guanyu,
Yibuzhu.
who had already taken several bites, rested his head on the table, feigning death, seemingly devoid of hope. Sister-in-law, you have wronged me. I told you so. If such an unpalatable ingredient as potato could be made into this, I would suggest executing the chef. Ji Xing, aware of the situation, found the irony amusing. Xiaozhu is quite picky. Managing to get him to eat ginger is no small feat, you will understand when you reach my age. Young Ji Xiaozhu sighed deeply, stating that consuming it through his mouth is far better than the other end. Better to have a spicy mouth than a spicy backside. Yixink? Guanyu chuckled awkwardly. The child is naive. Just joking. Ji Jinzhou, reveling in the mischief, remarked on the poor upbringing of the child. Looks like a disaster. This is none of your business, mind your own. Guanyu shot him a glare. Ji Jinzhou nodded thoughtfully, appearing to take delight in teasing her, with a serious expression. Don't bully my little brother. Guanyu rolled her eyes. Bullying you would be quite easy. Ji Jinzhou suddenly chuckled lightly, his tone gentle, akin to a leaf softly descending upon the water surface, creating the slightest ripple. Are you anxious? You're talking nonsense. Who is anxious? Who asked? Are you anxious? Young Ji Buju couldn't bear to look. How could any adult wear their emotions so plainly? Just now, she had humiliated Ji Jinzhou. Yet he not only remained unperturbed, but appeared in rather good spirits, which puzzled Guanyu. Don't you find me detestable? As a villain, being disliked is a form of validation. We are equally matched, he said, and what about you? Do you not find me detestable? This was a form of acknowledgement towards him. She distinctly noticed Ji Jinzhou's smile freeze for a moment before drooping down, his expression blank, coldly uttering an Ji Jinzhou ignored her, and Guanyu, feeling bored, recalled the system mall she had yet to explore. The tasks she completed, along with the system's various rewards, amounted to exactly 200 points. System. Does Xiaoguan have any requests? Open the system mall, let me take a look. System message. Activating mall. Verifying qualifications, completing login, loading content. The system mall is now open for you. Small purchases bring joy, large purchases can be harmful, and excessive purchases lead to ruin, dear. Would you authorize a shake to redirect you to any feature? This thing can also shake to redirect? Guanyu decisively chose not to authorize. In an instant, the virtual electronic screen expanded several times, almost forming an immersive virtual display surrounding her, shifting with her thoughts. A list of tasks continuously refreshed, pouring drugs into cups for more than 3 people. Competing for inheritance. Satirizing the female lead. Designing a situation for the female lead, to let her replace the female lead. Eliminate the female lead's informants. This is the task leaderboard. In addition, there exists a product sales ranking and a mall categorization, along with certain areas that are grayed out and non-clickable due to being inactive. The merchandise within the mall encompasses a multitude of classifications, ranging from large machinery to powdered pills, with a diverse array of products available. When Guanyu clicks into the details page of the top-selling product, she discovers an expensive powder. Its name, Scoundrel Powder, Bone Shatter. The detailed description reads, Are you still worried about the scoundrel who roams around your home? Scoundrel medicine. Feared even by scoundrels themselves. The more scoundrel-like, the quicker they perish. Take it slowly, and you shall see them die. Take it, and their entire family will meet their end. By now, for early purchase leads to early demise. Early purchase leads to rebirth. Price, $298 per pack. $19.98 for a full treatment course. Consuming 12 full courses guarantees death. So expensive. Guanyu winced. After toiling for several days, she could not even afford a pack of powder. Cherish life. Stay away from scoundrels. There is also a buyer showcase in the comment section. The Empress Cultivation System. One emperor falls, and I remain the only immortal phoenix. Ha ha ha, how delightful. This signifies that she can communicate and connect with many hosts like herself. Scrolling down through the comments of this buyer showcase, there is one from a user named Scoundrel Slaying System. Teacher, could you expand the column? The Empress firmly declines. No. All my partners are scoundrels. You cannot slay them. The Anti-Feudalism System. Teacher, could you provide a historical address? The Empress, upon noticing her name, becomes alert. What do you intend to do? The second product is a prank potion, with a cover featuring two models entirely covered in green, accompanied by the bold text. Green. Very green. Its name, Good Intentions Turn to Liver and Lung. The detailed introduction reads, green face, green hands, green liver and lungs. Everything can turn green. How green it is. Price, $79. 7 diamonds, diamonds, diamonds. Accidentally spilled it. Now I'm covered in green. Indeed, very green. The Wicked Stepmother Cultivation System. I gave it to the children at home, and they particularly liked it. 2 out of 3 children starved, telling them that eating outside food would make them increasingly green. They didn't believe me until I started adding more to my stir-fry. And now they are becoming more obedient. The variety of products is dazzling, and Guanyu clicks through to examine the comments section, mustering her meager steadfast will and limited balance to resist the urge to splurge. There are also some peculiar little items, utterly useless, purely money traps. Armpit hair cream serves no purpose, but darkens armpit hair. All-seeing eye eyeshadow serves no purpose, yet is shiny, etc. Beyond the means of purchasing products and accepting tasks, the system mall also hosts a forum entrance, filled with posts where hosts share experiences and exchanges. Among the most popular threads is an anonymous post titled, What should I do if I anger my task target? Guanyu cannot help but click in. The original poster's task is to win over a cold school heartthrob after over 3 months of effort. Their affection level has not increased at all. Furthermore, the original poster is a very caring young girl who couldn't help but share some of her excess affection with a handsome academic. When she was caught secretly holding hands with him by the heartthrob, it seems he became angry. What should she do?
1.
The system of avenging against scoundrels. Is it not time to change one's approach to the task at hand? 2. Anonymous user. If you are upset, why not purchase a gift to express your apology? 3. The enchanting charisma system. The campus heartthrob is undoubtedly smitten with the main character, albeit unbeknownst to himself.
4.
The enchanting charisma system. I dare you to confess your feelings and see what unfolds. Anonymous user 345. Have you taken a moment to observe their username? I picked up your red nose when it fell. Guanyu, what a thoroughly amusing farce this has turned out to be. Yet, one of the comments does carry a semblance of truth. Should she indeed present a gift to the formidable one? Chapter 37. What commotion is this? Guanyu meticulously sifted through her options and ultimately selected a delightful treasure that was both affordable and newly released. Its exterior was unpretentious, featuring a slender, simple band that lacked any substantial texture, with a hue resembling neither silver nor gold, but rather a blend of plastic and aluminum. The most notable aspect was its affordability. For a mere 20 points, it could instantaneously gauge the emotional fluctuations of the wearer, including but not limited to anger, rage, joy, and the innovative secondary function of darkening value. The product description read, Are you still troubled by your inability to fathom the heart of your beloved? Do you find yourself perplexed by their inexplicable emotional outbursts? Our latest ring, crafted from premium materials and utilizing electronic applications of cerebral vascular technology, is designed to eliminate the guesswork regarding the thoughts of others. Guanyu made her decision without hesitation. The ring was so slender that upon its arrival, she nearly overlooked it in her bag. Ji Jinzhao, extend your hand. He glanced at the documents, thought little of it, and extended his hand, allowing a cool yet slightly sharp object to slip onto his ring finger. Ji Jinzhao froze. What was this woman thinking? Was she gifting him a ring? Was this a proposal in front of so many witnesses? Budget constraints. I hope you won't mind, Guanyu said, her brows arched in satisfaction. Ji Jinzhao held up his ring finger, silent. Where did you find this scrap of a pull tab? The budget truly seemed meager. Guanyu clicked her tongue. Do you not have any manners when you speak? One must look beyond its humble exterior to appreciate its resplendent heart. He regarded it intently, for a full minute. Well, can you not sense even a hint of joy radiating from within? Ji Jinzhao hesitated and shook his head. It simply looked like a discarded pull tab. Do you like it? She gazed at him expectantly, keenly observing the subtle shifts in his expression, though regrettably, the stoic demeanor of a domineering CEO revealed nothing.
Je oyens hou mumblet avec affirmation.
Then you are not upset, are you? Do you care whether I am upset? Ji Jinzhao turned his face, lowering his gaze to hers. He pressed his lips together, his tone ambiguous. Did you pick this up to give to me because I was angry? A pull tab is just a pull tab. But it is the thought that counts. I did not pick it up. How rude. Guanyu insisted. I bought it. It was purchased. Suddenly, Ji Jinzhao smiled, his eyes sparkling like stars, his dimple shallow. He had smiled at her many times before, yet never once like this, so openly expressive, unencumbered by any considerations, simply being himself. Suddenly, Guanyu fell silent. Although it appeared she had been deceived by them all and had not truly heard any heartfelt sentiments, she seemed quite pleased nonetheless. Never mind. As their gazes intertwined, it was as if they had inadvertently struck upon each other's sense of humor, prompting them to turn their heads and laugh uncontrollably. In a shadowy corner, two pairs of eyes were discreetly observing them. Ji Lingheng, lounging nonchalantly beside Li Tingnan, curiously inquired, "What are those two simpletons laughing about?" He could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief, bemused by the sight of Ji Jinzu smiling for the first time, his expression oddly lecherous.
Li Tingnan,
Absorbed in peeling shrimp, placed the translucent, sweet morsels in a separate bowl and, with a mature demeanor, reminded Ji Lingheng, after all, he is our elder brother. Be more courteous in your speech and refrain from being confrontational when we meet. You don't know Tingnan. His wife is quite formidable, Ji Lingheng exaggeratedly declared. Pei Li and together surely cannot contend with her. Li Tingnan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had little interaction with this nominal sister-in-law. The last time they met, she did not seem to possess any ulterior motives and even assisted in matchmaking between him and Anan. Is she deeply scheming? Not at all. Ji Lingheng gravely shook his head. Her physical prowess is exceptionally high. So it was not a matter of mental manipulation, but rather physical confrontation. Guanyu's furious outburst had triggered a surge of viral attention. Some condemned her for troubling celebrities and workers alike, while others indeed uncovered the points of contention against her. Amidst the cacophony of praise and blame, she had undeniably become a sensation, as the ripple effect propelled the variety show to the top of the popularity charts. This brought a wide grin to the director's face, prompting him to have his staff work overtime to meticulously plan the next live broadcast. Ji Lingheng, with a carefree smile, tossed a peanut into his mouth. Even Ji Jinza got slapped, and after that, they all attended a family banquet together. Don't you think Ji Jinzu is a natural masochist? Haven't you seen it? But you must know, he's the one and has been dating daily since childhood. I heard they went to a flower shop on their date. Li Tingnan paused, his voice low as he remarked, Lingheng, are you being foolish? His girlfriend is having a spat with her rumored boyfriend, and he feels compelled to share every detail with me, his legitimate partner. What does he think? Ji Lingheng replied, isn't he merely trying to offer a reminder? Suddenly, he recalled something. Have you managed to uncover any information about the powers behind Tianlei? No, Li Tingnan replied, his gaze obscured as he shook his head, his movements instinctively growing more forceful. Their information is too well protected. Our forces cannot penetrate it. If we wish to expand our power and absorb other organizations, we must leverage the strength of a significant force. Ji Lingheng pondered thoughtfully. We must select a force that is both immensely powerful and poses no threat to us, which only leaves the old force, Tianlei, that is attempting to cleanse its reputation. I will investigate further, he assured. Let us not dwell on this for now. Ji Lingheng straightened up, glancing at the empty seat beside Li Tingnan. Are you still at odds with Anan? You are to be wed soon. Ji Lingheng understood without needing further explanation who she was. He cast his gaze once more towards the couple, who appeared to be engaged in some trivial conversation. Their laughter seemingly devoid of value. It is often said that the laughter of the wealthy differs from that of the poor, and indeed, it is a stark contrast. Would a poor person laugh like a fool over a mere glance? The data transmitted by the ring unfolded in Guanyu's mind, and true to form, she remained as composed as a villain facing the collapse of Mount Tai, with all metrics remaining flat and unremarkable. However, the degree of malevolence had barely surpassed the halfway mark. Her expression was one of incredulity. Ji Jinji, how can you be so disgraceful? As a villain, this is utterly shameful. The corners of Ji Jinji's mouth quickly fell, his expression shifting as he quipped. Why not perform Peking opera with that speed of yours in changing faces? Just a moment ago, he had been sharing laughter with her, and now she deemed him embarrassing. Does his smile detract from the city's aesthetic? Chapter 38. Shall I peel it for you as well? Villains these days seem to have forsaken their duties. So she shall take it upon herself to become the ultimate antagonist. I shall diligently inherit the villain's wealth, assets, ambitions, enterprises, underlings, and company. Guanyu fervently wished aloud, softly muttering to herself, but she wished to forego the plummeting fortune and the fate of imprisonment. What nonsense am I mumbling? Ji Jinji. Guanyu suddenly spoke with solemnity, causing Ji Jinji's expression to grow serious as well. Could you give me the money you do not want? Money I don't want? Ji Jinji nearly doubted his own hearing. Did you not cheat them out of quite a bit last time? Where is your money? My money is useful.
Retorted.
Your money is useful but cannot be spent, while my money is useless and must be given to you. He sighed. If I take your words seriously again, I shall consider myself a fool. Guanyu countered. So you are not one? Ji Jinji laughed in anger. Suddenly, Guanyu's gaze turned towards the entrance. Jiang Xuan walked past her with reddened eyes, clutching her pearl handbag tightly, seemingly lost in thought and entirely oblivious to the others. As she made her way towards Li Tingnan, Guanyu followed her with her eyes until she took her seat, puzzled. Had this couple quarreled again? What could possibly be the cause this time? Ji Jinji glanced at her. How do you know? I don't know, just a thought, Guanyu replied candidly. You certainly have an imaginative mind. The male lead surveyed the empty room, reminiscing about the playful moments shared with the female lead. Every piece of furniture was handpicked by the two of them. It was painful, unbearably so. Perhaps it was. Guanyu sighed in frustration. The uncertainty of a long-term romance was disheartening. After years of running alongside him, only to discover that someone awaited him at the finish line. How disheartening. Those years felt wasted. Relinquishing the prize was less painful than losing at the starting line. At least it spared one the effort of running. Sounds like you speak from experience? Indeed, while their long-distance love is a duet, yours resembles a 5-person, 3-legged race. Do you wish to know my experience? Guanyu shot him a sidelong glance. You weren't overtaken by all the girls in class while running the 800 meters, were you? The most excruciating aspect of the 800-meter physical test is the initial burst of energy, believing one can create a substantial gap from those behind, only to falter in the second lap, helplessly watching one competitor after another overtake. It would have been preferable to simply lie down at the starting line and jog leisurely. Given the circumstances, even if the two had already quarreled, it would hardly be excessive for her to add fuel to the fire. If it were considered excessive, that would only compel her further. Jiang Xuan had spent an entire night caring for the feverish Li Tingnan without a moment of rest, and the following morning, when an urgent matter called her away, she found herself at a disadvantage. This was utterly unreasonable. This time, she resolved not to indulge the white moonlight any longer. The system unexpectedly remarked, Xiaoguan, you possess quite a sense of justice. Guanyu, with an air of righteousness, replied, as a villain. There are things one must do and things one must refrain from. Will this not affect your mission? It will not, Guanyu asserted confidently. For I shall take matters into my own hands. Are you implying that you intend to personally teach the white moonlight a lesson? The system's voice brimmed with surprise and admiration. This way, you not only instruct her but also gain villain points? How clever. It's not that complicated. What I mean is, I shall handle the matter of claiming credit. Such an outrageous act could not be allowed to be executed by that white moonlight herself.
Huh?
I plan to have someone lie in wait at the male lead's company and at the entrance of his villa, ready to splash water on him, causing him to fall ill multiple times, while the female lead and the white moonlight take turns caring for him, allowing me to repeatedly claim credit.
Huh?
I shall also have someone predict his fortune, stating that the next time he is splashed with water, he will encounter a beautiful woman clad in red, his destined benefactor, who will slap him and then receive $1 million. Neither the female lead nor the white moonlight favors red. On that day, I shall simply pass by in a red dress.
Huh?
A slap and $1 million? The villain system had witnessed numerous hosts, some attempting to seduce the male lead, others plotting to assassinate him, some admiring him, and yet others betraying him, but none had resorted to repeatedly tormenting the male lead to accumulate points. It appeared this was what she meant by a villain having both purpose and restraint. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan sat beside Li Tingnan, her eyes glistening with tears.
Li Tingnan,
with a stoic expression, silently pushed a plate of peeled shrimp toward her, delicately wiping his fingertips with a tissue. As she wept quietly, crystalline tears cascaded down her flushed cheeks. With each shrimp she consumed, a drop of tear fell onto the table. After finishing, she resolved to leave him behind. The two sat in a stony silence reminiscent of a melodramatic scene, and Guanyu watched intently, casually taking a kernel of sunflower seed peeled by Ji Jinzhao. She munched on it while expressing disdain. TSK, while others are peeling shrimp, you're peeling sunflower seeds. Where's your sense of propriety? One day, your oversized teeth will suffer a chip, and then you'll be humbled. How can a grand CEO have a chipped smile? Ji Jinzhao finally managed to squeeze out a response. Furthermore, he did not crack the sunflower seeds with his teeth. He used his hands, ensuring his teeth remained intact. It's all right. I don't particularly enjoy shrimp, Guanyu reassured absent-mindedly. You clearly care a great deal.
Retorted.
Li Tingnan suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back, an all-too-familiar sensation that instantly alerted him to the source of the malicious gaze. He raised his eyes and found himself locking gazes with Ji Jinzhao, whose resentful eyes bore a hint of reproach and a touch of grievance. Ji Jinzhao, feeling aggrieved towards him, an involuntary shiver ran down Li Tingnan's spine. Repulsed by his own thoughts, Ji Jinzhao fixed his gaze on him with intensity, then lowered his head to type furiously on his phone, sending a barrage of messages that soon flooded in. Why did you eat all the shrimp?
Why?
Why did you peel them all? What is your intention? Why engage in such divisive behavior? Li Tingnan was taken aback. Was he out of his mind? The messages quickly followed. So I don't like eating them? After a moment's hesitation, Li Tingnan replied, should I peel them for you? This prompted Ji Jinzhao to respond with silence. The two men stared at the chat logs, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea directed at each other and themselves. In unison, they blocked and deleted each other as contacts, opting for a clean slate. Chapter 39. Fan Duo New Users. Guanyu mumbled to herself, unable to hear what was being said from such a distance. Hold the bowl properly. After contemplating, she opted for the simplest approach, lifting Guanyu with a single motion, holding a bowl in one hand while urging Guanyu to carry her own, with the other elbow hooked around Guanyu's pearl handbag, making their way towards Li Tingnan. Ji Buju watched in envy as his beautiful sister-in-law departed, promptly lifting his own bowl with both hands and trotting after them. Ji Jinzhao placed Guanyu next to Li Tingnan and took a seat beside her, while Ji Buju clambered into the adjacent spot. This should be close enough. How could he be such a considerate husband? Ji Jinzhao encouraged Guanyu, who was still in shock, holding her bowl. Li Tingnan coldly reprimanded, Ji Jinzhao, what do you think you are doing? This seat is clearly reserved for Li Tingnan. He scoffed, if you can sit, does that mean we cannot? Suit yourself. Li Tingnan averted his gaze, his expression darkening. He shot a glance at Guanyu, then turned back to Li Tingnan with a serious demeanor. I'm here to warn you, and it is my sister, and I will not allow you to bully her. Li Tingnan narrowed his eyes, their gazes clashing in the air. He could only discern a hint of amusement and a sense of contemplation in Ji Jinzhao's languid eyes, devoid of any ambition to vie for Jiangshuan. In fact, Ji Jinzhao was reveling in his own cleverness, pleased with his quick-witted repartee. Li Tingnan, Bujlat, diverted his gaze. Has Ji Jinzhao gone mad today? He continued to peel shrimp for Jiangshuan, noticing the plate nearing emptiness. Assuming it was due to Jiangshuan's preference, he ordered another platter and hastened his peeling. Jiangshuan, finding the shrimp tasteless, planned to leave once she finished, having merely grazed the surface of the abundant platter. She quickened her pace, matching Li Tingnan's newfound speed in peeling. As she heard Li Tingnan instructing for another plate of shrimp, a surge of uncontrollable emotion stirred within her, prompting her to question her own desires. Did she truly wish to part ways with him? Jiang Suan gazed at the plate brimming with peeled shrimp, redirecting her focus. If the plate remained full before the dishes were served, she would forgive Li Tingnan. I'll help you eat, Guanyu volunteered. Jiang Suan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, looked up at her in bewilderment. Huh, don't mention it. We are sisters, Guanyu replied, unceremoniously picking up a pair of chopsticks to dip a piece of shrimp into a bowl of plain water, an act of avoidance. As she too found the shrimp peeled by another somewhat distasteful, Li Tingnan remarked, if you find it distasteful, then don't eat. Ji Jinzhu, unwilling to be outdone, took a hefty portion and followed suit. I'm just being cautious too. He chuckled, hope you don't mind? Li Tingnan shot him a cold glance, saying nothing. Such brazen personalities often led lives of greater comfort. Despite Li Tingnan's swift peeling, it paled in comparison to the three fervently eating individuals. And soon the plate was nearly empty. That was close. She almost forgave Li Tingnan. Jiang Suan hastily wiped away a tear, grabbing her bag to leave, only to have her wrist suddenly seized. Li Tingnan, with deliberate slowness, picked up a handkerchief to wipe his fingertips, instructing someone to clear the remnants before him. Even his mundane actions exuded an aesthetic charm. He did not shift his gaze, merely lowering his eyes slightly, his voice calm yet imposing, in front of all these people. Unwilling to create a scene and appear foolish, Jiang Suan whispered angrily. Li Tingnan remained impassive, seemingly grappling with his thoughts, yet he coolly uttered a few words. Sit down. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you'll see your grandmother. Jiang Suan's eyes widened in disbelief. You're using my grandmother to threaten me. Li Tingnan, you scoundrel. Guanyu discreetly wiped away the saliva that had splattered onto her face, finding herself in close proximity to the unfolding drama. Reminiscent of her school days sitting in the front row. In the original narrative, after Jiang Suan went missing, she was taken in by a family that treated her poorly, with only her grandmother showing her kindness, supporting her education by collecting firewood. Now, the plot had evolved into a misunderstanding between Li Tingnan and Jiang Suan, who had come to realize that he still harbored feelings for his first love, leaving her heartbroken and desiring to leave him. Yet, Li Tingnan refused to let go, even resorting to using his ailing grandmother as leverage, effectively imprisoning her and deepening the rift between them, paving the way for her eventual escape. All the pieces align. Guanyu nodded in satisfaction. Stop eating. Aren't you supposed to be the hero saving the damsel? She softly urged. Ji Jinju paused for a moment. Me? Yes, you. Guanyu had her own agenda, pushing him further. Can't you see she's reluctant?
Go.
But I'm not full yet, he protested slowly. Rescue her first. Then eat. Hurry. All right then. He carelessly pushed aside the cutlery, the chopsticks landing on the rotating tray with a crisp sound. Although the noise was minimal, it successfully captured the attention of the two individuals caught in a standoff. He lazily lifted his gaze, his bright eyes flashing coldly, like a fleeting gleam of ice. Li Tingnan, making things difficult for a girl does not reflect well on a man. This matter concerns me and Anan. Li Tingnan emphasized his words. Sister-in-law is still present. Aren't you overly concerned for my fiancé? Won't sister-in-law feel jealous? Wouldn't you agree, brother? The last two words he nearly spat out through clenched teeth. Brother, you are fickle. Anyone is fair game. Ji Jinzhao interjected. Wasn't it you who urged me to save her? And you, on what basis do you scold my husband? She retaliated with a light slap to Li Tingnan. You, Li Tingnan exclaimed. Ji Jinzhao gently touched her cheek. Your sister-in-law has a few quirks. As a younger brother, you should be able to tolerate them, right? Li Tingnan was reluctant to press the matter further. However, Guanyu was remarkably fair. Each had delivered a slap. And with both parties at an impasse, he felt it inappropriate to speak up. Amidst the chaos, she had managed to profit from the turmoil. Though it was only 30 points, even a fly's leg is still meat. Li Tingnan leisurely licked his lips, mechanically repeating, behave, and then sit down. Xiaoyu, clad in a white suit, appeared as a dashing knight from a fairy tale, descending to rescue the princess. Jiang Suan, upon seeing her childhood friend, felt her already reddened eyes swell further, resembling a frightened rabbit seeking refuge behind him, yet her wrist remained firmly grasped by the owner of a hand radiating a fervent, predatory aura. She looked to Xiaoyu for help. Xiaoyu, adorned with a warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, gradually pried Li Tingnan's hand away. After a brief struggle, he was unsuccessful. Guanyu could not suppress a chuckle. Li Tingnan's grip is akin to a crab's claw, with a strength comparable to that of a crocodile.
Ye oyens how?
Hearing her jest, also burst into laughter. Xiaoyu and Li Tingnan simultaneously turned their heads, silent and speechless. If you too wish to laugh, could you at least do so from a distance? Preferably where we cannot hear you. Apologies, comrades, Guanyu replied, her smile fading into seriousness. Please continue. We shall refrain from laughing. She felt a twinge of regret. If only he had arrived a moment sooner, she could have delivered another slap. Shouldn't the choice be left to an Mr. Li? Xiaoyu asserted with quiet confidence, maintaining his composure despite his little family being overshadowed by the Ji family. Li Tingnan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Suan. This silence signified acquiescence. Jiang Suan bit her lip, her eyes abruptly reddening once more. I choose Xiaoyu. She uttered the words as if expending all her strength, feeling utterly drained afterward. Xiaoyu's eyes instantly brightened, while Li Tingnan's dimmed. Xiaoyu removed his suit jacket and draped it over Jiang Suan, striding away with her in a manner akin to a victor, all while under Li Tingnan's intense, almost lethal gaze. Guanyu watched their retreating figures, disdainful. Now that is a hero saving a damsel. You merely talk the talk. Ji Jinzhao remarked, but usually, he only talks about saving others. What can Li Tingnan do if he refuses to listen? Chapter 40. Brother Tingnan needs a little stirring. The protagonist has departed, leaving only the male lead and the onlookers on stage. In the final scene, the male lead remains expressionless, continuing to cut his steak into small pieces. Happy breakup. Wish you happiness. You can find someone better. Li Tingnan. Where did that come from? Whose ringtone is that? Is it yours, Ji Jinzu? It's time for you too. I'm sorry. It's Xiaobao's. Ji Buju shyly revealed his smartwatch, swiping left to end the call. Has Brother Tingnan been dumped by his girlfriend? A curious, innocent voice inquired, loud enough to draw Li Tingnan's attention. Guanyu suppressed a laugh, yes. Why was Brother Tingnan dumped? Ji Jinzu, relishing the drama, chimed in. Because Ji Buju can't help but stir up trouble. He's trying to balance two boats. So that's how it is, Ji Buju pondered, nodding thoughtfully. No wonder Brother Tingnan has that puppy-like aura. The three of them openly teased him. And Li Tingnan could not ignore it, his movements with the knife and fork becoming distracted. What does puppy-like aura mean? Ji Jinzu asked. The teacher said it refers to a single dog, Li Tingnan retorted, which kindergarten teaches this. Stop talking and eat your meal, Guanyu urged, continuously serving Ji Buju. Fearing he might find time to annoy her if she paused for even a moment. Ji Buju chewed laboriously, feeling touched by his sister-in-law's kindness. Is that good? Then you should eat more. Half an hour later, the noisy dining table had seen quite a few people depart. Guanyu shot him a quick glance, dismissively gesturing towards a direction. Go eat over there, dear, and remember to wish the uncles and aunts who go in a pleasant meal. Ji Buju looked in the direction she pointed. The restroom. His beautiful sister-in-law had directed him to eat by the restroom door, instructing him to wish the entering uncles and aunts a pleasant meal. What a spiteful, beautiful woman. Was he truly disposable? In contrast, the formidable older brother seemed much more approachable, casting a casual glance his way. Why don't you want to eat here? Ji Buju rested his chin on the table. Because when I sit here, my chopsticks keep slipping, they never match up. Perhaps it's because Brother Tingnan is here.
Li Tingnan.
Caught in the crossfire. And look at this shrimp. Ji Buju's chubby little finger pointed at the solitary shrimp on the platter. Baba must eat shrimp in pairs. They were brought out in pairs, but after a round, none are left in pairs. Baba won to eat single shrimp. Perhaps it's also because of Brother Tingnan. Li Tingnan, can you really blame him for what others eat? And Baba's shoes. Ji Buju displayed his foot, the other bare foot flailing in the air, somewhat distressed. Unsure which uncle or aunt had kicked it away, making it unmatched as well. Li Tingnan, Guanyu and Ji Jinzu exchanged glances, their suspicions growing. This can't be contagious, can it? Xiaobao, don't speak nonsense. Li Tingnan's voice clearly lacked confidence. How can you speak nonsense, baby?
Yibuzupotet?
Unable to resist pinching Guanyu's cheeks into a duck shape. Sister-in-law is so naughty. He freed himself from her playful torment and let out a heavy sigh. The unmistakable scent of dogs clung to Brother Tingnan, who seemed to need everything mixed together. When I sat over there weren't so many cold dishes. Just look at these. Cold cucumber, pig ears mixed with pig skin, and pickled vegetables with beef tripe. Doesn't he at all suggest that Brother Tingnan needs a mix? Guanyu and Ji Jinzhao suddenly understood. Assistant Gu chuckled as he emerged, remarking that even this aspect required a child's reminder. Mr. Ji and Madam truly elevate my standing. Guanyu was startled, realizing the layers in his words. Where did you spring from? I've been here for quite some time. Didn't Madam notice? Assistant Gu feigned a look of melancholy, sighing dramatically. Indeed, us mere passers-by lack presence. Li Tingnan, caught in a dilemma with his steak, felt inexplicably like an old man eating alone. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Little treasure, he said with a smile, placing down his knife and fork, elegantly wiping his lips. I wasn't rejected. We simply both need space to reflect. You adults shouldn't instill such concepts in a child who hasn't even entered primary school yet. Ji Buju covered her ears, pretending not to understand. Brother Tingnan, if you were dumped, just admit it. Li Tingnan rubbed his temples in frustration and chose to discreetly exit. He lifted his glass of red wine, nodding slightly towards Ji Jinzhao and Ji Lingheng. Enjoy your meal. I have matters to attend to at the company. I must take my leave. Ji Buju watched as Li Tingnan fled in haste, sighing. Even a man as outstanding as Brother Tingnan cannot escape heartache. Guanyu, perhaps imagining things, seemed to see Li Tingnan stumble slightly. You speak so carelessly, Guanyu lamented. Ji Buju mischievously blinked her large eyes. A sister-in-law is like a mother. You teach well.
Guanyu.
Seeing Guanyu at a loss, Ji Jinzhao turned his head away, stifling a laugh. Aren't you going to say hello? Ji Lingheng scoffed, his gaze lingering on him with an inscrutable emotion, as if glued to him. Unnecessary, Pei Li replied, shaking her head, her eyes meeting his smile. Having secretly observed for over a decade, she had never seen him wear such an expression. At the bustling dining table, the three of them seemed to inhabit their own little world, forming an impenetrable barrier around them. His new wife unabashedly teased his younger cousin, shaping the child's face into various forms. Ji Jinzhao leaned against her chair, the light casting shadows on his eyelashes, creating a dark hue in his eyes. And he couldn't help but smile broadly as he watched their playful antics, unaware of the intimacy in the distance. "Let us go," Pei Li said, standing with Ji Lingheng, both raising their glasses in a gesture of departure. "We shall head outside." In the fleeting moment when Pei Li brushed past Ji Jinzhao, time seemed to pause ever so slightly, yet she could not suppress her gaze from lingering on the visage of her beloved man. She dared not tarry, merely pausing for an instant before swiftly regaining her composure. Beside her, Ji Lingheng appeared to sense the shift, his smile unwavering, yet his hand at her waist tightened subtly, and his strides grew more pronounced. Chapter 41. The blade sharpening against parents.
No, please stop squeezing.
Guanyu protested, but Ji Jinzhao's hands swiftly trapped hers. She redirected her hand with audacity, viciously twisting the cheek of the villain. "What are you doing?" Ji Jinzhao exclaimed in a flustered state, covering his face as though he had been molested by a rogue, his embarrassment palpable. One might think she had twisted a far more intimate part of his anatomy. "What's the harm in a little touch?" sighed Ji Buju, tenderly patting his brother's head. "We siblings share a common plight, both defiled by that she-devil who has stolen our virtue. Let us forge a sisterhood. I shall ensure she pays in kind for her transgressions." "I told you to limit your television time."
Ah?
"How did you know I was sneaking in some shows?" Ji Buju gasped in disbelief. Upon exiting the side hall, the cloying scent of the meal dissipated, replaced by a refreshing hint of mint. The waiter at the entrance sprayed a fragrance to mask the lingering odors, invigorating the air and clearing their minds. Guanyu. In the crowd, a sharply dressed middle-aged man stormed toward her, his hair flecked with gray. A few years older than Ji Tianlei.
Who is that?
Guanyu inquired, bewildered.
Who is he? Ye oyinshao ekud, bazalad.
"It seems he is calling your name." It appeared he was intent on confronting her with aggression. Guanyu's intuition regarding impending danger was always astute, even before the man reached her. He had already gathered momentum to deliver a resounding slap to her face. The force of his impending strike was palpable, his calloused hand slicing through the air toward her visage, as if time had slowed. Guanyu even discerned that his hand bore the mark of a severed limb. Should it connect, the consequences would range from a mere bruise to severe injury. Fortunately, she was well prepared. She elbowed Ji Jinzhao aside and swiftly slipped into the space beneath his arm, evading the blow. The man, having overexerted himself, stumbled forward, struggling to regain his balance. "Who is that old man?" Guanyu asked the system. "Your father," the system replied with an unexpected expletive. "Your father," Guanyu retorted, unwilling to concede defeat.
No.
"It truly is your father, Guan Shanhai." "My father? Guan Songhai? Like Chow Chow?" Guanyu's expression morphed into one of disbelief. It would have been more acceptable had he been a stranger. Yet this was indeed her father? "It's not Songhai, it's Shan. Little Guan. Why can't you distinguish between flat and curled tongue sounds? There's no difference." She protested, akin to being smacked by a pair of shoes soiled with excrement, only to be told that the shoes were clean and the filth was merely chocolate sauce, a prank at her expense. What difference did it make? One was vexing, the other even more so. "Little Guan, just slap him if you can't endure it." The familiar tempestuous temper, the familiar inability to withstand even the slightest affront. This system is even more irritable than she is. Guanyu pursed her lips in secret delight, knowingly asking, "Is that acceptable?" "Of course. I'll grant you an additional 50 points. With the force of a 5-second mighty slap, behold the strength of my unblemished golden fingers. Please receive it." A resounding clap echoed, plunging the entire venue into a stunned silence. Here in China, who just fired a gun? It's not even the New Year. Who is setting off firecrackers? I thought my son had secretly brought some noisy explosives. Guan Shanhai was momentarily dazed by that slap, akin to being struck by a 2-meter-8 giant donning boxing gloves, charging from 100 meters away to deliver a heavy blow. For a brief time, the only sound he could hear was a buzzing, and even his entire face felt numb, as if it had ceased to exist. Trembling, he touched his face, staggering a few steps before being steadied by his wife. "Shanhai, are you okay? Am I deaf? Have I lost all my teeth? Why can't I feel anything?" Panic gripped him. After all these years, the greatest fear is of physical ailments. His wife, Yu Qinling, steadied him. "It's all right. Let me check." She hurriedly examined his wounds, yet strangely remained silent. Guanshan grew increasingly anxious at her silence. Is it serious? Speak to me. Your face is completely fine, she reassured. Not even a handprint remains. The system, reveling in its triumph, inquired, how does it feel? Satisfying? Guanyu replied, satisfying. Ji Jinzhou fell silent, contemplating whether to speak, only to fall quiet again. Opening his lips, then falling silent once more. Assistant Gu expressed admiration. Goodness, you are indeed a formidable woman, worthy of sharing a name with Guanyu. Your combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Lu Su should send you to negotiate alone. Ji Jinzhou remarked. It seems that day, Guanyu held back out of affection for her husband. She treats him quite well. Ji Buzhu, rather than being intimidated, was filled with excitement, her cheeks flushed. The force was just right, it was dazing but not damaging. Not damaging? Assistant Gu exclaimed exaggeratedly. From the sound, it nearly turned his brain to mush. Yet the old man's face bore no marks whatsoever. How is that possible? Guanshan, regaining his composure, incredulously took out his phone to check. Indeed. There were no red marks at all. However, that dreadful slap was undeniably real. Yu Qinling's eyes widened, trembling with rage. Guanyu, how dare you strike your father? What's wrong with Dad? Grandfather, grandmother, come on. I'll slap them all, she muttered. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a painful insight. Task reward, 50 points. Guanyu shrugged, her indifference not mirroring the reactions of others. Initially, they had been enjoying the spectacle, but upon hearing the nature of their relationship, their expressions shifted subtly. Observing the two, one might assume they were adversaries meeting in a narrow alley, only to discover that these two, who seemed ready to sprint 100 meters for a slap, were actually father and daughter. It seemed she was indeed Guanyu, whose reputation was already less than stellar. How could she audaciously slap her father in public? However, to speak candidly, it was indeed her father who made the first move. I witnessed it from quite a distance as he began his approach. Regardless of the circumstances, one should never strike their father. One ought to sharpen their wits against their parents instead. The individual holding the child is none other than Mr. Ji Jinzhou, the most capable heir of the Ji family's new generation. It is quite unfortunate that he has chosen to marry a woman who is not only devoid of intellect but also quite coarse and offers no enhancement to his career. What a pity! Why does Mr. Ji's expression appear so content? Chapter 42. We are in collusion. Rumors inevitably reached her ears, yet Guanyu remained unflustered, pretending not to hear. You ungrateful daughter. Guanshan felt humiliated as his biological daughter slapped him in front of this assembly of aristocrats, and he was incensed, his face turning crimson. Madam, was it so sudden that you failed to recognize it was Mr. Guan charging towards you? Assistant Gu shot her a knowing glance, demonstrating his prowess as a top-tier assistant, quickly concocting a public relations excuse, without a hint of concern. No, I clearly saw it was him otherwise. What if I had struck the wrong person? Guan Yu's eyes were innocent, yet her words were audacious. Assistant Gu, you do possess a certain kindness. Guan Yu listened closely. I am your father. Guanshan thundered. Guanshan, you listen well. I am your daughter. Though she was of a lower generation, her demeanor was equally formidable. Others watched with great interest. Who wouldn't want to witness such excitement? The crowd parted, and Li Tingnan and Ji Lingheng walked side by side, their presence commanding enough to make onlookers instinctively step aside. Why is it you two again? Ji Lingheng's expression was peculiar, wondering how one could stir up such a ruckus. Hello Lingheng, it's been a while. Your sister-in-law looks somewhat different. Amidst her busyness, Guanyu greeted them with a cheerful wave. Ji Lingheng, are you blind? This man is his brother, that's Li Tingnan. Lingheng. Guanshan promptly approached Ji Lingheng, seemingly inclined to seek justice, stating that since Guanyu had married into the Ji family, they were now one family, so he should manage his own. What transpired? Li Tingnan inquired, furrowing his brow, as he too was an An's father, thus having a stake in the matter. In front of such a crowd, a daughter striking her father. What kind of behavior is that? Guanshan exhaled heavily through his nostrils. Ji Lingheng appeared astonished. She slapped you? Everyone heard that sound just now, didn't they?
Guanshan sợ cao tên đã kèn nominally.
And those around him nodded in agreement to corroborate. Ji Jinzhou dismissed the enthusiastic Ji Buzhu and slowly strolled over to Guanyu, silently assuming the role of protector, shielding her from the majority of prying eyes. At the very least, she was not isolated in the midst of public scrutiny. Eldest brother, shouldn't you discipline your sister-in-law properly? Ji Lingheng, disregarding Li Tingnan's subtle attempts at dissuasion, seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, and he certainly would not let it slip by. Assistant Gu naturally followed suit with his commentary. At this age, still exchanging slaps with your father as a form of greeting. Ji Lingheng what? As Ji Lingheng cast a perplexed and speechless glance at him, Assistant Gu remained unfazed, stating, "This is how my family operates. When my father and I meet, we skip the pleasantries and greet each other with slaps. Such warmth." With a dismissive push, Guanyu crossed her arms, exuding a brazen demeanor. "I am indeed a wicked woman, what of it?" She boldly confessed. "What can you do beyond moral condemnation? After years of navigating the online world, my household registry is a graveyard of names. My demeanor is unrefined, my skills lacking, and my character questionable. So what? What further harm can you inflict upon me?" She wore an indifferent expression, though internally, she was exhilarated. Just moments ago, the system had informed her that collecting a single disparaging remark from others would elevate her notoriety. No longer was she the timid child afraid of harsh critiques. Ji Lingheng observed the unfolding drama intently. "Brother, how can you tolerate such a portrayal of your wife? What will others think of you? Doesn't this indirectly cast doubt on your character? Is my character still subject to scrutiny?" Ji Jinzhou smiled slightly, pondering something. Ji Lingheng paused. "Shouldn't it be?" Known for his decisive business acumen and ruthless dealings, he was often dubbed the bandit king of the commerce world. Ji Jinzhou's expression remained composed. Yet his tone was unassailable and genuine, as if he were genuinely puzzled. "What makes you think I appear to be a virtuous individual?" Guanyu playfully draped herself over his shoulder, echoing his disdainful teachings. With a teasing pat on his chest, she assured him, "Rest easy. We are in this together. And you are indeed the villain." Assistant Gu watched their camaraderie, likening it to a dark-themed magazine shoot. "Ah, indeed, you cannot be morally constrained." Ji Jinzhou raised an eyebrow at her. "What do you think?" Guan Shanhai disapproved of Guanyu's nonchalant and indifferent demeanor. "Do you realize why I am here?" And then left in tears. "It must be because you bullied her again. You can never stand her. What have you done this time?" Guanyu, uninterested in defending herself, retorted, "Rest assured, I am gentler with her than with you." Assistant Gu stifled a laugh. "Indeed, not everyone can endure the full brunt of the lady's slap. What is this attitude? What have you done to Anan?" Yu Qinling, simmering with indignation, accused her. "You bully An and strike your father. Perhaps I should never have given birth to you." Yes, when Jiang Swan caught a cold, I secretly fanned her. When she was bloated, I slipped compressed biscuits into her food. When she gained weight, I sprinkled yeast in the air. If she were to be pregnant, that too would be my doing." Her expression was lethargic, and the emotions tied to this body inevitably affected her. Upon hearing Yu Qinling's harsh words, her nose tinged with sadness, nearly bringing her to tears. So bothersome. I wished to ignore them. With her physical condition already frail, she felt tormented mentally as well. Ji Jinzhou's gaze shifted slightly. His eyes softened, and his voice, low and gentle, inquired, "Tired?" Guanyu inadvertently cast a glance at him, her face still adorned with an expression of indignation that had yet to dissipate. "How do you know?" Assistant Gu readily acquiesced. "All right then." "Goodness. President Ji is simply too handsome. If he leaves work on time today, I won't scold him. If he has to work overtime, however, he will still receive my reprimand." Chapter 43. Encountering a hater offline. "Hurry along. Your friend. What good can they possibly be?" Guanyu expressed her skepticism. Ji Jinzhou remained unfazed, asserting, "Those who are close to vermilion are stained red. My friends are all genuinely well-off scions, each possessing wit and elegance, capable of engaging in delightful conversation. You shall surely get along splendidly with them." Assistant Gu inquired, "Are you certain?" Leaving him to engage in verbal sparring alone, Assistant Gu guided her to another secluded chamber, where the deafening sounds of music and revelry could be heard even through the door. "The Great Demon King?" Ji Jinzhou. Assistant Gu chuckled, finding the title quite fitting for President Ji. She would never admit that the sight of these societal figures since childhood had always induced in her an instinctive desire to flee. As the door creaked open, the raucous music spilled forth from the breach. A man emerged, his open white shirt revealing broad, sun-kissed muscles, taut beneath the fabric, exuding the scent of smoke and spirits. He loosened a button on his shirt and, upon raising his gaze, was somewhat surprised to see Assistant Gu. "Xiao Gu, where's Jinzhou? Is this your girlfriend?" The man squinted, clearly disinterested, allowing his gaze to linger on her face for a fleeting moment. "Had a quarrel? One must not treat a beauty with undue roughness." "I wouldn't dare," Assistant Gu exclaimed, aghast. In ancient times, such behavior could have led to severe repercussions. But then, he was no eunuch. She almost fell prey to that mischievous child, Ji Buju. Afraid of a quarrel? Emo, shouting, with evident intoxication in his eyes, chuckled nonchalantly. Afraid of his wife, perhaps? That's quite different from that fellow Jinzhou. After months of marriage, he still wants to let us see what she looks like. But then again, he fancies Jiang Xuan. Had it not been for old Master Ji's pressure, he wouldn't have wed her at all. Assistant Gu shot him a frantic look. But the inebriated Emo shouting remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Casting a nervous glance at Guanyu, she felt a wave of unease. Following his gaze, Emo shouting's eyes fell upon the graceful figure of the woman, and he pressed his temples. Have I said too much? I'm not sure why, but I seem to be a bit tipsy. Assistant Gu hastily clarified, Mr. Emo, this is President Ji's wife. President Ji? Which one? Emo shouting, still not grasping the situation. Wondered if it was Ji Jinzhou's father. Has he changed wives? Guanyu suddenly smiled. Assistant Gu suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. She is Ji Jinzhou's wife. Guanyu.
Ye Oyinzao?
Has he married a Guanyu? Emo's shouting's mind momentarily cleared. Guanyu. Assistant Gu and Guanyu exchanged glances. All right then. They turned to leave, but Emo's shouting suddenly realized, swiftly stepping forward to block their path with ease.
Wait.
This is your sister-in-law. What was her name again?
Guanyu?
The one who went to the meeting alone? It's the Yu from the Jiu. Assistant Gu hurriedly explained that President Ji had an unexpected matter to attend to and requested that I bring his wife to join you all. How wonderful. Why leave? Guanyu forced a smile. It's really not necessary. Oh, it is necessary. You are our esteemed guest today. Emo shouting insisted, pushing Guanyu inside. You have truly come at the right time, as we cherish newcomers, especially the wife of Jinzhou. Guanyu was pushed forward without any chance to resist. Dragged into the side hall by Emo shouting. The side hall bore little distinction from the nightclub's private rooms. The lights dimmed abruptly, replaced by a sultry blend of blue and purple hues, nurturing a romantic ambience. A small band energetically played percussion, while the wealthy young men and women below intertwined arms, drinking and toasting in a chaotic spectacle. Assistant Gu recalled how just moments ago, President Ji had solemnly assured that his friends were all charming and respectable individuals. Emo shouting entered with a woman, prompting teasing remarks, shouting, weren't you supposed to step outside for some fresh air and sober up? Instead, you've brought in a beauty.
Pa.
One cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth. I'm not embracing. I'm merely guiding. Emo shouting retorted, spitting back at the jest. This is my sister-in-law. Brother. I'm the younger brother. The young man quickly interjected. Emo shouting cleared away the sunflower seed shells from the sofa to create a seat for Guanyu, delivering a playful knock on the boy's head. This is your Jinzhou brother's wife. Impossible. The boy, with a cherubic face reflecting disbelief, protested. How could my brother bring his wife here? He favors Arin. Emo shouting discreetly kicked him, causing the boy to gasp in pain and hastily change his tune. Safety helmet. Yes, Jinzhou brother likes my new safety helmet. Guanyu was indifferent to whom Ji Jinzhou favored. The air was stifling, and the darkness made it impossible to see, even if one were struck without knowing who had done it. She furrowed her brows slightly. Didn't Ji Jinzhou say that his friends are all respectable people? Once money is exchanged, one must fulfill their obligations. The esteemed Assistant Gu is indeed very serious. Everyone here is earnestly squandering wealth. Is that not respectable? Guanyu found his forced argument amusing. The young man scrutinized her face closely. The dim lighting made it difficult for him to discern clearly. He muttered to himself. How does she seem familiar? Guanyu smiled. You've forgotten me? We played at your house when we were children.
Ah, right.
He finally recalled. How do you look like Guanyu? Jiang Yuhua, you're impressive. I didn't even recognize Guanyu, yet you did. Emo shouting heartily punched him on the shoulder. Suddenly, Emo shouting's spirits dampened, his smile freezing on his face as he silently set down his glass, letting out a deep sigh. Your grandfather truly has an eye for talent. Jiang Yuhua was perplexed by Emo shouting's sudden compliment, initially believing he was merely expressing his skill in reading people. After a brief moment of confusion, he shyly scratched his head and responded, it's nothing special. With sincerity, one can see through a person's essence. Brother Ting, is this beautiful lady really Zhou Ji's wife? He inquired, his curiosity piqued, struggling to believe the assertion. The two seemed mismatched, both possessing strikingly bold features that clashed rather than complemented. As the saying goes, when two such individuals meet, one must inevitably be left heartbroken. Jiang could only envision a scene of them standing together, seemingly ready to murder each other. Jin Zhou was still concerned for us, sending Xiao Gu to escort her over. Assistant Gu exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Yuha, confirming, indeed, she is Our Lady, without a doubt. Seeing the sincerity in his gaze, Jiang chose to believe him, though in his heart, he felt that N and Jin Zhou were the true match. After all, Jin Zhou had cherished N for so many years. How could he simply let go? Sister-in-law, he hesitated. What is your name? May I call you by it? Guanyu, she replied calmly, her eyes sparkling with amusement.
Guanyu?
Jiang Yuha observed her suspiciously, noting the uncanny similarity of her name. Master Jiang, Our Lady is indeed the star Guanyu, Assistant Gu remarked, unable to hide his discomfort at the unfolding scene, which resembled a chaotic encounter between a celebrity and an ardent critic. As for the account suspension in the live stream, that was a directive from our general manager Ji. Did you perhaps make some inappropriate remarks? He phrased it delicately. Jiang Yuha, taken aback, stood abruptly, inadvertently colliding with Mo shouting and spilling their drinks. So, the mysterious wife of Zhou Go is actually you? Not me, could it be you? Guanyu retorted with a teasing smile. How could you possibly be Jin Zhou's wife? My fandom is utterly shattered. You are deceiving me, aren't you? Jin Zhou clearly has eyes only for Nen. Yes, he is, in fact, Ultraman with laser eyes, Mo shouting remarked, sensing the tension between the two and finding it somewhat amusing. He forcibly pushed Jiang Yuha down onto the sofa, asking, what is the matter? She is a woman with a scandalous past. Jiang Yuha exclaimed in indignation, holding both a fanbase for himself and Ji Jinzhou, which fueled his disdain for Guanyu.
The true sister-in-law.
She is utterly unworthy of our Zhou Go. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuha opened his phone and showed Mo shouting several articles he had liked that detailed Guanyu's controversies. Guanyu seemed unfazed, allowing Jiang to disseminate her scandals. Acting like a diva, rolling her eyes in public, bossing around assistants, going on strike, and lacking talent. Mo shouting remained unfazed until he reached the section detailing her romantic history, which included flings with everyone from film emperors to idols, if they were handsome. She had rumored relationships with them all. He chuckled. She certainly has high standards, rejecting the unattractive. How do you explain that? Why continue flirting with men after marriage? Without flinching, Guanyu responded, because I enjoy it. I like handsome men, muscular ones, sophisticated, mature, fiery, gentle, obedient, proactive. If they're handsome, I adore them. If I weren't constrained by the original persona's modesty, who would choose a bland existence? Who would not wish to gently slumber in the embrace of a charming gentleman, only to awaken in the arms of a carefree rogue? Mo shouting endeavored to suppress his indignation, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he spoke to her. The Ji family treats you well, does it not? Is this how you repay Jin Zhou? Guanyu cast a glance at the screen, inundated with the former owner's scandalous headlines, an endless scroll. That wretched girl truly had a fortunate fate, her tastes undeniably exquisite. Perhaps this is the folly to which all women are prone. With a profound tone, Guanyu expressed, I merely wish to provide a home for all men. Assistant Gu cautiously inquired, even for the unappealing? Would he also qualify for a home, as he is a man? He had grown weary of striving. Assistant Gu mused. If so, he wishes to erase his identity from this superficial world. Mo shouting approached Guanyu, towering over her as he gazed down, gripping her chin to compel her to meet his icy stare, a tempest of wrath simmering within his eyes, as if he might strike at any moment. I warn you, having married Jin Zhou, you had best behave. Guanyu remained unperturbed, neither avoiding nor struggling, her unwavering gaze unsettling him, prompting him to release his grip. After a moment, she retorted, furthermore, you should marry as well. Mo shouting struggled to articulate a single word, what? Having navigated the realm of indulgence, he had encountered countless beauties. Yet today he found himself toyed with by a mere girl. Jiang Yuhua, taken aback by her audacity, exclaimed in disbelief. She then pointed at Jiang Yuhua. You think you can elevate the status of a dowry made by performing well? Jiang Yuhua remained speechless. Assistant Gu rekindled hope, then you shall be a eunuch. Assistant Gu fell into a sulky silence. Guanyu swatted Mo Xiaoting's hand away, disdainfully retrieving a tissue to wipe her face. Lacking the fortune of a domineering CEO, yet exhibiting the temperament of one, he habitually grasped chins. If he were so adept at it, why did he not apply his skills to the enamel?
And you?
She pointed at Jiang Yuhua, addressing him as Sister Anan. Does Sister Anan even know you? Standing before her, she would be terrified you might harass her. Aside from a one-sided financial transaction, do you possess any means to converse with her? Your disinterest in me matters not. She will still purchase items for me even if I hold no affection for her. Jiang Yuhua retorted, if we speak of idolizing, then he may truly reach his breaking point. A desire to strike them surged within Guanyu, her hand itching once more. Xiao Guan, strike if you wish. She seethed as the system chimed in, strike, strike, strike. I detest these affluent, self-righteous individuals. Xiao Guan, go ahead and strike him. They just spoke ill of you. Even I cannot bear to witness it, and both of them are new users with a high point tally. Then grant me access to the prior request. Use your card? Yes, and turn on the mute as well. Wouldn't that affect the experience? The system inquired curiously. I am willing to sacrifice a modicum of comfort. Guanyu felt as though she had been infected by the system, her impulse to lash out growing ever stronger. It turned out that those antagonists she had despised in her youth, who so readily struck others, were now living quite comfortably. It is no wonder that calamities endure for millennia. It is because they unleash their wrath on the spot, striking with their hands without hesitation. Mo shouting coldly snorted. Eloquent indeed. Come closer. I cannot hear what you are saying. Guanyu remained composed. I am referring to you.
Slap.
Mo shouting felt a fleeting shadow of a hand before a heavy slap landed on his face, causing his head to tilt to one side, leaving him momentarily deafened by the ringing in his ears. He touched the corner of his mouth, his gaze fierce, as if he were about to devour her whole. You dare strike me? I did not strike you, Guanyu replied innocently. I merely swatted away a fly, and I did not even touch you. How naive do you think I am? He breathed heavily, trying to quell his anger. I truly did not, Guanyu insisted, glancing at Assistant Gu. You can ask Ji Jinzu sycophant. The sycophant, expressionless, maintained. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not take Madame's side unless it were a matter of fact. However, Mr. Mo, I genuinely did not hear any sound of a slap. From his perspective, he could only see Guanyu's hand waving momentarily before Mo shouting turned his face away, resembling a staged act. Are you implying that I orchestrated this? Guanyu sighed. Mr. Mo, please cease your unreasonable antics. Mo shouting appeared as if he had swallowed a fly, caught in a fit of frustration. He still did not fully trust Assistant Gu. He? What do you say? From Jiang Yuha's viewpoint, he could not even see the hand movement. Still immersed in the emotional turmoil of the moment, he looked up in confusion. What is it, Brother Mo? Mo shouting replied, You, my brother, have just been slapped. I will demonstrate it for you, Guanyu volunteered. Just now, there was a fly buzzing above, and I thought to kindly shoo it away, like this.
Slap.
Again, a soundless slap echoed. Jiang Yuha fell into an eerie silence for a few seconds before erupting in fury. How dare you strike me? I did not, Guanyu countered, turning to Mo shouting. Did you hear a sound? Something is amiss. He remained silent, and she turned to Assistant Gu. Did you hear anything?
See?
The sound of a slap was substantial. If everyone had heard it, they would have looked over, and there would surely be marks on our faces. Guanyu spread her hands. If you too wish to extort someone, just say it. Striking someone is rather exhilarating. Mo shouting and Jiang Yuha exchanged dubious glances, perplexed by the oddity of the situation. Clearly, the slaps had been real, yet there was not a sound to be found. Are you not afraid I will inform Ji Jinzu? Guanyu smiled as she spoke. What good would it do to tell Ji Jinzu? Do you believe he is my backing? If someone intervenes, he would have no choice but to marry me. Mo shouting furrowed his brows tightly. Jinzu has married an extraordinary and enigmatic wife. Assistant Gu hurriedly poured her a glass of water. Guanyu lifted her glass, took a sip, and provocatively raised it towards him. If you knew who my backing truly was, you would feel fortunate for me. If one day I were displeased, I could investigate those most dear to you. You would not wish for those you care about to be in peril, would you? I could confine each of you, turning you into secondary spouses. Mo shouting remarked, such lines are not meant for you to say. The waiter opened the door to the side hall, and Ji Jinju entered with his hands tucked into his pockets, casting a casual glance around before striding purposefully towards his target. I've arrived. How have you been getting along with them? Guanyu sat on the sofa, gently grasping Ji Jinju's hand that hung by his side, looking up innocently. Jinju, it seems your friends don't quite like me. Perhaps I should take my leave? Assistant Gu felt a chill run down his spine. The lady's mood shifted far too rapidly. This was a workplace injury. He needed to wash his eyes. Ji Jinju also shivered, goosebumps rising on his skin. Yet he sensed that Guanyu might indeed have endured some grievances. His expression grew serious. Did they team up to bully you? No. He quickly negated his own thought. It couldn't be that serious. Did everyone unite against you? Jiang Yuha and Mo shouting exchanged glances. Get lost. Guanyu released his hand with a laugh. They didn't really hit me. Mo shouting, and Jiang Yuho relaxed simultaneously. They just made things difficult for me a few times. Mo shouting spoke with a heavy tone, lamenting. Jinju, it seems you have married a vixen. They merely exchanged a few harsh words. How does it turn into them making things difficult for you? And one of them even slapped you. Vixen? For the first time, Mo shouting grasped the sentiment of a pure-hearted heroine ensnared by a malicious rival in a romantic tale. Guanyu shot Ji Jinju a provocative glance from a place he could not see. Provoking the male rival, evil woman value 1. He nearly suffered a heart attack from that gaze. Jinju, you must not be easily deceived by this woman, Mo shouting urged earnestly. Resembling a wet nurse cautioning a foolish emperor bewitched by a vixen, her intentions are deeply layered. Tinge, I believe you harbor a bias against Guanyu. Ji Jinju replied flatly, while Guanyu raised her chin slightly, and he understood. Reaching for the fruit platter, Guanyu leisurely savored a slice of watermelon. Watching their brotherly quarrel unfold. You still attend to her. Mo shouting exclaimed incredulously. Jinju, you've completely changed. How did you become like this? I haven't. Ji Jinju replied languidly. Reclining against a sumptuous sofa, sinking into its plush embrace as the dim light softened his sharp features. Disciple, did you truly just say that in front of the main party? Mo shouting's mind slowly filled with questions. What is the significance of your revenge in feeding her watermelon? I intend to fatten her up. Ji Jinju's smile deepened, and when she ages, I won't let her take any medication to lower her blood sugar. Mo shouting, what on earth are you laughing about? You seem to have grand visions for the future. Tinge, do not concern yourself. I have my own plans. Mo shouting thought to himself, your plan is to deliver yourself to her bed, and then indulge in nightly revelries that ruin both of you, isn't it? Chapter 45. She has her reasons. Guanyu raised her gaze, her eyes glimmering. Perhaps it's due to different customs. We do not usually greet others by pinching their chins. So, I wonder why Mo does. Ji Jinju looked at him in shock. Mo shouting, did you touch her face? Mo shouting hurriedly waved his hands in panic. I didn't. I merely pinched her face. No, that's not right. I touched it. Wait, that doesn't sound right either. I twisted it. Why can't I explain this clearly? It sounded almost flirtatious. Guanyu gazed innocently. Jinzhou, I have not wronged you. Ji Jinzhou cast her a sidelong glance, awkwardly pulling a plate of fruit toward her. It's none of your concern. Just eat your share. Mo shouting, was utterly captivated by this pair of canine lovers. Jinzhou, your enchanting consort is far from the innocent flower you envision. Just moments ago, she had me and you, he attending to her whims. You too? Ji Jinzhou's scrutinizing gaze traveled from head to toe, finally resting on Mo Xiaoting's exposed honey-colored chest. Would Guanyu be attracted to your type? Furthermore, Mo Go, there are plenty of young ladies around. Perhaps you ought to wear more clothing. Mo Xiaoting felt a wave of indignation. Damn it, this guy is even throwing in some competitive banter. I've dressed like this since childhood. It's not like I wore clothes at birth. Mind your own business. Freedom of dress, you understand? Very well. I merely offer a suggestion. Ji Jinzhou smirked. In any case, boys from respectable families do not dress this way. Mo Xiaoting was further incensed, downing his drink with vigor. The intoxicating liquor trickled down his cheek, gliding over his chest and descending deeper, attracting numerous admiring gazes. Such a captivating man is undesirable. Guanyu remarked. Zhou Go, this woman flirts with men daily. She is utterly unworthy of you. Jiangyu, he exclaimed with righteous indignation.
Yin Zhou nodded absently.
Do not feign ignorance at such a moment. Mo Xiaoting raised his glass, downing the remainder of his drink, and with a resounding thud, placed the cup on the table, producing a crisp sound. Today, in honor of my brother, we shall refrain from discussing your scandalous rumors and treat you as family. However, Jiangyu, he attempted to speak, only to be pushed aside by Mo Xiaoting. Madam, you are indeed remarkable. Guanyu hesitated. She could not guarantee her cooperation. What if she was tasked with seducing men in the future? Agreeing would be tantamount to courting disaster. Seeing her reluctance to speak, Mo Xiaoting was taken aback. You cannot even say this? Are you some kind of desperate soul? How can we entrust Jinzhou to you under such circumstances? She proclaimed with righteous fervor. I have my reasons. Mo Xiaoting responded with disbelief. Sister, are you jesting with us? Your only concern is which handsome man to entertain tonight. Isn't it? Mo Go, she rarely manages to entice men. Her attempts are often met with rejection, but it's quite all right, Ji Jinzhou remarked nonchalantly. The men Guanyu is interested in either prefer amiable personalities, intellect, or resilience. Ironically, these qualities seemed to elude her. Mo Xiao Ting queried, "Is that the crux of the matter?" It felt as if a love-stricken brain was speaking from across the table. He had to get serious and pulled out the scandalous news Guanyu he had amassed, presenting them one by one. "You claimed she held hands with this film emperor out of necessity. That she accidentally fell into this young idoless embrace was a matter of urgency? That she danced provocatively with this male star was for a reason? That she dined with this male internet celebrity was justified? Although the fortune did not benefit her, and the blame fell upon her, even Guanyu began to feel increasingly uneasy. Yet, Ji Jinzhou remained unperturbed, merely responding with a nonchalant, love-stricken fool. Prepare yourself. Just you wait, I'll call someone to scold you. Mo shouting muttered, fumbling with his phone as he began to make a call. Ji Jinzhou, seemingly pondering, thought to himself, you're calling someone, are you? Then I shall do the same. Yan Shuge? Where are you? Mo shouting spoke into the phone, casting a glance at Ji Jinzhou that seemed to say, are you scared now? Unexpectedly, Ji Jinzhou remained silent, engrossed in texting on his phone. You're at Junhua Pavilion too? That's wonderful, hurry over. I can't be bothered with your cousin anymore. It seems he's completely captivated by a siren. He's utterly ensnared by her. Ji Jinzhou continued to type, without uttering a word. What are you doing? Guanyu inquired curiously. Calling someone. He replied succinctly. Someone who can keep him in check. His girlfriend? Guanyu speculated. Although he had many companions, he remained single. Such a niche relationship, Guanyu remarked. Mo shouting had already set down his phone, brimming with pride. What a coincidence, Yan Shuge is right here. Indeed, quite fortuitous. Ji Jinzhou nodded in agreement. Aunt Hua is also here. Mo shouting grew alert. Huh? What the hell?
Ye oyen zao.
Why did you summon my mother? Bringing someone's mother here, how amusing. Guanyu teased. Mo shouting hurriedly took strides towards the door, swiftly opening it to reveal a blinding white ceiling light, bathing the corner of the room in a radiant glow, dispelling all ambiguity, making everyone uncomfortable enough to close their eyes. The lively band abruptly halted. Who turned on the lights? Haven't you heard that mice can only thrive in dark, subterranean lairs? Turn off the lights.
Montags ja Oting anxiously klept, signaling.
My mother's coming. Whose mother? The dazzling light made it hard for some to recognize the speaker's face, and just as they were about to scoff, their eyes gradually adjusted to the brightness. Upon focusing, they were startled into a frenzy. Mo Xiao. Your mother? In an instant, everyone in the private room sprang into action, collecting empty bottles to dispose of in the restroom, hiding unopened bottles behind the curtains, tidying up the trash, fruit peels, and sunflower seed shells. They began to straighten their attire, fastening buttons meticulously and wiping off lipstick marks from their faces, opening windows to dispel the scent of alcohol. Change the song. The lead singer appeared somewhat perplexed. Mo Xiao, what song should we switch to? Let us go with Chasing the Dream with a Pure Heart. Mo shouting frowned tightly, the urge to smoke creeping back. Jiang Yuhe couldn't help but remind him, brother, it's chasing dreams with a pure heart. Let it be chasing dreams. But I fear my mother is coming to chase my life, he murmured absently. The lead singer added, must it be so positive? Guanyu observed their series of well-rehearsed actions, clearly not their first time. After all, this was not just any mother, it was a principal-level figure. Ji Jinzhou's expression grew grave.
What?
When the next person entered, the previously lavish scene had transformed entirely. The room was now infused with refreshing wooden incense. Empty bottles were cleared away, replaced by steaming cups of tea that wafted warmth into the air. The atmosphere between the men and women was now one of polite decorum, suffused with elegance. How have you been lately? It is quite pleasant. Recently, I have been assisting at my father's company.
How about you?
I am helping at my mother's company. Is that so? What a coincidence.
Haha.
Guanyu felt an involuntary urge to straighten her posture. Entering through the door was a middle-aged woman with chic brown curls, wearing dark red glasses perched on her nose. Her eyes sparkled with a bright clarity that emanated the authoritative wisdom characteristic of a teacher. For reasons unknown, Guanyu found herself sitting up straight. Are you afraid? Ji Jinza teased. Who is afraid? I'm merely tired of sitting, she retorted defiantly. As Hua Zhanrong stepped into the room, an immediate silence fell over the gathering. The young gentlemen and ladies, who had been reveling moments before, now scuttled behind one another like startled quails, fearful of being caught in her gaze.
Uama, ualaoshi.
They greeted. Hua Zhanrong's gaze fell upon Jiang Yuhe's disheveled collar, and she approached him to tidy it up, speaking softly, Xiaohe. How many times must I remind you to pay attention to your appearance when out in public?
Jiang Yu agrimached, I understand, Wama.
Observing this interaction, the others began to check their own attire. Guanyu could not help but wonder why they appeared so intimidated by this lady, who seemed quite benevolent. Ji Jinza leaned in to explain, Xiaoting's mother is a Chinese teacher, and nearly everyone here has been under her tutelage. Is being a teacher truly that daunting? Guanyu questioned. Huama's authority is unlike that of ordinary educators. She holds a stricter stance towards us than typical classmates. If anyone disobeys, she will promptly call home. Compelling parents to sign a waiver of liability, Ji Jinzu emphasized, it's a regime of complete militarized management. Reflecting on the past, he shook his head. Through storms and rainbows, a resounding rose. Guanyu understood. It was akin to the terrifying experience of being sent to a daycare by her grandfather in her previous life. Mo Xiaoting glared at Ji Jinzu from a distance before hastily approaching his mother, cheerfully exclaiming, Mom, what brings you here? I came to check on you. Jinza mentioned you were engaging in some dubious activities, and he was quite frightened, so I came to rescue him. Hua Zhanrong scanned the room, suspiciously sniffing the air around Mo Xiaoting. Xiaoting, you haven't been drinking, have you? How could that be, mother? Mo Xiaoting replied earnestly. You know me. I have always despised such debauched places. A chuckle escaped Guanyu, much to Mo Xiaoting's chagrin. Hua Zhanrong turned her gaze towards the sound, noticing the two sitting together. The girl appeared unfamiliar, and she recalled, this child, I do not believe I have seen her before. Ji Jinza mumbled vaguely, reluctant to admit, she is An's sister. Ah, that child, Hua Zhanrong acknowledged. Compared to Guanyu, Li Tingnan had attended numerous banquets with Jiang Xuan, and Hua Zhanrong remembered the gentle and poised girl well. With her handbag slung over her shoulder and stepping gracefully in her high heels, Hua Zhanrong made her way towards Guanyu. Mo Xiaoting quickly intercepted her. Mom, what are you doing? If there's nothing pressing, allow me to escort you out. It would be quite rude not to greet her, especially since it is her first visit. Hua Zhanrong said, brushing aside his hand. Unable to dissuade her, Mo Xiaoting resigned himself to follow, preparing to smooth over any potential awkwardness. It is not that he harbors prejudice. During their brief encounter, he has discerned that the woman speaks without regard for others' feelings, always voicing her thoughts candidly. If she were to encounter someone as impatient as his mother in such circumstances, it would be astonishing if they did not end up in a quarrel. With a smile, Hua Zhanrong approached slowly, while Guanyu's expression grew increasingly solemn, akin to a student unexpectedly meeting their stern teacher on the way home. Feeling as though they were facing a formidable adversary. How should I address you? She inquired as she settled beside her, affectionately placing her hand atop Guanyu's and giving it a gentle pat. The gesture was light, more akin to a soothing touch. Guanyu did not resent this physical contact with an elder woman. She often sensed a unique kindness and maternal warmth emanating from such figures. Throughout her upbringing, she had been deprived of the presence of older women who radiated maternal grace. Mom, please don't touch her hand, Mo Xiaoting said, fearing that Guanyu might feel discomfort and retaliate, leading to an argument between them. Now, this was once again about him. Mo Xiaoting tugged at the corners of his mouth. Mom, don't jest. Jinzhou will get jealous. Ji Jinzhou silently pointed to himself. Me? Hua Zhanrong looked at him with intrigue. You are all grown now. If you have a girlfriend, would Jinzhou still feel jealous?
Ye Oyenshou responded.
Listen to what you were saying. What nonsense. It's not about me being jealous. Hua Zhanrong remarked lightly, effortlessly causing the robust Mo Xiaoting to flush with embarrassment. Guanyu is Jinzhou's wife.
Wife.
Guanmiss, Hua Zhanrong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. You are Arajou's girlfriend? Auntie, you can just call me Ayu. Guanyu replied, her eyes curving into a smile. Ah, how sweet. Hua Zhanrong gently patted her hand again. These boys, I have watched them grow. They are both mischievous and troublesome. I was lamenting the lack of girls to play with, and now you are here. Indeed, Arajou is capable. The two engaged in cheerful banter, their rapport remarkably harmonious. Guanyu, with her sweet words and charming flattery, managed to elicit laughter from the discerning language teacher, Hua Zhanrong, whose smile revealed her teeth, delighting in the interaction. Mo Xiaoting and Jiang Yuha exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Isn't this too compliant? It doesn't seem to align with her persona, does it? Guanyu was not supposed to be as tough as a stone in a latrine. Why is she so adept at winning over her elders? Clearly, she knows how to put on an act, Mo Xiaoting muttered to himself, his words reaching the ears of the two engaged in lively conversation. What are you saying? Hua Zhanrong frowned. Are you openly scolding your mother now?
System.
Guanyu urgently called out in her mind, fill my evil woman points with acting skills. Really? Of course. I won't feel comfortable if I don't take a jab, at Mo shouting. Good. I like your vengeful spirit, little Guan. Mo shouting found himself at a loss for words. Mom, I didn't tea. It's all right, Andy, Moisnt scolding you, Guanyu said, lowering her gaze in disappointment, forcing a smile that betrayed her feelings, 7 parts bitter, 2 parts tragic, and 1 part hopeful. He is just scolding me. I don't understand why Mr. Mo and Mr. Jiang dislike me. Mo shouting exclaimed. What the heck? The enchantress had begun to sow discord once more. Chapter 47. The charm of the handsome man Guanyu. Do not take things too far, Mo shouting gritted his teeth, his words almost a growl. Apologies escaped her lips. A hesitant utterance, laden with unspoken sentiments. The glimmer of grievance in her eyes bore no semblance of deceit, at least not before Hua Zhanrong, a teacher who had encountered countless students. Her sorrow was palpable, a genuine reflection of her emotional turmoil. Hua Zhanrong seized a book, carelessly placed in the corner of the table by some pretentious soul, and with a swift motion, struck her son on the head with it. The sharpness in her gaze pierced through the lenses of her glasses. Mo shouting, you must not overstep your bounds. Is bullying a girl how I have instructed you? Mo shouting winced, shielding his head, his towering physique betraying a hint of indignation and grievance in his voice. Mom, she's merely acting.
Jiang Yue kaim din uama.
What he says is true. This woman is just putting on a show. Guanyu cautiously tugged at Hua Zhanrong's sleeve. Auntie, it's all right. My life is shared with Jinzhou. As long as he understands who I am indifferent to others' opinions. Her attempt to soothe only fueled Hua Zhanrong's ire, and her gaze towards Guanyu brimmed with compassion. With 3 sons of her own, the absence of a daughter was a persistent ache. The thought of her cherished girl being bullied outside was unbearable. Mo shouting. Hua Zhanrong's tone, though calm, resonated with an undeniable weight, compelling him to apologize. To Guanyu's surprise, Mo shouting knelt without hesitation, I'm sorry. What about you, Xiao He? Jiang Yuhe, with an expression of defiance, complied, I'm sorry. Hua Zhanrong, satisfied, adjusted the disheveled collar of Guanyu. Jinzhou is a good boy. Cherish your time together and disregard the inconsequential clowns. They cannot disrupt your lives, understood? Her demeanor was both authoritative and tender, embodying the middle-aged woman Guanyu had envisioned. Understood. The mention of inconsequential clowns drew a puzzled response from Guanyu. Mom. Is that me? Let us exchange contact information. If those 3 trouble you, message me, Hua Zhanrong suggested, pulling out her phone to share details with Guanyu. Just as she was about to say more, a knock echoed from the side door. Everyone turned to see a man in a well-fitted white suit leaning against the doorframe. His slender, handsome face lacked the ruggedness of Mo shouting, appearing instead as if draped in delicate skin, with the contours of his arms subtly stretching his attire. This man is extraordinary, Guanyu thought, nodding in agreement. Extraordinary? He is truly exceptional, Ji Jinzhou scoffed. Hua Ai, my mother seems to be looking for you. The man remarked with a smile. Is that so? Hua Zhanrong rose, advising Guanyu. Do let Hua Ma know if anything arises.
All right.
She shot a disapproving glance at the 2 defiant boys. Do not bully her.
With that,
she gathered her bag and prepared to leave with the same fervor she had arrived. Who is he? Guanyu couldn't help but inquire. A weasel. Don't you think he has a shifty appearance? Ji Jinzhou assessed him critically. You must be blind. What kind of judgment is that?
Jinzhou retorted.
Yenshu, thank goodness you are here. Mo shouting let out a sigh of relief, reclining against the back of the sofa, casually unfastening his neatly done collar to reveal a broad expanse of honey-toned chest. Ji Yenshu's eyes shimmered with a spring-like glimmer, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he poured wine, his long, fair fingers glimmering enticingly, especially as he held the wine glass with one hand, a slight spill trickling onto his fingers, adding to his allure. You women wouldn't understand. As a man, I certainly do. He is nothing but a green tea prince. Ji Jinzhou whispered to Guanyu, casting aspersions. Is that so? I believe men are simply too sensitive, unlike us women, who interact with an open-hearted and straightforward demeanor. Guanyu replied without a second thought, nodding politely at the handsome gentleman pouring her wine. Jinzhou, may I ask who this is? Ji Yenshu feigned ignorance, his surprise apparent. Stop pretending. You clearly recognized her at the family banquet, Ji Jinzhou retorted bluntly. Don't act as if you're experiencing a romantic encounter with someone else's wife for the first time. Guanyu elbowed him gently to silence him, extending her hand. Guanyu. Ji Yenshu, he replied, grasping her hand in a gentlemanly manner, only holding half of her palm, his gaze trailing up her hand until it met her clear, dark brown eyes, pausing there. The moment their eyes locked, Guanyu, taken aback by the sly charm of the man before her, forgot to release her hand. Until Ji Jianzhou nudged her. "Should I assist you too, in uniting your hands?" The intertwined hands seemed to finally react, instantly parting.
Je oyens ho feigne talef.
"I thought you two were filming a drama." Although they had exchanged glances at family gatherings, this was his first formal introduction to his sister-in-law. Ji Yanshu's captivating gaze remained fixed on her, deliberately infusing a suggestive tone when he mentioned sister-in-law. In her heart, Guanyu exclaimed in disbelief. "Where did this male enchantress come from? Let me toast to you." Ji Yanshu raised his glass toward her, taking a delicate sip. She mirrored his gesture. But just then, he was accidentally bumped by Jiang Yuha, causing wine to splash onto her hand. "I'm so sorry," he said, his expression filled with remorse as he pulled out a few wet wipes from the table and grasped her wrist to assist her. At that moment, her rightful husband watched them entangled, feeling like the oblivious husband from a Japanese drama. Assistant Gu stood frozen. "Mr. Ji, it seems your wife might be acquiring a new male companion." She chose to prioritize her career. She could not afford to fall out with a formidable man just yet. Moreover, what kind of man would suddenly show goodwill without reason? Whether for wealth or for harm, the two motives were indistinguishable. Shouting, "I told you it wouldn't happen, right?" Ji Yanshu chuckled, not at all annoyed, but rather relaxed and resigned. "You barely managed to pass my test," Mo shouting remarked. His expression not particularly pleased as he spoke with a frown. A test? So this was merely a trial of the handsome scheme, she realized. Indeed, Ji Yanshu affirmed, feeling a twinge of guilt as she claimed, "I have always maintained my composure in the presence of male beauty. Do not revel too soon. Similar tests shall arise in the future. There will be more such privileges?" Her face brightened visibly. Ji Jianzhou, in a fit of indignation, stabbed the unfortunate grapes with his fork, stuffing them into his mouth with a scowl. He is acutely aware of how many times Guanyu's resolve has wavered. Chapter 48. When Liuhan's intelligence is yet to surpass that of a dog. Guanyu rummages through her mind for the figure of Ji Yanshu. He occupies little space in the narrative, perhaps due to the fading of her memory, rendering him of minimal significance. In contrast, another character associated with him, Wen Luhan, possesses a more pronounced presence. Supporting female characters can be categorized into two types: the benevolent ones who maintain a close relationship with the protagonist, and the antagonistic ones who oppose her. Among the latter, there are two subtypes: the early exit cannon fodder and the malevolent ones who survive until the end. Guanyu belongs to the former, while Wen Luhan fits the latter. Although this headstrong young lady's intellect may not allow her to reach the conclusion, her affluent lineage compensates for this deficiency. Wen Luhan harbors no affection for the male lead or the antagonist. Her sole admiration lies with the gentle Ji Yanshu. Although Ji Yanshu does not reciprocate the infatuation with the charming female protagonist, she bestows her care upon her, inciting Wen Luhan's jealousy, which leads to constant antagonism. The more Wen Luhan targets Jiang Xuan, the more Ji Yanshu despises her. By the story's conclusion, Wen Luhan remains devoid of the beloved's heart, hastily marrying a wealthy scion to share her life. Guanyu finds it peculiar. Was it not stated that Wen Luhan is Ji Yanshu's devoted follower? Why is she absent now? As if in response to her puzzlement, the sound of high heels striking the ground gradually grows clearer, approaching from a distance. Ji Yanshu's expression shifts, her smile faltering. She immediately glances at the culprit, Mo shouting, "Did you summon her?" The latter innocently shakes her phone. "Little he asked me. So, I informed her you were here." "You." Ji Yanshu is at a loss for words. Guanyu looks up to see long, straight black hair cascading down to her waist, akin to smooth, lustrous black silk, free from any hint of frizz. Her fair skin accentuates the small red mole on her nose, and she is clad in a voluminous black haute couture dress that fails to conceal her slender, pale legs. Resembling a proud little black swan, with a slight arch of her brow, she appears like a black forest cake, quite different from Guanyu's preconceived image of Wen Luhan. "Ji Yanshu, I have searched for you for quite some time," she says, lowering her gaze, her tone laced with palpable discontent. Ji Yanshu merely raises her chin, indicating for her to take the vacant seat beside Guanyu.
Seat.
Wen Luhan discerns the dismissive undertone in her words, angrily tapping her foot, yet reluctantly settles beside Guanyu. Before she can even get comfortable, she feels a piercing gaze upon her, one that carries no malice, only intense curiosity. Guanyu diverts her gaze, casually opening a snack, and speaks nonchalantly, "There are disposable slippers in the cabinet. If your feet hurt, you may change into them." She intentionally aims to draw Wen Liuhen's attention. This cannon fodder character lacks any solid principles, and Wen Liuhen, the venomous antagonist, is no different. If she could enlist her in her plans, perhaps certain endeavors could yield greater results with less effort. Furthermore, the Wen family is a renowned leader in the real estate industry, and as the cherished youngest daughter, her illustrious background could prove advantageous. Forming a connection with her could be mutually beneficial. As anticipated, the irritable and thoughtless little black cat immediately bit the hook, its previously vigilant gaze transforming into round-eyed curiosity. "How did you know?" it inquired. "I could hear the sound of your high heels. Your left foot was heavier than your right, indicating they must be worn out." When Liuhe pondered for a moment, "What is your name? It seems you are perpetually asking questions." She feigned impatience. "Who cares?" Unexpectedly, the system's notification rang out, catching even Guanyu off guard. "Conversing can earn points?" "Indeed, Xiaoguan. With the male antagonist Ji Jinzhao and the female antagonist Wen Liuhe. If you can elevate their favorability towards you, your villainous points will increase." Is there such a delightful way to accumulate villainous points? Unfortunately, Xiaoguan, we do not possess the authority to check their favorability levels. All right then. Guanyu leaned back slightly, distancing herself from Wen Liuhe, and quietly asked Ji Jinzhao, "What type does your sister prefer?" A loud crash erupted as a wine glass slammed against the glass tabletop. Ji Jinzhao nearly shattered the surface when he set down his glass. Assistant Gu quickly retrieved a wet wipe to clean Ji's hands. "Mr. Ji, what happened?" "You're not yet of an age where you should struggle to hold a wine glass," he thought, mocking him inwardly. Perhaps he has too many guilty secrets? "It's nothing." Ji Jinzhao feigned calmness as he accepted the tissue from Assistant Gu, wiping his hands distractedly while casting a sidelong glance at Guanyu. "Do you also have an interest in women?" Guanyu sometimes wondered what image she projected in Ji Jinzhao's eyes. Did he desire anyone who was attractive, regardless of gender or age? "In your view, am I such a lecherous person? I have a project at my company that relates to the Wen family, and I thought to forge a connection with her." "You intend to assist the Guan family in securing business?" Ji Jinzhao questioned skeptically. "I plan to sabotage her endeavors." Guanyu replied earnestly. "If the original owner suffers, the Guan family shall not thrive either." Ji Jinzhao sighed in relief. Wearing an expression of bemusement, "Guanyu seeks to ally with Wen Liuhe? She would be better off trying to win me over instead. Her intellect is inferior to that of his dog." Before long, a server brought a pair of clean slippers, and Wen Liuhe cast a complex glance at Guanyu, who didn't he even spare her a glance in return. Witnessing Guanyu's effortless charm, Ji Jinzhao mused, "I'm almost shipping you two." The atmosphere among the group grew peculiar. Zhang Yuhe glared at Guanyu with disdain. Ji Jinzhao scrutinized her with dissatisfaction. Wen Liuhe observed her out of curiosity, while Guanyu simply munched on seeds. Emo's shouting cleared his throat, casting several meaningful glances at Ji Yanshu, subtly implying, "Brother Yanshu, do you not have something to discuss with Jinzhao?" It was only then that Ji Yanshu belatedly remembered the purpose of his summons. Casually setting down his glass, he addressed Ji Jinzhao, who looked at him, silently awaiting the continuation. "Someone informed me that your romantic pursuits have led to a case of love-induced folly?" He gently guided his brother, reminding him that after 20 years of life, this was his first experience with love. It was crucial to cultivate a sound perspective on relationships, to respect one another, and not to indulge excessively. "That must be what Emo's shouting said," Ji Jinzhao calmly interjected. "I achieved a remarkable score of 0 seconds in uncovering the informant. You should give it a try as well." Emo's shouting was taken aback. "How did you know?" "Even my toes could figure that out," Ji Jinzhao replied. "How could your toes possibly know?" When Liuheng raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "Brother Jinzhao, are you in love?" Ji Jinzhao took a swig of his drink. "No, stop talking nonsense." "But brother shouting clearly said you were." She gestured towards him. "Sister Ji Yanshu thinks so too." "Do you believe everything Ji Yanshu says? Would you trust him if he claimed that dog feces could serve as traditional medicine?" Guanyu sighed silently, pondering how the antagonist's character had crumbled since his introduction. Once a refined rogue, he now resorted to crude language, reducing his persona to that of a mere scoundrel. "I may believe him, but that doesn't mean I deconsume dog feces," Wen Liuheng remarked, perplexed. Chapter 49. What does crooked but mean? Little Crane. "You've seen me grow up. Don't you know who I am?" Ji Jinzhao said earnestly. Compared to Ji Yanshu, who was a few years older, Wen Liuheng and the Ji brothers, along with Emo shouting and Zhang Yuhe, had shared a childhood filled with camaraderie. Thus, out of respect for their childhood friendship, Wen Liuheng, despite his foolishness and attempts at wrongdoing, found himself in a favorable outcome thanks to Ji Jinzhuo's protection. When Liuheng pondered, a small question mark forming in her mind. Were you the one who watched me grow up, or was it I who observed your growth? She reflected, recalling that books often suggested that those with a love-deprived personality tend to develop a love brain, indicating that Brother Jinju was indeed quite likely to possess such traits. According to the common definition of a love brain found online, it refers to a mindset that places romantic love above all else, where individuals devote their entire energy and thoughts to their relationship and partner. Do you think I could be that kind of person? When Liu Heng discovered a point of intrigue. So, why does Brother Jinju understand this so well? Ji Jinju was rendered speechless. Little child, it's best to speak less in front of adults. I am not a child, she huffed, choosing to disregard him. At that moment, he caught sight of Guanyu, who appeared visibly upset.
Who has bothered you?
Guanyu retorted with a cold smile. You truly excel at acting. In front of others, you play the role of a naive flower, conveniently shifting blame onto me to maintain your image as a charming love brain. Who doesn't he know your true nature is ruthless, with deep cunning? You are a schemer. Ji Jinju looked at her, shocked and aggrieved. What kind of mental structure did this woman possess? What was the mass lodged between her ears? Was it excrement? He felt a lump in his throat, frustration settling in as he leaned back on the sofa in silence. When Liu Heng scanned the surroundings, not seeing the person she had anticipated. Satisfied, she crossed her arms and smirked. How rare, that little white lotus isn't here. I was hoping to torment her. Guanyu's eyes glimmered with admiration. Compared to her stealthy and treacherous demeanor akin to Shin Gongbao, the overtly malicious persona of Xi Minqing was far more exhilarating. Ji Jinzhao was not only indignant, but also involuntarily amused by her bizarre metaphors, which caused the corners of his mouth to curl upwards. Jiang Yuhe, displaying a look of confusion, inquired, "Who is this little white lotus?" The moment those words escaped her lips, 3 men present simultaneously furrowed their brows. The most intense reaction came from the die-hard fan, Jiang Yuhe, who nearly leapt from his seat upon hearing the name. Are you referring to Sister Inen? You think she's a white lotus? Well, what of it? When Liu He retorted with a smug eyebrow raise, she's not just a white lotus. She's also a green tea. Anyone at Junhua Pavilion by the lakeside can savor the rich tea she brews. Just sit here and wait for your turn. Mo shouting as brows knitted together, exuding an air of authority as he warned in a brotherly tone, Liu He, mind your manners. Although when Liu He was willful, she was not devoid of reason. Her animosity towards Jiang Xuan was not solely due to Ji Yanshu. A significant part of her resentment stemmed from the incessant overshadowing she experienced as a supporting character. She had prepared for the university gala for ages, stepping onto the stage with her cello, captivating the audience with her exquisite performance. Yet, when Jiang Xuan inadvertently stumbled, her startled doe-like eyes captured everyone's attention in an instant. For instance, when the second male lead rushed to rescue the falling Jiang Xuan, he inadvertently elbowed Wen Liu He as he passed by. Moreover, during basketball games, while she accompanied her friend to deliver water, the athletes gazed at her in awe, causing one to lose control of the ball, striking the hapless Wen Liu He. It seemed that wherever Jiang Xuan was concerned, misfortune was bound to follow, a pattern that the unfortunate young lady had come to recognize. Thus, her disdain for Jiang Xuan was firmly established. As my teammates were besieged, Guanyu gently squeezed her hand in a comforting gesture, signaling her to take a seat while casting a mildly reproachful glance at the 2 brothers. Liu He is still just a child. Why pick a fight with her? She merely speaks her mind without malice. Is it really worth it to treat your sister, who has grown up alongside you, this way over a single woman? Mo shouting could easily discern her subtle attempts at sowing discord and issued a warning. We will discipline our sister. What business is it of yours? Guanyu fell silent, casting an apologetic glance at Wen Liu He. A mere phrase, a glance, sent Wen Liu He into a frenzy. She sprang to her feet, her voice fortunately drowned out by the raucous music, so only they could hear. Have you all lost your senses? What is so admirable about Jiang Xuan? You may insult me, but to berate those who defend me is beyond comprehension. Her eyes brimmed with tears of grievance, as even an outsider could perceive her lack of ill intent, yet they regarded her as a cunning and malevolent woman, forever plotting harm. Mo shouting was momentarily taken aback, only to be incensed into laughter. Who is the one being disloyal, I wonder? You claim that the 4 of us, who have watched you grow, have lost our minds? Ji Jinzhao quietly observed the unfolding drama, interjecting with a nonchalant tone, It's not 4, it's just the 3 of you. Guanyu swiftly embraced her, while Wen Liu Heng, akin to a tempestuous little beast, bared her teeth and complained, You all have crooked postures. It is sheer favoritism. Mo Go, with a cold demeanor, was persuaded by Jiang Yuhe to sit down, lighting a cigarette. The crimson glow flickered, enveloping his unexpectedly pallid visage in a haze of smoke. He opened his phone. Searching. What does crooked posture signify? Gradually calming in Guanyu's embrace, when Liu Heng buried her face in the crook of her neck, warm tears streaming silently. Ji Jinzu observed with increasingly complex emotions, feeling as though Guanyu were casting a spell. If such theatrics continued, when Liu Heng might completely believe that in her opposition to the world, only Guanyu would steadfastly accompany her, unwavering in her devotion. Was it truly necessary to resort to such dramatics to win someone over? Ji Jinzu hesitated, casting a glance at Assistant Gu, contemplating whether to use him as the first experimental subject, thinking that it might prove advantageous in swaying Guanyu later. Although winning over Guanyu may be futile, it would be rather satisfying. Assistant Gu felt a chill under Ji Jinzu's gaze. What's the matter, Ji Zong? Do you wish to weep? He suddenly inquired. What? Assistant Gu doubted his own ears. So, are you happy? Ji Jinzu altered his approach. My surname is Gu, he replied weakly. Madman, who still resorts to such old cliches in this day and age. Ji Jinzu scoffed. What I mean is, if you feel the need to cry, my shoulder is available for you. He was pleased with his statement, thinking to relay it to Guanyu later. Assistant Gu's expression shifted from confusion to sheer terror. Ji Zong, that comes at a different price. Chapter 50. If she bears it, then what shall I bear? Go perish. Ji Jinzu replied coldly. Assistant Gu's mind jolted. You're next in line. Ji Jinzu, enraged yet amused, responded, very well. With those brief words, Assistant Gu felt his salary threatened in an unprecedented manner. It was frightful. Money is hard to earn and burdensome to bear. He immediately knelt to apologize. Ji Zong. I was wrong. I truly feel as though I might cry now. Ji Jinzu's expression softened slightly. If I lend you my shoulder now, would you feel like abandoning the world? If the world offers me no money, I believe I would betray it. What if I also refuse to give you anything? Ji Zong, why do you stand with the world? You are merely a miser, devoid of any reference value. In the end, Ji Yanshu sighed, conceding defeat as her towering shadow loomed over her. When Liu Heng seemed to sense the seat beside her sinking. Do not cry, he spoke softly, his gentle tone reminiscent of a warm, breezy day. Do not weep, you old man. When Liu Heng's muffled sobs became more pronounced, even the old man would cry in such circumstances. Ji Yanshu found herself at a loss, lightly tapping her shoulder through her clothing, only to have it brushed off vehemently. She turned her pleading gaze toward Guanyu. Guanyu, perplexed yet partially grasping his intent, hesitated to speak. I do not know if the old man would cry in such situations, for I do not know him. Who asked you that? Even Ji Yanshu, with her typically amiable disposition, felt her voice grow frantic and urgent. Please, persuade her. Liu Hua. Although your voice may be somewhat grating and your demeanor a tad impetuous and lacking in discernment, it is well understood by all that you possess a kind heart, albeit one that struggles to articulate its sentiments. Your sobs have grown louder, once again. If only you could temper your temper a bit more, things would be even better. Your whimpers have increased in volume. Guanyu, amused, remarked, Are you playing with the volume control? Ji Yanshu cast a pleading glance, silently asking for assistance. You lack the ability to console others. Allow me to instruct you. Guanyu, exasperated by your obstinacy, forcibly turned your chin to face her. You gazed at her in a mix of fear and anger. If you continue to cry, she said in a lowered voice, I would not hesitate to obliterate all of human civilization for you. You responded with a silent expression of disbelief, while Ji Yanshu added, Is human civilization aware of this? If this is how one must offer comfort, Ji Yanshu sighed deeply, weary to the core, I would rather meet my end. You nodded in reluctant agreement, conveying that such consolation would likewise lead you to prefer death. Guanyu, wide-eyed in innocence, exclaimed, I was merely trying to demonstrate kindness, and you treat it with disdain. You extricated yourself from Guanyu's embrace, sniffled, and struggled to regain composure, murmuring, Thank you. Guanyu calmly wiped her neck, now smeared with your tears, onto the back of her hand, dismissing the situation with a nonchalant, It's nothing. You stared blankly at your hand, struck by her casualness. Quietly, you retrieved a tissue to clean your hand, contemplating whether to assist Guanyu, but she grasped your wrist to halt you. In a firm tone, she instructed, Use a new one. Oh, you replied slowly, extracting a fresh tissue to wipe her neck. Are you no longer upset? Ji Yanshu raised an eyebrow. I am not. You replied with a calm demeanor, realizing that it is unwise to quibble with those whose intelligence seems to be lacking. 5. Guanyu instinctively glanced around, unable to suppress a twitch at her lips, wishing she could be so cruel just once. 4. Ji Jinju corrected. 3. Assistant Gu solemnly interjected. The organization shall not forget this weighty day. Ji Yenshu, questioning her own hearing and the source of such coarse language from one of high standing, asked,
What did you say?
Guanyu kindly relayed. She stated that you 5 possess pity eyes. Ji Jinju persistently corrected. 4. Assistant Gu continued gravely. 3. It was undeniably a work-related injury. In the presence of these prominent figures, he found himself voiceless, yet he was still implicated in the reprimands, even being called out for his eyes. Ji Yenshu fell silent, left without a retort. Mo shouting extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and raised his gaze to her, inquiring,
Who taught you such foul language?
Your uncle taught me, you retorted defiantly. Mo's shouting's tone turned more forceful. Who exactly did your uncle learn such language from? In the ensuing silence, Mo shouting realized that all eyes were now upon him. Guanyu blinked innocently. It should be quite evident who taught you such vulgarity. The others remained silent, but their gazes spoke volumes. When Liuha remained in a state of irritation, casting not even a glance at them, fixating solely on Guanyu. Remaining silent, Guanyu tentatively suggested, I would like to have some fruit, may I? Before she could finish, the fruit platter was impatiently pulled away, the implication being that it would not kill her. Guanyu felt satisfied. Progress at 55. You're overthinking it, he chuckled, then tossed a green grape into his mouth. As the juice burst forth, a sudden realization struck him, and his smile froze. Wait, isn't this the very process by which Guanyu is taming him? System notification. Aligning with antagonists increases the acquisition of villain points. System message. Achievement unlocked. Friend of the villain. Having interacted with 2 antagonistic figures, villain points accumulated. 10. Guanyu, what gives you the right to have her serve you fruit? Ji Jinzu raised his chin, his slender, piercing eyes flashing with contempt. Guanyu raised an eyebrow at him. So? When Liuha glanced between him and Guanyu, awkwardly admitting, bro, she didn't force me. I'm not entirely unwilling. If she brings it, why should I? Ji Jinzu was perplexed by his sudden outburst, yet the first thought that came to mind was precisely that. Guanyu, when Liuha? Ji Yenshu wore an expression of exasperation. Jinzu, shouting has not wronged you.
Guanyu incredulously exclaimed, Shuye.
What about your dignity as a man? Mo shouting held his forehead, shielding his eyes, unwilling to confront the reality of his brother becoming love-stricken. When Liuha hesitated, then, should I let you have it? He genuinely seemed to desire it. Ji Jinzu, feeling embarrassed in hindsight, attempted to shift the topic. What will you do then? This question left when Liuha at a loss. Can't she do nothing at all? Assistant Gu clapped his hands, enthusiastically offering suggestions. Since we have a personal eunuch. Miss, when can be her personal maid? No sooner had he spoken than a murderous glare seemed to pierce through him, accompanied by a familiar pain in his wallet. The voice dark and heavy. Assistant Gu, who is the personal eunuch. Having long learned to navigate the treacherous waters of court politics, Assistant Gu, despite the tiger having turned into a mouse, had developed the skill of adaptability. With a solemn expression, he declared, This position is mine and mine alone. No one shall compete with me. Chapter 51. The Alliance of Villainesses. Zhou Ge, how can you possibly develop feelings for an enemy? Jiang Yuhua's gaze bore down with reproach, for she was the instigator of Anne's torment. I do not, Ji Jinzu coldly denied. Zhou Ge, you are simply too naive. Your lack of understanding has left you susceptible to her deceit. Guanyu sneered, what a pure and innocent white lotus, a bewildered 25-year-old boy. Effortlessly claiming the reputation of a devoted husband without speaking or moving, while disguising himself as a simpleton. Being a man is truly easy. Ji Jinzu, accustomed to this, remarked. And then is the kindest girl I have ever met. How can you two bear to bully her? Jiang Yuhua, filled with righteous indignation, fixed her fiery gaze upon Guanyu, and when Liuha. Guanyu shrugged. It's just a casual act. When Liuha pondered seriously, indeed, just a casual act. Jiang Yuhua was infuriated. As a die-hard fan, devoted since Jiang Xuan's debut, he absolutely could not tolerate anyone insulting his idol in front of him. Even the sister-in-law and the younger sister have fallen prey to a ruthless and malevolent businessman, living in a state of perpetual anxiety, startled by the slightest sound. Moreover, upon entering university, in an effort to support herself without relying on her family's finances, she found herself targeted by a spiteful heiress who persistently sabotaged her audition opportunities.
Yet.
Despite these trials, she resolutely refused to abandon her aspirations.
Bang. Bang.
Two thunderous sounds erupted abruptly. One was the forceful kick against the table, while the other was the impatient sweep of the tabletop, clinking glasses and bottles crashing together. Jiang Yuhua's earnest recounting was suddenly interrupted, and the instigators of the commotion exchanged astonished glances. When Lu Hua exclaimed in shock, "What has you so upset?" Guanyu, equally perplexed, responded, "Why are you also so irate? The venomous heiress he referred to is indeed me. The wicked sister he mentioned is also me." Ji Jinzu mused to himself. The unscrupulous businessman has yet to utter a word. When Liu Hua's eyes sparkled with realization, "You are Jiang Xuan's sister? The one infamous for her malevolence and avarice?" She had diligently investigated Jiang Xuan's network and was aware of her sister named Guanyu, yet had failed to connect this amiable and beautiful sister with the notorious rumors. She was undeniably gentle and considerate, having just cradled her in a manner that, albeit slightly distasteful, was intended to comfort. "Isn't it Jiang Yuhua, that petty character, who tarnishes your reputation?" When Lu Hua was convinced, Jiang Go was no longer addressed. "Hey, what do you mean by petty character? Is there a saying that misrepresents her?" Jiang Yuhua retorted, "Didn't you hear her tell me and Mo Ge to play the part of her minions?" When Lu Hua showed evident disbelief, "Stop spouting nonsense. Does she even have an interest in you?" When Lu Hua, Jiang Yuhua, when Lu Hua exclaimed, "Are you raising your voice at us over a woman?" The moment Jiang Yuhua blurted this out, he immediately sensed something amiss. "Wait, haven't I heard this before?" Guanyu, feeling a sense of foreboding, remarked, "Why does it feel like since your arrival, we've endured quite a bit of scolding and bickering today? You're sowing discord among Jinzu, Lu Hua, and us, aren't you? This wouldn't be your scheme, would it?" "Enough. Cease your chatter," Guanyu said impatiently as she stood up, finding the conversation distasteful. "Since you believe I'm trying to incite discord, it's rather late now. We shall take our leave." She gestured towards Assistant Gu, indicating it was time to go. Assistant Gu hastily complied, even neglecting to consult his boss, rushing out to make arrangements. Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Yuhua stood up. "Why is your temper so volatile? You can't handle a few words? I've tolerated you for long enough. You, with your river-like thoughts, it's no wonder you're all water-brained." She scolded Jiang Yuhua, then turned to Mo shouting, "And you, whom I've told to maintain silence, yet you haven't paused for a single moment."
Montag Xiaoting.
Guanyu pointed at Ji Jinzu, who held her finger gently, smiling as he turned towards Ji Yanshu. "If they're to be scolded, then surely I am exempt." With a cold huff, she declared, "You mole.
Yanshu.
Let me be candid with you. My intentions are not only to relentlessly torment Jiang Xuan but also to persistently target all of you, to surveil you, and to cling to you incessantly. I have resolved to make wrongdoing my lifelong vocation, to engage in nefarious deeds with unwavering commitment until my last breath. Even in death, I shall haunt you, troubling you for your paper offerings." Guanyu provocatively raised an eyebrow at them. System message. The host publicly declares a villainous manifesto, earning 10 points of wickedness. When Liu He stared in astonishment, his eyes wide as if he were meeting her anew, looking up at her with sparkling eyes. Assistant Gu poked his head in from the doorway. "Madam, the car is waiting downstairs. I shall take my leave now. You will accompany me," she replied leisurely, diverting her gaze to meet Wen Liuhe's eyes, issuing a direct command.
Me?
When Liuhe pointed to himself. Guanyu nodded. "Are you not coming?" When Liuhe promptly stood, one hand grasping his bag and the other clutching hers, and they departed. The two turned to leave, pausing as they passed by Ji Jinzhao. "Are you coming?
I thought you had forgotten about me."
Ji Jinzhao scoffed disdainfully, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Almost." Guanyu replied candidly. "Are you coming or not?"
"Thank you, brother Jinzhao."
When Liu He cheerfully shoved both bags into his arms, quickly matching Guanyu's pace. "Sister, wait for me."
Ye Oyanzhao.
Is this how she treats the president? How ungrateful. Ji Jinzhao silently berated Guanyu in his mind 100 times, sulking as he followed behind, holding two petite ladies' chain bags, ignoring the mocking glances from passers-by. Jiang Yuhe observed their retreating figures, speechless. Have these two formed an alliance against Sister Inen? Mo shouting squinted as he watched them depart, nodding in agreement. Initially, they may not have known each other, but thanks to our intervention, it seems they have not only acquainted themselves but also grown closer. They could have engaged in mutual deceit, yet now it appears they are conspiring together. Without our assistance, things may not have gone so smoothly. It seems they were not so averse to Sister Inen earlier. Our instigation seems to have solidified their resolve. Ji Yenshu remarked. Jiang Xuan is truly fortunate to have friends like you. Chapter 52. The Rules of Villainy. As the four descended, the anticipated luxury vehicle was conspicuously absent from the entrance. Assistant Gu stepped aside, hurriedly making phone calls to negotiate, and shortly thereafter, the administrator approached him for a conversation, the topic unknown. Assistant Gu, with a hint of guilt, approached them, stating, "They said that Miss Beitong urgently needed a vehicle, so they provided our car to her." "Let us take a rideshare," Guanyu suggested. The night breeze was chilly as the four stood by the roadside, their initial composure gradually giving way to a sense of helplessness. Ji Jinzhao felt a twinge of shame for the first time. Only registered vehicles are permitted entry. Rideshares cannot enter. "What shall we do?" Assistant Gu cautiously inquired. "Shall I procure some shared bicycles for you?" Guanyu responded incredulously. How could one create such a significant blunder? Rideshares cannot enter, yet shared bicycles can? Perhaps the proprietor of Junhua Pavilion is heeding the government's initiative to promote shared bicycles across various locales, Gu assistant remarked with a forced bravado. "Are you certain that she won't be labeled as a pretentious woman for riding a shared bicycle in such an ensemble?" She incredulously gestured towards Wen Liuha's little black dress. What does pretentious woman even mean? A hint of confusion flickered in Wen Liuha's eyes. Guanyu let out a soft sigh, muttering, "How is it that, even after becoming affluent, one cannot escape the fate of riding a shared bicycle? Is her destiny truly to always be pedaling a bike?" Guanyu, momentarily distracted, exclaimed in astonishment, "Where to?" "A brothel." "The Ji family courtyard." Abbreviated as Ji Courtyard. When Liuha, puzzled by their deliberations, asked, "Can't we just use my family's car?" Ji Jinzhao and Guanyu exchanged glances. "Where's your mind?" After a brief exchange of reproaches, they finally persuaded Wen Liuha to summon her family's chauffeur. Before long, the car arrived. Ji Jinzhao opened the door, graciously allowing the two ladies to enter first while motioning for Gu assistant to sit in the front. As night fell, the skyline was ablaze with lights. And through the darkened windows, the cityscape rushed past in a blur. Guanyu was fixated on the window, unable to ignore the intense gaze beside her. "What's with you?" She shot a sidelong glance at Wen Liuha. "I wish to know why you suddenly transformed, exhibiting such contrasting behavior." Her eyes sparkled with genuine curiosity. Free from sarcasm. "I, too, would like to request a tutorial on how to speak so acerbically. Is it truly so harsh?" When Liuha smiled, pressing her lips together. It seems that what's brewing in one's mind escapes through the mouth uncontrollably. Two women exchanging such topics of conversation are rather formidable. "I am genuinely curious how you manage to convey that someone is less than virtuous at first glance. You seem earnest in your desire to learn. Thus, I shall enlighten you," Guanyu pondered. "Being a villain is not as easy as it seems. In our line of work, one must not fall in love with clients. Nor should we place undue importance on manners. The third point which is paramount." When Liuha nodded attentively, eager to learn, "What is the third point?" "The third point is not to set your sights too low," Guanyu affirmed earnestly. "You cannot merely consider Jiang Xuan as your target, as antagonists. We must harbor grand ambitions. Focusing solely on Jiang Xuan is too trivial. Your vision should encompass the broader picture." "How does one broaden their perspective?" When Liuha shook her head in confusion, "I do not comprehend." Ji Jinzhao interjected, "Please refrain from imparting such teachings. And do not take it so seriously. You may criticize Jiang Xuan, but does that mean you can disparage everyone? You may covet what Jiang Xuan possesses. Does that imply you can covet others' possessions as well?" Guanyu assumed the role of a patient instructor, passionately imparting wisdom. "If you wish to undermine Jiang Xuan, what other methods might you employ?" In her bewilderment, when Liuha seemed to grasp fragments of Guanyu's villainous teachings, "Could I also undermine my father?" Guanyu expressed satisfaction. "You possess remarkable insight." Up front, Gu assistant appeared contemplative, so one's aspirations can indeed be vast. If Miss Wen can, could he not also undermine the boss? With such thoughts in mind, he felt a surge of passion within him, igniting a fervor that was abruptly extinguished when he caught a glimpse of those cold, frosty, slanted eyes in the rear-view mirror. As if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. It was nothing. Moreover, one must never feel remorse for their actions. After all, we are the villains. And everything we do is justified. We could commit 100 misdeeds, yet if we perform a single good deed, there will always be someone to absolve us. However, a good person can do 100 virtuous acts, yet a single mistake will overshadow the 99 good deeds they have accomplished. When Lu Hui pondered, there are so many advantages to being a villain. Ji Jinzu could no longer restrain himself. Do not teach her such things. She will genuinely learn.
Fine.
Guanyu replied dismissively, shrugging at Wenluhui. See, it is your brother Jinzu who forbids me from teaching you. Wenluhui shot him an angry glare. You didn't speak up for me just now, and now you have plenty to say. Is this your only chance to voice your thoughts in this lifetime? Jinzu, what the hell? Guanyu imparted wisdom through her actions. That was also a tactic called diverting the calamity eastward.
Yeoyanzo.
Sir, miss, we have arrived at G family courtyard, announced the chauffeur from the Wen family. Wait a moment. At the instant Guanyu closed the car door, Wenluhui pulled out her phone. Sister, let us exchange contact information. Jinzu's instincts warned him that such close interactions would lead to trouble, and he attempted to refuse, blocking her with his body. Feigning a headache, I seem to have had a bit too much to drink. You should drink less soda. You can get tipsy from soda. Men are utterly useless. Guanyu disdainfully shoved Jinzu aside, pulling out her phone to exchange contact details with Wenluhui. It was Jinzu's first experience with such unhealthy carbonated drinks, akin to discovering a new world, and he eagerly consumed several cups.
Yeoyanzo.
My family as chauffeur will take me. Wenluhui nodded. You needn't worry about me. Wenluhui. Chapter 53. The sister-in-law doesn't appear to be a local. Upon entering the G family courtyard and stepping into the villa, Guanyu's first action was to take a shower and remove her makeup. Behaving like a cohabitating roommate with Jinzu, parting ways without a sideways glance. After a comfortable shower, lounging on her bed, Guanyu nibbled on her fingers in contemplation. Her gaze fixed on her phone screen as she rapidly flipped through online literature, studying how villains could infiltrate every aspect of life with their disruptive mindset. She realized she was still too kind. In that opportune moment earlier, she had failed to think of it as the perfect time for mischief. She should have forced the three of them out of the car to walk, illuminating the path behind them with headlights, determining that whoever lagged behind would meet their demise. She still lacked a keen eye for recognizing malevolence. Suddenly, an idea struck her. System. What is the definition of confinement? Is it the range and duration of activity? The system promptly responded. Little Guan, who do you wish to confine? To increase villain points, one must confine anyone they encounter. The system candidly informed her. It's somewhat niche, yet there are loopholes, since it hasn't been catalogued in the main system. It implies that the criteria for behavioral judgment is quite lenient. Guanyu was somewhat astonished. You divulged this to me? Rest assured. I and Little Guan are allies. I can even secretly modify it to refresh the judgment every 3 seconds. In the dim glow of the second floor, Guanyu felt a mischievous thrill. If we count heads, can we count that dog's head as well? She smirked, contemplating a customized task for her little companion. Unwilling to witness any discomfort befall her host. Satisfied, she mused that her younger brother was indeed trustworthy at home, even capable of employing cheats for such trivial endeavors. Without further ado, Guanyu opened the door and descended the stairs in a flurry of swift steps. In the living room, Jinzu was sunk deep into the sofa, one hand propping his forehead while the other idly played with the head of Silai, the dog resting on his lap. Jinzu, why are you awake at this hour? Playing with a dog? Do you relish this precarious dance with death?
She teased.
Mind your own business. Silai is far quieter than any human, he retorted. Guanyu feigned indifference, reminding him to treat his wife with kindness, noting that she seemed foreign, perhaps from Russia. Silai, a Samoyed, hails from the northern regions of Russia and Siberia. What brings you down here again? Jinzu shot her a sidelong glance. Just playing with the dog, she replied. Are you also here to duel with death? He asked mockingly. I'm here to cheer you on. You must be defeated by the Grim Reaper, she quipped, crouching down to Silai, who, sensing her presence, abandoned Jinzu and bounded towards her. Jinzu, unfazed, remarked, You stepped on my foot. Good dog, Guanyu praised, patting the floor to signal Silai to sit. She affectionately ruffled its fluffy head and glanced around, noticing toys scattered across the carpet, including a small toy storage bucket. She emptied the bucket and placed it atop Silai's head, inquiring with hopeful curiosity, Is this acceptable? The bucket, slightly larger than Silai's head, appeared a tad cramped. The system responded, Though we are allies, Guanyu, a modicum of respect for the rules would be appreciated. Is it not permissible? She asked, hastily removing the bucket and once again patting Silai's fluffy head, mumbling, If it were allowed, I would have placed it on Jinzu's head instead. With a 3-second judgment interval, she worried about Silai feeling stifled. Noticing her disappointment, Silai grinned widely, attempting to lift her spirits.
Who are you muttering about? Yeoyanzo.
Sensing something amiss, glanced up, observing the scene of one person and one dog on the carpet. You claim to be playing with the dog. Yet it seems the dog is the one amusing you, he noted, acknowledging how well Silai had trained its master. Feigning ignorance, Guanyu continued her playful sounds, tsk, tsk, tsk. Silence ensued. She persisted, tsk, tsk, tsk. Still no response. Undeterred, she repeated, tsk, tsk, tsk. Silai, growing impatient, sprang up and excitedly circled her, wagging its tail as if to say it had heard her call. Unable to resist, Guanyu exclaimed, I'm calling you. With only 2 humans present, and ruling out any conversation with Silai, Ji Jinzu, despite his disbelief, had no choice but to accept that she was indeed addressing him. Otherwise, were you speaking to the dog? He asked incredulously. Ji Jinzu, come here, Guanyu insisted, or I shall have to punish you. Punish me with what? Make me kneel all night? He retorted. Is it popular in your circles to refer to rewards as punishments? Guanyu affectionately patted the carpet before her, inviting, come. Sit with us, Silai. Ji Jinzhao thought, this is undoubtedly treating him like a dog. Reluctantly, he sat down, inadvertently landing on Silai's tail, prompting a yelp from the dog. Good dog. Guanyu instinctively praised. Ji Jinzhao's smile faltered. You had better be referring to it. Guanyu clapped her hands and stood up, heading towards a corner where she had long desired to assemble a detachable children's fence. This fence, which she had purchased for Silai the previous day, unfortunately turned out to be too short, allowing Silai to leap over it with ease. It had to be dismantled and stored away. To her surprise, it now proved to be useful. You two stay seated and don't move, she advised, then began to laboriously gather the scattered toy fence components, striving to fashion them into a circular enclosure. You 2 brothers, one standing on the other's foot, the other sitting on the other's tail, should unite in brotherly love and refrain from quarreling. You must support one another in the future, Guanyu encouraged as she worked. Help me hold this. Ji Jinzhao, supporting the fence with one hand, sighed in exasperation. Who wants to be brothers with a dog? The dog does not mind a poor home, nor does a mother disdain her ugly child. Our Silai does not reject you for your lack of beauty, yet you are still unwilling. Wasn't that supposed to be a reference to the dog not minding its lot? Ji Jinzhao watched in disbelief as she attempted to confine him alongside her beloved pet, unable to suppress his curiosity. What are you doing? Imprisoning. Guanyu replied calmly as she continued her task. Ji Jinzhao rested his chin on his hand, observing her labor for quite some time. Are you really using a dog fence to confine a person? Isn't that a bit degrading? You wouldn't understand. Guanyu replied without lifting her head. Upon completing her task, she sat on the sofa and silently counted to 3. 3, 2, 1. System message. Host has unlocked the achievement of 1 person, 1 dog for a day, earning 10 evil woman points. Guanyu chuckled. Who came up with this name? It sounds as though Ji Jinzhao is about to elope with my dog. The system replied with an unmistakable tone of pride. Of course. It is a custom challenge designed specifically for you, Xiaoguan. Another 3 seconds passed, and the reward notification chimed once more. Satisfied that her plan was unfolding successfully, Guanyu instructed, Ji Jinzhao, you and Silai should sit in this circle and refrain from using your sofa. I'll have someone move it to my room tomorrow. System message. Host has achieved the opportunity to take advantage of others, earning 3 evil woman points. Ji Jinzhao and Silai resembled players at a respawn point within a game. As long as they remained in this domain, they could accumulate points for her. Ji Jinzhao, bewildered, exclaimed, Guanyu, has my status fallen so low that I can no longer sit on a chair? At least those relegated to the cold palace can sit on a cold bench. He was left with no choice but to sit on the floor alongside a dog. As time grew late, Guanyu yawned and kindly brought over his computer. From now on, you will sit here. This is very important to me. Do not rise unless absolutely necessary, understood? Ji Jinzhao replied, if this is so important, why don't you sit here yourself? Chapter 54. A Pile of Ugly Clothes. Having assigned herself the minimum task for accumulating evil woman points, Guanyu contentedly ascended the stairs to sleep. She was oblivious to the duration for which Ji Jinzhao and Silai had been amassing her villainous points. All she was aware of was that she had succumbed to slumber accompanied by the incessant chime of notifications from the system. The following day, the sheer curtains drew back slowly, allowing the crystalline and radiant sunlight to invade the room, cascading gently onto her face, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty and tranquility. Curse this wretched weather, these bothersome curtains, this entire world. Awakened by the blinding sunlight, Guanyu did not experience the comfort of a heroine rising from an 8-meter-wide bed. Her eyes remained shut as she unleashed a torrent of invective upon the world. Good morning, Xiaoguan. The system greeted her bright and early. Upon opening your eyes, 2 messages await your attention. 1 good, 1 bad. Which would you prefer to hear first? The good news, please, she replied, adhering to her principle that sweetness begets sweetness. Hoping to banish her morning irritability and embrace a day filled with positivity. The good news is that as of yesterday, at 23:59, your villainous points have reached a staggering 4,000. Guanyu felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the reward for her diligent scheming. Enough points to sustain her for quite some time. A smile crept across her lips as she exuberantly rose from the bed, declaring, "Today, I shall present a pleasant demeanor to the entire world." And the bad news? The bad news is that due to an unusual spike in data, the main system has detected abnormal fluctuations, temporarily disabling related functions, including rewards. In simpler terms, your account has been suspended. Guanyu knelt gently. Disheartened, I truly have shown too much goodwill to the world. The thought of her life being tethered to this system made her anxious. What happens if my account is suspended? It won't erase my existence in this world, will it? Guanyu found reassurance in the system's reliability. System? You are the best system I have ever followed. You've never caused me any distress. Who wants to witness their endless romantic entanglements? As the antagonists, we must boldly undermine everyone. The system praised her without reservation. Xiao Guan, you are the most pragmatic host I have encountered. While others attempt to redeem themselves while engaging in mischief, you remain steadfast in your villainy. A host that is consistently wicked, matched with a system that tolerates no nonsense, an alliance of mutual ambition. What schemes do we have for today, Xiao Guan? The system inquired. With an air of mystery, Guanyu retrieved a business card and a ring from her pocket. We are to seek out Lord Ji, infiltrate the thunderstorm, and at that moment, all male leads, second leads, supporting roles, and antagonists shall obediently serve as my subordinates, none of them permitted to indulge in romance. Her determination unwavering, she immediately leapt from the bed, her feet meeting the soft carpet as she dashed to the bathroom to freshen up. Without pause, she quickly dried her face, opened her wardrobe, and began selecting her attire. The wardrobe was filled with light and vibrant colors, suggesting that the original owner favored a pure and youthful style. She scrunched her nose in mild frustration. I heard that Thunderstorm is filled with individuals from the underworld. Should I not wear something more commanding? Xiao Guan, you can purchase clothing from the shop. The system reminded her. But I have been suspended. Isn't this a case of preemptive spending? Our mall system is remarkably progressive. Alright. Assist me in opening the clothing selection interface. What clothing selection? How outdated. Unbeknownst to her, something was operating in the background, and suddenly, a virtual screen materialized in her mind, displaying an array of products swiftly whizzing by, seemingly filtered based on specific keywords. Soon, a meticulously curated ensemble appeared before her. We have identified 2,000,000 outfits that match the keywords dominant goddess and socialite. This ensemble comprises a beret, silver dangling earrings, a leopard print coat, and leather boots. Guanyu gasped. Is this a throwback to the millennium? Is it not appealing, Xiao Guan? In the sweltering summer, you want me to wear a leopard print coat and leather pants? One wrong move, and I might burst. Then let us proceed to the next outfit. This one was even more extravagant, a northeast floral coat in Lolita style, adorned with a vibrant headscarf and knee-high socks, a true embodiment of a Sino-Western eclectic extravaganza. Does this suit the criteria? The system inquired eagerly. Guanyu inhaled sharply. I cannot deny its boldness, nor can I dismiss its goddess-like flair, but it resembles a chaotic fusion of three keywords, a dominant ant from the northeast. Next outfit. A snug knitted dress paired with a chic faux fur jacket materialized. Isn't this a tad too warm? It won't be hot, the system assured confidently. Just take off the fur. A knitted dress without the fur will still be quite warm, won't it? Not at all, the system persisted, just look at the back. The holographic model turned around, revealing a precarious attachment of 3 thin strings, exposing an impressive 99 of its back. It truly was quite breezy, leaving her feeling both exposed and chilled. May I inquire, she stammered, where should I place my posterior? On the cold bench at the police station? There's ample space for your posterior anywhere. If there's room for my posterior, does that mean there's room for my dignity? Let us try another outfit. A gigantic sea urchin enveloped in a skin-tight leather bodysuit, with a menacing balloon protruding from behind, making it difficult to discern where the arms ended. Should I stealthily strike them while they cannot tell which is my hand? Next outfit. Dressed in yellow robes, embodying the emperor. I am here to scheme, not to ascend the throne. Next outfit. A discreet delivery bag. Next outfit. Ultimately, Guanyu could no longer contain herself and decided to personally curate the keyword database. entering several terms like pure black gothic, and only then did the product selection become somewhat bearable. Alright, this one will do. Guanyu decisively made her choice. Her eyes weary from the onslaught of options. Activating your Huala payment service, please proceed with facial verification. Approach the screen, step back. Ensure your face remains within the circular frame. Open your mouth, look left, look right, and complete the facial verification. Payment successful. Upon receipt confirmation, an invoice will be generated for you. Please repay on time to avoid damage to your credit due to overdue payments. Guanyu found it quite astonishing and couldn't help but inquire, there's no camera in front of me. How is facial recognition possible? Oh, we don't require that. It's merely a formality we've learned to go through, came the reply. Guanyu responded, regardless of its utility, you insist on learning it? Chapter 55. The capital's dragon seeks suppression. Guanyu donned a new outfit and descended the stairs. As she paused at the stairway's entrance, she noticed a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted handsome man in an apron, busily engaged in the kitchen, his back turned to her. Judging by his silhouette and the golden hue of his hair, he was not Ji Jinzhao. Another beauty trap? Guanyu scoffed softly, preparing to continue her descent, but halted once more upon glimpsing his face in profile, exquisite and flawless, with long eyelashes fluttering as his gaze fell. His golden hair lay neatly, and as he bent to chop vegetables, his brow and eyes reflected seriousness. There exist two archetypes of exceptional men. One is the youthful, fatherly figure, while the other embodies the fatherly essence of youth. Ji Jinzhao represented the former, while this splendid young man embodied the latter. Was this paradise? Hearing the commotion, the boy in the kitchen turned to see the lady of the house clad in black, a short blazer over a black camisole, paired with shorts, leg rings gently encircling her thighs. She leaned against the spiral staircase railing, observing him with keen interest, her intense gaze seemingly piercing through him. He felt an odd sensation, akin to standing before her unclothed. Madam, shall we dine? He smiled at her. Guanyu's eyes lit up. When did you enter the palace? I've not seen you before. Envy for the original owner, understanding the original owner, becoming the original owner. Money truly is a remarkable asset, capable of drawing men with its allure. The boy hesitated. Enter the palace? Guanyu, maintaining her composure, corrected him. I meant enter the house. The golden-haired young man removed his apron. Madam, I am Song Shirguan. Guanyu nodded, making her way downstairs. Naturally suspicious, she feigned casualness and asked, do you know MO shouting? The MO of the MO group. What's the matter? You're not sent by him, are you? She queried, suspicion creeping into her voice. Song Shirguan's beautiful eyes exhibited traces of confusion. I was sent by my grandfather. Your grandfather's name is MO shouting? My grandfather is named Shirdai. Amidst this nonsensical dialogue, Guanyu had already seated herself at the dining table, her doubts significantly alleviated. Is breakfast ready? I have matters to attend to. It's ready. Song Shirguan hurried into the kitchen and emerged with a plate, artfully arranged with fried eggs, cherry tomatoes, and broccoli. Though they appeared quite unfamiliar with one another, the arrangement was precise, eggs separate from vegetables. High emotional intelligence. Exquisite presentation. Low emotional intelligence. Is this for feeding chickens? Guanyu stated bluntly. I specifically researched 5-star Michelin chef plating techniques online, he replied with innocent eyes. Guanyu hesitated to voice her thoughts, finally conceding, well, it's nice that you've put thought into it. Song Shirguan gazed at his own presentation with satisfaction. If you dislike it, please refrain from criticism.
Bah!
She exclaimed. Upon tasting the fried egg, she was taken aback by its sweetness. Overly sweet, in fact. Before her mind could register, her body had already rejected it. Song Shirguan, feigning calmness, wiped away the egg that had been inadvertently spat onto his face, muttering, You really do spray when displeased. Next time, please refrain from such actions. He understood why the internet often advised against criticism rather than inviting it. Some individuals genuinely did spray. Guanyu gracefully set down her cutlery, smiling. Are you trying to poison me? Song Shirguan blinked innocently. Is it that unpalatable? Guanyu's expression remained stoic. What difference does it make from eating excrement? Song Shirguan felt somewhat aggrieved. The distinction is that I didn't serve you excrement. Nevertheless, she conceded, considering your effort, I forgive your rudeness. Guanyu, with a serious tone, requested, please arrange a vehicle for me. I need to go out today. Reflecting on the morning's mishap, she doubted the individual's competence, but decided to overlook it. Adhering to the principle of not complicating matters for fellow students, she cautioned, I require a 4-wheeled vehicle. Do not send a tricycle or a shared bike. I want the most impressive car from the garage. With a confident demeanor, Song Shiguan replied, "Leave it to me, madam. Who would be foolish enough to allow the employer to ride a shared bike? Your brother-in-arms," Guanyu retorted. "Am I the Feng Chao?" Song Shiguan sighed, "Madam, your words are truly disheartening. I am already a weakling. Do you not fear I might leap from a building and become a casualty? Fear not. For you reside on the first floor. The weak may merely become dim-witted," Guanyu replied, her words steeped in despair. Song Shiguan retrieved her phone and called the driver, instructing him to prepare the vehicle immediately. Silai trotted over to Guanyu, resting his front paws on her knee, playfully demanding her attention. In her boredom, she engaged Song Shiguan in conversation. "What is your major in university?" "I intended to change my major, but I discovered I needed to be in the top 10 of my class to do so. If I could rank in the top 10, why would I even consider changing majors? Yet, for the sake of my future, I switched to law. Before the switch, everyone claimed we would each have a Porsche. After, I realized it was merely a wet shoe in the rain, vowing to drive a Porsche someday." He squatted down to play with Silai, sighing, "My life is simply ridiculous." A chuckle escaped Guanyu's lips. "Madam, is it truly that comical?" He lamented. "There are many paths to owning a Porsche. One could delve into online ventures and engage in product promotion," Guanyu suggested. "I've tried that, promoted products, but the earnings are meager. And the spam messages are abundant." He sighed. "Life is exceedingly arduous. If all else fails, follow my lead and marry a wealthy person," Guanyu advised. "Emotions are irrelevant. We are in a profession that thrives on youth. Best to secure a wealthy spouse early on." Song Shiguan pondered. "Madam, are you in need of a mistress? Do you have connections to facilitate this?" "I'll inquire with Ji Jinzhao tonight. He has a wife, but might still seek a male companion," Song Shiguan replied.
No.
"He does not wish to be a domineering CEO's consort. Well then, I must also strive for my beautiful life," she declared, rising to leave. As she approached the door, Silai clamped onto her shoe, preventing her exit. "Do you wish to accompany me?" she asked, glancing down. Silai barked in response. She crouched down to pet Silai's head, saying, "If I get into trouble, you must help me escape. You must protect your mother." Despite the protective charm of the Thunder Leader's ring, Guanyu felt an unsettling trepidation within her heart. Each generation of society's underbelly grew more formidable, and she harbored a deep-seated fear of the individuals congregating at the milk tea shop who were collecting funds for their dubious ventures. Moreover, the destination she was about to approach was the stronghold of those who truly thrived in the darker realms of life. Fortune favors the bold, and with a stroke of luck, she might encounter the influential figures of the capital. However, should fortune turn against her, she could find herself amidst the desperate souls in a hospital ward seeking a change of fate. As Song Shiguan answered the phone, he informed her, "Madam, the driver has arrived." With a grave expression, Guanyu rose from her seat, taking Silai's hand as they ventured outside to the vehicle. Chapter 56. Addressed as Sister Yu. Upon entering the car, Guanyu handed the driver a business card inscribed with her destination. The Thunder Gang, once a criminal syndicate, comprised 12 factions, each led by a chief who commanded their own subordinates and territories. The hierarchy was intricate, with Ji Tianlei at the pinnacle. As warned by Ji Jinzhou, the background and connections of the Thunder Gang were exceedingly convoluted. Within a mere few years, numerous faction leaders had met untimely and mysterious ends. Its resources and networks were vast and abundant, infiltrating various industries, all existing in shades of gray. In recent years, rumors of Ji Tianlei's impending retirement had circulated incessantly, year after year, as those coveting his position watched and waited with bated breath. After over an hour of travel, Guanyu had perused all pertinent information and neared her destination. "Madam, this does not appear to be the location you seek," the driver remarked, somewhat perplexed. As he circled the area without finding the intended site. "Let us disembark here. Return for me at 6 this evening. If I am not out by then, please inform Ji Jinzhou," Guanyu instructed solemnly. "What shall I inform, young master?" the driver inquired, confused by the gravity of her tone. As though she were departing for a funeral. "Convey to him that I have come to court danger, and he must come for me personally." She emphasized the word, personally. The driver nodded, albeit with uncertainty. "Very well, madam. Please be careful." Guanyu stepped out, pulling Silai along, and closed the car door before dialing the number on the business card. The voice that answered was not Ji Tianlei's but that of a gentle man, seemingly in his 30s or 40s. "Hello, Lei Gong is not available. I am near Thunder. I wish to locate Ji Tianlei. Could you send someone to escort me inside?" she inquired. "Unexpected, a young girl? How did you obtain this card?"
he questioned.
It was given to me by Lei Gong, Guanyu replied, mimicking his formal address. Where are you now? She described a nearby building, and he instructed her to remain where she was. Someone would be sent shortly. Soon, two intimidating men, clad in casual oversized shirts, approached her with stern expressions. They abruptly halted, scrutinizing her from head to toe, their gaze ultimately landing on her fingers. Today, she had replaced the jade ring she had pilfered from Ji Jinzhou with the life-preserving ring bestowed upon her by Ji Tianlei. Are you the one that Uncle Lon sent us to collect? One of the scarred-faced men asked, his tone somewhat brusque. Guanyu nodded in affirmation. Oh, he exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and his demeanor softened. Come with me, sister. Sister? Guanyu responded, her expression one of incredulity.
How old are you?
Do you think I am 18? He retorted. And what shall I call you? He continued to inquire.
Guanyu, she replied.
Dear Guan Eryi, when my brother and I entered, we also paid our respects to you. It is the character from Sister. Do not be deceived by our youth. Both of us are individuals who have long lingered by the side of Lord Lei. De Go beamed with pride. What did you call me? Guan felt a secret delight, feigning obliviousness. Sister. De Go inquired with a hint of confusion. Could it be that I have inadvertently aged her? Guan joyfully squinted her eyes. Outside, she could only be addressed as Xiao or Little Guan or even Mei Zhu. Yet here, she is referred to as. What are your names? I am De Go, and he is Ergo. Upon hearing the keywords, Si Lai barked twice. Ergo looked up at Guan with utmost seriousness. Does it wish to be called Singo? Guan was taken aback. De Go unceremoniously tapped him on the head, admonishing, do not act foolish. It is indeed a dog. I have another question. Guan had long been curious. Why is Lord Ji referred to as Lei Gong? Surely it cannot be simply Ji Gong, for that sounds akin to a monk's name. Yet Lei Gong bears resemblance to the god of thunder. Surely, a deity is preferable to a monk, is it not? Following a winding path and passing through a concealed door behind a mysterious shop, they finally approached the true lair of the thunder. Before stepping into the realm of thunder, Guan felt a twinge of fear. System, is there any golden finger to protect me? Yes, dear. No matter the cost, I must acquire it. It will cost 5,000. Your golden finger has been secured. Guan checked her order, and upon seeing the name of the golden finger, her expression turned complex. This name, is it not reminiscent of He, not dead yet? Indeed. The system replied nonchalantly. It sounds rather dubious and quite infuriating. Guan, feeling uneasy, clicked on the product reviews, and the first one that struck her was a scathing critique. I possess an infinite resurrection system. Damn. Just because I cannot die. You leave me with only a sliver of health? In my past life, when I was captured by bandits, they were surprisingly kind, granting me a swift end. Yet they discovered they could not kill me, and every time I resurrected with a sliver of health, I was met with the infuriating voice line, Hey, not dead yet. I was so enraged that I fought for an entire night until they finally managed to slay me. In this life, I specifically purchased one to leave a bad review. Everyone should be warned. Pet concubine system. Highly effective, the dog emperor has no remedy to slay me. How did you know I possess a wealth system? I have no clue, I simply purchased it for amusement. While some spent 5,000 for entertainment, others combined their balances for payment. Guan took a deep breath, grateful for some assurance. For the time being, she could not die. Thus, she confidently followed De Go and Ergo inside. The interior of the thunder was not as terrifying as she had imagined. Although the faces of the people passing by were not particularly familiar, they were not as inhuman as she had feared. Each was clad in an odd assortment of suit jackets, often paired with t-shirts or vests underneath, while their lower halves sported shorts, as if they were reluctantly conforming to a half-hearted mandate to wear suits. In contrast, her attire was the most extravagant. You lot, come over here. De Go was not boasting. He indeed held a certain standing within the thunder, as those he gestured to obediently approached. This is R, please address her as. They exclaimed in unison, their voices resonating with grandeur. Guanyu's lips nearly stretched to the back of her head, exclaiming, Good, good. All of these youth, at 18, yet none possess our prowess. The purpose for which De Go summoned them was purely for ostentation. Guanyu nodded with a sigh, reflecting, such an age. Beyond the grasp of the minor protection law, the crowd scratched their heads, hesitant to speak. De Go chuckled heartily. Indeed, thus we must be even more cautious than before. Chapter 57. How selfish he is. Ergo, who is that? Someone inquired softly, curiosity piqued. Ergo pointed at Guanyu's ring and whispered, a person of connections. The younger brothers nodded in sudden understanding. By the way, fetch a staff manual for Sister Yu, Dago instructed. A staff manual? Guanyu questioned, puzzled as to why even a gang would require such a document. The boss says the company must operate on the right track. We brothers, as employees, cannot lag behind. We must embrace the mindset of becoming upstanding citizens, Dago explained. Guanyu nodded in agreement, appreciating the positive energy. Here it is, Brother Dago. A younger brother hurriedly produced a staff manual from the counter, grumbling about the clerk who was apprehended yesterday, which nearly prevented him from finding the manual. Guanyu took the manual, her gaze falling on the first rule. First, do not indiscriminately harm colleagues. Quite reasonable. Discipline is of utmost importance, Dago affirmed. Does everyone adhere to discipline? Among thousands, surely some do not? She queried. Of course, some do not, he replied. What happens to those who disregard discipline? Guanyu asked. Her expression blank. Didn't he say not to harm colleagues indiscriminately? Sister Yu, look here, Dago gently pointed to the end of the first line, where a note in the smallest font read, except in special circumstances. She continued reading, encountering the second rule, prohibited from publicly airing anti-crime television series, documentaries, and films. Each seemingly absurd rule harbored its own extraordinary tale. And why is that? One individual remarked, how could it possibly be 20 years? It should be 40. As my father received a 40-year sentence. Another asserted, it is indeed 20 years, as he has been sentenced before, leading to a scuffle between the two.
Since that day,
Lei Gong forbade them from watching anti-crime dramas. Guanyu reluctantly acknowledged, that makes sense. A family of convicts. The third rule. What are you all doing gathered here? Aren't you supposed to be working? A brazen voice interrupted, forcefully parting the crowd around her. A group of 5 entered, flanked by 2 younger brothers on either side, each exuding an air of superiority. Guanyu's gaze fell upon the leader, his face marked by a scar stretching from his brow to his chin. Grey Wolf. What an impolite name. One of the younger brothers proclaimed proudly. Our boss is the 3rd Hallmaster, known as King of the Blade Brows. Unfortunate king? Guanyu mused, recalling the tale of him being ambushed by over 100 men. Where did this little lady come from? The Grey Wolf stared intently at Guanyu's face, his sharp brows and red lips framing a beauty. King of the Blade Brows, show some respect, Dago interjected, displeased. Guanyu, lacking any sense of decorum, mockingly retorted. If you want to be called King of the Blade Brows, just call him that. What else with this blade brow king nonsense? Wang Daomei, with a fierce demeanor, pointed at his broken eyebrow and declared, I am the King of Blade Eyebrows. Do you have any objections? Suddenly narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized her and remarked, You are rather attractive. You are exceedingly ugly, resembling a pair of underpants, she retorted. Wang Daomei was taken aback, pondering how someone could be so spiteful. Why are women also mingling in here? What do they take our heavenly thunder for? To salvage his dignity, he swiftly changed the topic, frowning as he asked, Big Dog, is this your woman? Big Dog, glancing nervously at Guanyu, hastily waved his hands. What are you talking about, Wang Daomei? This is a distinguished guest of our Lei Gong. You should address her as Sister Yu. You wretched creature, refrain from speaking. Guanyu shot back. Am I truly so hideous? He asked, his smile faltering, clearly rattled. Indeed, you are quite ugly, resembling underpants, Guanyu reiterated. Wang Daomei, you must not be disrespectful to Sister Yu. Lei Gong has bestowed his ring upon her, signifying that she is a valued guest of our heavenly thunder. Where did she steal it? Wang Daomei scoffed. One of his subordinates leaned in. Boss, could it be that Lei Gong has come to dethrone your new hallmaster? We haven't met our performance benchmarks in 3 months. Wang Daomei glared at him. Why must you say such things? Little Guan slapped him. The system, unable to bear seeing its host suffer, urged indignantly. That may be a bit too arrogant, Guanyu gently advised. These are all new users. The first slap earns more points. Suddenly, Guanyu's eyes sharpened with clarity. Here they come. The system, akin to a treacherous advisor whispering to a foolish ruler, encouraged her. You possess a life-saving golden finger. What is there to fear? Moreover, you aspire to be the queen of this territory. They are merely your future underlings. What kind of leader fears their subordinates? You make a valid point. Upon absorbing the insidious counsel, Guanyu inexplicably felt a sense of superiority wash over her. She raised her chin and squinted at him. Is it you who calls himself Wang Daomei? With a cold sneer, Wang Daomei leaned provocatively closer, his eyes glinting with challenge. Have you already forgotten what I just told you? I am Blade Eyebrow. As his face encroached upon hers, Guanyu seized the moment and struck decisively. Slap. His subordinates recoiled in terror, exchanging anxious glances. Wow, that was a swift slap. Thank goodness it wasn't us. The resounding crack of the slap silenced the spacious hall, allowing even breaths to echo. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, but upon regaining their senses, they quickly diverted their gazes, pretending to be engrossed in their own affairs. They saw nothing, absolutely nothing of how Brother Eyebrow had been soundly slapped, nor did they notice that it was he who had thrust his face forward to invite the strike. Guanyu, slightly chagrined, thought to herself, I should have purchased another right hand. I am not accustomed to using my left. She critically assessed her left hand's performance, while observing others' right hands, which seemed to execute tasks effortlessly. You foul woman! Wang Daomei's expression shifted to one of indignation, but Guanyu raised her hand, solemnly interrupting. Before you curse me, wait. Wait for your mother, he retorted. Then, allow me to extend my gratitude to her. She cast a glance at Wang Daomei's four subordinates, deliberating her next move. The subordinates trailing behind him were utterly unprepared for the fact that Guanyu had not yet given up. In a fleeting moment of complacency, they were caught off guard. In mere seconds, Guanyu swiftly, fairly, and resolutely delivered a slap to each of the four subordinates. One of them, feebly clutching the imprint of the slap on his face, looked up at her in disbelief. Is this new hall master really so temperamental? Seeking affirmation, he turned to his companions, only to discover that his own face bore no trace of such an encounter. You must be made of rubber, recovering so quickly.
No.
It ended when it hit me, his companion replied, equally perplexed. Feeling a sense of unfairness, the subordinate directly reported him. Sister, why did he get away with it? His companion replied, for slaps for 4 people. Guanyu was certain she had delivered 4 slaps and was counting them. The large dog pointed at the sullen-faced Wang Daomei. Sister you, he is so selfish, hogging 2 slaps all to himself. Wang Daomei retorted, am I supposed to apologize to you? Guanyu was amused by his misfortune. How did you end up getting hit again? Unlucky king, why don't you change your name, I beg you? I am Wang Daomei, not Unlucky King. Nor am I King Unlucky. Chapter 58, Tying Up Emotional Knots, Building Barriers.
You are so insulting.
His eyes filled with anguish. He scolded with indignation. Then, I shall say sorry to you, Guanyu replied readily. Why are all you men so petty? Can't you be as carefree as we women, forgetting things the next day? Imagine being called ugly while having a slap delivered to your face, only to be dubbed Unlucky King at the end. She smiled sweetly. But if I were truly slapped, I would indeed be affected. Wang Daomei remarked. That sounds even more distressing. Pointing at her nose, he made a fierce declaration. Are you still here tomorrow? Don't leave. I'll bring people to deal with you. Why not teach me a lesson today? Is it because you don't want to? Guanyu feigned innocence. I will definitely return tomorrow. You must not let me escape. In truth, she had no intention of returning the next day. Their bickering attracted a crowd of onlookers. Who are you? A refined middle-aged man approached, recognizing her with a puzzled look. Aren't you the wife of Jinzhou from that day? Not just that day, I am here today as well. Guanyu replied with a smile. The child Jinzhou married is indeed quite lively. Are you here to see Lei Gong? Guanyu nodded. The big dog and the second dog brought me in, but this gray wolf won't let me leave, scolding and threatening me. Uncle Lon, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't tea. Wang Daomei exclaimed anxiously. How can you slander me like this, you wicked woman? Big dog, hasn't the restroom been cleaned in quite some time? Uncle Lon inquired gently. Yes, after Ah Chong was arrested, no one has cleaned it since. Guanyu was taken aback. Ah Chong was arrested too? Seeing her strong reaction, the big dog asked, Sister, you do know Ah Chong? Not at all, Guanyu shook her head. But this is the second colleague I've heard you mention who has been arrested. The big dog replied, since the restroom hasn't been cleaned in ages. Then let us send Daomei there. Uncle Lon continued to smile as he issued his instructions. Wang Daomei, bewildered, pointed at himself. Me? Big dog scoffed. Not your mother. It's you. Without a broom or mop, he reluctantly attempted to evade responsibility. How many do you want? I can send someone to buy them for you.
Ergo spoke slowly yet tactfully.
I don't have my preferred toilet cleaner. I only use that brand, and I've checked the nearby stores. They don't sell it. He remained undeterred. Guanyu, ever warm-hearted, took out her phone. What brand is it? I can arrange for a courier. Having sent Wang Daomei away, Uncle Lon led Silai up to the 8th floor, knocking on the office door. Come in, came a deep, resonant voice from within. Uncle Lon guided her through the door. It's you? He raised an eyebrow. Good morning, second uncle. Guanyu smiled, tempering her earlier bravado. In her past life, during her time at a nursing home, She had learned that childless elders cherished lively and generous younger generations. Previously, she had been the most beloved child among her elders. Now, winning over Ji Tianlei should be effortless. Silai, greet second uncle, Guanyu encouraged. Silai barked twice. Guanyu's eyes sparkled. Second uncle, it's calling for you. Ji Tianlei observed her eager gaze, seemingly waiting for him to respond. Did she expect him to greet the dog? Tentatively, he spoke. Silai? Yes. Silai, Guanyu declared, satisfied as she took her seat on the wooden chair opposite Ji Tianlei. A tea table separated them, the steam rising, obscuring the features of the man across from her. He sat with his hands clasped, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of ease and composure. Miss Guanyu, what do you think of Tianlei? When conversing with younger generations, his voice unconsciously carried the authority of a superior, commanding respect without anger. Just call me Au, second uncle, Guanyu corrected him. Ji Tianlei had never encountered a child so audacious in front of him. He paused briefly, then chuckled, unexpectedly refreshing like a spring breeze. Very well, Au. Ji Tianlei's casual inquiry was meant to ease the tension, but he was taken aback by her thorough preparation and silent observations during the journey. What is your opinion? He asked. I believe the brothers have yet to adapt to Tianlei's reformation. They are still quick to resort to violence and insults, which is rather uncouth. At this point, a flicker of fear danced in her beautiful eyes, as if she hesitated to elaborate. Uncle Lon, standing nearby, perceived everything but remained silent with a smile. This was merely a way of putting someone in a difficult position. Ji Tianlei, intrigued, pressed, how so? That gray wolf keeps bullying me, Guanyu responded, feigning innocence as she subtly gauged Ji Tianlei's reaction. Gray wolf. Oh, that's Dao Mei, Uncle Lon explained with a chuckle. I sent Big Dog and Ergo to fetch her. They encountered Dao Mei along the way, leading to a minor conflict. Ji Tianlei frowned slightly. Dao Mei? His mind has been wandering lately. I'm uncertain of his clandestine activities. Guanyu nodded in agreement. Exactly. She continued, this is rather unreasonable. Arriving late and leaving early, contributing little work yet receiving ample pay. Guanyu ensured that none of his words fell to the ground unacknowledged. Isn't it blatantly taking advantage? If we don't impose a strict penalty, how will we command respect? Ji Tianlei raised an eyebrow with keen interest as he regarded her. What punishment do you envision for him? First, deduct a month's salary. Then, station him at the entrance with a sign that reads welcome. For every employee who arrives late, deduct a day's wages from him. If his department fails to meet its targets for a month, reduce the base salaries and performance bonuses of his subordinates. Ji Tianlei glanced at Uncle Lon, a rare smile gracing his lips. Let us proceed as you suggest. By the way, why didn't Jinzhou accompany you? Who was supposed to join her? Jinzhou didn't really want to come, Guanyu admitted, her expression revealing her dilemma. Though Jinzhou had expressed his desire for her not to attend alone, was he still troubled by the background of Tianlei? Ji Tianlei's expression darkened noticeably. Very well. The anger in Ji Tianlei's eyes was barely contained as he looked at Guanyu, yet he forced his tone to soften, though it still bore a menacing quality. Have you eaten breakfast? Not yet. The new housekeeper prepared a rather unappetizing dish for me. Then let us dine together. All right. Guanyu felt a sense of satisfaction. She aimed to reconnect the bond between Ji Tianlei and Ji Jinzhou, to rebuild the barriers that had just begun to dissolve. If the two reconciled and decided who would take over Tianlei, would she not lose her chance to seize an opportunity? Chapter 59, A Change in Disposition. Who is the fool? Please wait a moment while I change my clothes before joining you in the cafeteria. Ji Tianlei's gaze signaled for Uncle Lon to usher Guanyu and Silai out. Who are you holding? Guanyu inquired. Uncle Lon and Guanyu awaited him at the entrance, where she leaned against the wall in boredom. Does the boss also eat at the staff cafeteria? The big brother is just an ordinary person, Uncle Lon replied with a smile, bending down to ruffle Silai's fur. He too can feel pain, fatigue, and hunger. Even injuries can confine him to a wheelchair, Guanyu added, drawing parallels. Uncle Lon nodded in agreement. When he is in a wheelchair, we usually do not engage in such cruel acts as to carry him onto the cabinet. He cannot descend unaided. Suddenly, Guanyu had a thought. Uncle Lon, Ji Jinzhou, and the second uncle have a troubled relationship. Besides the inheritance of Tianlei, are there other underlying reasons? I am not entirely clear on their affairs. But I do know that Jinzhou's mother might be a contributing factor. It seems that ever since the year the illegitimate child came to their door, she experienced a significant mental breakdown. Although she regained her lucidity after a severe illness, her temperament underwent a profound transformation. She could be another reason, Guanyu mused. Lost in thought, Let her substitute for Ji Jianzhou in honoring Ji Tianlei, becoming the second uncle's cherished confidant. Then, she could seize Tianlei, acquire the Ji family, the Guan family and the male protagonist company, turning this nonsensical world of novels into one that bears the Guan name. The title of this Mary Sue tale would have to be changed to The Legend of Guan. Haha. What are you laughing at? Uncle Lon, intrigued by her unabashedly villainous laughter, looked up in confusion. Why is she so cheerful about Jianzhou's mother's mental struggles? I was contemplating, Guanyu replied, attempting to suppress her laughter and feign seriousness. Nodding her head. In truth, she had not heard much of what Uncle Lon had said afterward, only catching a few fragmented words. She furrowed her brow, seemingly troubled, and looked up to ask, "Who is the fool?" Uncle Lon replied, "It's nothing." Regardless of how poorly Jianzhou's mother was doing, it appeared that there were still some people supporting her from below. The door swung open, and Ji Tianlei emerged, dressed in an elegant deep blue suit, complemented by a fitted black turtleneck, impeccably pressed. He fastened the cufflinks and said, "Let's go." Guanyu sincerely inquired, "Uncle, do you really change into a suit just to eat in the cafeteria? Should I go change too?" Ji Tianlei took her seriously. "No need, no need." Guanyu quickly shook her head, pulling Silai along. "Hurry up, Uncle." Ji Tianlei glanced at Uncle Lon, and they both chuckled, leisurely following. You're heading toward the restroom." Guanyu retorted, "I know. Silai said she wanted to eat here, so I persuaded her." The three of them, along with the dog, descended to the underground level via the elevator. Their eyes fell upon the spacious and elegant high-end sofas and tables, with pairs of booths adjacent to one another, and large chandeliers casting a warm yellow glow. "What shall we eat?" "I can order for you," Ji Tianlei gently asked Guanyu. "Just like Uncle," she replied.
All right.
"Would you like a large portion?" Guanyu's eyes widened in horror. "Do we really have to eat feces here?" Ji Tianlei paused for a moment. "Would you prefer a small, medium, or large portion?" Guanyu sighed in relief. "A small portion will suffice." Ji Tianlei and Uncle Lon proceeded toward the window. But Ji Tianlei halted Guanyu, saying, "Let's go, you find a place to sit." Guanyu nodded in agreement. In a corner of the restaurant, she spotted a familiar face. A flash of inspiration struck her, and she decided to play with the misfortunate king instead. "Hurry up and eat." Wang Daomei called out to a table of younger brothers. "Once you're done, you need to help me clean the restroom. Got it? That place is disgusting. Those guys always look like dogs, and they behave like dogs in the restroom too, leaving the pits unflushed and stacking those high strawberry towers." One of the younger brothers struggled to put down his chopsticks. "Boss, we're still eating. Can you not talk about such gross things? And what about the strawberry towers?" "Fine, just eat quickly, don't bump into Uncle Lon." "I snuck out to eat," Wang Daomei said, gesturing for everyone to eat heartily. He casually asked, "What flavor is the free ice cream served in the cafeteria today?"
Strawberry.
Wang Daomei feigned ignorance, with one eye on the food and the other keeping watch on the stairwell. In the brief moment he looked away, half of the food had vanished. He grew anxious. "Can you all eat a bit more elegantly?" Suddenly, a clear female voice erupted beside him, startling the stealthy Wang Daomei. He instinctively turned his head, only to be met by an enlarged face that shocked him further. What on earth? He momentarily lost his train of thought, then quietly asked his younger brother, "What did Sister Lee say women like this are called?" "Iron Goddess," replied one. "Sprite," said another.
Sprite?
"I'm more of a Pepsi man myself," chimed in the third. Wang Daomei pondered for a moment, then pointed at her, scolding. "How can you be such an iron goddess?" The moment the words left his mouth, he felt something was amiss, wondering why it sounded like a compliment. "What you meant to say was green tea, right?" As Lian Guanyu shook her head in disbelief, she sincerely suggested, "I believe the high-altitude regions would be more suitable for your survival, as everyone might think your intellect is lacking due to oxygen deprivation." "Indeed. A green tea girl," Wang Daomei retorted indignantly. "As long as you are aware of it, that's enough. If you possess any skills, why not challenge me one-on-one?" "I lack the ability," Guanyu replied, taking a seat at the adjacent table. Wang Daomei scoffed, hastily shoveling food into his mouth while casting furtive glances toward the staircase, anxious that Uncle Lon might emerge from there, summoning his subordinates. "Hurry up and eat. We still have to clean the restroom later, but first, don't digest too quickly, as it increases my workload." "Oh, you're having a large portion, I see." Guanyu rested her chin on her hand, observing his frenzied eating. Wang Daomei had become quite sensitive to such remarks. After struggling to swallow a mouthful, he tapped his plate in dissatisfaction. "You're the one who eats dung. Who are you calling a dung eater?" Guanyu couldn't help but laugh. "What is so funny?" She managed to suppress her amusement while casting a sidelong glance at his meal, noting the cola he was drinking. Who knows where you got the money for that cola? Wang Daomei, embracing a reckless attitude, retorted, I work during the day and hustle at night. What of it? Do you really think you can sell with that? She remarked, her eyes sparkling with meaning, her gaze filled with mockery as she appraised him up and down, then scoffed, you must be truly hungry.
Damn.
Wang Daomei contemplated confronting this woman, believing that one only seeks dignity in life. Yet, he hadn't finished his meal. Just wait for me to finish eating, he declared, shoveling food into his mouth while making threats. Do you think I, Wang Daomei, am a vegetarian? A voice filled with amusement descended from above them. Who do you expect to wait for? Chapter 60. The Path of the Infatuated. Wang Daomei's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that voice. Oh no, Uncle On. He stiffened, not daring to turn his head, clutching his plate as he attempted to make a hasty exit, only to collide with a broad chest. Dreading the impending confrontation, he slowly raised his gaze. Oh no, the boss. Ji Tianlei observed him without warmth, and Wang Daomei felt his legs weaken, nearly kneeling before him. How come I was unaware that there was a Wang Daomei under my command? Boss, you can just call me Xiao Wang, Wang Daomei timidly responded. Xiao Mei, come. Finish your meal before you clean up, Guanyu generously beckoned him. Wang Daomei glanced at Ji Tianlei's expression, which remained cold and indifferent, leaving him feeling as if he were a fish laid bare on a cutting board. What are you staring at? If she tells you to sit, then sit, Guanyu insisted. Xiao Mei, Xiao Jie, Xiao Mei, they all sound quite peculiar. Xiao Mei Jie, hurry up and eat, Guanyu urged, ignoring him. Wang Daomei sensed a hint of affection in her tone. The meals of the big shots were not served by themselves. 5 waiters laid out a dozen dishes on the long table, finally placing a bowl of rice shaped like a dome before them. Take your time, boss. They felt undeserving to dine at the same table as the boss, and the younger subordinates fidgeted uncomfortably, casting imploring glances at Wang Daomei. Master, please say something. Wang Daomei, steeling himself, thought that he could at least be considered a master, albeit with a somewhat tenuous connection to these influential figures, although the relationship was far from cordial. Boss. Who is this young lady? I've never seen her before. Ji Tianlei offered a small bite of imported rice without lifting his head, while a little niece watched. Wang Daomei mused that this connection was not merely a casual relationship, but rather one of royal lineage. Guanyu's eyes curved with a smile as she used serving chopsticks to offer dishes to Ji Tianlei and Uncle On. The second uncle clarified that it was not a niece-in-law, but a niece even closer in kinship. Ji Tianlei lowered his gaze at the dishes Guanyu had selected for him and remarked softly, that child Jinzhou used to serve me food as well.
Unso lansai.
Acknowledging the passage of time, since they had shared a meal together, Guanyu feigned regret, stating, I asked Jinzhou if he wanted to dine with the second uncle. But he said he was not accustomed to eating with outsiders. How could the second uncle be a bad person? Is there perhaps a misunderstanding between you two? She suggested they focus on enjoying their meal instead. Ji Tianlei's demeanor grew cold again as he clumsily attempted to serve her with the chopsticks. Thank you, uncle. Guanyu said, her gaze lifting with gratitude, her eyelids reddening. No elder had ever served her food as you have. Nearby, a table of younger companions watched her theatrics, teasingly mimicking the sound of chewing. Ji Tianlei, somewhat taken aback, inquired about her parents. Perhaps sharing a similar past with Ji Tianlei triggered memories for him, and he fell silent, his gaze on Guanyu now less guarded. Uncle Lon sighed, what a wonderful child. Midway through the meal, Uncle Lon received a phone call. The conversation appeared to alter his expression slightly, and after whispering a few words to Ji Tianlei, they both apologized to Guanyu, asking her to enjoy her meal while they attended to pressing matters. The two exited with purpose, their backs exuding the air of accomplished individuals. Guanyu reflected on how, in a few years, Uncle Lon and the second uncle would reach an age where they could indulge in idleness, yet they remained so vibrant. Wang Daomei adhered to the principle of avoiding conflict with influential connections, continuing to eat in silence, avoiding her gaze. As the meal concluded and the younger companions finished and departed to work, he stubbornly continued eating. This stubborn stomach, hurry up and fill up. Boss. We're off to work as well, the last 2 young men announced, standing up. All right, don't leave just yet. Guanyu was reminded of her original purpose for being there by their address of her as boss. No matter how much she provoked Wang Daomei, it could not alter the fact that he was the head of one of the 12 factions, albeit the least esteemed and facing layoffs. Perhaps I should win him over. Xiao Mei, do you know how much Lei Gong likes me? She said in a coaxing manner. What else can it be? Good fortune, I suppose, he replied. casting a sidelong glance at her, his tone tinged with envy. Lei Gong and I share no blood relation. Upon hearing this, Wang Daomei became intrigued. Oh, to be near influential figures, one must be a bit sweet-tongued, diligent, and clever. It is not enough to merely speak. One must demonstrate sincerity through actions, and over time, such efforts will yield results. Wang Daomei pondered this, his gaze towards Guanyu shifting perceptibly, and he bluntly remarked, "Are you being a sycophant?"
TSK.
Guanyu clicked her tongue. "Why must you speak so harshly? What you call sycophancy, I call strategy, strategizing for the unclaimed wealth, where the powerful derive emotional value. And we gain benefits. Is that not advantageous? But being a sycophant lacks dignity." Wang Daomei expressed disdain, likening the situation to that of a eunuch in ancient times. Just as Guanyu was about to retort, Dego happened to emerge from the elevator. "Sister Yu, the boss asked you to wait a moment to collect the gifts. Seelai has one too. It's not a wasted trip." "What gifts?" "Yours is presumably a check, while Seelai's is a pure gold collar." "Understood." Guanyu waved him off. Wang Daomei pondered, is being a sycophant truly so lucrative? As the elevator doors opened once more, Ergo descended, swinging a set of keys adorned with pink diamonds that sparkled brilliantly under the lights. Guanyu watched him ascend the elevator, while Wang Daomei regarded him with newfound respect. This one was truly the king of sycophants. Turning to Guanyu, his gaze was filled with admiration. "Sister Yu, teach me." Guanyu pretended to be oblivious. "Teach you what?" Wang Daomei shouted. "Sister Yu, teach me how to be a sycophant." "I've said, I'm not one." Guanyu retorted. "The real issue is that with your qualifications, you wouldn't even qualify as my uncle sycophant. No. Not even as a eunuch, nor as a trusted aide. You must set your sights on a more strategic target, pursuing those who are likely to become significant figures." Wang Daomei looked bewildered. "Is a quality stock a type of posterior?" Guanyu suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and beckoned him closer. "You may become my sycophant." Wang Daomei protested. "Didn't we agree not to be sycophants?" "What I mean is, I can be a sycophant, but you cannot label me as one," he clarified. Guanyu, with righteous conviction, replied, "Because I am already on the path to becoming a successful sycophant." "Of course," she affirmed with a smile in her eyes. "When I feast at the state banquet, I shall share the leftovers with you." Wang Daomei chuckled in frustration. "You're quite candid, leaving no room for imagination. Have you eaten enough pie?" Guanyu pulled out her phone, exchanged contact information, and created a private group chat for just the two of them, titled Confidential Chat 2. "Remember to change the nickname," she reminded.
Oh.
Wang Daomei changes the group name to tell my mother, I'm a sycophant. Chasing the protagonist changes the group name to Confidential Chat. Wang Daomei changes the group name to I am not a sycophant. He muttered to himself as he made the changes, I can't get it right. Guanyu couldn't help but interject, that's the group chat name, don't change it anymore. Chapter 61. Have you met? Yes, I have. It's done. Wang Daomei said, tucking his phone away, his expression grave. From this moment on, he would become a sycophant. Love your work. He mentally reinforced himself for a while before deciding that if he was to be a sycophant, he would do so earnestly. He stood up and asked Guanyu for a complimentary ice cream. Sister Yu, this is for you. How considerate, Guanyu acknowledged. What flavor is it?
Strawberry.
Guanyu accepted it, nodding. Now you should attend to your own matters. Contact me if needed. Oh, then I shall go wash the strawberry tart in the restroom. Guanyu held the strawberry ice cream. Did you really have to call it that? She felt that these people were not as terrifying as she had imagined. Even on the way, she overheard a seemingly stern man in sunglasses whispering as they passed, I want ice cream too. Then go give her a beating and take it back. I dare not. Haven't you heard others say that a connection from the Lei family is here to inspect? What if something unfortunate happens? Then plead with her for a taste. That's feasible. Guanyu. They passed by, exchanging empty threats before her, immediately averting their gaze upon her glance, daring to offend no one. She wandered through the lobby on the first floor for a while, her eyes landing on the exhibition photographs affixed to the wall. Unlike the celebrity wall of the school, hospital, or company, each individual here was precisely accompanied by a narrative of their life and the years of judgment, serving as a warning. Guanyu gazed into the endless array, lamenting the abundance of talent in this esteemed company, where opportunities for advancement in public service exceeded those in other state-owned enterprises. The receptionist had just been apprehended, leaving the area vacant. 7 or 8 youngsters, probably around 17 or 18, gathered around a computer. Intrigued, Guanyu approached them. What are you watching? We're watching Anti-Corruption Tiger and Leopard. It was discussed yesterday. But Lei doesn't allow us to watch anti-crime dramas. This is a movie. That makes sense. The youth operating the computer nodded. Let us enlarge it on the big screen. The computer is too small. In the lobby, gangsters with iron rods came and went, while a massive LCD screen boldly broadcasted an anti-crime film. Each passerby merely glanced at it, accustomed to its presence. Guanyu was taken aback. Is it true that you gangsters are so relaxed about this? Just watching the police in the film combating crime made her a bit anxious. The youngsters looked up at her, puzzled. Who are you? Guanyu calmly raised her hand to reveal the jade ring on her finger, a sign of her connections. They gazed at her with admiration and respect. Sister Guan. Guanyu. It was on this day that she realized her surname Guan was synonymous with connections. Why aren't you fetching Sister Guan a chair to sit on? Can't you show a little initiative? The youth at the computer seized the opportunity to command his companions.
Oh.
With nothing better to do, Guanyu joined them in watching the anti-crime drama in the gang's lair. Perhaps due to the immersive atmosphere, she found herself particularly engrossed and tense. Especially during the scenes where the undercover officers stormed the hideout, it felt incredibly real. If anti-crime films were akin to horror films for gangsters, then she was not much different from someone sitting atop a grave watching a ghost story. Xiao Guan, don't be afraid. You haven't reached the upper echelons yet. Who is afraid? I'm not scared. Guanyu wiped the sweat from her brow defiantly. Although in her heart she was already envisioning the steps leading to her potential arrest and sentencing. If you're not afraid, why are you so tense? I am not tense. I'm not tense at all. As a law-abiding citizen since childhood, Guanyu never imagined she would one day have the chance to partake in public service. However, as the operation to cleanse corruption was still in its early stages, with certain related industries yet to be cleared, even if she were to ascend to a high position and unfortunately face arrest, the apprehension rate was surprisingly low at merely 70. Is it good? A gentle male voice, tinged with warmth, broke her thoughts. Guanyu jumped, startled, and hurriedly stood from her chair. She sighed in relief. Uncle Lon, I thought it was a police officer.
Unso lan pauset?
How did you learn the lingo in just half an hour? He gazed at the large screen, a smile gracing his lips as he feigned seriousness, nodding in critique. The film's narrative was rather commendable. The antagonist was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, there was a slight inaccuracy. The prototype had yet to marry. How did Uncle Lon know? Because the prototype is me. A deep, steady voice resonated softly from behind, succinct and to the point. The pace was indeed swift. Guanyu remarked, Isn't it a matter of camaraderie among the officers? For those traitors, it's all about who can run faster to receive a lighter sentence. Isn't it? It was of no consequence. Although Ji Tianlei appeared expressionless, exuding a sinister and fierce aura, his voice unexpectedly carried a soothing quality. Being captured was acceptable. Guanyu began to comprehend the relaxed demeanor they shared, which stemmed from their lineage. A tall, slender girl with twin ponytails was sucking on a lollipop, adorned in a loose, lightweight black long-sleeve shirt, the hem tucked in to reveal a glimpse of her shorts, complemented by ankle boots. Upon closer inspection, Guanyu realized it was Qiu Yuan, the very bodyguard she had long anticipated, destined to be by her side. Is it you? Qiu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Given the nature of their world, where everyone must pay homage to the revered Guan Yi, Guanyu was one of the few she could remember, due to her professional sensitivity. Moreover, she was Ji Xiao's partner. Seeing the atmosphere between the two, Uncle Lon inquired, Do you know each other? We have met, Qiu Yuan replied tersely. Guanyu's eyes widened in surprise.
Ah? Unso lan, Zi Tianli?
Guanyu breathed a sigh of relief during the few seconds of panic, even suspecting whether the original owner had caused the romantic entanglement.
Xiao Yuan.
Try to speak a bit faster in the future, Ji Tianlei suggested while shaking his head. You should get acquainted with each other. After all, you've had few female friends since childhood. This will be a good companionship. I don't. What does strategy mean? A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. It means care and protection, Guanyu nodded. Ji Tianlei made a decisive statement. Xiao Yuan, you no longer need to follow Jinzhou, nor engage in any perilous activities. Just stay by your elder sister Guanyu's side, play nicely, attend university, and live well. However, Qiu Yuan hesitated to respond. Your second uncle has permitted you to stay with me, so come along, I'll take you out for some fun. Fearing Ji Tianlei might change his mind, Guanyu urged Qiu Yuan forward. All right, I've struck gold with a formidable aid to the antagonist. Otherwise, while Jinzhou's subordinates are talented individuals like Qiu Yuan, mine consist of people like Wang Daomei, who are rather unsavory in both appearance and conduct. How could that be acceptable? Xiao Yu, Uncle Lon called out to her. Are you not going for Xi Lai? Oh right, Xi Lai. Chapter 62. What is truly igniting? Once in the car, Guanyu sent a message in a confidential group. As an antagonist, she could not overlook any opportunity for disruption. From now on, her time would be dedicated solely to creating chaos or being en route to it. Chasing the protagonist. In 5 minutes, I want to know Li Tingnan's current location, where he is, and who he is with. I am not a sucker. Who are you asking? Just inquire directly with him. Chasing the protagonist. I instructed you to check on the computer. I am not a sucker. Oh, which software on the computer can check? WeChat? I don't have his contact information. Guanyu pressed the phone off in frustration. This incompetent individual was even less useful than her own sea lie. Finally, Tingnan. Guanyu added, without making a phone call to inquire directly. She remained silent, merely nodding slightly, as she retrieved her laptop from her backpack and began typing away with fervor. How reassuring, Guanyu mused. Sitting in the driver's seat, Ergo observed her through the rearview mirror. After all, isn't the person gripping the steering wheel the one who truly provides a sense of security? You are not entirely wrong, he remarked. The information has been found. Qiu Yuan's voice was somewhat subdued, a stark contrast to her sweet exterior. By Shui Park. And Jiang Suan. Ergo, head towards Bai Shui Park, Guanyu instructed, promptly directing the turn. What for? Qiu Yuan inquired, perplexed. Whatever mischief we can concoct. Guanyu replied. Li Tingnan felt particularly unfortunate about his date with Jiang Suan that day. The recent days of Cold War had left both of them feeling quite unsettled. His repeated attempts to see Jiang Suan had finally persuaded her to reluctantly join him for a stroll in the park. Initially, everything was fine, until he felt an inexplicable sensation as if someone were watching him from the shadows, and everything went awry. While they were rowing on the lake, surrounded by azure skies and swans gliding gracefully, their hearts intertwined, just as he leaned in to kiss her, their boat was suddenly jolted, nearly sending Jiang Suan tumbling into the water. A man wearing a conical hat awkwardly apologized. Sorry, I'm not very practiced at this. He maintained a stiff expression. It's fine. Swallows skimmed low over the lake as Jiang Suan leaned down to feed the swans. Li Tingnan, ever attentive, held her steady, but the boat rocked, almost causing her to lose her balance, and he caught her in his embrace. She timidly lifted her gaze, involuntarily closing her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Just as Li Tingnan leaned down to capture her lips, their boat was again struck by a neighboring yellow duck boat, resulting in a collision that caused both their teeth to clash together, drawing blood from his lip. Li Tingnan exclaimed. The man who had previously apologized wore a sheepish expression once more. I'm sorry, but I think I'm finally getting the hang of it. He smirked as he wiped the blood from his lip, acknowledging the progress. Sir, you're not upset, are you? Not at all. Meanwhile, 2 figures were concealed within the little yellow duck boat, with Guanyu covertly observing from beneath the canopy. Qiu Yuan expressed her confusion. You came here just to bump into them? Indeed.
Why?
Who would be so bored? Wouldn't it be better to simply cut them off? As villains, our actions are devoid of logic, Guanyu proclaimed with pride. Ergo, entering from the bow of the boat, removed his hat. I feel like that guy wants to hit me. I'd like to hit you too, Guanyu lamented. Ergo shot her a glance. Sister, you didn't you tell me to collide with them? True, I did suggest it, but that doesn't conflict with my desire to hit you, she countered. What impeccable logic. Ergo strained to paddle forward, realizing they had drifted quite a distance without noticing. Guanyu, self-aware, remarked, it's to evade us. After the little yellow duck boat deliberately chased them across the lake, eventually colliding with their boat. The boatman on Li Tingnan's vessel could no longer contain himself. You've come all this way, and yet you're still following us. With their plans utterly disrupted, Li Tingnan and Jiang Suan had lost all interest. Let him practice, he concluded. No way. The ferryman, filled with determination, rolled up his sleeves and declared, Sir, just wait. Today, I shall compel you to plan a kiss. However, such persuasion was unnecessary. Suddenly, the boat surged forward with great speed. Li Tingnan steadied Jiang Suan with one hand while grasping the vessel with the other, attempting to dissuade the ferryman. Master, there's no need for this. Are we driving? Ergo exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden acceleration. Guanyu squinted, watching as the boat sped further away, questioning if it were indeed heading ashore. Was it set to take an exam? Who did it think it was, this little yellow duck? Ergo, inexplicably fueled with enthusiasm, paddled vigorously towards their boat. So cool.
Ergo.
Guanyu cheered. Qiu Yuan remarked, what exactly is igniting this fervor? 10 minutes later, Li Tingnan and Jiang Suan disembarked from the boat, their legs weak and supporting one another, both appearing rather unwell. Did we really just take a boat? I feel as though I've been car sick, Jiang Xuan murmured. Still somewhat dazed, Li Tingnan supported her, saying, let me help you to the stone bench. They sat side by side, with Jiang Xuan gazing up at the cloudless sky. She raised her hand to encircle the sun, relishing the gentle breeze caressing her face, her eyes leisurely squinting. Li Tingnan looked down at her. His eyes filled with her image. Tingnan, it seems we haven't sat together like this in quite some time. Li Tingnan placed his hand over hers. Let us cease our quarrels, shall we? Behind them, a willow tree concealed 3 heads peering curiously. Sister Yu, will the child born of their union bring about the end of the world? Ergo pondered, struggling to fathom any reason for her fervent desire to separate them.
No.
But once she bears a child, the world will belong to them, Guanyu mused, recalling the original story's conclusion, Jiang Xuan joyfully giving birth. While Li Tingnan triumphed over Tianlei and Ji Jinju, truly facing no rivals. And Tianlei was defeated? The most she could do was trip Ji Jinju.
Egu considered.
Then you should hasten to have a child first, naming it World. Thus, you would possess the world, wouldn't you? Guanyu rolled her eyes and nudged him. Hurry and scatter the feed. Muttering about mischief, Ergo poured a handful of corn kernels into his palm, first attracting the flock of pigeons. And when they flew towards them, he scattered the kernels into the air. The scene erupted into chaos, filled with the sounds of cooing pigeons, Jiang Xuan's exclamations, Li Tingnan's reprimands, and the applause of passing children. What truly sent Li Tingnan over the edge was a drop of mysterious, white liquid that landed on his sleeve. Get lost, you feathered miscreants. Chapter 63. What are they babbling about? Wanting a kiss. Congratulations, host, for unlocking May All Lovers Escape Calamity reward, 20 points of villainous value. Jiang Xuan, flustered, retrieved a tissue from her bag, carefully wiping the spot of white on his expensive suit. As the flock dispersed, only the 2 of them remained, disheveled by the wind. She glanced at Li Tingnan's grim expression, her eyes curving into a smile. Upon seeing her smile, he managed to force a grin in return. If the world were a group chat, he wished to exit immediately. 3 pairs of eyes continued to observe them from the shadows, noting how joyfully they laughed. Guanyu nudged Ergo's shoulder and impulsively suggested that he kiss her.
Akish.
A flicker of hesitance crossed Ergo's eyes. That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? The girl might report me to the authorities. Who said you should kiss that girl? You must be dreaming. I meant you should kiss that boy. Guanyu shot him a scornful glance. Ergo responded, now I want to report you. What are you going to report? Who would you even catch? Guanyu retorted. Ergo's expression was conflicted. Did he really have to kiss? You must kiss, she insisted. Suddenly, a thought struck her. And her eyes brightened as she reached for her phone. I'll call Wang Daomei. Let's all kiss together. She gathered her resources, sent out the location, and dispatched the message. Ergo's gaze toward Guanyu shifted, filled with trepidation. No wonder Dago often said one should never owe a debt of affection or provoke someone who bears grudges. This woman was truly formidable. Reluctantly, Ergo approached them from behind, pretending to pass by, glancing up at the sky and down at the ground, checking if Li Tingnan was paying attention. He planted a kiss on the boy's cheek from behind. Having never kissed a boy before, Ergo felt an inexplicable thrill and dashed away, shouting. Li Tingnan muttered a curse under his breath. Jiang Xuan stammered, Tingnan, how did a boy kiss you? He found himself momentarily at a loss. With 3 questions swirling in his mind, it was Jiang Xuan who kissed him, not that boy, right? The wet sensation on his cheek wasn't from that boy.
Was it?
Those rough, calloused lips were not from that boy, correct? After enduring a morning of pent-up frustration, Li Tingnan cursed softly, removed his suit jacket, and tossed it onto a nearby bench before rolling up his sleeves and chasing after the retreating figure. What's the big deal about a kiss? Now you're chasing me? He sneered. Oh, don't run away. Just wait for me to propose. Guanyu calmly raised her phone, capturing a series of 5 shots of their playful chase. Xiao Yuan, watching with curiosity, asked, what are you doing? Guanyu was quite pleased with her composition. Tomorrow's headline in the Imperial Capital's Daily would read, the wealthy Li heir publicly cavorts with a new love, while the old flame fades into the background. A love triangle unfolds in the park. Do you dislike them? Why go through all this trouble? Xiao Yuan, innocently curious, mused that if one truly disliked someone, it would be simpler to just confront them physically rather than expend energy on pranks.
Dislike them?
Not really, Guanyu pondered seriously. Perhaps it's a professional habit. I feel restless without engaging in a little mischief. Does doing bad things bring joy? Xiao Yuan questioned. Not necessarily for others, Guanyu replied with a solemn nod. But it does for me. Qiu Yuan considered that if Ji Jin's brother was vengeful, he might demand surveillance footage to track them down. She glanced at the corner where cameras were installed. Just then, the fleeing ergo collided directly into someone's embrace, causing them both to stumble. Wang Daomei, supported by 4 underlings, regained his balance and began to scold, "Who's so blind?" Wang Daomei? Ergo hastily grabbed him and retreated into a corner, bringing the 4 underlings along. "Sister, you called you over?" "Yes," Wang Daomei replied. "You arrived just in time." Ergo lowered his voice, saying, "Sister, you asked you all to kiss him. I've already done it, and now he wants to hit me. It's your turn next." Wang Daomei immediately doubted his ears until he saw Ergo's serious expression. "Kiss him?" Ergo's face was grave. "What kind of joke is this? I'm not gay." Wang Daomei spat at him. "Neither am I," Ergo quickly rebutted, defending his masculinity. Wang Daomei scrutinized him suspiciously. "You certainly look like it." Ergo rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea, a mischievous smile creeping across his lips. "I just kissed him, and Sister Yu immediately rewarded me with 200,000. Quite generous, isn't it?" Wang Daomei's eyes flickered with doubt. "Really? She doesn't seem like the generous type." Indeed, those who kiss know the truth. To alleviate Wang Daomei's skepticism, Ergo swiftly texted Guanyu. Wang Daomei said he could receive 20 after the deed is done. Ergo placed the chat record before Wang Daomei. "See? Sister Yu is quite magnanimous, and she will even give you some." Wang Daomei, perplexed, asked an uncle. "An uncle will give me some?" One of the more astute younger brothers quickly pulled him aside. Analyzing the situation, "Boss, we usually have a poor relationship with Big Dog and Ergo. They often kick you. Do you really believe he would kindly introduce you to such a good fortune? Plus, did you see his expression earlier?" He glanced up to the right and touched his nose. That's an instinctive reaction to lying. The more Wang Daomei pondered, the more tempted he became, mumbling incoherently. "I don't know, I just want a kiss." All he heard was that his first kiss could be sold for 200,000, and there was an uncle involved. The younger brothers looked at their boss, who was eagerly running towards the roadside, and could not help but exclaim, "After wandering through life, the boss still returns as a fool. Have you seen a man in white run past?" Li Tingnan suppressed his anger, the sensation of that man's lips still lingering on his face. It was utterly revolting. Was it a rather sleazy-looking man with beady eyes? Wang Daomei, disguised as a passerby, feigned seriousness as he described. Li Tingnan nodded. "Have you seen him? He seemed to have run off in that direction." Wang Daomei absent-mindedly pointed, eager to offer his first kiss. Youth has no price tag, yet his first kiss was fetching a high price. "Where?" Li Tingnan instinctively followed his finger. And at that moment, Wang Daomei seized the opportunity, tiptoeing closer to his face. With a peck, he kissed him. Li Tingnan was once again frozen in shock. Wang Daomei let out a soft whimper, shamefully covering his face as he ran away. "My first kiss." Li Tingnan stood there, breathing heavily to regain his composure. No matter how many storms he had weathered, he could not digest the fact that he had been forcibly kissed by 2 burly men in succession, rage surging through him. He scrubbed his face at the sink repeatedly until it turned red, water droplets cascading down his tousled hair, the damp strands failing to conceal his dark brows and eyes. He took out his phone and dialed his assistant. Chapter 64, The Socialite Afternoon Tea with Assistants. Assistant Lee was enjoying afternoon tea with friends. He gestured to his friends about the call and answered, "President Lee." Li Tingnan's somber voice resonated through the phone, commanding, "Seal off the entire BU park immediately. I shall not permit even a fly to escape." "Understood, Mr. Lee," came the response. "Additionally, I need you to investigate 2 individuals. Is it Miss Jiang?" Assistant Lee's eyes brightened, invigorated by the prospect of finally contributing meaningfully in this matter. Across from him, his friend, Assistant Gu from Ji Jin's side, perked up, discreetly mouthing, "What is happening?" Lee shook his head, gesturing toward the phone without uttering a word. "No, they're within BU Park." Li Tingnan, his eyes reddened with ire, described one individual, approximately 178 centimeters tall, clad in white, weighing around 75 kilograms. The other, about 175 centimeters, with a similar physique. They should be acquainted. "All right. I shall instruct someone to look into it." Assistant Lee concluded the call, professionally notifying the park authorities to urgently seal off the area and retrieve surveillance footage. "What's the matter?" Assistant Gu inquired with concern. "I've been tasked to investigate 2 individuals," Assistant Lee replied, munching on a slice of bread while furiously typing at his computer. "Strange. The park claims the surveillance has been hacked. Your boss seems quite adept at encountering people during park visits," Assistant Gu remarked, impressed. "Unlike my employer, who treats personal inquiries as if they were life or death matters." However, He noted the individuals he was instructed to check on, one 175 centimeters and the other 170 centimeters, both weighing around 75 kilograms, sounded rather masculine. Assistant Lee pondered this. Perhaps your boss has a particular fondness for taller women, Assistant Gu suggested, sipping his coffee. As assistants, we must always be on standby. I am currently at ease. But once our boss embarks on a romantic pursuit, we shall be inundated with work. Even if the crematorium is at capacity, it matters not, Mr. Lee will secure the entire venue. Assistant Lee sighed, his gaze and hands never straying from the computer. Have you arranged for the paternity test doctor yet? Assistant Gu reminded him. Isn't it a bit premature? It's still a good 5 or 6 years away, Assistant Lee replied, continuing his tasks while conversing fluidly. Everything must be scheduled in advance, including appointments with General Qin, General Mo, General Liu, and General Fu from the city. Assistant Gu poured him a cup of coffee. My doctor has several CEO acquaintances. He recommends staggering the appointments, or else he will be overwhelmed. Assistant Lee muttered a curse under his breath, tossing his phone to Assistant Gu.
Pass your doctor's contact to me.
Being an assistant is not without its trials. We bear the burden. Just then, Assistant Gu retrieved his phone from his suit pocket, intending to share the doctor's contact, when a message popped up, help. The note read, why should she become wealthy while I remain in obscurity? After a moment of realization, he exclaimed, is this a message from his wife? Has her account been hacked? No problem. Which park? I will now destroy the surveillance evidence. Assistant Gu executed the task with practiced ease. In their line of work, the unasked questions are often the most critical. Even if the boss were to sneak out in the dead of night, it was none of their concern. They merely needed to clean up the aftermath. At Bu Park, the footage has been erased, but there are numerous security personnel at the entrance. We have 8 individuals here. Understood. Gao, the assistant, promptly opened his contacts and dialed the number of a staff member from the technical department. Please check the phone number of the person in charge of Bihue Park. Lee, the assistant, raised his head. You need the contact for the Bihue Park manager? I have it.
Send it to me.
Upon receiving the manager's number, Gao immediately called, instructing him to escort the young lady of the Ji family out through a secret passage. After confirming their safe exit, Gao, with a satisfied squint, praised the manager. Well done. You truly live up to the recommendation from my friend. When I inform our General Ji, you can expect a promotion. Just as he hung up, Li's phone rang, and he immediately launched into a tirade. What on earth have you done? You can't even locate a person. I even recommended you to my friend. When I speak to our General Li, prepare to pack your bags. The manager, taken aback, responded, What? Seeing Li's fury, Gao couldn't help but inquire, What is the matter? Why are you so angry? The surveillance was hacked, and the park was sealed off in advance. Yet we still can't find anyone. Did they dig a tunnel to escape? What are you all doing?
Surveillance?
Park lockdown? Bihue Park?
Lifronat.
Anticipating another scolding from his irate boss, feeling quite unlucky. In truth, Gao was about to voice a thought regarding his wife when his phone vibrated. He glanced down to see a notification, a transfer of 200,000. Note, thank you, still working overtime this weekend. Gao inhaled sharply, immediately falling silent. Li glanced at him. What is wrong with your family? Gao struggled to maintain his composure. Nothing, just a little fire at home. Li's pupils constricted. Aren't you going to put it out? No need, it's already burnt out.
Oh.
Li's phone buzzed as well, and upon checking, his eyes widened. Gao Jun, why did you suddenly transfer me 150,000? Don't ask, just accept it. Gao replied in a hushed tone, If you don't take it, my conscience will be troubled. Li set aside his work, suddenly reminded of a video he had seen online about a friend who transferred all their savings before taking their own life. He placed his hand solemnly on Gao's shoulder, unable to hide his concern. Gao Jun, are you struggling with something? Gao sighed, knowing that Li would soon face reprimands. Feeling a burden in his heart, Li continued to advise him, In our line of work, the worst sin is falling in love with the boss. They can be difficult, neurotic, short-tempered, and utterly perplexing, but they are wealthy. If you endure, you can get through anything. So, whatever I do, will you forgive me? I will forgive you. Li gently reassured his friend, who seemed on the brink of despair. Even if your president is after my wife, and I helped them escape, causing you to be scolded, will you still forgive me?
Gao Yunya. Ha.
I'll smack you. Li grumbled as he accepted the money. Just then, a call from Li Tingnan demanding accountability came through. This is all I deserve. After this call, I'll deal with you. Chapter 65. Several uncles are worth 400,000. Amidst the throng, Guanyu was encircled, and ergo could not help but marvel at her extensive connections. However, Guanyu felt a tinge of regret. She had intended to splash water on him to induce a fever, thereby compelling Jiangshuan to care for him while she claimed the credit and stirred up chaos. There would be another opportunity next time. Qiu Yuan's voice, cool and indifferent, resonated from behind her. Although it was difficult to discern, it bore a semblance of consolation. Guanyu nodded in satisfaction. At least today she did not leave empty-handed, having gathered him as well. Wang Daomei gestured to himself. What about me? Guanyu appraised him, acknowledging his presence. Let us not discuss that. What about my reward? Wang Daomei spread his hands, asserting that even brothers must keep accounts clear. All right, she readily acquiesced, promptly initiating a transfer. Upon checking his phone, Wang Daomei's expression shifted to one of astonishment and anger. 40? Are you sending a beggar off? That's not even enough for 5 of us to share a bowl of spicy hot pot. Guanyu looked at him, puzzled. Didn't he ergo say you only needed 20? I even volunteered to give you more. What kind of uncle are you? How can your uncles be worth 40,000? Wang Daomei lamented, but I offered my first kiss. I've never even kissed a girl, and now I've kissed a big man. If you were to kiss Li Tingnan, he wouldn't even consider it. How many distinguished ladies from noble families would be thrown out for merely seeking a kiss? I don't care. Wang Daomei began to act petulantly, rolling around and whining with his rugged, fierce visage. You must take responsibility for me. I want to accept it. I'll tell Lei Gong that you tricked me into giving my first kiss.
Wait.
Guanyu, unable to watch any longer, decisively transferred 500,000 to him and also sent 100,000 to Ergo as a reward, suggesting they share it with their brothers. What's with the tears, big man? Can you learn a thing or two from the girls? Ergo was taken aback. Sister Yu, does my non-first kiss hold such value? Indeed. Guanyu was generous to those around her, using money to win their hearts and ensuring they wouldn't turn against her after being influenced by upright individuals. Drawing from the experiences of many films and novels, she recognized that numerous predecessors had faltered here, treating their formerly loyal subordinates with disdain and ultimately facing betrayal. Wang Daomei composed himself and called his subordinates. Let us go drink. Guanyu turned to Qiu Yuan. Let us exchange contact information. No need to transfer money to me. Qiu Yuan replied coldly, turning his head away. I have my own wealth. Now that the sister call has been made. Blonde, 186 centimeters, muscular man. Madam, may we have dumplings for dinner? Chasing the protagonist with a sword, whatever. Blonde, 186 centimeters, muscular man. I forgot to buy the filling. Can I use what's in the fridge? Chasing the protagonist with a sword, whatever. Blonde, 186 centimeters, muscular man. Madam, you truly are easygoing. I'll be waiting at home for you. Guanyu mused. Such a nonchalant demeanor. Ergo inadvertently caught the last line, lowering his head to stifle a chuckle before meeting Guanyu's indifferent, almost disenchanted gaze. Their eyes locked. Silence enveloping them.
Egu?
Guanyu. Sister, keeping a beauty hidden away? He teased with a smile. It's not as if I have a husband at home. She maintained a stern expression, her throat slightly parched, and she awkwardly cleared her throat a few times. Ergo suddenly realized that her husband was rather clingy. But this isn't my husband. Ergo's gaze grew increasingly intricate. Could this be another husband outside? However, in our line of work, which elder sibling lacks a few male or female companions, Guanyu simply relinquished her struggle. Disinterested in explanations, let's go to my house for dinner later. We'll have dumplings. Is that appropriate? Ergo's expression was conflicted. Was it 3 for him or 4 for him? Guanyu released Silai's leash, her expression impassive as she commanded, Silai, bite him. Startled, Ergo scurried into the driver's seat. Why are you cooking excrement again? This is not excrement. Song Shiguan felt a bit wronged. This is dumpling filling. He glanced at the 2 individuals following Guanyu. Madam, you brought guests? Please have a seat. Ergo looked around the empty hall, feeling that this vast space should contain some furniture known as a sofa. There's nowhere to sit. Song Shiguan pulled out a chair from the dining table, warmly inviting. Come sit here, it's perfect for making dumplings together. Ergo remarked. Why does his loathsome mouth start salivating at the mention of food? Is it still too late to run? Ji Jinzu entered, shedding his suit jacket as he walked in, dusting it off while complaining. Li Tingnan is simply disturbed. I just encountered him at the company, exchanged a few typical jabs, and he blew up at me as if he deconsumed dynamite. It must be something related to the old grave. He's gone mad. No one responded, and he looked up, perplexed, towards the direction of the kitchen. The warm, Dim yellow light from the ceiling lamp bathed the entire dining table, where several people cheerfully gathered to make dumplings. Are you all preparing for the spring festival gala? Such a joyful family reunion over dumplings. Typically, his home was not this lively. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a young, unfamiliar man beside his uncle. A girl with twin ponytails sitting cross-legged, and his wife who didn't spare him a glance. Qiu Yuan, what are you doing here? Qiu Yuan glanced at him coldly, then turned away without a word. Ji Jinzu, taken aback, pointed at himself. Me? An inconsequential person? I've been standing here for a while. Thanks to you, not yet. Guanyu waved her hand dismissively. This woman never wished him any good. He removed his jacket and strolled over casually, carelessly placing it on Guanyu's chair. His gaze falling upon the table strewn with flour and food remnants, his tone slightly faltering. So, this is our dinner, dumplings. Where are the dumplings? Song Shiguan seemed to just remember, hurriedly rushing into the kitchen to retrieve a steaming plate of dumplings from the steamer. Ji Jinzu glanced at it, the presentation utterly dismal.
Who are you?
Ji Jinzu's hostile gaze landed on Song Shiguan's face. What are you doing in my home? Younger than him, not as tall, less mature, and lacking in handsomeness. Guanyu must be blind. This plate of dumplings exuded an ominous aura. Chapter 66, The New Task of Kidnapping. Mr. Ji. Song Shiguan wiped his hands on his apron and extended his hand for a handshake, introducing himself as the new butler, eager for guidance. Ji Jinzhao perfunctorily tapped his palm, emitting an ambiguous sound from above Guanyu, clearly directed at him. Are you enjoying yourself? He remarked. What do you mean? I'm not like you, an old pig. Upon hearing this, Guanyu immediately understood he was referring to her. Old pig? Ji Jinzhao was puzzled. What does that mean? Old Zhuge, she replied dismissively. It implies you're clever. Ji Jinzhao maintained a stoic expression. Do you think I believe that? Zhuge, do you not see my presence at all? Ergo incredulously waved his hand in front of him. How did you end up in our Jia's house? Are you the third, fourth, or even fifth party? You Jia? Ji Jinzhao was about to inquire if it was his second uncle who sent him to find him. Guanyu pierced one of the dumplings with her chopsticks, and a mysterious dark liquid oozed out. Disgusted, she wiped her chopsticks. My second uncle doesn't want to bother with you. Qiu Yuan and Ergo are my esteemed guests. Did you go to Tianlei? Ji Jinzhao sensed that this woman always sought danger. The more she was told not to go, the more she desired to. I've said it's a chaotic place. What happened? Where are the injuries? Noticing his tightly furrowed brows, Ergo couldn't help but explain. Zhuge, rest assured, someone did get hurt. But it was merely Wang Daomei's psyche and physiology that suffered. Guanyu gestured for Ji Jinzhao to sit down, pushing the dumplings toward him with an expectant expression. Quickly taste them. The four of us wrapped them for quite a while. Ji Jinzhao's expression was indescribable, before he could pick one up. The steamed and soggy dumpling skin broke apart, releasing a black broth. Is this leftover water? It's definitely edible. You eat first. Under the gaze of 3 eager eyes, Ji Jinzhao held his breath and stuffed the dumpling into his mouth, nearly gagging. Lacking any meaty flavor or chewiness, the solid mass resembled the remnants of overcooked fruit, bursting with sour juice upon biting. Guanyu curiously observed his changing expression. So, how does it feel? Do you feel like dying? He firmly concluded, transitioning from a question to a statement. This is leftover water. Guanyu casually poured him a glass of clear water, eyeing the plate of chemical weaponry with suspicion. Song Shiguan, you didn't truly mean the ingredients in the fridge are leftover water, did you? No, they're all good things. Watermelon, durian, strawberry, apple, blended with scallions and garlic. Then mixed with a bit of dark soy sauce. He elaborated, and with each item mentioned, Ji Jinzhao's expression grew increasingly grim. Guanyu disdainfully pushed the dumplings a little farther away. Clearly, no one wanted to eat them. How many did you make? Song Shiguan counted briefly.
There are still 6 plates left.
Divide them into 3 portions. 1 for Li Tingnan, 1 for Mo Shouting, and 1 for Jiang Yuha. Everyone gets a share. Guanyu was delighted, her eyes sparkling with cunning. Song Shiguan paused. Then what will we eat? Let us order takeout. Madam truly brings sorrow, he sighed softly. He nodded at Ji Jinzhao. Zhuge, Jia, I shall take my leave now. Aren't you eating with us?
No.
He shook his head repeatedly. Staying with you all, I fear I won't even get a meal after 3 more hours.
Regrettably bidding farevel to Gu.
Song Shiguan escorted him to the door with a heavy heart. Although our acquaintance was brief, in my mind, we had already forged a deep friendship. Ergo felt a warm glow within. I know, I understand. With a sigh, Song Shirguan handed his friend 4 bags before parting, saying, "Could you help me dispose of some trash?" Ergo responded with confusion. Once the door closed, Guanyu ordered herself a spicy hot pot and tossed her phone to them, allowing them to order at will. Qiu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her, recalling Uncle Lei's instructions to befriend her, thus he unusually initiated conversation. "Are you interested?" Guanyu yawned, completely perplexed. System notification. Randomly received a high-stakes kidnapping mission. Would you like to accept? This task is rather dark, with a high difficulty level and potential imprisonment risks. Hosts under 18 years of age should refrain from accepting. Guanyu sat up straight, decisively choosing to accept. Kidnapping. Randomly abduct a male or female protagonist or any related individuals. Reward of 300 points of villain value. Kidnapping, she pondered as she opened her phone to search. What is needed for a kidnapping? 1. Meet the conditions. 2. Open the contacts for communication with family.
3.
Dial the number. 4. Press 1. Guanyu pressed 1. 5. Then press 1 again, followed by 0, and click to dial. Guanyu. Exiting the dial interface. She swiftly reported the incident. Song Shirguan entered with several large takeaway bags, neatly arranging plates on the table, fried noodles, fried rice, fried chicken, rice cakes, and spicy hot pot stir-fried rice noodles, all packaged in similar national trend designs, complete with black liquid spoon sets and nameless generic drinks. "Qiu Yuan, you eat first. After you finish, we'll step out for a bit," Guanyu said, handing her the fried rice. Qiu Yuan looked bewildered, nodding without asking any questions. "Where are we going?" Ji Jinzu unwrapped the wooden block and black spoon set, opened a box of rice, and was about to scoop a spoonful when the spoon, akin to some sort of high-tech gadget, lay effortlessly atop the rice, bending at a 90-degree angle, without any damage. Such flexibility. Why not make bulletproof vests? With a serious expression, Guanyu declared, "I'm going to steal a dog. That dog named Si Shu should also fall within the scope of my mission, right?" Ji Jinzu suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, tears welling up in his eyes. "Are you out of your mind? I'm not crazy. If you're not crazy, why steal someone else's dog? I simply enjoy stealing other people's dogs." Ji Jinzu was at a loss for words. "Whose dog are you stealing?"
Lieutenant. Oh.
"In that case, it's fine." Ji Jinzu reconsidered. Li Tingnan had unjustly berated him today, and he was still simmering with anger. Perfect for revenge, he thought. Stealing his dog for some amusement. "I'll go with you."
All right.
Guanyu readily agreed, as more hands meant more strength. Song Shirguan observed his employer and his wife lost in contemplation, puzzled. It said that wealthy individuals have a more stable mental state? Why are they planning to go steal a dog from someone else's home? Chapter 67. The Dog Stealing Battle Attire. Guanyu contemplated how to stealthily extract the dog from the heavily guarded villa of Li Tingnan, her mind wandering as she ate a few bites, uncertain whether the dumplings had dampened her appetite. Both she and her companions had barely touched their food. "Are we nearly done? Let us depart," she proposed. Ji Jinzhao and Qiu Yuan nodded in agreement, rising to their feet. The three were indeed planning to steal a dog. Song Shirguan watched in astonishment as they stood, still chewing on his food. "Wait, are you really going? You affluent folks possess such remarkable decisiveness. Just keep an eye on Silai at home. Do not let it fight or bite," Guanyu cautioned with concern. Song Shirguan, bewildered, replied, "Madam, it seems you have misplaced your admonition. Why would I randomly bite a dog?" "It's all the same," Guanyu waved off, her little finger curling around the new car keys, shimmering with a fantastical glow under the brilliant lights, as she prepared to exit with the others. "Madam, wait. Don't people dress in battle gear when stealing a person on television?" Song Shirguan suddenly had a revelation. Steal a person? Guanyu's mind filled with question marks. Shouldn't T1 be unclothed when stealing a person? Stealing a dog requires clothing, she asserted. Song Shirguan's mind briefly flashed with numerous cinematic images of sleek and agile heists, where thieves donned special agent attire. "They steal treasures worth kingdoms while we are merely stealing a dog," Guanyu mused, perplexed, adding that they lacked any special agent outfits. Suddenly, Song Shirguan recalled the magical items in his suitcase, hastily setting down his fried rice, and wiping his mouth with a napkin. He urged them to wait. I have it. Ladies, wait for me to retrieve it." He hurried into his room on the first floor, leaving Ji Jinzhao pondering his retreating figure. "Ladies? Does that include him?" In a rush, Song Shirguan was serious, holding up the fried rice in one hand while shoving a few neatly packaged boxes into Ji Jinzhao's arms with the other. Ji Jinzhao lowered his gaze at the peculiar cover. "Thermal underwear? Surely, thermal underwear is preferable to prison attire?" Song Shirguan replied through mouthfuls. Having something is better than having nothing. Ladies, quickly change. Ji Jinzhao examined the size on the boxes, his expression growing even more bewildered. Why do you have women's thermal underwear in your room? Women-s? Song Shiguan glanced at it and felt a twinge of annoyance. My mother stuffed these in haphazardly. Mr. Ji, surely you have other colors that would fit better. He tossed 2 boxes of black thermal underwear to Guanyu and Xiao Yuan while expressionlessly selecting for himself. Purple. Sweet potato essence. Green. Toad essence. Yellow. Chrysanthemum monster. Guanyu could no longer contain herself, reaching to rip his clothing off with roughness.
Ye Oyenshao attempted to resist, declaring,
I do not wish to wear this. Xiao Yuan, she commanded, and with a cold demeanor, Xiao Yuan seized one of Ji Jinzhao's shoulders, forcibly pinning his hands behind him. As Ji Jinzhao instinctively tried to evade, Guanyu caught his other hand, thrusting it to Xiao Yuan, who held both his arms firmly. Helpless and resigned, the first word that floated into Ji Jinzhao's mind to describe his predicament was sacrificial. As his head emerged, he wore an expression of utter disbelief. Song Shiguan averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight before him. Even a domineering CEO, blessed with an enviable physique and striking features, could not wholly redeem the garish, form-fitting red autumn shirt he wore. The garment clung tightly to his elegant arms, its contours revealing the definition of his abdominal muscles, evoking memories of the large sausages that hung from the beams of his rustic home. He reminisced about those winters of yore when rising from bed for school was an insurmountable challenge, recalling his mother's insistence on forcing him into woolen sweaters with a sigh. Madam truly has nurtured President Ji well. Guanyu, stroking her chin while appraising Ji Jinju, blurted out a blunt remark that bordered on personal attack. Ji Jinju, you look like a fool in that. The sting of her words was palpable, yet she clarified. Just because you look foolish doesn't mean you are foolish. You are the fool, he retorted, visibly annoyed. You are. She shot back. Let us visit the hospital for a checkup, perhaps an IQ test, to see who the real fool is. Ji Jinju shrugged calmly, clearly confident in his victory. Fine. Let's go. Who's afraid? Guanyu scoffed. When? You set the time. Don't say I bully you.
all right.
Song Shiguan mused. He is mistaken. He ought to have pursued medicine. Hospitals are filled with those who are foolish yet wealthy, eager to bolster their statistics, leaving no concern for performance. Ji Jinju silently removed his autumn shirt, revealing a youthful physique defined by broad shoulders and a narrow waist, caught between the lean build of a boy and the muscularity of a man. His well-defined abdominal muscles and the alluring line of his physique were accentuated by his pale, luminous skin, even the faint red of mosquito bites visible. The trio and their dog gazed intently, eyes unwavering as he dressed. Ji Jinju remarked, What are you staring at? How petty, not sharing good things with others. Guanyu countered, You are quite selfish. As Ji Jinju fastened his shirt buttons, he grumbled about the madness surrounding him, suggesting a simple switch to a black shirt would suffice. Guanyu and Xiao Yuan were already clad in black, requiring no change. Song Shiguan felt a twinge of regret that his battle attire would not see the fray. Silai wished to accompany them, but Guanyu firmly pressed her hand on the pup's head, declaring, You cannot come. Silai whimpered in protest. Ji Jinju looked down upon the reluctant mother and son, a smirk flickering in his eyes as he casually remarked, Silai, you are far too ugly. This is a beauty contest. Guanyu turned slowly in disbelief, glaring at him, her hand instinctively covering Silai's ears. It's just a puppy. Can it comprehend such words? Indeed, Ji Jinju nodded lightly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. A little dog, a bundle of fluff, a mere pup. Silai hung its head in dismay, feeling so hurt that it could only consume 8 bowls of dog food in one sitting. Well, we shall take our leave now, Guanyu announced, genuinely preparing to depart as she ushered them to the flashy pink luxury car gifted by Ji Tianlei. She tossed the keys to Ji Jinju, who caught them midair and opened the driver's side door, while the 2 girls slipped into the back seat. He rapped on the glass in dissatisfaction, prompting Guanyu to lower the window.
What is it?
Am I the driver?
Yes.
Without hesitation, the window was raised once more.
Ye Oyenshao sighed silently.
Having seen nothing at all, the pink sports car sped away with ostentation, leaving no room for subtlety. And no one could have anticipated that this luxury vehicle was on a mission concerning someone else's dog. Silai, with a plate of fried rice in hand, squatted at the entrance, wearily rubbing Silai's head. Both of us had been ejected from the card game. Silai let out a soft howl. Chapter 68. Is it impressive?
Indeed.
It is. The car halted in the dense woods not far from Li Tingnan's villa, a towering dark-hued mansion standing amidst the trees, resembling a guardian of the night. It absorbed the opulence of Western architectural styles while incorporating elements of traditional Chinese construction, achieving a sublime blend of Han and Western aesthetics. Ji Jinzhao had not visited this place in years, letting out a cold snort, his tone dripping with bitterness. Lamenting that the old man had never allowed him to have this villa when he desired it. Guanyu curiously examined this enigmatic fortress, struggling to comprehend why Li Tingnan would reside in a wolf's den.
Wolfstein?
Ji Jinzhao pondered the unfamiliar term with a meaningful chew, acknowledging that Li Tingnan certainly was a formidable figure. There's no need for the elder brother to mock the second brother, is there? Guanyu teased. Dismantling his FAAD, Ji Jinzhao had no retort. Whether in terms of facts or seniority, could he truly withstand a day without jabs? He wouldn't perish, but it would be quite unpleasant. Guanyu was indifferent to humans. What about the dog? Inside, she replied. She marveled. You can find out this much? Impressive. Ji Jinzhao nodded in agreement. Indeed. As the trio exited the vehicle, they approached the wolf's den, only to be halted by Qiao Yuan, warning them that advancing any further would place them within the surveillance range. I have a plan. Ji Jinzhao produced a device resembling a flashlight, unscrewed the cap, and used a powerful laser beam to temporarily disrupt the camera's line of sight. In a swift motion, he scaled the wall and yanked the camera down. Isn't that impressive? He arched an eyebrow, clearly seeking praise. Young Master Ji is indeed impressive, Guanyu generously commended. Where did such a bright flashlight come from? The nearby villagers would think dawn had arrived and rise to till the fields. Both turned their gaze towards Qiao Yuan, patiently awaiting her response. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, impressive. The intensity of their gazes shifted, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. One pair of eyes remained tranquil as water, while the other sparkled with mischief, both reflecting a glimmer of acknowledgement. You've become impressive, Guanyu remarked. She has revealed her prowess. She rummaged through her pockets, finding only the peppermint candies she had prepared to stave off faintness from low blood sugar, leaving her empty-handed. Defeated but not diminished, one must maintain their dignity. Guanyu discreetly accessed the store, the urgency of time compelling her to purchase 2 golden fingers for Ji Jinzhao and Qiao Yuan, and then she retrieved the peppermint candies. Extend your hands, both of you. Qiao Yuan and Ji Jinzhao obediently complied, palms facing upward. Guanyu dropped a peppermint candy into each hand, the small treats landing sparingly in their empty palms, prompting skeptical glances from both. Don't be deceived by its appearance. It may look like candy, but the taste, Guanyu teased, stretching her words. Ji Jinzhao and Qiao Yuan, somewhat doubtful, placed the candies in their mouths. They tasted sweet, reminiscent of peppermint.
So, what now?
Patience, dear friends. Guanyu spoke leisurely, revealing that this was a cutting-edge technology she had acquired at great expense from abroad, remarkable in its capabilities. How remarkable? You might ask. The subtle factors within would permeate through your body's capillary circulation system as they melted, stimulating the secretion of a mysterious substance in your brain. A substance that was utterly green, healthy, and refreshing. Ji Jinzhao's calm gaze rested upon her face, patiently waiting for her to continue her fanciful tale. This green, healthy, and refreshing mysterious substance would reach your retina, interacting with the dopamine levels in your brain to discern whether it had encountered undesirable, sordid information, and respond accordingly. Guanyu maintained a serious demeanor, showing no hint of jest. Visual obfuscation. Ji Jinzhao and Qiao Yuan exchanged glances, skepticism evident in their eyes. Guanyu remained unfazed, retrieving her phone and challenging their disbelief. With composure, she opened her browser, navigated to her bookmarks, and clicked on a specific URL. When a dynamic, bodily window popped up, she turned the phone towards them. Ji Jinzhao, whose eyesight had always been exceptional, could see even the minutest details in the night. Found his vision momentarily obscured as Guanyu displayed the screen. Not only was it blurry, but it was also dynamically obscured. What the?
Ye Oyanzhao exclaimed.
Qiao Yuan rubbed her eyes, her vision, honed through her training as an assassin, now clouded with an unfamiliar haze. For a fleeting moment, she feared she was losing her sight, but clarity returned the instant Guanyu lowered her phone. Ji Jinzhao had never taken Guanyu's earlier ramblings seriously. Yet just moments ago, the obfuscation had seemed almost tangible, raising the question of what she had shown them. Mint candy, she replied. And what did I just witness? A questionable website, she stated, but it didn't seem like a fabrication. How could she have located the site so swiftly? So what just happened to me? Your vision was harmonized, she replied nonchalantly. Ji Jinzhao's worldview was shaken. It was the first time he felt that the advancements of the outside world had left him behind. New technology? He mused. Let me see that again. Guanyu handed him her phone, and once again, he was greeted by a screen full of obfuscation. How wondrous. What assistance does this provide for our endeavors today? Li Tingnan and Jiang Xuan are inside, she explained. The two of them, newly reunited, may inadvertently reveal undesirable scenes. And this can protect your innocent hearts. It's a safeguard for both parties. Ji Jinzhao and Qiu Yuan pondered this notion. Guanyu tentatively inquired, "Isn't it impressive?" He nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is. Qiu Yuan also affirmed, "Quite impressive." Noticing Ji Jinzhao's curious gaze lingering on the mint candy jar in her hand, Guanyu generously offered him the entire container. "Here, consider it your reward." Ji Jinzhao stood in stunned silence, grasping the still warm jar, feeling an indescribable sense of gratitude and astonishment. Such an important item, and she had given it to him without hesitation. The ability to construct obfuscation within the retina, though seemingly impractical, was undeniably high-tech. She was not afraid that he would take it for research and steal the technology, was she? "I will transfer the money to your account." He tightly grasped the mint candy with a complex expression. "Understood."
Guanyu felt relieved. No, wait.
He suddenly noticed something, casting her a suspicious glance. "Didn't you say you were afraid we would see what we shouldn't eat? Then why aren't you eating?" Guanyu's expression was innocent yet confident. "Because I want to watch." Chapter 69, Screenshotting with Both Feet. Guanyu looked up at the 3-meter-high wall and the tightly closed gate. "How do we get in?" Ji Jinzu dutifully crouched down, allowing her to step onto his shoulders. As Guanyu climbed the wall, he stood up, enabling her to hold onto the wall tightly. Guanyu felt a flutter of anxiety. She was seldom this far from the ground, and hardly ever flew. "Stay still," he instructed, then deftly vaulted over the wall to the other side, extending his hands toward her.
Give me your hand.
Guanyu tightly shut her eyes, refusing to comply. "I don't want to. You're so wicked. You'll surely take the chance to let me fall to my death. I currently lack the energy to seek another wife, so I'm not considering widowhood." His tone grew more serious. "Hand it over." With reluctance, Guanyu replied, "What if you don't catch me? You can jump down with both feet. What's the point? If you fall, you can screenshot yourself falling."
Ye oyinzo.
Guanyu glanced down and nearly wobbled on her legs, lowering her voice. "You still have the mind to joke."
All right.
He suppressed his smile, looking up at her with a serious expression. His eyes, shimmering like spring water under the moonlight, appeared particularly earnest. "Come down, trust me, okay?" Guanyu was far from completely trusting him. She spent another 20 points to acquire a durable shield, then, with a clenched jaw and closed eyes, she leaped into Ji Jinzu's waiting embrace. He caught her securely, their bodies colliding forcefully. Ji Jinzu inhaled sharply, rubbing his chest in pain. "You're like a cannonball." "That's fine." A calm and reliable female voice emerged, accompanied by the whistling wind. She looked up to see a delicately beautiful girl, with one hand propped against the wall, effortlessly flipping over. The wind tousled her hair, granting her an ethereal quality. She landed steadily. Guanyu, as if awakening from a dream, urged, "Let us go." "How come both of you look so graceful while climbing the wall?" "Making my efforts seem akin to a bear?" With Qiu Yuan serving as the surveillance detector and Ji Jinzu as the surveillance disruptor, the trio navigated through the challenges with ease, swiftly gathering a pile of dismantled surveillance devices. "What should we do with these?" Qiu Yuan inquired, looking at Guanyu. Guanyu glanced at her phone, noting the time. It was 9 o'clock. In a hushed voice, she suggested, "Let us go inside." The three of them stealthily approached the gate, a beam of light seeping through the crack. Guanyu tentatively twisted the doorknob, surprisingly finding it unlocked. Before she could open it, they heard a group of people conversing as they approached, growing closer. The trio swiftly darted aside. "Got it," Guanyu nodded solemnly.
She understood as well.
After a prolonged silence, Guanyu and the others finally emerged, stealthily opening the door. Ji Jinzhao and Guanyu simultaneously attempted to step inside, colliding with one another. The lady entered first, her dissatisfaction evident as she motioned for him to yield. Why should he?
Ye oyinzo scoffed quietly,
Casting a meaningful glance at her, suggesting that her ample bosom granted her precedence. Guanyu thought him a petty and immature man. The layout of the Wolf Fortress mirrored that of the Ji family courtyard, with most locked rooms on the first floor designated for staff, while the bathrooms and kitchens required thorough inspection. The three exchanged glances and resolved to split up. 10 minutes later, they had scoured the first floor, excluding the locked rooms, but found nothing. Qiu Yuan signaled to the others. Should they ascend to the second floor? They likely resided there, so caution was paramount. Guanyu silently gestured for them to follow closely, taking the lead. The corridor connecting the first and second floors featured a secluded space for slippers, where they concealed themselves. Cautiously peering out, the living room was dimly lit. The chandelier cast a soft, ambiguous glow, enveloping the couple in a world seemingly crafted for two. The man's gaze, tender yet unwavering, was fixed on the girl across from him, causing a delightful flush to blossom on her cheeks. A large television played a romantic film in solitude, its volume minimized, yet the inhabitants displayed no inclination to engage with it. Guanyu remarked, "What a pair of perfect companions." Qiu Yuan hesitated, his eyes on Guanyu brimming with curiosity. A pair? So compelling? Guanyu, with her abundance of imaginative ideas and vocabulary, appeared vibrant and enchanting amidst her otherwise sparse mental landscape. Unconsciously, she yearned to draw closer, to understand, and inevitably became influenced by her emotions. Was this the reason Uncle Lei encouraged her to interact with her? Guanyu often felt she was leading the child astray, though she genuinely admired this captivating couple. It's nothing, she reassured herself, nearly becoming distracted. The second floor's layout differed significantly from the first, with rooms distributed around. They lay in wait, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike. Immersed in his romantic endeavors, Li Tingnan remained oblivious to the three pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Ji Jinzhao smirked sarcastically, whispering in a tone only they could hear, with such a lack of vigilance Li Tingnan, as a member of the Ji family, could perish 100 times. Guanyu shot him a glare. "Don't worry, you'll meet your end before he does." He bore no offense, responding good-naturedly, "Fair enough. Then you've avoided 30 years of detours. Youthful, wealthy, and powerful, your husband's demise awaits." Guanyu took it in stride. "If things don't go well, I might meet my end before you all." Her survival thus far depended solely on her own efforts and the system she had employed. Yet, as the saying goes, calamity lingers for a millennium. She was determined to persist in her misdeeds. Ji Jinzhao. Meanwhile, the young couple in the living room leisurely enjoyed their dinner. Suddenly, Li Tingnan felt an inexplicable chill, a familiar sensation of being scrutinized. He warily scanned the dim surroundings.
Silent.
Jiang Xuan inquired with concern, "What's wrong, Tingnan?" Li Tingnan absent-mindedly shook his head, dismissing the matter. The sensation of being watched was both familiar and terrifying, reminiscent of that day in the park. Guanyu grew increasingly impatient, and at that moment, she heard Li Tingnan say, "Suin, close your eyes." Chapter 70. Approaching and Retreating.
Why?
Jiang Suin inquired, puzzled. Li Tingnan, shrouded in mystery, insisted that she keep her eyes shut. Jiang Suin was seated directly opposite them, while Li Tingnan faced away from the trio. Witnessing her compliance, as Guanyu boldly stepped forward, she nonchalantly passed by them, leaning in curiously to catch a glimpse of what the young man was up to. Ji Jinzu quietly emerged, personally seeking out the situation and nudging Guanyu back in. Li Tingnan presented the meticulously prepared cake before Jiang Suin, unveiling the long-awaited ring box, reminding her, "Don't open your eyes." Guanyu echoed this sentiment, thinking, "Do not open your eyes," lest she inadvertently glimpse two unwelcome figures behind Li Tingnan. "Tingnan, are you ready?" Jiang Suin asked, her anxiety palpable as the unknown dread enveloped her. However, the presence of her beloved assuaged her fears. "Suin, please keep your eyes closed. There are words I wish to express that I find difficult to articulate in your gaze." Li Tingnan's voice was low and earnest. Ji Jinzu stepped into an adjacent room. "I am aware that we have encountered some irreconcilable differences in recent days." Ji Jinzu approached, shaking his head to indicate he had found nothing. "I also know you have endured much hardship." Guanyu stepped out. "I assure you, she will never pose a threat to you." Guanyu approached further. "If you are willing to trust me, I will demonstrate the truth over time." Qiu Yuan emerged. "Suin, would you grant me another chance?" Li Tingnan professed his heartfelt feelings, while behind him, the three moved about conspicuously, as carefree as if strolling in their own garden, leisurely inspecting each room. Only the kitchen remained. Just before Li Tingnan opened his eyes, Guanyu swiftly entered the kitchen, seizing the opportunity. Sure enough, in the corner, a small bichon frise was contentedly nibbling on its kibble. "Oh, fourth uncle," Guanyu called out, beckoning, "Come here, fourth uncle." The little creature merely glanced lazily in her direction, seemingly indifferent to her entreaties. Guanyu persisted, "Fourth uncle, fourth uncle, fourth uncle. That is your fourth uncle." A voice questioned suddenly from behind, causing Guanyu to nearly lose her footing. Realizing the voice was somewhat familiar, she turned to find Ji Jinzu and Qiu Yuan leaning against the wall, arms crossed, observing her with a relaxed demeanor. You're ridiculous. You startled me. Guanyu exhaled,
Relieved.
I arrived just in time to witness your touching reunion with your fourth uncle. I didn't want to interrupt. The puppy's name is actually fourth uncle, you know?
Guanyu shot him a glance.
Ji Jin's expression was peculiar. I distinctly recall their dog's name being Shu. Are you mistaken?
Guanyu challenged.
Ji Jinzu, taken aback by her earnestness, began to doubt himself. Could it be that I truly misremembered? Is it really fourth uncle? The Bichon Frise obediently trotted over, and Guanyu half knelt on the ground, allowing the dog to burrow into her embrace, finding a comfortable position to curl up. Gently stroking its head, Guanyu then remembered to look up and inquire of Qiu Yuan, "How did you all come here?" "I don't know," Qiu Yuan replied earnestly, shaking his head. "How could you not know?" "I don't know," he reiterated with the same seriousness. Moments ago, they had been huddled together, only to suddenly find themselves obscured, the surrounding noise muffled, and then they had entered the room. Guanyu chuckled awkwardly. "See, my charm works. Youth, after all, is often brimming with exuberance. Now that we have the dog, let us retreat." Standing with the dog in her arms, Guanyu walked outside, reflecting, the Ji family has uncles. And now our family has a fourth uncle. Ji Jinzhou interjected. "Do Ji Tianlei and the others know you've adopted a dog brother?" As the trio passed through the living room, a romantic film continued to play on the television, drowning out the sounds from outside. Guanyu increased the volume slightly to mask any excessive noise. As she set down the remote and prepared to descend the stairs, suddenly the television announced, "Bluetooth connected." The three of them froze in their tracks. The screen briefly went black before illuminating again, revealing two intertwined bodies in flesh-toned hues, accompanied by a medley of low moans and high-pitched cries.
Guanyu.
"Qiu Yuan?" Ji Jinzhou closed his eyes. "Did you play this? Am I insane for playing this?" Guanyu whispered, barely containing her breakdown, realizing someone's Bluetooth had connected to the television. It appeared the individual upstairs was completely unaware and dissatisfied with the volume. Persistently cranked it up, the screams growing ever more intense. A sharp voice erupted from the bedroom. "Who is it?" In a flurry, Guanyu attempted to escape. But Ji Jinzhou suddenly rubbed his eyes and spoke with a serious tone. "I can't see clearly." Qiu Yuan covered his ears. "I can't hear anything." Guanyu thought. Oh no. It seems their eyes and ears have been set to child mode. A flurry of rustling from the bedroom suggested they were hastily getting dressed after climbing out of bed, while the television volume reached its peak. Li Tingnan emerged, draped in clothing, lost in thought as he gazed at the chaotic screen, with only a lone dog wandering in the living room. He lifted the Bichon Frise into the air, narrowing his cold eyes, slightly displeased at the interruption. "Shu, was it you?"
I.
Downstairs. The sounds of doors opening and closing echoed. Li Tingnan set Shu down and descended the stairs, unexpectedly encountering a crowd of curious onlookers, both young and old. Straining to eavesdrop, they were utterly intrigued by the commotion. Suddenly, the crowd dispersed like quails. "I haven't done my laundry yet. I suddenly feel the urge to mop the floor. TSK, this glass is a bit dirty." The moaning from upstairs persisted, and Li Tingnan caught sight of their teasing gazes. An inexplicable wave of powerlessness washing over him, akin to a monk doused in filthy water. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Which of you connected the video to upstairs?" No one confessed, making it seem as though he were trying to hide something. "It wasn't me." The playful glint in his eyes and the uncontainable curve of his lips were unmistakable. It was not truly him. He gently closed his eyes. Suddenly, an employee's room swung open, and a disheveled man emerged. Upon realizing the scene outside, he was taken aback. Wasn't it said that there would be no gathering tonight? Li Tingnan caught a glimpse of the man's phone screen and felt a surge of gratitude for his keen eyesight. "What were you just watching?" The employee's face flushed a deep crimson, stammering, unable to utter a word. "It's been a while since you've seen your girlfriend, hasn't he it?" "No sound." "I presume?" He was baffled. How did everyone know he was watching such videos, especially without sound? Chapter 71. Watch less of that unwholesome content. The door to the bedroom on the second floor was gently closed. Guanyu heard Li Tingnan softly explaining something to Jiang Xuan, casting a knowing glance at the two. There was no response. She softly called their names, Ji Jinzhou, Qiu Yuan. Still, no reaction. Realization dawned upon her as she awkwardly crawled out from under the table, retrieved the remote, and turned off the television. Li Tingnan honestly couldn't he just turn off the TV with a flick of his wrist? He displayed no sense of environmental responsibility. Ji Jinzhou and Qiu Yuan clumsily emerged from beneath the table, looking bewildered. "What just happened?" "Let us leave," Guanyu said, cradling the little dog, Shu, as she headed downstairs, retreating. The three of them peered cautiously, waiting for the lights in the living room on the first floor to dim and the front door to lock before they boldly descended and climbed out the window. There was a switch on the inside of the door, so they did not need to scale the wall. They simply opened the door and walked out through the front entrance, with Qiu Yuan not forgetting to grab the dismantled surveillance camera. They jumped into the car and sped away. Song Shiguan eagerly approached. "Ladies, I thought I would have to rescue you from the police station tonight." Guanyu shot him a puzzled glance, finally noticing the peculiar address. "What do you mean by ladies?" Ji Jinzhao's expression softened slightly. Indeed, Guanyu was still sensitive about it. "You're calling an 18-year-old girl a lady? All right then," Song Shiguan quickly amended, "ladies and misses." Ji Jinzhao raised an eyebrow. "Is he a lady or a miss?" Song Shiguan's gaze fell upon the little dog in her arms, his eyes lighting up. "Is this the puppy you intended to steal? What is its name?" Guanyu replied nonchalantly, "Sishu." "Sishu?" Song Shiguan's expression turned peculiar. The name seemed rather opportunistic. "Let us discuss this inside." Guanyu lazily strolled towards the courtyard, and they followed suit. She yawned, feeling utterly drained as she flopped onto the sofa. "Have you prepared the room for Qiu Yuan? Is Qiu Yuan going to stay here?" Both Ji Jinzhao and Qiu Yuan were somewhat taken aback. "Of course, my uncle said Qiu Yuan would be following me, so naturally, she must stay with me," Guanyu stated with a matter-of-fact expression, resting her head on her hand. "Given Qiu Yuan's unique circumstances, it would be wise for you to maintain some distance," Ji Jinzhao kindly advised. "Although Qiu Yuan is young, she has many enemies." "You think so too, don't you?" Guanyu pondered aloud. "The distance between the two rooms is still too far. Song Shiguan, please prepare the room next door for me." Ji Jinzhao remained speechless. He spoke of maintaining a certain distance, not merely a fraction of a distance. At the insistent urging of Guanyu, Qiu Yuan ultimately decided to stay. The following day, Li Tingnan arrived at an even swifter pace than Ji Jinzhu had anticipated. When Ji Jinzhu received news from Li Tingnan, he was seated atop the Ji Corporation's highest floor, languidly leaning back against the chair while gazing down at the land beneath him through the expansive windows. His hands were thoughtfully interlaced, exuding an air of maturity and composure. Assistant Gu presented a steaming cup of coffee that Ji had requested, placing it beside him. "President Ji, here is the hand-ground coffee you asked for. I rose early to prepare this for you." Ji Jinzhu responded with a soft acknowledgement, his brow furrowed in apparent concern over business matters. He mused internally. "That fool Li Tingnan surely has no inkling as to who stole the dog. What an idiot." As the time for the cricket boss arrived, Assistant Gu stealthily captured a photo of Ji's silhouette from behind, selecting his friendly Mao and clicking send, captioning it, "Our old Ji is at it again." Li Assistant soon replied, "Our old Li is as well." Concerned, Assistant Gu inquired, "What's wrong with President Li?" Li Assistant replied, "His dog was stolen." Assistant Gu could barely stifle a laugh. Which unfortunate soul dares to steal someone else's dog? How utterly despicable. "President Ji, what troubles you?" Ji waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was fine, albeit a bit fatigued. "Did you not rest well due to a lack of social engagements yesterday?" "I'm fine." Ji Jinzhu rubbed his forehead, recalling that he had quarreled with Guanyu until the early hours without sleep. Before he could finish his thought, he yawned again. Assistant Gu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Eager for gossip, a solitary man and woman, up until the wee hours, yet still yawning at work. "President Ji truly does not regard me as an outsider. I went dog stealing." He wiped away the tears from his yawn and spoke leisurely. Assistant Gu was taken aback. "President Ji, you jest?" He cautiously inquired. "Since when did you develop such a hobby?" "A newfound interest from yesterday." Ji produced a mint from his pocket and extended his hand. Assistant Gu hesitantly opened his palm, and Ji poured a mint into it, raising his chin imperiously.
"Eat."
"What is this?" Assistant Gu felt a sense of unease, thinking that Ji would not offer him candy without reason, and thus hesitated. In this era, not only did the boss expect him to toil with diligence, but he also seemed intent on extracting his very essence. "If I tell you to eat, you shall eat. It's not poison." "What kind of nonsense is that?" Assistant Gu found himself at a loss for words, yet, under the looming authority of his CEO, he bravely consumed the mint.
"How was it?"
"Finished?" Ji Jinzhu asked nonchalantly. His attention diverted to his phone. "I'm done. Let me show you something extraordinary." He stood and approached Assistant Gu, his expensive suit fitting him impeccably. Assistant Gu felt a flicker of anticipation. What extraordinary thing? Ji Jinzhu, with a serious demeanor, flipped his phone around, revealing a screen filled with intertwined bodies on a bed, the sounds of ecstasy resonating throughout the office. Assistant Gu exclaimed. Has President Ji lost his mind? Ji Jinju raised an eyebrow in triumph. How does it feel? Isn't it quite extraordinary? Assistant Gu covered his chest with a vigilant expression. President Ji, if you offer me those mysterious pills again and show me inappropriate videos, I truly suspect you are administering some sort of poison. Ji Jinzhou responded. Is there not a mosaic obscuring your view? Yes, there is. Do you not find it rather peculiar? Assistant Gu timidly inquired. You found me a version that is heavily pixelated. Is that not strange? Doesn't the mosaic automatically appear on your retina upon viewing? President Ji, do you require my assistance in scheduling an appointment with a doctor? At this moment, Assistant Gu was convinced that President Ji had lost his mind. Ji Jinzhou fell into contemplation and soon reached a self-justifying conclusion. Assistant Gu, it appears you have been exposed to excessive amounts of indecent information, which is why this remedy has proven ineffective for you. Ji Jinzhou was firmly convinced of yesterday's bizarre encounter, attributing the mishap to Assistant Gu's habitual consumption of inappropriate videos, which had rendered his brain accustomed and immune, even to the release of special substances. He sighed and advised, you ought to reduce your intake of such unhealthy materials. Assistant Gu replied, how did you come to know? Chapter 72. Ji Jinzhou did not steal the dog. Suddenly, Ji Jinzhou's phone vibrated with a message notification. Assistant Gu glanced at the screen and spotted a pop-up. President Ji, it seems that President Li has sent you a message. Indifferently, Ji Jinzhou exited the webpage and opened WeChat, only to be greeted by Li Tingnan's inquiry. Did you steal my dog? Do you possess any evidence?
Je oyensho retorted.
Video footage.
Je oyensho paused.
Realizing that indeed there was evidence, the second floor had surveillance. The living room's camera clearly captured the three of them sneaking upstairs, brazenly wandering about during their intimate moments. He pondered briefly. Have you ever heard of a doppelganger that can replicate a person's exact appearance and act under the cover of night? Do you think I would believe that? A dog? A dog? A dog? My dog. I am not Ji Jinzhou. Ji Jinzhou did not steal a dog.
Je oyensho.
If your mind is impaired, you ought to consult a doctor. What madness is this? Assistant Gu wholeheartedly agreed, glancing at Ji Jinzhou, only to meet his unfriendly gaze. What did he say? Assistant Gu gathered his thoughts, striving to soften the tone of President Li's words. President Li is inquiring if you are feeling unwell and if you need to see a physician. Ji Jinzhou scoffed. Would he truly concern himself with me? I expected him to merely say that if one is ill, they should seek medical attention and refrain from such madness. It must be said that Ji Jinzhou had a profound understanding of his younger brother. Ji Jinzhou, why have you felt the need to compete with me over everything since childhood? It was the same with the little dog back then, and it remains so now. You have never liked me. If I indulge in street food, you wish to strike me. If I perform better than you, you also wish to strike me. Even if I care for a small creature, you wish to strike me. As the voice message concluded, the last remnants of Li Tingnan's words dissipated in the confined air, leaving the room in silence. President Ji, is what President Li said true? This inquiry transcended the bounds of what an assistant should know. Yet he could not suppress his curiosity. Why is that, President Ji? The brothers from affluent families have turned against each other. Is this a manifestation of the degradation of human nature or a decline in moral values?
Why?
Ji Jinzhou pondered for a moment, responding candidly, because I am flawed. Assistant Gu inquired, what about the remaining 20? Why would I strike him for eating street food? It's because he jabbed the skewer into my backside after finishing his barbecue. Ji Jinzhou recounted with an expression of calmness, as though the unfortunate soul in question was not himself. Why should I hit him simply because he performed better than I did on the exam? It was our agreement to write each other's names on the paper, yet that fool fell ill and ended up with the lowest score.
Je oyensho scoffed.
Why doesn't he remember? Because he was feverish and has forgotten everything. Why should I chastise him for keeping small animals? Because he is raising tadpoles that will grow into toads. Did you think I emptied that broken bottle? No, the tadpoles grew into frogs and hopped away. Assistant Gu remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Mr. Ji, your patience suggests that you will succeed in whatever you undertake. Ji Jinzhou offered no response. Although he had never used the software she mentioned, it certainly was exasperating. Assistant Gu, trembling with trepidation, complied with his instructions to send the message, hastily turning off his phone and returning it to Ji Jinzhou as if it were a hot potato. It's one thing to criticize Mr. Ji, but please do not direct any ire towards me. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, please help me schedule an appointment with a neurologist. Mr. Ji, have you come to a realization? Assistant Gu's mouth raced ahead of his thoughts, failing to grasp what should or should not be said, and the words stumbled out. Realization about what? Ji Jinzhao's gaze bore down on him with an oppressive intensity, prompting Assistant Gu to quickly shake his head. Nothing. I will arrange it for you right away. He proceeded to book an appointment with the nearest specialist at the private hospital in the city center, emphasizing the need for urgency and instructing to contact his wife upon confirming the time, stating they would meet at the hospital. This, however, touched upon Assistant Gu's knowledge gap. Typically, when a CEO arranges a meeting with their spouse, it could only signify one of two possibilities, either a discussion of divorce or a romantic rendezvous. Their meeting spot was not the Civil Affairs Bureau, but a hospital. Yet was it not even stranger to meet at a hospital? Assistant Gu reconsidered. After all, Mr. Ji and his wife were not the epitome of normalcy. Moreover, the idea of them going to the hospital together for a checkup was abnormal, yet somehow quite ordinary. Realizing this, he called to book the specialist's appointment and promptly informed Guanyu, Mr. Ji, the consultation is scheduled for approximately 10 minutes from now. And I have already notified Madam. Ji Jinzhao rose, brushing non-existent dust from his suit with feigned modesty. Let her wait a moment. We shall depart now. 10 minutes later, the two met as arranged at the hospital. Ji Jinzhao's gaze fell upon her. She was dressed in simple, casual attire, a loose short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with sunglasses perched on her nose and a mask covering her face. Ji Jinzhao expressed some dissatisfaction. We are not engaging in an affair. Guanyu's voice, muffled by the mask, responded, if people were to discover we are here for a brain examination, it would be worse than being caught in an illicit affair. That is true. His gaze shifted from her to the two individuals closely following behind, who had inexplicably chosen to accompany him instead of tending to their dog at home. Song Shiguan lowered his voice. Sir, I came of my own volition. I am genuinely curious about the final outcome. Curious, indeed, Ji Jinzu retorted with a cold smirk. Assistant Gu glanced at the time and announced, Mr. Ji, Madam, it is time. I shall escort you to the consultation room. He led them to the door of the private consultation room, where, in order to protect patient privacy, the accompanying individuals were invited to rest in the VIP lounge. The couple entered the private consultation room in unison, only to halt upon seeing a familiar figure clad in a white coat, head bent low as he scribbled notes at the desk. They exchanged glances and took a few steps back, preparing to quietly close the door when the man suddenly looked up, a smile dancing in his eyes. Since you're here, why leave, big brother and sister-in-law? Why was it Ji Lingheng of all people? Chapter 73. How could he be so foolish? I suddenly feel out of place here. What do you think? Ji Jinzu cast a sidelong glance at Guanyu. Big brother and sister-in-law?
Who is that?
Guanyu's brows furrowed beneath her sunglasses as she feigned ignorance, distancing herself from Ji Jinzu. And who are you? Do we know each other? Ji Lingheng raised an eyebrow, his fingers tapping lightly on the registration slip. He teasingly picked it up. Ji Jinzu Guanyu. Is that so? His tone rose slightly, laced with skepticism. I seem to have entered the wrong consultation room, Guanyu said, turning to leave, only to be pulled back by Ji Jinzu, who chuckled as he moved inward. Wife, our third brother is calling for us. It would be rude not to greet him, wouldn't it? Guanyu attempted to break free, but to no avail. She leaned close, whispering in his ear, Ji Jinzu. You scoundrel. Ji Jinzu, with a playful arch to his brows, leaned closer to her. Thank you for the compliment, but don't think you can escape alone. From Ji Lingheng's perspective, the two were engaged in a flirtatious TT, with Guanyu nestled comfortably in Ji Jinzu's embrace, their laughter suggesting a deep bond. He observed them impassively, thinking, two lunatics flaunting their affection in a hospital. Guanyu, maintaining her composure, removed her sunglasses and mask, placed her bag down, and casually took a seat in front of him. How have the third siblings been lately? Ji Lingheng relaxed slightly. They've been recuperating at home. Their health is satisfactory. Guanyu nodded in reassurance but then asked earnestly, do you still love her? Ji Lingheng paused, twirling a pen between his long fingers. What? Was she still in love with Ji Jinzu? Ji Jinzu thought to himself, how I wished to live once with such cruelty. Ji Lingheng's expression darkened instantaneously. The glimmer of amusement vanishing and reverting to a more formal demeanor, he gestured to Ji Jinzu, please, take a seat, big brother. Ji Jinzu leisurely settled into a chair, reclining languidly, while Guanyu crossed her arms and leaned back, her expression cold, making it appear as if they were in an interrogation room. Here to test your IQ. Are we? Ji Lingheng smirked, finally suspecting this line of inquiry. Ji Lingheng, you ought to assess yourself as well. Do not shy away from the truth, Ji Jinzu retorted. I am not currently troubled by such matters, he chuckled. Neither are we. Guanyu fixed her gaze on him. What purpose do you serve without us? To deliver results for you, isn't that welcome? Guanyu tilted her chin to observe him, her confidence unwavering. Of course it is welcome. A gust of wind slipped through the blinds, causing the papers on the desk to rustle. Ji Lingheng meaningfully extracted 2 test sheets from the pile of documents. His gaze flitted between the two. Who shall answer first? At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Ji Lingheng called, "Come in," and a golden-haired head poked through the slight opening of the door. It was Song Shirwan. "Who are you?" "Our butler," Ji Jinzhao replied with an indifferent expression. "Is there something you need?" "I would like to take an IQ test as well, if possible." Song Shirwan grinned. "Please come in." Ji Lingheng nodded in agreement. And Song Shirwan promptly pulled up a chair to sit down. "Who will go first?" Guanyu yawned and pointed at Song Shirwan. "Let him go first." "Who is the author of Journey to the West?" "Guanyu." "I feel targeted." "Don't know?" Ji Lingheng raised an eyebrow, continuing to sketch on the paper. Then asked Ji Jinzhao, "What does Sha Wujing carry in his burden?" Ji Jinzhao replied, "The big pig brain on your neck." With the subsequent test questions, the usually smooth-sailing Ji family eldest son rarely felt targeted in the workplace. If the questions posed to Song Shirwan were akin to baby questions, then the difficulty of those directed at him and Guanyu was comparable to teaching a toddler to drive on the highway. "Ji Lingheng, you're doing this on purpose." Guanyu slammed the table. Ji Lingheng smiled silently. "In the future, don't personally tutor your brother and sister-in-law's child. Let your dog do it." Ji Jinzhao. Guanyu beckoned him closer. This one seemed to be a new user of her fan club. Ji Lingheng shot a glance at Ji Jinzhao. "Sister-in-law, please don't. Your brother is still here."
Ye Oyenshao?
"It's fine, he can't see." A husband in a Japanese drama must possess the skill of being oblivious at all times. Ji Lingheng's eyes darted around, and in an attempt to provoke Ji Jinzhao, his demeanor softened considerably, leaning in closer. Guanyu gently raised her hand as if to stroke him. It seemed she was serious, and Ji Lingheng instinctively glanced at Ji Jinzhao, meeting his brother's enigmatic gaze. Trying to feign calmness. Slap. A crisp and decisive slap. Ji Lingheng looked up at her in disbelief. Wasn't this about flirting? Why has it turned into something so emotional? Slapping with a fan. Ji Lingheng gritted his teeth. "Do you believe I will call the police on you?" "Go ahead." Guanyu shrugged nonchalantly. "The IQ report has already come out, hasn't it?" "I just said I was a fool." Ji Jinzhao thought. Truly relentless. Ji Lingheng suddenly calmed down, pondering something, and decided to let it go. 5 minutes later, Ji Lingheng handed the diagnosis reports to the 3 individuals, a smile adorning his face, exuding an inexplicable good mood. "Remember to close the door when you leave." Guanyu received the report, gazing at the final medical evaluation result, her pupils slightly trembling. She looked up in disbelief and exclaimed, "Ji Lingheng, you are truly a quack." Ji Jinzhao also took a glance and immediately scolded, "Ji Lingheng, you wretched person." Ji Lingheng remained unperturbed, wearing a smile as she remarked, "Oh dear, just take your medicine if you're unwell. Why resort to personal attacks? By the way, be sure to close the door when you leave." Upon exiting the consultation room, Guanyu expressionlessly tore the diagnosis report to shreds. Ji Lingheng's petty demeanor surely stemmed from personal grievances. How could she possibly be simple-minded? Ji Jinzhao, equally discontent, crumpled the report into a ball. "So it's Ji Lingheng. Is it? Perhaps next time, I should steal a dog from her household." He too couldn't fathom her being foolish. Song Shirwan brandished the diagnosis report before them, chuckling heartily. "I never expected myself to be rather clever." Guanyu replied, "Mediocre." Ji Jinzhao added, "Nothing remarkable." When Assistant Gu, having had his fill, emerged with Qiu Yuan, he chanced upon the scene of the two tearing the report. "Mr. Ji, madam, has the report been issued?" he inquired with genuine concern. Ji Jinzhao shot him a cold glance. "How did you manage to make an appointment? Are you aware of the physician you scheduled?" Assistant Gu appeared perplexed. "Isn't it a foreign specialist?" Understanding dawned on him. "So, what is the diagnosis?" Song Shirguan, equally curious, asked, "Indeed, who triumphed, Mr. Ji or Madam?" Ji Jinzhao and Guanyu exchanged a knowing glance, choosing silence. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his awkwardness. "Know your place. Is this something a mere assistant ought to be privy to? Next time, choose a different hospital and a different doctor." Chapter 74. Sister Guan, Hatone. The evidence was thoroughly obliterated, and no one would ever learn the contents of her diagnosis report. Guanyu exhaled in relief, her phone in her pocket vibrating incessantly. Glancing at it, she saw the name Wenliuhe dancing vibrantly on the screen, reminiscent of a chattering child. The unfamiliar name, coupled with the blow to her intellect, left Guanyu unable to immediately recall the individual. Who is this? It's that white moonlight raised by Brother Tingnan abroad. I am currently at the golf course. Just me and Jiangsu in here. Mo Go and the others will be arriving shortly. I heard Brother Tingnan will also bring his white moonlight. What do you think? Would you like to join us? Guanyu felt a twinge of excitement but quickly admonished, don't let such trivial matters distract you. Have you learned the important lessons I taught you? Yes, I've learned. I'll scold them once I find them. Her voice had a playful lilt. Sister, hurry over. Lin Su should be landing soon. After ending the call, Guanyu nodded to Ji Jinzhao and Assistant Gu. I shall take my leave now. Ji Jinzhao exchanged a glance with Assistant Gu, who immediately understood. Madam, are you in a hurry to go somewhere? We can escort you. I intend to do some Pilates to tone my figure, followed by anaerobic exercises for shaping. You know, as a professional actress, body management is an integral part of my life, Guanyu asserted earnestly. Song Shiguan remarked. Wasn't he that the madam who was sprawled on the ground eating chips and drinking cola? Are you all so idle?
Je oyenshaus skoft inets redulusli? Idle?
RG Enterprise is thriving, with billions in collaborations waiting for my signature. Idle, you say? But you know I am not your average CEO. I place great emphasis on wellness, and am about to go for a run. You are quite disciplined, Guanyu complimented without reservation.
So are you.
Shall we proceed separately then? Indeed. When Liuha had long arranged for someone to wait for them outside, and after gathering outside, they were let in. Upon entering the exclusive golf course, one half was dedicated to the greens, while the other half featured an open-air swimming pool, complete with an array of beverages and snacks. From a distance, she spotted Wen Liuha approaching Jiang Xuan with a drink in hand, unusually without the company of Ji Yenshu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wen Liuha struggled to maintain her feigned smile, while Jiang Xuan politely bid her farewell and turned to leave. Wen Liuha gazed at Jiang Xuan's retreating figure, contemplating the malicious thought of pushing her into the water from behind. However, her own left foot tripped over her right, sending her tumbling into the pool instead. Witnessing the entire scene, Guanyu exclaimed, "Oh dear, poor child." She crouched down with concern, asking Miss Wen, "Are you all right?" When Liuha forced a smile, replying, "I suddenly felt the urge to swim." Jiang Xuan hesitated, eyeing the spilled contents of the high-heeled glass in Wen Liuha's hand. "Then why did you bring a drink into the water?" Wen Liuha, with a stiff expression, scooped up a cup of water with her glass, stating, "Because I enjoy playing with water." "Very well," Jiang Xuan murmured, puzzled, and then departed. Guanyu, already at the edge of the shore, squatted down, looking at her from above. "I saw everything, sister." Upon seeing Guanyu, Wen Liuha's face scrunched up in distress. "I told you, I always have bad luck when I encounter Jiang Xuan." The more she thought about it, the more unjust it seemed. Why was Jiang Xuan favored like a child of the heavens, while she felt like a forsaken one? She was merely a simple girl with a naive desire to cause mischief. In a fit of anger, she splashed the water, her charming visage unable to conceal her fury. How infuriating! I was so close to succeeding. It seems quite far off, doesn't it? Guanyu bluntly remarked. When Liuha wiped her damp hair as a group of affluent young gentlemen approached, among them Mo shouting and Jiang Yuhua, along with the ever-enthusiastic President Ji, who had vowed to engage in physical training. Their gazes met across the crowd. "Xiaohe, why are you drenched?" Mo shouting inquired with a frown as he approached. "It's simply too hot, and I needed to cool off with a dive," when Liuha replied dismissively. Guanyu wore a triumphant expression, as if to say, "Caught you." Did someone not claim to be an extraordinary president and intended to exercise? Ji Jinzhao retorted, and I recall someone declaring themselves a professional actress, intending to manage their figure with Pilates. Do you remember Assistant Gu? Assistant Gu found himself caught between two piercing gazes and wiped the sweat from his brow, awkwardly chuckling. Did I? In this line of work as an assistant, he often encountered eccentric individuals, so he had grown accustomed to it. Not too difficult, just a tough life. Mo shouting nodded awkwardly at Guanyu in greeting, as the bizarre incident of being slapped lingered in his mind. He nudged the uncomfortable youth beside him, who reluctantly greeted. "Guanyu, hello." Ji Jinzhao remarked in a neutral tone. "Is Guanyu also what you call her? Is that polite?" Jiang Yuhua's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally conceded.
"Sister Guan."
Yet he refrained from using the term sister-in-law. Guanyu raised an eyebrow. "Are we filming Water Marginer, a martial arts film?" Jiang Yuhua shot back. "Who has the kappa?" "You are the kappa." Ji Jinzhao could not help but chuckle, his bright eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement. "Sister Guan, Hatong, you both exhibit such exquisite politeness. Truly remarkable. You are nothing short of natural-born paragons of elegance." Guanyu scoffed. "President Ji, your eloquence evokes a beautiful scene in my mind. the eastern stream of Chishi. The evening allure of Byong. The onlookers, sensing the shift in atmosphere, dispersed to engage in their own amusements. Jiang Yuhua remarked. Mo shouting, with a pained expression, inquired of Assistant Gu, do they always interact this way? Is such vulgarity customary? Assistant Gu responded nonchalantly, not typically. Mo shouting sighed in relief. Only to hear Assistant Gu leisurely continue, President Ji generally finds himself at a disadvantage against Madam, often bearing the brunt of her sharp tongue.
Montag Xiaoting replied.
Chapter 75. My dog-stealing brother Ji Jinzhao. Behind him trailed a slender woman, delicate as a mere sheet of paper, her beauty pure and enchanting. Adorned with a subtle touch of makeup that enhanced her complexion, she wore a white dress that exuded grace, struggling to keep pace with Li Tingnen's hurried steps. Ji Jinzhao turned leisurely. Brother, when did you become so chummy with him? Jiang Yuhua observed with a peculiar expression. As a member of Ji Jinzhao's circle, he naturally held disdain for Li Tingnan and Ji Lingheng. Thus, it was puzzling to see Li Tingnan seemingly more concerned about Ji Jinzhao than Jiang Xuan and Lin Su. In the blink of an eye, Li Tingnan stood before Ji Jinzhao, his gaze fierce and menacing. Ji Jinzhao lazily lifted his eyes, unperturbed by Li Tingnen's palpable fury. Knowing his elder brother was present, Li Tingnan grasped his collar tightly, demanding, return her to me. Mo shouting, perplexed, questioned Assistant Gu, has Jinzhao kidnapped his woman? Or perhaps his mother? But that cannot be right. She has been gone for many years. The intensity of Li Tingnan's plea was evident. His eyes were red, revealing a depth of love that was heart-wrenching. Assistant Gu's expression was conflicted, unsure whether to speak, yet he subtly remarked, indeed, President Li is deeply enamored. Is it really Jiang Xuan? It cannot be. I just saw her, when Liuha interjected, brushing back her hair and speaking too freely. I even attempted to push her into the water, but I failed. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd as she realized the disapproving glares from Guanyu. The warning look from Mo shouting, the cautious eyes of Jiang Yuhua, and the slightly sympathetic gaze of Assistant Gu. What exactly are you caught between your ears? Guanyu poked at her head. You're spilling everything. Why not just admit we're here to stir up trouble? Ji Jinzhao brushed off Li Tingnen's hand, leisurely smoothing his wrinkled collar, and smiled. No need to be so impulsive, little brother. Don't call me little brother, Li Tingnan retorted, his expression stony and displeased, akin to a pouting child. Then shall I call you Tingnan? Li Tingnan pressed his lips together tighter, resembling a sulking spirit. Li Tingnan, do not push your luck with me. You should refrain from making such a fuss, Li Tingnan warned, eyes flashing. Return her to me. Absolutely not, Ji Jinzhao replied, his grin radiant, enunciating each word deliberately, relishing in the prospect of exasperating Li Tingnan further. Mo shouting could no longer tolerate the situation and felt compelled to intervene as a mediator. Was it truly appropriate for such a commotion to unfold in front of so many? After all, they were all members of the Ji family, quarreling over a woman. Not over a woman. Li Tingnan's gaze was cold and piercing as he uttered those words. Not over a woman? Mo shouting was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting into one of curiosity and doubt. Tentatively, he inquired, is it over a man then? Li Tingnan and Ji Jinzhao turned to look at him in unison. Neither is it about a man.
So, what is it about?
Li Tingnan replied somberly. It concerns a dog. A dog?
Montag Xiaoting echoed.
Yes, my dog. Li Tingnan pointed an accusatory finger at Ji Jinzhao. He stole my dog. The first thought that flashed through Mo shouting's mind was, has Li Tingnan lost his sanity? Ji Jinzhao would not be so petty as to steal his dog. Leaning closer to Ji Jinzhao, he whispered, be cautious. Li Tingnan seems to be out of his mind. Ji Jinzhao nodded in agreement. It was Li Tingnan who should be diagnosed with a potential intellectual disability. He must have been dumped by Jiang Xuan, causing his mental state to deteriorate. How could anyone have the time to steal his dog? Mo shouting tapped his own head in contemplation. Indeed, Ji Jinzhao affirmed. How could I possibly have the time to steal his dog? Mo shouting nodded in agreement, stating, in my view, it would be prudent for us to keep our distance from him. I clearly made time amidst my busy schedule to steal it, Ji Jinzhao retorted. Mo shouting was momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, as if he had found his voice again, he managed to ask, Ji Jinzhao? Yes. Did you really steal someone's dog? Indeed, Mo shouting attempted to convince himself. Ji Jinzhao was under immense work pressure and needed to unwind. After all, he was his brother. Li Tingnan was simply unbearable. Yet, Mo shouting attempted to convince himself that Ji Jinzhao was merely overwhelmed by work and needed to unwind. After all, Ji Jinzhou was his brother. And Li Tingnan was simply unbearable. Yet, he found it impossible to convince himself of anything. Ji Jinzhou, are you out of your mind? He exclaimed. You should return the dog to its owner. Li Tingnan glared at him fiercely, muttering, Return the dog. Return my dog. My dog, my dog. Dog, 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 dog. Ji Jinzhou remained lazily unperturbed. Lin Su walked over to Li Tingnan, her breath slightly uneven as she tidied her hair and clothes. A gentle and warm smile gracing her face. Tingnan, won't you introduce me to your friends? Mo shouting was about to interject that they were hardly friends, given their history of bickering whenever they met. However, Li Tingnan had already spoken nonchalantly. This dog thief is my elder brother, Ji Jinzhou. Lin Su politely smiled, Brother Ji. He is my elder brother's dog thief brother, Mo shouting. Lin Su nodded in acknowledgement, Brother Mo. And this is the wife of my dog thief brother, Guanyu. My dog thief brother's junior, Jiang Yuha. My dog thief brother's sister, Wen Liuha. My dog thief brother's assistant, Gu Yun. And this person who came along with my dog thief brother, I don't know their name. Ji Jinzhou cast him a sharp glance, his tone unkind. Li Tingnan, enough already. How many times must you call me a dog thief? Then return my dog. Not returning it. Dog thief. Hey, you're insane. The two began to bicker again. And Mo shouting, feeling a headache coming on, directed a pleading glance towards Guanyu, for only she could rein in Ji Jinzhou at this moment. Receiving his look, Guanyu approached the two, followed closely by Qiu Yuan and Wen Liuha, who bypassed them directly, reaching out to shake hands with Lin Su. Miss Lin. Just call me Lin Su. Did you inform her in advance that you would be picking her up? Wen Liuha interjected unexpectedly. Guanyu's smile froze on her face as she turned to look at her in confusion. Wen Liuha, do you realize what you just said? I'm sorry. Wen Liuha replied, self-aware. Chapter 76. The victim has escaped. Guanyu nodded in understanding. So, do you know who I am? Tingnan just introduced you to me. You are Miss Guan. And I am my sister's elder sister, Miss Lin. Would you like to know who my sister is? Guanyu asked with a mischievous smile. Wen Liuha, with a clever glint in her eyes, found it strange. Was her sister trying to assert her connections? Why drag Jiang Xuan into this? Wasn't she more impressive? Once it was, do you know who my father is? Today it was, do you know who my sister is? Wen Liuha, feeling more capable than Jiang Xuan of being a supportive sister, confidently replied, I'm also my father's daughter, Miss Lin. Would you like to know who my father is? Guanyu took a deep breath. Qiu Yuan. Over here. Take her to the lounge chair and bring 2 towels. One for her hair. And the other? Stuff it in her mouth, Guanyu said mercilessly. Wen Liuha, looking innocent, was pulled away by Qiu Yuan. Sister. Why are you chasing me away? Lin Su watched Wen Liuha being dragged off, blinking in confusion. Miss Guan. I don't understand your meaning. Guanyu twirled a strand of hair around her finger. My sister is Jiang Xuan. You must have done your research, right? Lin Su maintained her smile. Are you here to warn me on behalf of your sister? I've heard that your relationship with Miss Jiang isn't particularly good.
Who told you that?
The information seems quite accurate. Lin Su paused. Miss Guan, are you assigning me a task? Guanyu summoned the system. Give me a mission. No need. I've already thought of it. Reversal of the celestial pattern. After a while, Guanyu received a notification from the system. System message. Task option 1. Have the female lead and the white moonlight both fall into the water. Task reward. 500 points. Do you accept? Accept. The system hesitated. Xiao Guan, 500 points seems excessive. Doesn't it? Given the difficulty of this task, do you not think it merits 500 points? Guanyu's tone grew slightly firmer. Indeed. The system faltered in embarrassment. But there must be an additional condition. Otherwise, I cannot justify it. How can one force the system to issue tasks? It's akin to robbery.
Speak.
You must ensure that the male lead chooses to save the white moonlight, creating a rift between the two. Guanyu pondered for a moment. That's acceptable. What brings you to see me, Miss Guan? What? Fourth uncle. Lin Su asked. Fourth uncle? What does that have to do with her? Fourth uncle. Is it Sisu or Sisu? How do you know he cares so much for that dog, rather than for you? Guanyu gently coaxed. Lin Su's eyes flickered with curiosity. What do you intend to do? Guanyu leaned in and whispered a couple of sentences, and both exchanged a knowing smile. Assistant Gu, who had been observing them with intrigue, felt a chill run down his spine. He had never realized how vastly different a woman's smile could be. When she was harmless, her smile resembled that of an innocent puppy, but when she was scheming, it was as cunning as a serpent. Then I shall go find her, Guanyu declared as she passed by Assistant Gu, who appeared dazed. She casually asked, What are you thinking about? I never knew a dog could smile like a snake.
He murmured.
Who is the dog? Madam, Assistant Gu replied without thinking. With pressing matters at hand, Guanyu shot him a glare before letting him off the hook, and she carried a drink towards Jiang Suan at the other end of the pool. Suan. Jiang Suan stood up, a glimmer of joy lighting up her eyes. Sister. You are here too? Guanyu sighed, marveling at her innocence and childlike spirit, thinking that she would be better off playing with her phone rather than with a snail. Suan. Why don't you join us for some fun? Fun with what? Jiang Suan asked, her expression turning slightly puzzled as she shyly bit her lip and smiled. I still need to wait for Ting Nan, so I can't join you. Guanyu's eyes cunningly darted around as she concocted a mischievous plan in her mind, wondering how to get both of them into the water and have Li Ting Nan choose to save Lin Su. She needed a clever strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she looked at Jiang Suan earnestly. Shall we have a swimming race? I remember you swim quite well. Jiang Suan hesitated. A swimming race? Here? You know, I can't be away from Jin Zhou's money for even a second. If I step away from his wealth, I simply cannot survive. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I never thought Jin Zhou would be such a person. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Suan nodded. All right then, I understand. Stop talking and let us get started. The four girls positioned themselves at a distance from each other, lined up from left to right as Wen Liuhe, Lin Su, Jiang Suan, and Guanyu, with Assistant Gu being dragged in as the referee, while Qiu Yuan officiated from the opposite side. Guanyu specifically instructed Assistant Gu to quietly signal without alerting Li Ting Nan and the others. Thus, Assistant Gu whispered softly, 3, 2. Jiang Suan curiously asked, Sister, why is he speaking so quietly? Guanyu, distracted, replied, Perhaps it's to start suddenly. Is it necessary to be so sudden, even for a competition? 1. At Assistant Gu's command, Lin Su leapt into the pool, thrashing and struggling in the water, splashing everywhere.
Ting Nan.
Save me.
Ting Nan.
On the shore, Guanyu and Wen Liuhe were still playfully bending their legs and waving their arms, when suddenly the space between them became empty, and they exchanged an unintentional glance. Unable to stifle their laughter, Assistant Gu remarked, Miss Jiang is in quite a predicament. Seizing the moment, Guanyu shouted, Jiang Suan and Miss Lin have fallen into the water. They've both fallen in. Li Ting Nan turned at the sight of Lin Su and Jiang Suan splashing in the water, and without a moment's hesitation, he stripped off his suit jacket and rushed to the pool, diving in without a second thought. Suan! Just as he was about to grasp Jiang Suan's hand, he witnessed her sudden burst of energy, her body gliding forward with the grace of a nimble fish, the resistance of the water barely hindering her. Li Ting Nan missed his target. Darling, it seems as though your body has been possessed by a fish. Jiang Yuhe stared in astonishment at the scene before her, utterly flabbergasted. The victim has escaped? What an obscure sight. Lin Su was still performing her act of drowning with utmost sincerity, and with no other choice. Li Ting Nan rushed to her aid. On the opposite bank, Qiu Yuan squatted down, a serious expression on her face as she congratulated Jiang Suan. Congratulations, you have won. Jiang Suan breathed a sigh of relief. Winning was all that mattered. Chapter 77. Do not underestimate the bond between him and the 9 clans. System message. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, achieving the male lead's choice to save the female supporting character. 500 points have been credited. Guanyu narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Next time, be more diligent with the tasks. If you're unable to fulfill your duties, I shall take your place. She even contemplated usurping her position. Although the system's electronic voice remained unchanged, it sounded inexplicably gloomy. Understood, I will work diligently. Jiang Suan struggled to climb ashore. Her vision enveloped by a white light descending from above, bringing with it a comforting warmth and a faint fragrance that felt reassuring after being subjected to ultraviolet rays. Draping the towel that Guanyu had thrown over her head, she dried her damp hair and sweetly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sister. I won. However, when she looked up at her, confusion crossed her face. Why was her sister dry? Guanyu cleared her throat, meeting those innocent, glistening eyes filled with joy and bewilderment. For once, the heart of the usual Villainess felt a twinge of remorse. I was competing in the land-based 50-meter dash, and I emerged victorious. Jiang Suan exclaimed, Huh? How can you change the competition midway? Guanyu's eyes involuntarily flicked towards Li Ting Nan, just in time to see him lifting Lin Su from the water. Her white dress soaked and clinging transparently to her skin. Assistant Gu had handed her a towel, and she trembled, still in shock, as she clung tightly to Li Ting Nan's neck. Oh no! This was not part of her plan. Jiang Suan listened to her nonsensical explanation without suspicion, her wide eyes curving into crescent shapes as she smiled. Sister, You're amazing. Guanyu's heart skipped a beat. What an audacious female lead, daring to seduce her. She felt a hint of softness creeping in. Jiang Suan gazed at her like a startled fawn, and Guanyu lowered her voice. Your gaze should belong solely to me. Jiang Suan replied, Is my sister possessed? She hasn't even entered the water, yet it seems as if she has been enchanted by a water ghost. Let me take you to the restroom to change your clothes, Guanyu said, pulling Jiang Suan's arm and steering her in another direction. The restroom is over there. Jiang Suan pointed in the opposite direction, towards the dining area. Wait a moment. Guanyu attempted to call her back, but it was too late. Jiang Suan stood frozen, staring at the pair embraced by the poolside, utterly shocked and unsure of how to react. Guanyu stammered, I forgot the restrooms were in the same direction.
Then,
please let me explain. Li Tingnan abruptly pushed Lin Su aside, just in time to see Jiang Suan with reddened eyes, instinctively leaning closer to her. I won't listen. Jiang Suan cried, covering her ears and shaking her head in desperation. Let me explain. I won't listen. Guanyu, unable to bear it any longer, yanked her hands away, forcing them behind her back, and addressed Li Tingnan earnestly. You may now proceed with your explanation. I had long wished to see this happen while watching television. You could have clarified directly, yet you chose to prolong it for 10 episodes. Oh, Li Tingnan responded, still taken aback, stepping closer to Jiang Suan. You scoundrel.
Don't come near me.
Jiang Suan retreated in shock, her eyes quickly welling up as Li Tingnan advanced. Indeed, you are utterly despicable, Guanyu chimed in. I would have saved you, yet you swam away. Your will to survive is stronger than mine. Li Tingnan closed his eyes in resignation. You are truly a swimming prodigy. Indeed, he did call your name when he fell into the water, Guanyu suddenly realized with a pang of conscience. Li Tingnan glanced at her in mild surprise, seemingly unable to comprehend her sudden kindness in defending him. However, it did not change the fact that he had saved Lin Su. I knew it, Li Tingnan remarked. This couple is no good. Calm down, Anan. But you weren't even drowning, Li Tingnan attempted to soothe her. If you weren't drowning, you would say you were irritable. If you were, you would deserve it. Guanyu interjected unexpectedly. Li Tingnan fixed her with a lifeless gaze. Whose side are you on exactly? Guanyu felt her position was clear. In the middle. Ji Jinzu and his companions strolled leisurely over. Mo shouting glanced at the scene, the love triangle drenched. And he relished the unfolding drama. Oh, look at the lovebirds playing in the water. Ji Jinzu added meaningfully, with 3 of them. It should be called Meng Mu's 3 poles. Jiang Yuhua crossed her arms, clearly indicating Li Tingnan's divided affections. When Liuha, it could also be termed a 3-legged standoff. You all better not cause a ruckus here, Guanyu warned, her expression stern. If you continue to disturb their entanglement, I shall have to deal with you. A sister? Would you truly strike me despite my appearance? When Liuha blinked innocently, his large, dark eyes resembling black gemstones nurtured in a spring. Guanyu's expression softened slightly. Then you may stay here. Ji Jinzu retorted, what if I looked like this? Don't push me to strike you. He huffed angrily, cursing at Mo shouting, and Jiang Yuhua who followed behind leave. I told you not to come over. Do you delight in being scolded? The 3 departed regretfully. One of them grabbing a drink on the way out. Let's go annoy Ji Lingheng at the entrance. That brat has become increasingly arrogant. He even avenged himself by writing suspected intellectual disability on my IQ test report. Jinzu, did you go to the hospital to test your IQ? Watching them leave, Guanyu asserted, all right. You may continue your quarrel. Regardless, I believe I acted correctly. Are you implying that I am being unreasonable? Li Tingnan retorted, you have not spared me either. What is wrong with being with you? He is still searching for medical sources for Lin Su around the world. What of his proposal to you yesterday? Today he is going to pick up Lin Su. What of building the future with you? He shares a history with Lin Su.
Leave.
Under the moderate persuasion of Guanyu, Jiang Suan delivered a resounding slap to Li Tingnan's left cheek, storming away in fury. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Guanyu also slapped Li Tingnan's right cheek, satisfied with the symmetry of her actions as she departed. Li Tingnan, bewildered by the unexpected blows, found himself in a perplexing situation. The brother who steals dogs, the sister-in-law who stirs trouble, the wife seething with anger, and his own shattered self. The trajectory of his life over the next decade appeared all too clear. Assistant Gu stood helplessly, observing the tearful Bai Yueguang on the ground.
Presidently.
This one is unmanageable. There's another here for you to handle. In a moment of whimsical inspiration, Li Tingnan recalled Guanyu's advice on comforting others, which involved the audacious declaration of obliterating all of human civilization. He thought it more prudent to say, Li Tingnan prided himself on his cleverness. Adept at drawing parallels, though Ji Jinzhao had once dubbed him a fool. If you can't comfort her, I'll annihilate your entire lineage. Assistant Gu muttered. By the heavens, what a tyrannical young lord of the Qing dynasty. Why has that little braid suddenly grown? After toiling daily, for meager earnings, he found himself unable to safeguard even his ancestral grave and lineage. He squatted down, questioning whether one must cry alone. Lin Su, bewildered, looked up. Can't I cry together? Damn it, do not underestimate his ties to his ancestors. Chapter 78, A Small Fury. Guanyu took Wen Liuhua and Jiang Xuan to change into clean clothes, casually settling down with Qiu Yuan in a nearby spot. The three who had just left approached from a distance, and upon closer inspection, a figure trailed behind them. Their damp shirts clung tightly to their chests, slightly translucent, while their hair, soaked and limp, dripped with water droplets. The trio in front laughed with the delight of a spring breeze. Guanyu unreservedly mocked. Ji Lingheng, did you just give birth? When Liuhua snorted disdainfully, clearly indicating he had been licked by a cow. Your man is truly unwell. Ji Lingheng's expression turned sour. At 26 or 7 years of age, such childishness was unbecoming. Did you specifically gather everyone at the door to splash water on me? Your husband. Your husband. Ji Jinzhao lamented. Have you considered my feelings, you ill-mannered humans? How could you say it was intentional? We merely went to the door to welcome you.
Montag Xiaoting chuckled.
At least we've grown up together. Grown up together? Ji Lingheng scoffed. It seems I was unilaterally beaten into maturity by you all. The most outrageous incident occurred when Ji Jinzhao and Mo shouting, seizing the moment when his father was out and other adults absent, stealthily lifted him to the top of the refrigerator, leaving him unable to descend while burning his backside. It's still a form of beating. Mo shouting remarked with a grin. Ji Lingheng rolled his eyes. A scoundrel is still human. Why don't you consider yourself one?
Montag Xiaoting beamed.
His shirt casually fastened with only 2 buttons, revealing a generous expanse of honey-toned skin. Grinning flirtatiously, I could be one. At times, Ji Lingheng truly felt that the patients in the mental hospital appeared more sane. A rare family reunion unfolded, prompting Guanyu to shake her head in exasperation, exclaiming, You 3 scions of the Ji family are truly entangled in a web of fate. You harbor affection for his wife. He is enamored with another spouse, and his wife, in turn, has eyes for him. Are you not akin to the descendants of Cao Cao, inheritors of the art of seduction? When Liuhua chuckled, I reckon it resembles the lineage of the golden toad. The 3 Ji brothers had never aligned themselves in a common cause, and now they descended into a collective silence. Jiang Yuha's cheeks flushed crimson at the mention of River Toad before her idol, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Yuha, is your nickname really River Toad? Maintaining a comfortable distance beside him. Oh, why not greet us? Guanyu's keen eyes caught his figure, teasingly addressing him. Do not call me Yuha. Jiang Yuha's cheeks flushed crimson at the mention of River Toad before her idol, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Yuha, is your nickname really River Toad? Jiang Suan couldn't suppress a laugh, the gloomy clouds that had loomed overhead dissipating, replaced by a radiant smile that pierced through the darkness. Oh my little River Toad, do offer us a smile. Guanyu playfully sought to tease him. Jiang Yuha managed a grimace that was more akin to a frown than a smile. Try smiling when you're called River Toad. Li Tingnan, seated nearby, appeared lost in thought, realizing that Guanyu's disdain was not solely directed at Ji Jinzhao. She was equal opportunity in her scorn, casting her ire upon all, including Jiang Yuha, Mo shouting, Jiang Suan, Ji Jinzhao, and at times, even herself. Who could possibly tame her? Pray tell, what are you all doing here? When Liuhua glared discontentedly at the uninvited guests, grumbling that this space was meant exclusively for their group of 7 girls. 7? Li Tingnan silently began to count. Guanyu, Wen Liuhua, Jiang Suan, Lin Su, and the reticent girl. 5 in total. Where were the 7? As he mentally calculated, he suddenly locked eyes with the one who shared the same realization, Assistant Gu, who was evidently counting as well. In a flash of understanding, they silently grasped the situation. Is this court owned by your family? Why can we not sit here? Ji Jinzhao paid her no mind, choosing instead to sit beside Guanyu. The arrival of Ji Jinzhao and his companions, along with Ji Lingheng, caused a slight crowding in the original seating arrangement, necessitating the relocation of a chair. Everyone stood once more to adjust their positions, with Ji Jinzhao settling beside Guanyu, leaving a spot that could accommodate but one more person. Her gaze drifting over Wen Liuhua as though she regarded her with indifference, not viewing her as a rival at all.
You?
When Liuhua adopted an air of haughty superiority, tilting her chin slightly as she scrutinized Qiu Yuan from head to toe. Which family do you hail from? What is your family's wealth? What is your father's name? Her gaze drifting over Wen Liuhe as though she regarded her with indifference, not viewing her as a rival at all.
You?
Wen Liuhe adopted an air of haughty superiority, tilting her chin slightly as she scrutinized Qiu Yuan from head to toe. Which family do you hail from? What is your family's wealth? What is your father's name? Is your family wealthier than mine? Only those lacking substance and confidence would rely solely on their family's status. Wen Liuhe was nearly overwhelmed with indignation at her audacity. Then let the elder sister decide who shall sit beside her. Upon encountering two scrutinizing gazes, Guanyu decisively turned away and said, "You, go away." Ji Jinzhao pointed at himself. "Are you referring to me?" Amused yet exasperated, Ji Jinzhao shifted to create some space, exclaiming, "Go ahead and bully me." One day, when Liuhe and Qiu Yuan turned their gazes toward Guanyu, one with a tranquil expression, the other with an intense stare, Qiu Yuan declared, "I am like your chest." Quite irate indeed. However, the matter was not so easily dismissed by the two young women. One sat aside, relentlessly probing, "Sister, tell me, whom do you prefer?" When Liuhe and Qiu Yuan turned their gazes toward Guanyu, one with a tranquil expression, the other with an intense stare, Qiu Yuan declared, "I am like your chest. Regardless of what unfolds, I shall shield you." Guanyu responded earnestly, "And you are akin to my backside, always lurking behind me. Both of you are indispensable to me." He was indeed foolish, fully aware of his position, yet choosing to humiliate himself further. Li Tingnan observed Ji Jinzhao's predicament with a smile. Ji Jinzhao interjected, "What about me?" Guanyu shot him a sidelong glance. "You resemble the soles of my feet." Ji Jinzhao inhaled deeply, closing his eyes in despair. He was indeed foolish, fully aware of his position, yet choosing to humiliate himself further. Li Tingnan observed Ji Jinzhao's predicament with a smile, only to be caught by the latter's gaze. Ji Jinzhao glared. "What are you laughing at, nail clipping?" He threatened to report them all. Chapter 79. She is just a mischievous little girl. Awkward. Utterly awkward. This was the prevailing thought that sprang to mind as everyone fell silent after Guanyu ceased speaking. "Speak up, quickly." Aside from Guanyu's occasional crisp sound of cracking seeds, the group remained in an uncomfortable silence.
Vinsu glanced at Li Tingnan,
who in turn looked at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Yuhua gazed starry-eyed at Jiang Xuan, who shifted her gaze to Guanyu, while Ji Jinzhao squinted at Guanyu with a grudge, and Qiu Yuan exchanged unfriendly looks with Wen Liuhe. Mo shouting attempted to feign sleep to escape the awkward atmosphere, considering that it had been many years since they had all sat together like this. Ji Linghen pondered whether her presence here was indeed a wise choice. Guanyu observed them with a quizzical expression, suspecting that she was surrounded by a group of mute imposters, wishing for them to switch to manual mode. How did the male lead become the victim? "Since we are already seated, let us engage in some form of entertainment," Mo shouting suggested casually, reclining on a lounge chair. Guanyu looked at him incredulously. "Am I unwell for not ceaselessly talking?" "Yes, precisely. Keep the insults coming," he insisted with conviction. Guanyu questioned, "How did the male lead become the victim?" "Since we are already seated, let us engage in some form of entertainment," Mo shouting suggested casually, reclining on a lounge chair, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if every strand of his hair had a girlfriend. Given that they were already together with Li Tingnan, there was no stopping it. So he decided to relax and enjoy. "What shall we play?" Half the group seemed disinterested, while the other half debated for ages without arriving at a suitable idea. "Guanyu, what do you think?" Mo shouting inquired, turning his attention to her. "If it were me, I would seriously grab a handful of sunflower seeds, perhaps engaging in a game of slapping hands, repaying enmity with enmity, grievances with grievances. Since I have never slapped Assistant Gu or the four girls, I would take the liberty to do so." Ji Jinzhao and Li Tingnan would exchange slaps, Mo shouting, and Ji Linghen would do the same, while Jiang Yuhe would slap herself. "You certainly know how to orchestrate," Mo shouting quickly discerned her subtle intentions. "Then who'll slap you?" "You mustn't slap me, for I cannot afford the game. If you do, I shall be angry." The others remarked, "Indeed, she cannot bear to endure even a little hardship herself." "Then let us not play games. How can we come to the golf course without playing a couple of rounds?" Ji Jinzhao rose, stretching lazily, raising an eyebrow at Guanyu, speaking in a relaxed tone. "What say you, Miss Guan? Care to challenge me?" Guanyu felt like a nouveau riche who had just received a windfall and was yet to adapt to the lavish lifestyle of the affluent. She had never played golf. Her experience was limited to yo-yoing. "What are the stakes?" She feigned calmness, leaning back in her chair, her sharp brows lifting as she fixed her gaze upon him. The loser shall tend to the flower beds in the Ji courtyard. Ji Jinzhao's demeanor exuded confidence. Jiang Yuha, astonished, whispered to Mo, shouting, Mo, do brothels have flower beds too? Mo, shouting, closed his eyes in exasperation. Sister, do not let this Ji Jinzhao off the hook. When Liuha pouted, clearly displeased. What arrogance. I accept your challenge. Guanyu found herself in a bind, mustering the courage to agree. It's just tending to a flower bed, right? What if I get lucky and sink a hole in one? In truth, life is filled with unexpected twists, just as she often mused in her past life. What if I just died? And indeed, she did. Miracles can still occur in this world. Ji Jinzhao chuckled lightly, like pearls cascading into a dish. Good. Sister, you have such spirit. When Liuha cheered for her. Do you know what nickname brother Jinzhao has? What? When Liuha, with a serious expression, replied, the King of Gao Qiao. Guanyu scoffed. What a ridiculous name. They changed into professional attire in the locker room. Guanyu wore a simple white short-sleeved top and a black skirt, her ponytail high. Even without makeup. Her eyes sparkling. But I believe my sister can defeat him, right? I suppose. Guanyu replied, lacking conviction. Before the match commenced, they changed into professional attire in the locker room. Guanyu wore a simple white short-sleeved top and a black skirt, her ponytail high. Even without makeup. She stood out among the crowd. Ji Jinzhao was already dressed, his posture impeccable as he held the club, aimed at the hole, and swung with precision, sinking the ball in one stroke. After warming up and testing his swing, Ji Jinzhao gestured for her to proceed. Guanyu stepped forward, her expression steady. Appearing anything but a novice, her determined demeanor made onlookers anticipate her performance. Even Ji Jinzhao's attention was piqued, his eyes fixed upon her. Holding the club, Guanyu aimed for the hole and swung with all her might. The white ball remained utterly unaffected, while a significant chunk of turf was uprooted instead. Guanyu. Humph. A derisive laugh escaped someone. I thought we were plowing the field. As far as I know, you don't need a golf club to till the soil, do you? The heavens do not bestow such blessings lightly. The earth must be cultivated. Are we still playing? Perhaps I should also till my grandmother's cornfield. She shall not forget this day, with so many mocking her. So many people, yet I failed to see you. How many rods? When Liuha approached with a face full of expectation, Guanyu's tone was gravely serious. 2 acres. When Liuha hesitated, stuttering, Sister, do you have some physical impairment? Enduring both intellectual and physical challenges in a single day, Guanyu's face turned ashen, her heart nearly shattering. As she was engulfed in despair, the system suddenly interjected. Actually, there exists a skill akin to golf, yet due to its elite status, it is more costly than acting. Your last investment in acting cost 3,000 points, while this one demands 5,000. Guanyu pondered, why hadn't she considered this before? However, I am aware that you are not the type to misuse a golden opportunity to bully others. The system reassured her. At least we lost with dignity.
No.
I am precisely that sort of person. Guanyu blinked, expressing her grievances. With such a fine skill, why not inform me sooner? I endured their ridicule. Had she not been a penniless student in her previous life, she might have showcased what it truly means to wield power over others. To revel in the triumph of the petty. Very well, how many points do you require to max out? Would half suffice to crush Jijinju? The system contemplated, possessing data on every character as the accompanying system of this narrative. Insufficient. What about 80? Most likely a draw, unless Jijinju stumbles. The system's tone turned grave. He is the man referred to as the King of Gao Qiao in this tale. Guanyu fell silent. Indeed. It bore such a foolish name. Then max me out. Guanyu gritted her teeth. She could not let Jijinju escape unscathed. Chapter 80. Public Humiliation. Do you require me to yield? Jijinju smiled amiably, leaning on his cue, surrounded by a cheering crowd on the verdant grass. Shall we raise the stakes? Guanyu suddenly declared, I will add a pure gold watch. Jijinju squinted in confusion. Are you certain? Are you afraid? Guanyu arched her brows, feigning seriousness. Then give me 50 million and a villa, and I won't torment you before this crowd today. A light laugh escaped his lips. Then I shall raise the stakes as well. 3 cars, Assistant Gu. Assistant Gu stepped forward, solemnly summarizing the wager. So now, the winner will receive a pure gold watch. 3 cars, 50 million and Ji Yuan. The loser will cultivate the flower garden at Ji Yuan. Jijinju turned slowly, incredulous. Ji family estate was already mine. Assistant Gu shrank back slightly, taking a few steps toward Guanyu, whispering, It's about proximity. But it cannot be that close, can it? Guanyu raised her hand to halt Ji Jinju and Assistant Gu. Enough. You men are so petty. Is a mere villa worth your ire? With complete control and Ji Sure 5 shares. Assistant Gu gasped in astonishment. Wait, suddenly going all in like this? Goodness. Ji Sure shares. Had I known. Since we are to play, let us engage in something grand. Ji Jinzhao ruffled his hair absent-mindedly, contemplating the ownership of the Ji family's new project, the tourist resort. With complete control and Ji Sure 5 shares. Assistant Gu gasped in astonishment. Wait, suddenly going all in like this? Goodness. Ji Sure shares. Had I known, I would have participated in this venture too. Even those who have yet to touch family business understand the substantial value of this gamble. But alas, this event is exclusive to wives. What? Ji Xiao is married? When did this event conclude? Why was I not informed? Yet even if you were notified, it would be of no use. A wife must at least be a woman, right? Who says it's of no use? I would willingly sell my dignity. Have you considered Ji Xiao's feelings? So many are coveting the tourist resort, and it has become a casual wager? Guanyu was oblivious to the significance of that number, which could sustain her a lifetime of indulgence, merely scratching the surface of her balance. Without much thought, she agreed. The tourist resort would allow Wang Daomei and others to have team-building exercises for free, saving a considerable amount on travel expenses. Ji Jinzhao raised an eyebrow at her. A complete match is too lengthy. How about we settle it in one round? The current Guanyu is formidable, having mastered all aspects of golf. The postures, essentials, origins, rules, and jargon. What are the terms? 5 strokes each. Whoever has the most holes in one wins. Agreed. Guanyu nodded in affirmation. Ji Jinzhao took to the field first. His gaze fixed upon the distant hole. He spread his legs slightly, bent his knees, leaned forward at the waist, aligned the club face with the target line, and swung. A dull thud echoed as the club met the ball, sending the white sphere swiftly toward the hole, landing flawlessly within. It was an effortless and perfect shot, executed with such elegance that it elicited a chorus of gasps. A hole-in-one meant it was time for a red envelope. Excitement surged through the crowd as cheers erupted, driven solely by a primal desire for wealth. Ji Jinzhao raised his right hand, and the arena fell silent in unison. His eyes sparkled like stars, seemingly fixated solely on her, as his hand descended slowly, the tip of his finger gently tapping her forehead. A light flick of his finger landed on her brow. Guanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare Ji Jinzhao publicly humiliate her? Surrender? Guanyu scoffed. You've only won one shot. Isn't it a bit premature to show off? Ji Jinzhao looked at her quizzically, sensing her irritation. Had his very breath provoked her? Assistant Gu felt a twinge of concern for him, for the lady had been so generous, igniting within him an inexplicable possessiveness over her. Madam, perhaps you might charm Ji Zong a little. He doesn't truly wish to take anything from you. He merely has a sharp tongue. Guanyu was aflame with competitive spirit. Just wait and see how I will turn the tables on him. Assistant Gu's pupils dilated in shock. What? Here? With so many people around? Isn't that a bit too lively? A slip of the tongue, defeat him. The next 4 shots predictably landed securely in the hole. When Guanyu took her place on the field, the spectators had already formed their judgments regarding the outcome, especially after witnessing her astonishing shot moments earlier. This match was merely a playful rivalry between the couple, Ji Xiao and his wife. To everyone's surprise, Guanyu made a decisive swing shortly after positioning herself. Her movements crisp and elegant, sending the white ball along the trajectory she had envisioned. It landed perfectly in the hole. With a stoic expression, she approached Ji Jinzhao and mimicked his earlier gesture. Before his smile could fully materialize, she delivered a playful yet forceful tap to his forehead, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge, wishing to send him reeling. Ji Jinzhao inhaled sharply, his forehead reddening swiftly. He covered his head, muttering under his breath about the humiliation he had just endured. You deserved that for insulting me earlier, she remarked with a cold smile, leaving Ji Jinzhao bewildered. Had he truly insulted her? No one had informed him of such a thing. The competition concluded with them tied, leading to a sudden death playoff. They could choose their starting positions, with the player furthest from the hole declared the winner. If the ball did not land in the hole, they would be eliminated. Let us go, Guanyu said, tugging at Ji Jinzhao's wrist, pulling him further from the hole. Don't say I'm bullying you. Let us start from here. Is that a problem? Guanyu teased, a glint of pride in her eyes. Due to the considerable distance, the system employed a straightforward method, creating a virtual blue line within her line of sight. Swinging along this line would ensure the ball reached the hole. To prevent her club from missing the ball entirely, a tracking mode was activated. Ji Jinzhao exhaled. Let me give it a try. When Liuha had finally squeezed into the inner circle, excitedly shouting, "Guanyu, sister." Mo shouting dismissed it. "It's nothing. It just makes him seem rather sordid." Chapter 81. Dribbling the ball. I meant for Sister Guanyu to fix her gaze on him, to pin him to the pillar of shame. What's wrong with that? Her eyes reflected genuine curiosity. Mo shouting dismissed it. "It's nothing. It just makes him seem rather sordid." Chapter 81. Dribbling the ball. Ji Jinzhou's shot sent the white ball rolling steadily forward under the watchful eyes of many, its trajectory unwavering as it approached the hole. As it neared, a collective gasp arose from the crowd, just a hair's breadth away from sinking in. "Your turn," Ji Jinzhou said, his penetrating gaze fixed on Guanyu. The fate of the game rested upon the shot.
Bang!
With bated breath, the audience watched as the ball sped forward and, with a decisive thud, successfully landed in the hole. She had won. A flawless shot. Guanyu sighed, shaking her head in mock disappointment as she tiptoed to pat his shoulder. "You really need to practice more. If you genuinely wish to improve, I can teach you." Ji Jinzhou's realization dawned upon him suddenly, a smile breaking across his face. "Guanyu, were you just playing me?" He had thought her a novice, so it was no wonder she had appeared so confident, having been waiting for him all along. Guanyu snapped her fingers before him, suddenly blossoming into a radiant smile, her eyes reflecting his shadow, harmonizing with the gentle breeze and verdant grass. "Indeed. Such is my profound nature, seemingly a worthless girl, yet in truth, I am a cunning little vixen playing the part of the innocent." Playing the innocent? Ji Jinzhou hesitated, questioning whether it was merely an act. Was she truly not the innocent one? Guanyu, displeased, retorted, "What do you mean by that?" When Liuha rushed over to greet her, enveloping her in a warm embrace, inhaling the delightful scent of her cloves, exclaiming, "Sister, you are amazing."
Moxiaokin lightly punched the Oyenshauer's shoulder, playfully higging.
"You really bring shame upon us men." Brother Mo, one grows accustomed to such embarrassment," he replied, unfazed by his loss of dignity in front of the crowd. Ji Jinzhou admitted candidly, "But I did not let up." "Oh yes, you did not merely let up. You released the ocean," came the retort. Ji Jinzhou tugged at Guanyu, urging her to clarify. "Tell him, I did not let up, nor did I release the ocean, and certainly did not open the floodgates. I simply played poorly. Losing is nothing to be ashamed of. It is the refusal to acknowledge defeat that truly stings." Guanyu remained silent, lost in thought. "Sister, what are you pondering?" When Liuha inquired, noticing Guanyu's contemplative demeanor, Guanyu lifted her gaze, seriousness etched upon her face. "I am contemplating whether to rename Ji Yuan to Guanyu." When Liuha's little face contorted in confusion, "Is there really a difference? One is a brothel, the other a male establishment. Neither sounds particularly respectable. One sells female charm, the other male allure."
Guanyu, ye Oyenshau?
After all, they were to live together. Guanyu, for once demonstrating uncommon kindness, inquired, "Ji Jinzhou, would you prefer to reside in a brothel or a male establishment?" Ji Jinzhou pressed his lips tightly together. "Could I opt for neither? If given a choice, he would prefer a more virtuous life." Just as they grappled with the dilemma of selecting the lesser of two evils, a throng of people approached, wine glasses in hand, offering congratulations to the newlyweds. "We have yet to congratulate Ji Xiao on marrying such a lovely wife." Lovely wife. Guanyu thought without hesitation, what a filthy insult. The toast giver was momentarily taken aback as Ji Jinzhou accepted the glass handed to him by Assistant Gu, clinking it only symbolically with his own, speaking candidly, "How amusing." Many awaited to converse with him, and Guanyu seized the opportunity to slip away from the crowd, joining Chu Yuan and Silai. Upon seeing the girl named Wen Liuha, Chu Yuan felt a surge of displeasure. Despite being a domineering rich girl, she acted as if she were the benevolent older sister, claiming, "I paid for everything for my sister," which made Chu Yuan want to roll her eyes. The two found a secluded corner, sitting upon the grassy expanse of the golf course, and when Liuha followed suit, it was Jiang Suan. Jiang Suan sat beside them, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the grass. "Sister, if one day I must venture to a distant place, would you miss me?" When Liuha, carelessly damaging the innocent grass beneath her, retorted, "Are you planning to die?" Jiang Suan's sobbing momentarily ceased. "It's not that far." At that time, when Lin Su suffered a heart attack, Li Tingnan, in a moment of desperation, had to choose to save Lin Su, leaving Jiang Suan utterly disheartened as she departed with the ball. Guanyu inhaled sharply, realizing with dismay that the lecherous kidnapper was none other than herself. Could it be that the trap she had set earlier inadvertently accelerated the existing narrative? How remarkable! She mused, that with the power of a mere pawn, she had propelled the main storyline forward. With genuine emotion, she contemplated that Jiang Suan's future son would be a top-tier hacker, adept at overcoming any firewall or digital programming challenge. How wonderful it would be if he could assist her with gaming and mobile phone screen protection. But why 5 years? And why a son? Jiang Suan's face flushed with warmth, her entire demeanor reminiscent of a freshly cooked shrimp, her voice barely above a whisper. What child? Rising from the grass. I need to use the restroom. Jiang Suan nodded, reluctantly watching her depart.
Goodbye, sister.
When Lu Hua appeared frantic. Sister, that foolish dog has gone missing. I am preparing to leave now. If Ting Nan discovers me, he will not permit my departure, Jiang Suan replied softly. Then you should hurry, Guanyu said, rising from the grass. I need to use the restroom. Jiang Suan nodded, reluctantly watching her depart. Goodbye, sister. When Lu Hua appeared frantic. Sister, that foolish dog has gone missing. It seems Jiang Suan took it with her. Guanyu's smile froze.
What?
So Jiang Suan has run away with my sea lai. How dare she take my child? A cold sneer emerged on her lips. How audacious could that woman be? Lacking an assistant, she called Gu, her aide. Within 3 minutes, I required Jiang Suan's location and information. If she intends to leave the country, ground her flight. Gu was incredulous.
Who do you think I am?
Am I in a position to ground flights? This is your responsibility, she replied curtly, hanging up the phone. Qiu Yuan and Wen Luhua exchanged glances, perplexed by the sudden transformation in her demeanor. Her previously smooth and slightly rounded jawline had abruptly sharpened into a sculpted edge, and her almond-shaped eyes shifted to a blend of cool detachment and mocking indifference. Was this the rumored aura of a domineering CEO? Chapter 82. The assistant is impressive. Guanyu fretted anxiously. Her sea lai was merely a small pig weighing a little over 100 pounds. What if he starved following that scatterbrained Jiang Suan? She hastened towards Li Ting Nan, who was conversing with Lin Su. I have arranged your accommodations. I will send someone to drive you there.
Ting Nam?
Will you come to see me? If necessary. He nodded gently. I will bring Suan along to visit you. Lin Su's complexion gradually paled. Her gaze lowered in silence.
Li Ting Nan.
Guanyu rushed towards him, halting abruptly before him. Where is Jiang Suan? Then? Isn't she right here? Li Ting Nan remained oblivious. Guanyu shot him an incredulous glare. She has left, and you didn't even notice? Left? Li Ting Nan's breath caught, disbelief clouding his eyes. As if struck by lightning, he seemed to age several years in an instant. Is she dead? Guanyu exclaimed. You are truly unwell. She glared at Li Ting Nan. Speaking sharply, she has gone elsewhere, taking my ball with her. She exhaled a frustrated breath. What do you mean by taking your what? Li Ting Nan asked, bewildered. In summary, I demand to know her precise location within 5 minutes. Otherwise, I shall unleash my influence and exact revenge on you at any cost. Guanyu gazed confidently into his eyes. Although her influence amounted to merely a few individuals, including Wang Daomei, at most she could only muster a minor retaliation, such as scratching the surface of his vast empire or throwing eggs at his company's entrance. Li Ting Nan was unfazed. He knew she posed no real threat. Understood. Li Ting Nan muttered. Has Jiang Suan left? How could this woman dare to depart without his consent? The more Guanyu contemplated it, the more aggrieved she felt. Her teeth clenched as she spoke fiercely. Noticing Li Ting Nan's astonishment and disbelief, Guanyu urged him, you have 4 minutes remaining. Damn it, Li Ting Nan thought to himself. This was a phrase he often used with his assistant. Hurry up. Oh, Li Ting Nan stammered, nervously retrieving his phone and dialing assistantly. Hello. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Do not attempt to evade your responsibilities in this manner. He coldly pierced through his assistant's flimsy pretense. There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice resumed, unfazed by the confrontation.
Oh, Presidente.
My phone was out of credit. I just recharged it. You have 3 minutes to provide me with Anne's location. If she has booked an international flight, intercept it. 3 minutes? Assistant Li could hardly believe it. You only have 2 minutes left now. He ended the call. Observing his stern countenance, Lin Su bit her lip. Ting Nan, do not worry. Miss Zhang may just be acting impulsively, merely to tease you. On the other end, Assistant Gu, perplexed at being abruptly disconnected, soon received a call from Assistant Li. What's the matter? Gu Jun, I implore your support and backing. My superior is unwell again, he lamented. As soon as he answered the call, he was met with a demand for 3 minutes to retrieve all information regarding Anne. Then the line went dead, coupled with a command to intercept flights. Please assist me in this search. Assistant Gu found the scenario eerily familiar and, fearing disbelief, admitted, I just received an identical call. Are you suggesting it's a scam? I was merely stating my position. I dare not interfere with national flights, he replied, and promptly hung up. Only his wife could do that. Are you so brazen? Indeed. Today is a day of rest. I was already generous to answer the call. We workers must stand up for ourselves. Quite right. It is indeed a day of rest. Old Gu noted that he had also hung up on Manager G. Thus, he too ended the call. Li Tingnan remarked, such audacity. Surely, you did not hang up on your boss. If I did, I might have made some rather harsh threats. Then you are doomed. Assistant Li quickly scrambled from his bed, rolling towards his computer, hastily powering it on. Faster, faster. He silently prayed, hoping the computer's speed would match that of the HR department issuing dismissal letters. With Assistant Gu's assistance, 5 minutes later, Assistant Li, trembling with trepidation, dialed Li Tingnan's number. President Li, I have located Miss Jiang's information. Li Tingnan's voice was cool. There is no need for Assistant Li. It is your time to rest now. Very well, Mr. Li, Assistant Li replied, seemingly resolute. Allow me to share my background. My family circumstances are rather intricate. Li Tingnan remained silent, listening to his lament. Unsure if he believed him, Assistant Li timidly inquired, Mr. Li, do you still require Miss Zhang's position? She is en route to the airport. Send it over, he concluded the call. I have dispatched someone to intercept her on the way to the airport. Observing Guanyu's visibly restless demeanor, Li Tingnan assumed it was due to their sisterly bond and voluntarily reported, the accountant will only serve 3 years at minimum. Your pursuit of a partner will require at least 5. Guanyu crossed her arms, her expression cold. By then, my brother Silai will be a grandmother.
I shall stribarde, Li Tingnan responda.
What transpired? Ji Jinzhao approached, hands in pockets alongside Assistant Gu. He had noticed Assistant Gu's busy demeanor and casually inquired, not expecting it to be Guanyu's request for assistance, thus joining the fray. And it has vanished, Li Tingnan stated succinctly. His gaze fell upon Assistant Gu, unexpectedly offering praise. You are quite the capable assistant, unlike the one beside me. Ji Jinzhao glanced at Assistant Gu, a smirk forming. His skills did not compare to Assistant Li's. You are well aware that cheap goods are rarely of good quality, Ji Assistant Gu remarked seriously. Ji Jinzhao simply responded with silence. Chapter 83. My phone shall accompany your burial. Have we intercepted her? Qiu Yuan, and when Liuha hurriedly arrived, Guanyu looked to Li Tingnan, her eyes questioning. Where is she? Ji Jinzhao, puzzled, asked, when did your relationship become so amicable? Guanyu's expression darkened. She has run away. Run away? Isn't that Li Tingnan's affair? He raised an eyebrow. You seem more anxious than Li Tingnan. Of course, the one she has taken is my brother Silai. Ji Jinzhao fell silent. Li Tingnan, feeling exasperated, thought it was all Ji Jinzhao's fault. I will find her, he declared, keys dangling from his fingers as he walked out with a single hand in his pocket. I will accompany you. Guanyu followed closely, with Qiu Yuan trailing behind her. And I too. I shall go. When Liuha hurriedly joined them, though that foolish dog was closer to Qiu Yuan, seeing her sister in such distress indicated that the dog was indeed significant. What about us? Assistant Gu looked to Ji Jinzhao. Let us go and see. The group hastily departed for the parking lot, where Li Tingnan unlocked the car door with 2 short beeps. Guanyu opened the door, urging, ladies first, quickly. When Liuha and Qiu Yuan entered the vehicle in succession, while Guanyu's gaze turned to Assistant Gu, her eyes conveying unspoken urgency. Ladies first, very well. Assistant Gu did not hesitate and promptly entered the car. Ji Jinzhao took the front passenger seat. Realizing how delightful this was, Li Tingnan slammed the car door with anger, started the vehicle, and expressionlessly fastened his seatbelt with a click, securing it. I will be quick. The window lowered, revealing Ji Jinzhao's serene profile, peacefully napping, accentuated by a well-defined jawline. Am I your driver? Otherwise? The window ascends. Ji Jinzhao smiled with satisfaction. Realizing how delightful this was, Li Tingnan slammed the car door with anger, started the vehicle, and expressionlessly fastened his seatbelt with a click, securing it. I will be quick. Ji Jinzhao scoffed. Rest assured, I will fasten my seatbelt when I ride in your car, especially since someone can have an accident even on a child's training bicycle. Ji Jinzhao remarked that the fortune teller was indeed correct. He was petty, recalling events from years past with remarkable clarity. Li Tingnan reversed the car, his hands gripping the steering wheel with a cold smirk.
Petty?
Is that referring to the nameless fortune teller's shop located 500 meters southwest of the school? No. For 38 in a narrow alley, with a faux fortune teller's robe adorned with frayed threads, round glasses perched on his nose, and a pair of thin mustaches? Ji Jinzhao grimaced. His predictions were utterly inaccurate. I remember him for a lifetime. Guanyu, intrigued, interjected, "Is that fortune teller still in business?" "A charlatan. Don't go," Ji Jinzhao replied. "But I think his reading of you was quite accurate," when Liu He and Assistant Gu nodded vigorously. Li Tingnan cast a fleeting glance at him, pressing the accelerator harder, causing the car to roar as it surged forward, the scenery outside blurring by. Guanyu felt her heart skip a beat, experiencing a sensation akin to weightlessness on a roller coaster. Ji Jinzhao had never been so cautious about his life, gripping the armrest tightly. "Li Tingnan, can you drive?" "Red light." He gazed ahead, calmly uttering 2 words. Guanyu rolled her eyes. Aren't CEOs supposed to be lawless? At a moment like this, what's the harm in running a red light? If you get caught, you can just pay a fine and lose a few points. Li Tingnan held the steering wheel firmly. Recently, the city is evaluating its best civilized city.
So,
enforcement is strict. He kept his gaze straight ahead. Last month, Mr. Mo was caught violating parking regulations, abruptly stopping for half an hour in the city center for reasons unknown, broadcasted on the big screen. Last week, Mr. Liu trespassed into a private residence and ran a red light, resulting in detention. Just yesterday, Mr. Fu was caught running a red light with his girlfriend. Their faces were displayed on the machine screen for an entire day. Thus, the evaluation of a civilized city will be rigorously enforced. The red light turned green, and Li Tingnan restarted the vehicle, drawing closer to the red on the navigation belonging to Jiangsuan. They entered the highway, a magnificent coastal expressway where sea and sky merged in grandeur. The license plate 3361 belonged to that white car. Li Tingnan accelerated to the maximum. There were few vehicles on the highway, only a handful scattered about, with the wind whistling past. He turned the steering wheel sharply, forcing the car to a halt. Li Tingnan unfastened his seatbelt, exited the car, and knocked on the door. Jiang Xuan bit her lip, initially reluctant to exit, but upon seeing Ji Jinzhao, Guanyu, when Liu He, and 2 others in his vehicle, she hesitated momentarily before opening the door. "Li Tingnan, I have decided to leave you." Li Tingnan simply stared at her in silence. Jiang Xuan, feeling apprehensive about softening her heart once more, retrieved her phone to make a call. "Xiao Yu, I've been intercepted." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Tingnan snatched the phone from her grasp and, with an impassive expression, hurled it into the sea. Jiang Xuan shouted at him, "What gives you the right to smash my phone? Are you angry? Then let my phone accompany yours to the depths," he replied, unflinchingly tossing his own device into the water as well. Guanyu interjected, "Have you considered the feelings of the phones?" As she turned her head to see when Liu Heng and Assistant Gu moved to tears, even the typically stoic Qiu Yuan appeared somewhat touched. It suddenly dawned on her that it was not they who were abnormal, but rather herself.
Li Tingnan.
Jiang Xuan exclaimed incredulously, "Did you actually bring so many people to stop me?" The driver lowered the window, seemingly bewildered. "Is there road rage at play here, miss? Shall we continue?" Li Tingnan's piercing gaze shot toward him. Scram. The driver, about to voice a retort, fell silent after Assistant Gu expressionlessly slipped 5 red bills into his palm. "All right, boss. Let us go," the driver said, his demeanor shifting instantly, exuding a sense of prosperity. Assistant Gu exhaled, relieved. He certainly did not wish to provoke a scene that would attract unwanted spectators, only to later find himself featured in a viral video. "Where is our Sila?" Guanyu asked impatiently. Upon learning the answer, she sighed in relief but shot an exasperated glare at Li Tingnan. "Look at you. You're even less capable of retaining someone than my Sila." Li Tingnan pondered aloud. If I were to bite her pant leg, would she stay? Guanyu firmly closed her eyes, replying, "Yes, if you bit her pant leg, she wouldn't leave, but I'd first send you to a psychiatric hospital." "Enough of that. You two should have a proper conversation," Ji Jinzhao remarked, his gaze briefly flitting between them before he took the car keys from Li Tingnan. He then seated himself in the driver's position, and the car door unlocked automatically. When Liu Heng, Qiu Yuan, Guanyu, and Assistant Gu entered the vehicle, the luxury car sped away, leaving Jiang Xuan and Li Tingnan standing by the roadside, silently watching as the exhaust of their vehicle vanished into the air, until it was no longer visible. Jiang Xuan stared blankly in the direction they had departed, while Li Tingnan regarded her intently, and, "Is there nothing you wish to say to me, or that I should say to you?" Jiang Xuan nodded with difficulty. "Really? What do you want to say?" Li Tingnan's eyes sparkled with delight. "I miscalculated," he added. Chapter 84. Precautions against fire, theft, and wives. Which woman? when Liu Heng awkwardly gestured toward a direction, gazing out the window as a young girl remained lost in her own world. Ji Jinzhao glanced at her. Qiu Yuan lives at our place.
What?
When Liu Heng exclaimed in shock, then I want to live at your house too. What? You want to come to my house to play? Fine, when the time comes. I'll contact your family to send a driver to fetch you. Ji Jinzhao replied, disregarding her request and preemptively ushering her out. When Liu Heng crossed her arms, sulking, sister, say something. The sister, wholly engrossed in her own thoughts, offered her a few perfunctory responses. It's hard to say. When Liu Heng leaned against Guanyu like a ragdoll, reflecting. Sister, how can couples avoid quarreling? Guanyu lacked experience in this realm. Drawing from the dramas and romantic novels she had perused, she pondered that trust, having no secrets between one another, might be the key to maintaining a relationship. Not necessarily, she mused. One cannot lay bare everything to sustain affection. An air of mystery and curiosity is essential. Ji Jinzu, grasping the steering wheel, interjected, in this regard, you cannot compete with Li Tingnan. Guanyu retorted, that couple has no secrets. Jiang Xuan surely knows Li Tingnan's bank card password, while you seem to guard against your wife, as if she were an adversary. Then why not seek Li Tingnan as your husband? Ji Jinzu remarked lightly, glancing at her through the rear-view mirror. He feared that if he divulged his bank card password to Guanyu one evening, he might awaken the following morning to find all his possessions vanished, leaving only a few pairs of undergarments behind. Forget it. I'm not destined for that, Guanyu replied languidly. Historically, to unite with the male protagonist was a stroke of fortune for the female lead, requiring only an indestructible physique, the ability to contend with external rivals, and an unwavering attachment to her vital organs. After enduring trials at the hands of the male hero, she might eventually achieve her aspirations with him. However, for the female antagonist, the outcome was dire. Madness or mutilation awaited. She lamented that she lacked the fate of the leading lady. To Ji Jinzu, her words seemed to echo a regret for not being able to marry Li Tingnan, settling instead for the lesser role of Ji's esteemed lady. Upon arriving at Guanyuan, I thought I couldn't personally take you for neutering. Do you wish to be neutered? Si Lai barked in response, oblivious to her intentions regarding its anatomy. Two dogs rushed to the entrance to welcome them. Si Lai, Guanyu exclaimed, embracing the dog's head and burying her face in its fluffy fur, inhaling deeply. I thought I couldn't personally take you for neutering. Do you wish to be neutered? Si Lai barked in response, oblivious to her intentions regarding its anatomy. Assistant Gu coughed meaningfully, attempting to hint that Ji Jinzu was in a foul mood. Guanyu looked up, puzzled. Do you want to be neutered too?
No, no, no.
Assistant Gu hastily waved his hands. It's the boss. Guanyu's gaze turned increasingly peculiar. He wants to be neutered? Ji Jinzu quickly clarified, not me. It's Assistant Gu. Assistant Gu in a panic insisted, I don't want that, I don't. Ji Jinzu coughed heavily to mask the awkwardness. It's fine. Let us head inside. Don't we still need to tend to the flower bed? He strode ahead, with Assistant Gu respectfully holding the door open. Make way, make way. The master shall go first, Guanyu declared as she pushed past Ji Jinzu and entered the house ahead of him. She hummed a little tune, leaning against the entrance cabinet as she removed her shoes with one hand. Ji Jinzu halted, remaining motionless as he observed her, suddenly feeling as though he were in a different realm altogether. He had envisioned a life of routine, adhering to a predictable pattern day after day, momentarily devoid of action. Ji Jinzu. He silently placed her shoes on the shoe rack, pondering whether she could kindly remove her shoes properly. Guanyu pinched her earlobe. Rather, he found himself ensnared by the illusion that perhaps it would be quite agreeable to continue in this manner indefinitely. He stood at the entrance, seemingly lost in thought, momentarily devoid of action. Ji Jinzu. He silently placed her shoes on the shoe rack, pondering whether she could kindly remove her shoes properly. Guanyu pinched her earlobe, feigning ignorance of his words. What? What are you saying on my territory? Ji Jinzu cast a calm, piercing glance at Assistant Gu, attributing the blame to him. He could have chosen a vacant villa at random, yet insisted on specifying Ji Yuan. Though his expression remained largely impassive, there was something about that glance that made Assistant Gu feel it had carved into his paycheck. He stepped towards Guanyu, softly inquiring, Mr. Ji, are you threatening me on your wife's territory? Ji Jinzu firmly closed his eyes, nearly incensed to the point of sulking at the two individuals. He finally could not restrain himself, gritting his teeth. Gu Jun, you had better not step out of here. Does Mr. Ji want me to stay here? Assistant Gu was taken aback. That's not what I meant. When Liuha seldom visited Ji Jinzu's home. After all, they had grown up, and there were distinctions between genders. They typically gathered in designated places. As she removed her shoes, her curiosity led her to peek into the living room. Brother Jinho, why is there no sofa in your house? When Liuha bluntly remarked, it looks like a bare shell. Ji Jinho replied coldly, ask your sister. Just moments ago, he had reflected on how he used to sit alone on the sofa, and now, the situation had improved to the point where there was no sofa at all. It has been moved to my room. Guanyu provided them with a pair of disposable slippers, explaining that Ji Jinho was not well liked, and that their home rarely received visitors. When someone comes, we all sit on the floor together. There's no need for a sofa. Is it truly my sole reason that nobody visits and we sit on the floor? Ji Jinho shot her a sidelong glance. She was adept at shifting blame. With global warming and economic downturns, should I also be held accountable for my lack of social appeal? Ji Jinho scoffed. What am I, a world leader? Am I able to rally the entire globe? The world without him would be akin to a fish devoid of a bicycle. If you were a bit more ambitious, your vocabulary would reflect that half the world belongs to Ji Jinho and the other half to Li Tingnan. This marked the second time she had extolled Li Tingnan in his presence that day. Ji Jinho furrowed his brow, recalling how just moments prior, when he had cast his phone in a fit of despair, 2 out of the 3 girls had been moved. So, Li Tingnan's actions today have left you in awe? Guanyu failed to detect the peculiar tone in his voice, responding ambiguously. Indeed, it was quite shocking. I have seen acts of devotion but never one involving a phone. Chapter 85. Felt heartache and then what? Where do you usually sit? When Liuha inquired, her curiosity piqued. I generally sit in the dining area. Guanyu indicated a direction. Ji Jinho sits over there. When Liuha followed her gesture to a corner adorned with colorful cartoon cushions, enclosed by a small fence, just large enough to accommodate an adult. Sister, did you create a dog bed for Brother Jinho? When Liuha's eyes widened, and you even surrounded it with dog toys. Does Brother Jinho run around at night? Ji Jinho tugged at his lips. You need not impose canine behavior upon me. However, I find it rather fitting, when a dog is angered. It bares its teeth and glares, just as Brother Jinjian does. When provoked, a dog barks at people, and Brother Jinjian does the same. When stroked the right way, a dog will grunt, and Brother Jinjian follows suit. When Liuheng spoke with great conviction, noticing the curious glances of others directed at him, Ji Jinjian shot her an irritated glare. When Liuheng seemed to feel validated in her conclusion, see, he glared. He barked again. Ji Jinjian, although he is not well liked, he plays at home while others play elsewhere. At least no one barges in and calls him a dog. Liuha, how rude. Guanyu remarked succinctly, only uttering words that could drive one to despair. Does she not fear that such a proud person as Brother Jinjian might leap from a height in fury? Very well. When Liuheng pouted, apologizing to Brother Jinjian, that is more acceptable. Ji Jinjian snorted coldly. When Liuheng smiled mischievously, her eyes curving in delight, and grunted again. She simply stated that Brother Jinjian is a dog. Ji Jinjian pinched himself, urgently attempting to regain composure. Madam, are we to host a gathering? Song Shiguan's eyes brightened. The overseer, Guanyu replied tersely. Achievements? Song Shiguan pondered, suddenly enlightened. But when shall we establish our careers? Guanyu gave him a knowing glance and a feigned smile, prompting him to comprehend the underlying message. After careful consideration, Song Shiguan quietly inquired of Assistant Gu, why did the madam throw me a flirtatious glance? Is she implying that one should establish a family before a career? Goodness, at that thought, my hands tremble. She has never denied it. Assistant Gu stared at him in disbelief. I see now, you are the type who, when slapped, still licks the hand of the assailant. Who would strike me? Song Shiguan asked, alarmed. Why would there be a reward for me? The lounge chair was swiftly transported to Guanyuan, where Guanyu instructed Song Shiguan and 2 young girls to take a seat while she found a convenient position to supervise, settling into a chair. Assistant Gu stood upright, his posture impeccable, exuding a dignified and composed air, unmistakably the demeanor of a senior assistant in a large corporation. Every movement bore the mark of professionalism. Please sit. Guanyu gestured with her eyes. Assistant Gu was taken aback. Is there a place for me? I thought this seat belonged to the boss. Sit down. In this new era, there are no slaves. Assistant Gu, touched, took a seat, silently vowing to become the madam's loyal companion to Ji Zong. Whatever frivolity exists, let it be directed at him. He is willing to bear the burdens for Ji Zong. Guanyu peeled an orange, reclining leisurely as she urged, do not slack off. Ji Jinjian straightened his back, loosening his muscles, gradually feeling the warmth rise. Upon glancing at the fruits and beverages beside those reclining, he expressed some discontent. Was it not stated that in this new era, there are no slaves? In this new era, perhaps not, but within my domain, there are. Guanyu raised her chin slightly. Have you ever seen a gigolo fall ill, only for the madam to permit him to rest and not see clients? Ji Jinjian. He resolved to create a flawless masterpiece, ensuring that every visitor who entered would behold his exceptional work and marvel at his unparalleled craftsmanship. Striving to impress Guanyu with his talent, Ji Jinjiao, with a solemn expression, devoted his full attention to the scissors and greenery before him, shutting out all external distractions. After 10 minutes, Ji Jinjiao wiped the sweat that had trickled down from his forehead to his chin and let out a deep sigh, preparing to tackle the next task. Assistant Gu provided him with an environment conducive to creativity. In the background, 5 indulgent masters engaged in revelry, their laughter and chatter mingling with the sounds of playful dogs. After 10 minutes, Ji Jinjiao wiped the sweat that had trickled down from his forehead to his chin and let out a deep sigh, preparing to tackle the next task. Oh my, I've shaped a dairy. He heard Guanyu mockingly remark from her lounging chair. Assistant Gu, munching on sunflower seeds, chimed in. It resembles a mother's natural creation, quite lifelike indeed. When Liuheng, sipping through a straw, added, Brother Jinjiao has truly nurtured this rear end splendidly. Song Shiguan provided a serious critique. There are few in the market who create accessories for their own posteriors. Chairman Ji is undoubtedly a businessman with a remarkable innovative spirit. As Ji Jinjiao reached the 10th creation, his movements becoming increasingly adept and infused with character, Guanyu finally sensed something amiss.
Ye oyens how?
How many more are you planning to shape? I intend to continue until I have completed the task, he replied, discovering a newfound enjoyment in the repetitive endeavor. Why had I not realized before that gardening could be so delightful? Guanyu felt a wave of dizziness. You plan to shape a row of rears? Ji Jinjiao shot her a glare. What do you mean by rear? This is love. Love, do you not see? It allows every guest to feel our affection upon entering. If a row of rears greeted me at the entrance, I would feel anything but love. Only malice, Guanyu lamented, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Nonsense. This is undoubtedly a display of affection, Ji Jinjiao countered assertively. The establishment is already named in a manner that suggests a certain reputation. Your additional shaping only reinforces that notion. I have reiterated, they are not rears. Ji Jinjiao defended his artistic creations, determined to finish off all the greenery in the garden. Regardless of height, every plant was fashioned into a singular, grand posterior. When Liuheng took a deep breath and remarked, Brother Jinjiao, shouldn't this sentiment come from the guests? Why are you so eager to usher them away? In my heart, you all have long ceased to be mere guests, Ji Jinjiao declared, uttering heartfelt words as he gently nudged her and Assistant Gu towards the door. I've already contacted your driver. We shall meet tomorrow. When Liuheng rolled her eyes in exasperation, Guanyu, munching on an apple while leaning against the staircase railing, quipped lightly, I truly feel for you, Ji Jinjiao. After being a gardener, you must also play the role of a boss. Ji Jinjiao's gaze slowly shifted from his computer to her face, his lips curling coolly. You feel for me, and then what? He found her merely engaging in idle chatter. I suppose I will prepare to retire for the night, she said, tossing the apple core towards the trash can, tracing an arc in the air as she waved goodbye to him. You spend your days catering to others. You must allow yourself some rest.
Ye oyens how?
He had once looked down upon those without ambition, those who merely spoke of decorum and virtue. Yet, observing her carefree demeanor, he suddenly thought that perhaps a life of leisure held its own charm. Chapter 86. Do children not require leashes? The following morning dawned, the sun rising over the verdant hills. The sounds of playful laughter drifted up from downstairs, weaving their way into the ears of the slumbering Ji Jinjiao. Such a lively symphony, brimming with the essence of the living, was an unexpected occurrence within the otherwise moribund confines of his home. Had the place become haunted? Ji Jinjiao opened his eyes. Unperturbed, he slid out from beneath the covers, proceeded with his morning rituals, and meticulously chose an outfit from his wardrobe before descending to uncover the source of the noise. Was his rising posture amiss? It seemed he had glimpsed something he ought not to have. Song Shiguan noticed the stir from the staircase and glanced towards the source. Mr. Ji, you're up? Ji Jinjiao's expression returned to normal as he made his way to the kitchen, retrieving milk from the refrigerator and a glass from the sterilizer. Pouring as he walked, Ji Buju, why are you here? Today is a holiday. Dad said I could come and play with the pretty sister, Ji Buju exclaimed, seated on the floor with Song Shiguan, engrossed in building blocks. If it weren't for the dog being uninterested, I wouldn't have any toys to entertain you.
Ye oyens how remarked so ole.
He had indeed improved. It had been 2 consecutive days of visitors, though none had come specifically for him. Brother, can dogs play with blocks? Ji Buju inquired. Of course. Aren't you two having a splendid time? Ji Jinzhao countered lightly, focusing on pouring the milk. Ji Buju glanced at Song Shiguan, who returned the look, and the two students, one large and one small, exchanged silent stares, none daring to speak. Awoken by the commotion, Guanyu descended after her morning routine and beheld this scene. Yawning, she greeted, Ji Buju? Good morning, pretty sister. I've come to play with you. Ji Buju waved excitedly, adding with some effort, and also with brother Jinzhao. Oh, I see. Guanyu stepped down the stairs into the living room and seamlessly took the milk from Ji Jinzhao's hands. I have nothing planned today either. So, let us go have some fun. Ji Jinzhao observed his now empty palms and then watched Guanyu's fluid movements, lost in thought. This seemed, perhaps, to be his milk, didn't it?
Yay!
Ji Buju raised both hands in delight. Ji Jinzhao's gaze fixated on the glass of milk gradually emptied in her hands, and he called out her name in a tone devoid of warmth, Guanyu. It was as though she only then noticed him, her eyes scanning him from top to bottom, a gaze so piercing that Ji Jinzhao instinctively checked his zipper. What are you staring at? He asked awkwardly. Guanyu responded with a playful whistle. Why are you dressed like a gigolo today? Ji Jinzhao was utterly bewildered. You're drinking what I drank, so let it go. Guanyu shrugged, tilted her head back, and finished the milk in one go, then squatted to embrace Ji Buju. Sister will take you to a newly opened amusement park. Do you want to go to the water park or the underwater world? I want to go to both.
Jebuzwu squelet.
Bouncing with excitement as he clung to Guanyu's neck. But it's not very convenient for just the two of you to go out, Ji Jinzhao hinted. Do you want to go to the water park or the underwater world? I want to go to both.
Jebuzwu squelet.
Bouncing with excitement as he clung to Guanyu's neck. But it's not very convenient for just the two of you to go out, Ji Jinzhao hinted. Bring a bodyguard, came Guanyu's prompt response. Ji Jinzhao took out his phone once again. They were on holiday now, weren't they? Guanyu hesitated for a moment, then decided to let it go, reasoning that it should not be too perilous. Ji Jinzhao could no longer restrain himself and asked, Do you have no intention of inviting me along? Not even a little? I do not go out with married men. Even if I am your husband? That would be acceptable. Ji Jinzhao regarded her with a stoic expression, a hint of desolation gleaming in his eyes. Not going? When shall we depart? I just need to change my clothes. Guanyu emerged clad in a simple sleeveless black dress, complete with a black mask and sunglasses, her long, sleek hair concealed beneath a hat, leaving her arms the only exposed part of her body. Sister, why are you dressed as if you are about to rob a bank? Guanyu's smile became somewhat strained, while Ji Jinzhao chuckled dismissively, crouching down to pat her head. Your sister is the type of celebrity that attracts only haters. Ji Buju tilted his head. Then why is no one here to take candid shots of you? Why don't you have any work? Why don't you have fans? Guanyu's smile became somewhat strained, while Ji Jinzhao chuckled dismissively, crouching down to pat her head. Your sister is the type of celebrity that attracts only haters, not true fans. Guanyu feigned an attempt to hit him, but Ji Jinzhao spoke first. If we don't leave soon, the sun will be out in full force by 10. She shot him a glance of exasperation, conceding to his point. Sure, Guan, you are responsible for your own lunch. No need to prepare for Qiu Yuan, she has gone out. Decide whether to call someone to deliver or to eat out. I will reimburse you, Ji Jinzhao instructed. Nodding towards him. I will handle the reimbursement, Guanyu replied, her gaze fixed on a myriad of new shoes recently delivered. I am the boss here. Song Shiguan glanced at Ji Jinzhao, who nodded resignedly in acknowledgement of her authority.
All right.
Ji Jinzhao, remember to hold the leash, Guanyu advised. Crouching at the entrance to put on her shoes. The cabinet to your left contains the pet costumes I bought. Put them on, and then attach the leash. Understood. She felt more powerless than when she first learned that her husband did not love her. I meant for you to leash the dog, not your brother. Guanyu exclaimed in exasperation. Ji Jinzhao was currently attempting to fit a pet costume onto Ji Buju, and surprisingly, it suited the child quite well despite being designed for a larger dog. Ji Buju obediently raised his hands, albeit confused about his brother's actions. He showed respect. Upon hearing this, Ji Jinzhao paused. Perplexed child, do you not need a leash? Of course, the leash is meant to prevent the dog from startling people, losing control, or biting. A child can easily be kicked away. Is it really necessary? While these two foolish dogs would not bite, isn't that their usual nature? At least they won't bite, right? Though the likelihood is slim, it is not entirely impossible, he replied, gazing at her earnestly. His eyelashes casting a delicate shadow on his fair complexion. I often find myself frightened by children on the street. Can children lose control? Guanyu questioned, Isn't that their usual nature? At least they 1T bite, right? Though the likelihood is slim, it is not entirely impossible, he replied, gazing at her earnestly. Guanyu was defeated by him. Fine, if you want to tie a rope for your brother, then do so. Ji Jinzhao had already fastened the button on the costume, with a click. Chapter 87. Who is human and who is dog? Silai, come here. Ji Jinzhao sat on the steps. Come here. Daddy will help you get dressed. Previously, the original owner had deliberately ignored Silai due to the little girl's awkward emotions. Many times, it was Ji Jinzhao who had the ant feed her dog food, so she was quite fond of him and ran over excitedly. Brother, what is this dog's name? Ji Buju carefully stroked Sishu's head. Fourth uncle, Ji Jinzhao replied casually. What is wrong with calling it Sishu? Once inside her home. You can call it whatever you like. Fourth uncle?
Brother?
Ji Buju's clever mind lit up. I know. Brother's father is called uncle. So fourth uncle is brother's fourth father. Ji Jinzhao. Guanyu said with seriousness, so this is the true form of my father-in-law. Ji Jinzhao, with such intelligence, are you both trying to court death? Once dressed, Ji Jinzhao held Silai, who was wearing a hamburger costume, with one hand and grasped Ji Buju, who wore the same outfit, with the other. Song Shiguan could not bear to watch and turned away. Do the people at the old residence know that President Ji is walking their precious lifeline like a dog? Ji Jinzhao turned to look at Guanyu. I told you it would be useful. Guanyu remained non-committal, with one hand on the steering wheel. Ji Jinzhao used the other to set the navigation, his gaze passing through the rear-view mirror to the back where Guanyu was fastening Ji Buju into his child's seat. He was evidently in a good mood, wearing a single black earphone in his left ear, occasionally humming a tune. Guanyu wondered where his good mood originated from. Muttering, the villain still remains a villain. With a tragic childhood, he's elated just by visiting an amusement park. The atmosphere in the car was delightful, with Ji Jinzhao driving steadily and Guanyu and Ji Buju playfully tussling in the backseat, along with two dizzy dogs in the last row. The breeze was pleasant, and everyone was cheerful. We've arrived. Ji Jinzhao unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, then the backseat door, unfastened Ji Buju's seatbelt with one hand, and held him while grasping Silai with the other. Guanyu also got out of the car holding Sishu. The amusement park, recently opened, had become a popular check-in spot, attracting numerous visitors. Today was Sunday, and families were particularly abundant, forming an endless line of guests. After discussing with Ji Jinzhao, they decided to split into two lines. Ji Buju, clinging to Ji Jinzhao's neck, said sweetly, Brother, I can walk down by myself. There are so many people here. Are you sure? Ji Jinzhao raised an eyebrow at him. I can. Ji Buju declared confidently, I have your rope to guide me. Without further thought, Ji Jinzhao set him down. Ji Buju, small in stature, quietly shuffled over, taking tiny steps until he cautiously held onto Guanyu's pinky finger. Ji Jinzhao frowned at him. Ji Buju, what do you mean, Are you dissatisfied with being carried? I want to cue with sister, Ji Buju spoke softly, glancing up at Guanyu, seeing only her silhouette against the light. You really don't want your brother to hold you? Ji Buju was unwaveringly resolute.
Come here.
Ji Jinzhao, enraged and flustered, wrapped his arms around the somewhat plump little figure, forcibly embracing him. Brother will hold you. Ji Jinzhao called out his name in a deep voice. Ji Buju.
Ah?
Didn't I tell you to watch less television? Didn't you stay up until 11:30 last night? Ji Buju, both astonished and delighted, clung to his brother's neck, resting his head on his shoulder and whimpering. Please don't tell Dad. Then be good, and follow me closely. Wait a moment, brother. Ji Buju sat up from his shoulder. How do you know Grandma fell in love with Mom after 11:30? Ji Jinzhao fell silent, awkwardly clearing his throat a couple of times. How else would I know? I was watching too. The line moved slowly, and after an hour, they successfully entered the amusement park. Ji Jinzhou's arm had grown numb. Ji Buju. Get down and walk by yourself.
No.
Ji Buju clung tightly to his neck. I'm yours by force. You can't just say no.
Get down. No.
Ji Jinzhao took a deep breath to calm himself, shifting the topic. That game looks really fun. Ji Buju's attention was immediately captured. Where? Brother, I want it. Guanyu felt a bit tempted as well, but we have the whole family and dogs to manage. Brother and sister, I can handle them.
Ji Buju asserted earnestly.
All right then. Ji Jinzhao set him down, handing over the leashes for Silai and Sishu, as well as his own. He and Guanyu positioned themselves on either side, squinting at the target. Whoosh, whoosh, both missed simultaneously. Ji Jinzhao and Guanyu exchanged a glance, silently understanding each other. The stall owner, however, was quite amused. It's been a while since I've seen such a hapless pair. Try again. On the second attempt, they missed. On the third, after 5 rounds, they either missed simultaneously or only hit one target. Guanyu laughed in frustration. As expected, the luckless characters are not suited for this game. This game is rather mediocre. Ji Jinju commented. In the span of this game, when he looked down again, he found that both the child and the 2 dogs had vanished. Where are the dogs? Where are the people? Where are the leashes? Looking around, he couldn't see anyone. Guanyu began to panic. Where's that rascal Ji Buju? Ji Jinju remained considerably calmer than Guanyu. The dogs are on the people, and the people are on the leashes, but the leashes are lost. Guanyu quickly pulled out her phone, called Xiao Yuan. Wouldn't it be quicker to ask the staff and the on-duty police? Ji Jinju hastened towards the officer, gesturing to indicate Ji Buju as height. Excuse me, have you seen 3 children in costume? The officer motioned for him to pause. Retrieving a police report book from his pocket. You may continue. Are we dealing with lost children? Their names are Silai, Sishu, and Ji Buju. Ji Jinju found it strange that he needed to register names to find the dogs. The officer wrote down 2 lines in the book. When did they go missing? Just now.
How old are they?
Guanyu furrowed her brow. They aren't just children. There are dogs as well. The police officer paused, pondering the curious case of 3 dogs and a child. Raising his gaze, he scrutinized her, contemplating the identities of Silai, Sishu, and Ji Buju, who amongst them was human and who was canine. Guanyu interjected, Ji Buju is the human. The others are dogs. What a ridiculous question. Rest assured, I will enlist others to assist in the search and check the surveillance footage. As Guanyu suggested, they continue their search independently for the time being. They could not help but notice the suppressed mirth and embarrassment in the officer's eyes, a conflict of decorum and humor battling within him. Ji Jinzhou, with his eyes closed, braced himself for the worst. When the time comes, I'll find a car to crash into, and you can say I died. And you won't survive either. At least we would leave behind a commendable reputation for our tragic love. Chapter 88. The eyes of my brother are a palette. I believe there is still hope for rescue, Guanyu declared, rising to her feet. Let us continue our search. Ji Jinzhou sighed deeply and followed suit. Just as they were about to change their search location, he suddenly collided with something. Looking down, he saw a hamburger person clutching a small dog, stumble and fall with a cry of surprise.
Kibuzu.
Ji Jinzhou recognized the small face on the ground. It was the very child they had been searching for, and his frustration boiled over. You mischievous little brat, where have you been? Do you have any idea how long we have been looking for you? Ji Buju looked up, his expression one of innocent distress. It hurts. How can it hurt so much that you don't just die? Do you comprehend how many uncles have been searching for you? Ji Jinzhou's voice was cold, casting a daunting shadow over the child, resembling a fearsome monster that devours children. The puppy needed to go to the restroom, and the sign said no relieving oneself in public, so I took them to the toilet, Ji Buju explained, tears welling up in his eyes, forming large droplets that he struggled to keep from spilling. Then, why didn't you tell us? Ji Jinzhou's tone remained harsh. I did, Ji Buju pouted,
His voice faint.
Sister told me to go away, so I went. Both Ji Jinzhou and Guanyu fell silent. All right, enough scolding, Guanyu soothed, ruffling his hair and wiping his tear-streaked face with the back of her hand. She helped him to his feet and instructed his brother to buy water for the uncles and apologize. Ji Jinzhou pointed at himself, incredulous. He and the dogs made the mistake, yet I must take the initiative? Do you expect a child or dogs to buy drinks? Guanyu countered, lifting Ji Buju into her arms and tossing Silai's leash to him as they headed toward the convenience store. Are you really arguing over 2 dogs? I am the president, Ji Jinzhou protested, trailing behind incredulously. I am the president of the Ji family. That matters not.
I'm sorry, uncle.
I won't run off again and cause you trouble, Ji Buju apologized sincerely, receiving the water from Ji Jinzhou with utmost respect. The police officer, crouching down to comfort him, reassured, it's all right. Just remember not to run off next time. Thank you, uncle, Ji Buju murmured softly, his eyes turning with a hint of grievance. Brother, you are colder than a stranger. The one closest to me hurts me the most. As several police officers chuckled and departed, Ji Jinzhou helplessly pressed his forehead. Please, do not misuse lines from idle dramas. Well, he realizes his mistake. Let us forgive him this time. Guanyu took his hand and said, Come, sister will take you to have some fun. Let go of those unhappy thoughts. Ji Buju tightly grasped her hand, casting a timid glance at the solemn-faced Ji Jinzhou. Indeed, it is sister who treats him well. Ji Jinzhou shot her a sidelong glance. I see it is you who wishes to indulge in play. On the carousel, Guanyu held Ji Buju as they rode upon a horse, while Ji Jinzhao could only sit upon another horse, cradling two dogs. In the bumper cars, Ji Buju and Guanyu each drove a car, plotting to team up against him. Ji Jinzhao, mindful of the two dogs in his car, not only faced their onslaught but also endured the scratches of two nauseated dogs. Guanyu led Ji Buju in a whirlwind of joy, while Ji Jinzhao felt akin to a eunuch beside a beloved prince, burdened with carrying bags and walking the dogs. When they grew weary, he had to fetch them water and twist open the bottle cap to bring it to their lips. He lamented that he should have brought assistant Gu. This trio possessed such striking beauty. It was only right for those of equal allure to please my eyes. A beautiful woman coupled with a kappa was simply nauseating, was it not? That man looks strikingly familiar. A child and yet participating in a dating show? Is this not a deception of the audience's emotions? Quick, take a picture. Though handsome, his character leaves much to be desired. These murmurs fell squarely upon Ji Jinzhao's ears. He said nothing, merely pondering. Do they resemble a family of three? He lifted his gaze slightly, turning Ji Buju's face towards him, drawing him closer. His eyes meeting the dark lens of the camera, yet his words were directed at Guanyu. What shall we do next? Let us go see the castle. Guanyu pointed towards the dreamlike, pastel-colored castle not far away. Let us go. He embraced Ji Buju, his large hand firmly clasping the back of his head, preventing him from looking up, gently maneuvering through the crowd, forging a path. Brother. Ji Buju struggled in his embrace, yet could not match the strength of an adult man, ultimately resigning to curl up within his arms. Do not move. Brother, a forced fruit is not sweet. I do not require your sweetness. Brother, you are too domineering. You exude an air of authority, truly a natural-born sovereign. Ji Jinzhao said nothing. They found a less crowded spot with a panoramic view of the entire castle. Come, let us take a group photo. Guanyu beckoned a passerby to assist them. Coming. Guanyu temporarily removed her sunglasses and mask, grasping the front paws of Li's two dogs, while Ji Jinzhao held a dog in one arm and slipped his hand into his pocket. Turning to the camera with an impassive expression, Ji Buju stood between them, striking a proud pose with his hands on his hips. Guanyu and Ji Buju beamed brilliantly at the camera, with the backdrop of a magnificent, enchanting castle and balloons. The lens captured that moment. At least for that fleeting second, each person was enveloped in happiness. She thanked the passerby, donned her sunglasses, and scrutinized the photo, zooming in on Ji Jinzhao's face. With a disdainful pout, she remarked, Ji Jinzhao, why do you look so unhappy? Is that so? Ji Jinzhao took the phone. Did you not perceive the 7 parts mirth, 2 parts restraint, and 1 part mockery in my eyes? Ji Buju tilted his head upward. Brother's eyes are like a palette. Guanyu joined in teasing him. Shaking her phone, I've sent the photo to you. Hey, Xiaozhu. Over there, there's ice cream. The two of them eagerly rushed to the ice cream stand. Ji Jinzhu's phone vibrated in his pocket. He lowered his head to retrieve it, gazing at the photo displayed on the screen. A smile would surely create a more harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 89. Should it be made public? Brother, would you like some ice cream? Ji Buju, reluctantly offering the half-eaten treat, brought it close to Ji Jinzhu's lips. No, I want tea. Ji Jinzhu turned his face away. Come on, just a bite. Ji Buju coaxed playfully. Why are you being so cute? Ji Jinzhu replied, his expression unchanged as he pinched his cheek. Ji Buju rubbed his reddened cheek and insisted, Brother, just one bite. Respect for the elderly and love for the young. If you don't eat, it would be embarrassing for us. Ji Jinzhu raised an eyebrow. Respect for the elderly? For us? With a stern face, he took a gentle sip of the ice cream, feeling its refreshing chill and sweetness. Is it delicious? Ji Buju asked with anticipation. Not at all, Ji Jinzhu replied, grimacing. My brother is too picky to enjoy something simple. Meanwhile, a passerby unknowingly captured a photo of the 3 individuals and shared it online, tagging official accounts and several marketing accounts. Can married individuals participate in dating reality shows? Drawing both familiar and unfamiliar faces to join in. He tapped on the glass door. What is going on, Xiaozhong? When they saw the trending topic, it felt like a glimmer of hope, prompting them to invest heavily in promoting their own show. Drawing both familiar and unfamiliar faces to join in. He tapped on the glass door. What is going on, Xiaozhong? His colleagues from the public relations department regarded him as their savior. Xiaozhong hurriedly stood up, pulling him to his desk and pointing at the screen. Assistant Gu, look. Everyone is criticizing us. The latest post from Ji's company was an advertisement concerning a real estate collaboration, initially filled with praises for their president's looks. Suddenly, A wave of criticism erupted, accusing him of being greedy and demanding. Is it necessary to create a stir to work at your company? Am I the only one who thinks he has been pretentious since the first episode? An astrologer predicted that this smooth talker would eventually falter. Fortunately, I added him first. Click my profile to see my homepage and connect with the master. There were also posts selling videos and tea. Assistant Gu appeared contemplative, while Xiao Zhang wore a worried expression. What should we do now, assistant? Xiao Zhang seemed to have stumbled upon a significant piece of gossip. So, the president really has a wife? What? Is that true? Assistant Gu questioned skeptically. Just now, a multitude of marketing accounts shared that photo. Xiao Zhang opened the trending topic, revealing the wildly circulated image at the top. In the picture, Ji Jinju held a child's head firmly in his large hand, preventing him from looking up, shielding him protectively, only the cartoon burger outfit visible. With a fierce yet warning gaze directed at the camera, his features were sharp and striking. Beside him stood a slender woman clad in black, her face concealed beneath a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask. They walked with an air of confidence, even leading two dogs, embodying a seemingly affectionate family of three. Assistant Gu's commentary: why not shield the handsome visage of our family as Silai? Silai? Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up. Is our president's wife named Silai?
No, Silai is a dog.
Assistant Gu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Xiao Zhang remarked, shouldn't we forego humor at this juncture? So, Assistant Gu, how should we handle this? Should we clarify the relationship with Guanyu or refute the rumor of the president's marriage? This matter is somewhat intricate, Assistant Gu pondered. Allow me to call the president. He rose to dial Ji Jinzhou, who answered languidly amidst a cacophony of laughter and noise. Hello? President Ji. Assistant Gu spoke urgently, the outside world is in turmoil. And you still have the leisure to play? Gu Yun, if your vacation is uncomfortable, just say so. We'll change the weekends to no days off. Ji Jinzhou scoffed. One might think he was the boss. No, President Ji, are you and your wife currently at an amusement park? Are you accompanied by a child and two dogs? How do you know? Ji Jinzhou glanced suspiciously around. Are you following us? Assistant Gu thought to himself. He must be unwell to forego his holiday to trail them. A voice from the other end interrupted. Mr. Ji, would you care for some tea? President Ji, you are being criticized online to the extent that your ancestral grave is in jeopardy, and you still have the composure to sip tea? What does that mean? Assistant Gu forwarded him the trending topic posts. Ji Jinzhou had anticipated the uproar regarding his online reputation. President, should we publicly announce your marriage to your wife? Or refute the rumor that you are unmarried? Ji Jinzhou contemplated for a moment. I shall inquire with her. He ended the call. To make an announcement? Ji Jinzhou casually placed his phone before her. If we do not make it public, I shall instruct public relations to issue a denial and seal the square. He raised his gaze to meet hers. If it were someone else, say Jiang Xuan, or the third wife, or Wen Liuhe, they would likely choose to remain discreet. After all, do not the modern women proclaim reliance solely on themselves? Yet, with Guanyu, he truly found her inscrutable. Such a thankless endeavor warranted a consultation. Guanyu raised her brows in surprise, perusing the comments filled with Ji Jinzhou's disparagement. As she scrolled down, she could not help but chuckle. Ji Jinzhou. They say your life is more precious than the heavens, and you are as slippery as oil. Oh my, ha ha ha. Ji Jinzhou closed his eyes. There's no need to dwell on that. So, shall we make it public? Indeed. To his surprise, Guanyu readily acquiesced, recalling those who had once bullied her. One must admit, her memories were somewhat hazy, yet those instances of being wronged remained vividly etched in her mind. Not only should we go public, but you must also assist me with those stars, directors, and producers who previously usurped my roles, as well as those who took pleasure in my misfortune. It's far too many. I shall compile a list for you. If there exists a ready-made identity to wield power, why not make use of it? There can be confrontations on the spot, slaps delivered in the moment, and with Ji Jinzhou's name behind her, she could stride confidently. Ji Jinzhou remarked, I knew it. Meanwhile, in the office on the top floor of Li Tingnan's company, Li Lingheng seemed to have discovered something remarkable, turning his phone towards him. Why have Ji Jinzhou and his wife suddenly made an official announcement, and with such a large entourage, it's quite a spectacle. Li Tingnan raised an eyebrow as he took the phone and glanced at the image, suddenly frowning. Why wasn't our dear Si Shu blurred out? His brow furrowed in disdain, and they dressed her in such an unattractive outfit, truly the mark of step-parents. But is that really the crux of the matter? Chapter 90. Good?
Fine? Get lost.
The entertainment plaza, which had been buzzing with noise moments ago, erupted in fervor due to an announcement from the Ji Corporation, revealing that Ji Jinzhou and Guanyu are legally married, further intensifying the heat of the moment and causing Ji Jinju's reputation to flip dramatically. The CEO's bold pursuit of love on a reality show. Is the narrative of a domineering CEO now a reality? I noticed in the last episode they were exchanging glances, wanting to express their feelings yet hesitating. Indeed. So the woman standing beside him is Guanyu? Have they both already had children? I can hardly fathom how stunning their offspring must be. Ji Jinju caught sight of Guanyu's relaxed expression, adorned with a smile, and inquired with confusion. What are you laughing at? I felt a bit uneasy earlier, but seeing these comments has certainly relieved me, Guanyu replied, raising an eyebrow. One must admit, the internet is quite the healer. Ji Jinju. Uncertain whether it was intentional or merely an accident, he received a photo featuring just himself and a dog, captioned, Ji, be sure to treat your wife well. Sorry, boss, Xiao Zhang sent me this picture, and I forwarded it to you without a second thought. Next week, we have overtime. Guanyu's phone rang, and she answered it. You. Why did you suddenly announce your marriage? Her manager, Brother Jiang, was caught off guard by her sudden proclamation. Wait, when did you get married? Guanyu feigned regret. My husband fell into a coma 3 years ago due to treachery. I married into the Ji family to replace my sister and bring good fortune. My father-in-law is indifferent, and my mother-in-law is unloving. They wouldn't allow me to disclose our marriage until my husband regained consciousness. I hadn't heard that the CEO was in a coma before, Brother Jiang pondered. Is that true? Of course, it's not true. Setting that aside, how do you intend to resolve this? The company originally planned to let it slide and create an image of you as a femme fatale. Yet now you've turned a romantic entanglement into an extramarital affair. President Chun is furious, stating that if the company's losses aren't compensated, you'll be shelved. Recalling the original owner's memories, she realized that she had been consuming the company's resources year after year, with scandals unaddressed and opportunities unclaimed. Had it not been for her controversial rise, she would still be struggling for survival. The silence on the other end of the line was palpable. Had it not been for the faint sounds of breathing, Brother Jiang would have suspected Guanyu had hung up. You? Why are you silent? Are you implying that the boss is threatening me? A familiar, serene voice flowed from the receiver, laced with leisure and comfort. Brother Jiang hesitated. Is it really that obvious? Are you suggesting that he is threatening me, the lady of the Ji family, the wife of the CEO, with a villa, a resort, and some modest assets? Guanyu leisurely added sugar to her coffee, stirring it slowly. Who is truly unaware of the situation here? With just a word for me, I am the boss. He is merely the subordinate. Brother Jiang, does becoming wealthy make one so forthright in speech? As the chill of autumn sets in, it is time for General Chun to face bankruptcy. Guanyu exhaled slowly, declaring that the Ji family had resolved to acquire the company, Dazarua, and next month she would assume the role of the house's financier. Really? Zhang's voice rose in astonishment from the other end. If you don't believe me, ask Ji Jinzhao. Guanyu retorted, rudely thrusting her phone into Ji Jinzhao's face. Under her penetrating gaze, Ji Jinzhao hesitantly nodded. Yes, it's true. I will send someone to negotiate with you. Jiang remarked, your tone is akin to that of someone haggling for cabbage at the market. You wouldn't dare spend money like this. He genuinely inquired, does your husband still need a male partner? I'm not inclined to exert myself any longer. Guanyu counted carefully. There were still 2 ahead in line, a butler and an assistant. You can outlast them. If you endure, you will be the rightful consort. The business of selling oneself was indeed fiercely competitive these days. All right, Jiang, I have other matters to attend to. I must hang up. With that, Guanyu decisively ended the call. Upon glancing at the missed calls and unread messages on her phone, she noted numerous congratulatory messages from both familiar and unfamiliar faces, friends and acquaintances alike, some of whom she had no prior grievances with. The pleasantries were indeed devoid of further dialogue. A question arose in Guanyu's mind. Ji Jinzhao. It appears you are merely a rat. Ji Jinzhao, having overheard her vocal musings, recognized the familiar voice and could not help but glance at his phone. The message box was conspicuously empty. Guanyu was engrossed in a conversation with them, laughing heartily, while Ji Jinzhao stared at his own barren chat interface, growing increasingly vexed. She opened Ji Tianlei's moments, finding only a single post from within the last 3 days, depicting him and Uncle Lon hiking. The photo captured them at the summit, clad in simple outerwear, with expressions devoid of emotion. Sister, who is this? Ji Buju inquired curiously, peering at her phone, eyes wide with intrigue. Doesn't he resemble our uncle? Have you never met him? Guanyu asked, puzzled. Take Buju to meet our second uncle, as one reaches middle age. It is only fitting to have more lively young ones around. Guanyu sipped her coffee, sweetened with 2 sugar cubes, yet still contorted her face in distaste.
Indeed.
She could not appreciate the refined elixir favored by the elite. Perhaps a soda would suffice. Are you planning to take Buju to Tianlai? Ji Jinzhao's hand paused. Buju, being both precocious and fond of acting in dramas, would not fare well in mingling with such circles. The blend of idol dramas and gang affiliations would inevitably lead to absurd plots reminiscent of urban fantasy tales. And he certainly did not wish for Buju's future lines to involve something like, "I need your cornea in exchange." That cannot be. Summon our second uncle instead. Guanyu rose to request a sweet beverage from the front desk, reminding him not to forget the message. Send it now. After her departure, Ji Jinzhao cast his gaze downwards, fixated on his blank phone records. Since their last discord, his uncle had not uttered a word to him. After much contemplation, he finally mustered the courage to send a message. Though I am not particularly eager to seek you out, Guanyu insists that Buju meet you. Will you come? Gritting his teeth, he pressed send and averted his eyes from the screen. His phone vibrated, yet he dared not look, asking Ji Buju to check. Brother. It's a single character. I cannot decipher it. One character? Is it good or acceptable? Ji Jinzhao slowly shifted his gaze back to the phone. The other party spoke sparingly. Leave. Ji Jinzhao, Chapter 91. Their villainous female characters are doomed. Guanyu, content, approached with her large cup of cola, cheerfully taking a seat. What's the matter? My uncle said he is busy.
Ye Oyenshao replied earnestly. How could that be?
Guanyu frowned. He clearly said he would be free after finishing his work today. Unconvinced, she pressed the voice message button. Uncle, are you free now? I'll send you an address.
Come play with me.
Ji Jinzhao, sister, what is this dark beverage? Ji Buju pointed at the cola, recalling he had seen children drinking it.
But his father never allowed him to.
This child cannot drink it. Guanyu moved the cola aside, her expression serious. Drinking it could be fatal. But people can die from eating too. How could eating cause death? My classmate Xiaomei said her grandfather ate rice for 80 years and then died. Ji Buju's little face was solemn, so I told my parents to be careful while eating, lest they eat and die, and they scolded me. Ji Jinzhao replied coolly, you deserve that beating for being such a filial son. One must eat rice for 80 years to die, but this cola could kill you instantly. Hence children cannot drink it. Guanyu remained calm. When will sister die? Ji Buju gazed longingly at the bubbling soda, licking his lips. I want to drink a sip to accompany sister in death. This is rat poison, you cannot drink it. Then why can sister drink it? Because sister is a rat. Ji Jinzhao, you two are quite determined for a drink. 20 minutes later, Guanyu stood up, searching the crowd, and spotted a familiar figure. She waved to Ji Tianlei and Uncle Lon. Uncle. Over here. Ji Tianlei and Uncle Lon strolled over, exuding an impressive presence. Thoughtfully raising his hand to indicate Si Shu, this is the fourth uncle, so this is the second uncle's brother. Ji Tianlei was taken aback, hesitantly lifting Si Shu. The child of my third uncle. One tall, one short, gazes crossed, transcending 2 generations in an instant. Uncle. Ji Buju looked up with a sweet smile. This dog's name is fourth uncle. Guanyu explained. The name is quite audacious. Ji Tianlei remarked. Guanyu tugged at him. Jinzhao, call him. Uncle. This is my brother? Before leaving home, his father had only 3 children and now, years later, there was an addition of a fourth.
A dog.
Uncle. This dog's name is fourth uncle. Guanyu explained. The name is quite audacious.
Yi Tianlei remarked.
Guanyu tugged at him. Jinzhao, call him. Uncle. Ji Jinzhao thought. Guanyu sounds like she's calling her son. Ji Tianlei nodded. His gaze lingering on Ji Buju for no more than 3 seconds before squatting down to meet Ji Buju's eyes. You are Ji Buju? Ji Buju nodded vigorously. Is it sister, who wants me to meet you? Ji Buju nodded again. Sister said that uncles need lively children by their side, so they won't feel lonely. Seeing the fraught relationship between Ji Tianlei and Ji Jinzhao brought her a sense of relief. Ji Tianlei held onto him with a stiff grip. Guanyu secretly gave Ji Buju a thumbs up. Good boy, it was worth the affection. Seeing the fraught relationship between Ji Tianlei and Ji Jinzhao brought her a sense of relief. Ji Tianlei held onto him with a stiff grip, cautious not to exert too much pressure and inadvertently cause him harm. Ji Buju gestured to Guanyu, then took Ji Tianlei and Uncle Lon outside. It's quite thrilling. Would you like to come over? Her tone was laced with a mix of mischief and excitement. How do you know this? A video call from when Liu Ho appeared, prompting her to answer in confusion. Sister. Lin Su and Jiang Swan have been kidnapped. The kidnappers are giving Li Tingnan a choice. Jiang Xuan was the one who arrived. She took her first bite of gossip, suppressing her voice to avoid detection, yet her excitement was palpable. I was out shopping and spotted Lin Su in a CAF, seemingly waiting for someone. I ordered a drink and sat in a corner to observe discreetly, and indeed, Jiang Xuan was the one who arrived. She took her first bite of gossip, suppressing her voice to avoid detection, yet her excitement was palpable. They were evidently discussing matters concerning brother Tingnan, and the atmosphere was tense. Jiang Xuan, usually as docile as a lamb, surprisingly displayed a fierce demeanor in confrontation. It appeared their negotiations fell through. Jiang Xuan made a sharp remark and exited. I noticed Lin Su smirking cunningly as he followed her out. Sensing something amiss, when Liuhe lowered her voice, the man didn't appear to recognize her. He muttered something about not meddling, to which Lin Su retorted, "You take the money but refuse accountability? Bring her to me." The man then asked, "Who are you?" since she was indeed Li Tingnan's wife. She boldly claimed, "I am his wife," before the kidnapper knocked her out as well. When Liuhe lowered her voice, the man didn't appear to recognize her. He muttered something about not meddling, to which Lin Su retorted, "You take the money but refuse accountability? Bring her to me." The man then asked, "Who are you?" since she was indeed Li Tingnan's wife. She boldly claimed, "I am his wife," before the kidnapper knocked her out as well, taking both of them away. When Liuhe recounted the events with vivid detail, "That unfortunate woman," Guanyu remarked. Initially, she believed when Liuhe lacked intelligence. But now it seemed she was not the only one embroiled in this reckless endeavor. "Where are you now?" "I'm following them closely." When Liuhe whispered, "Don't worry, sister. I will keep you updated." "Alone?" Guanyu felt a headache coming on. "You don't have to involve yourself in every commotion." A scream echoed from the other end, prompting Guanyu to inquire, "What happened?" "I got tripped," she grumbled, some inconsiderate person littering around. Before Guanyu could breathe a sigh of relief, when Liuhe exclaimed, "Sister, I think I'm in trouble."
"What now?"
"I think I've been discovered." Guanyu's vision darkened. "You truly are reckless. With such a lack of wit, it seems our antagonists are genuinely doomed." Chapter 92. In times of trouble, seek the police. Guanyu slammed her phone onto the table, eliciting laughter from her two colleagues. "What's wrong?" Ji Jianzhou glanced at her troubled expression, having already purchased the company. He hoped he wasn't the cause of her distress. "The situation is a bit convoluted." Guanyu carefully chose her words. "Initially, Jiang Xuan was kidnapped." "Kidnapped?" Ji Jianzhou raised her eyebrows slightly, aware that with Li Tingnan present, she was safe from harm. Calmly sipping her coffee, she remarked, "I must say, Li Tingnan is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Any woman near him is bound to encounter trouble." Shortly thereafter, Lin Su followed suit and also fell victim to abduction. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, as Ji Jianzhou commented. When Liuhe too was ensnared, and Ji Jianzhou quipped, "Are these three sisters on an excursion together? What do you intend to do now?" "What to do?" Guanyu retorted with a cold smile, handing a gun to the kidnapper and instructing him to line them up. "One bullet can take out all three of them." She scoffed. "Honestly, when Liuhe truly has her priorities mixed up." Ji Jianzhou interjected, "Yet, that annoying when Liuhe did call me sister after all. So, will you go save her?" Guanyu cast him a sideways glance, her eyes brimming with exasperation. "Do the people in your world possess no sense of civic duty? In such circumstances, one should naturally call the police." She had long wished to voice her frustration. Why not report the abduction, the organ harvesting, the corneal transplants, or the unwanted kiss? Why not? With swift precision, she reported the incident, providing the police with the last known location and critical information regarding Wen Liuhe. She awaited further developments with a sense of assurance. Suddenly, a figure in a ghostly mask emerged on screen, blending seamlessly into the dim background, enhanced by a moody filter that rendered the scene eerie and terrifying. The voice, distorted through a voice modulator, resonated ominously as the camera shifted to reveal individuals bound and perilously close to a cliff's edge. 3 individuals? Her resolute gaze seemingly locking with his through the lens as she shook her head. "Tingnan, don't worry about me." The final image shifted to Wen Liuhe, looked innocently at the camera with doe-like eyes, imploring, "Tingnan, save me." Jiang Xuan feigned calmness, her resolute gaze seemingly locking with his through the lens as she shook her head. "Tingnan, don't worry about me." The final image shifted to Wen Liuhe, who disdainfully spat out the cloth from her mouth. "What a filthy scoundrel. Have you not sterilized this cloth before shoving it into my mouth, you imbecile? Is this how you film me? What angle is this? Do you not realize you're capturing my double chin?" Li Tingnan's expression hardened. Jiang Xuan and Lin Su had been kidnapped. A mysterious call came in, and without hesitation, he answered. Mr. Lee, I trust you have seen the video? A male voice, distorted by the voice changer, emitted a grating laugh. One person, 30 million. Let me see them, Lee Tingnan demanded. Very well. The audio call transitioned to a video call, the camera leisurely panning over the three captives. What do you think? Will you save one or two? When Liuha thought to herself, is there truly no option to save all three? You can release Ainin and Lin Su, and I will transfer the money, she insisted. Spitting out the cloth, she protested. Brother Tingnan, I'm here too. Don't forget about Liuha. If you wish to save them, bring cash when you come to me. The masked figure grinned widely, as though envisioning the 30 million before him. The address? Lee Tingnan pondered, contemplating the logistics of transporting such a sum. Surely several trucks would be required. The masked man exclaimed. No, brother. Captured so swiftly, without having accomplished anything, this is quite the embarrassment among my peers. Lee Tingnan, perplexed, sat in his office, freezing his smile upon his face. Simultaneously, sirens blared from all directions, encircling him as a cadre of well-trained special police officers descended, with weapons drawn. Don't move. Lee Tingnan himself was baffled. It seems like a prank, though it doesn't quite feel like one. What do you mean? What happened next? Before he could hang up, he was apprehended. Ji Linghun quipped, in this day and age, kidnappers are surprisingly considerate. In Dashi Mountain, the stark disparity in numbers between the police and the criminals led to a standoff, with the masked man pressing a knife against Jiang Xuan's throat, his voice trembling. He was apprehended. Ji Linghun quipped, in this day and age, kidnappers are surprisingly considerate. In Dashi Mountain, the stark disparity in numbers between the police and the criminals led to a standoff, with a masked man pressing a knife against Jiang Xuan's throat, his voice trembling. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her. Though bound and lying on the ground, when Liuha found a comfortable position and casually remarked, even if you kill her, you cannot escape. I will kill you all. The masked man shouted, frantically brandishing the knife. Experienced kidnappers had always claimed that, under normal circumstances, the police arrived last. Why was it that in his case, they responded in mere seconds? Even if you kill us, you still cannot flee. Having never witnessed a hostage taunt their captor, fearing that she might provoke the kidnapper and endanger the hostage, the negotiating officer stepped forward. Release her now. You will merely transform from a living pauper into a true beggar. When Liuha smiled, for she was not the one being held hostage. The police exchanged glances. Having never witnessed a hostage taunt their captor, fearing that she might provoke the kidnapper and endanger the hostage, the negotiating officer stepped forward. Release her now. And you shall have the opportunity for redemption. Do not make a grave error. Recognizing his impending defeat, the masked man despondently knelt, allowing the knife to slip from his grasp as he permitted the officers to cuff him and remove his mask. Just released from her bonds, when Liuha eagerly dialed Guanyu. Sister, this was the quickest rescue out of the 20-some times I've been kidnapped. When Liuha, I've just realized you are quite a remarkable person, Guanyu exclaimed. Oh, why do you say that all of a sudden? When Liuha felt a tinge of embarrassment. Others have their wits and their sensibilities clearly defined, but you are different. I cannot discern where your intellect ends and your absurdity begins, Guanyu replied with utmost sincerity. When Liuha pouted in protest, I merely wish to indulge in the latest gossip. Are you safe now? Guanyu asked. Through the phone, she heard the kidnapper still complaining. Why did you arrive so early? I hadn't even begun my extortion. This makes me feel quite unaccomplished and the laughingstock among my peers. The kind police officer reassured him, do not worry. You will be inside for a long, long time, far removed from your colleagues. The kidnapper, completely disarmed, began to critique the journey. When will we reach the police station? It's so far. I'm feeling carsick. Still in the mood for jesting, it seems that psychological trauma has yet to take root. Guanyu shook her head, opting for silence before ending the call. Chapter 93. Injury to a vital area. Resolved? Yes, it has been resolved, Guanyu replied with composure. Brother, sister. Ji Buju rushed over, her eyes slightly reddened, panic evident in her demeanor. Uncle has been injured. Injured? Ji Jinzu sprang to his feet. Where? Is it serious? How is he now? Guanyu gently touched the back of his hand, discerning that despite their earlier quarrel sparked by the Thunder's allegiance and other unknown reasons, Ji Jinzu still deeply cared for his uncle. Do not be alarmed. Let us first hear what Buju has to say. Ji Buju choked back her tears. While we were playing games, Uncle got hurt protecting me. He sustained an injury to a man's very vital area. A man's very vital area?
Je ojen zostamet.
hastily grasping Ji Buju's hand. He does not yet have children. If the injury is severe, he might become an ant. His features momentarily contorted in concern. A man's vital area truly held great significance. Why are we still lingering? Take us to see him, Guanyu urged, hastily grasping Ji Buju's hand. He does not yet have children. If the injury is severe, he might become an ant. Ji Buju led Guanyu and Ji Jinzu swiftly to their destination, where they found Ji Tianlei resting on a bench, his eyes closed in repose. Though he had entered middle age, time had left no visible marks on his visage. Rather, it had imbued him with a mature and captivating aura. Even with his eyes shut, many cast glances in his direction, yet Uncle Lon was nowhere to be seen.
Ye Oyenzo approached briskly.
And a hint of a smile graced his eyes. I am fine. It is merely a minor injury. You are being stubborn. Ji Jinzu reprimanded sharply. A few years ago, Ji Tianlei abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of menace flickering within, but upon meeting Ji Jinzu's worried gaze, his icy demeanor softened slightly. And a hint of a smile graced his eyes. I am fine. It is merely a minor injury. You are being stubborn. Ji Jinzu reprimanded sharply. A few years ago, you also claimed to be fine, yet you ended up in intensive care for 3 days. If you say it's serious now, does that mean you will require surgery? Guanyu swallowed hard. Surely, it cannot be that severe. Surgery? A flicker of confusion crossed Ji Tianlei's eyes, quickly transforming into a smile. It is truly just a minor injury. No need for anything drastic. It is merely a scrape on my hand. I do not believe you, Ji Jinzu retorted. Resolute in his skepticism, he insisted on verifying the truth with his own eyes.
Let me see.
He reached for Ji Tianlei's belt. Show me. Ji Tianlei was taken aback, swiftly grasping Ji Jinzu's hand and looking up at him incredulously. Ji Jinzu, what on earth are you doing? Had he lost his mind? Why would he want to undress him in public? Show what? Guanyu exclaimed in shock. Ji Jinzu, there are so many people here if you wish to see. It cannot be in this setting. Then let us go to the restroom, Ji Jinzu insisted, tugging at Ji Tianlei's arm, exerting force to pull him up.
Ye Oyenzo.
You are insane. Ji Tianlei forcefully shook off his grip, exclaiming, if you are unwell, go to the hospital. Why on earth would you want to undress me for no reason? Ji Jinzhou was abruptly cast aside, stumbling a few steps before stubbornly standing in place. His gaze fixed on him with a hint of sorrow. Either let me see it, or I shall take you to the nearest urology hospital. This group of individuals was already a spectacle, and although passers-by appeared to maintain their composure, they discreetly stole glances at them. The astonishing words that escaped Ji Jinzhou's lips left them even more astounded as they turned their eyes towards Ji Tianlei. A urology hospital? What a pity. Ji Tianlei, receiving a number of sympathetic gazes from bystanders for reasons he could not fathom, darkened in countenance. Ji Jinzhou, do not be concerned with others' opinions. Ji Jinzhou, with deep-set eyes, replied, I merely wish for your safe and peaceful aging. Without you, I could have aged gracefully. Ji Tianlei slowly closed his eyes. Is it not merely a scraped hand? What do you mean by cutting off by urology? What are you even saying? Scraped hand? Ji Jinzhou was taken aback. Did you not injure the most vital part of a man?
Who told you that?
Ji Tianlei retorted irritably. Not you. 3 pairs of elder eyes fell upon Ji Buju, who scratched his head in confusion. The hand, is it not an important part? Our teacher said that every organ in a person's body is significant and should be cherished. Ji Tianlei, Ji Jinzhou, and Guanyu. Indeed. Uncle Lon approached, holding a plastic bag, affectionately ruffling Ji Buju's hair. What Xiao Zhu said is correct. Every organ is indeed important. But why do Uncle Heir and brother seem so unhappy? Uncle Lon, puzzled, looked up at them. Buju mentioned that Uncle Heir injured a very important part of a man. Guanyu chuckled. Uncle Lon, it is nothing but a minor scrape. Just now, Xiao Zhu nearly fell, and Tianlei blocked it with his hand. As he explained, he retrieved disinfectant and cotton swabs from the plastic bag and presented them to Ji Jinzhou. His gaze gentle. Xiao Zhou, would you like to help your Uncle Heir with the medication? Ji Jinzhou averted his face awkwardly.
No.
Assisting with the medication would imply conceding to Uncle Heir. He was not at fault and would not alter his decision. However, if Uncle Lon were to speak again, he might have no choice but to acquiesce. Then how about you, Xiao Yu? Uncle Lon had already shifted the disinfectant towards Guanyu. Sure, she readily agreed, reaching out to accept it. Opportunities are bestowed upon those who are prepared. Ji Jinzhou. Guanyu settled beside Ji Tianlei. cautiously using a cotton swab to remove the small grains of sand from the wound, then switching to another swab to apply disinfectant, finally wrapping it with a bandage. But do not take it to heart. He cares for me? Ji Tianlei chuckled self-deprecatingly. He is more amiable than I, his own uncle. Though his demeanor towards you may be a bit harsh, he genuinely cares for you. Guanyu feigned to speak well of Ji Jianzhou. Just listen, but do not take it to heart. He cares for me? Ji Tianlei chuckled self-deprecatingly. He is more amiable than I, his own uncle. Though Jianzhou may not care for you, there are still me and Xiaozhu. We will always accompany you, Guanyu said, beckoning to Ji Buzhu. Right, Xiaozhu? Does Ji Jinzhao, the young master of thunder, truly comprehend his role? Even in resignation, he allows her to take the helm. Indeed, Uncle Heir. Ji Buzhu obediently nodded. Ji Tianlei, with a hint of amusement, inclined his head. Ji Jinzhao felt a peculiar discomfort despite Guanyu's attempts to speak favorably on his behalf. It seemed that the more she advocated, the more strained their relationship became. Chapter 94. Are there any pirated resources available? By the way, Sila and Uncle C are still at the CAF. Guanyu recalled that the two dogs were still being housed in the pet playground at the CAF and stood up. You all continue to play. I shall check on the dogs. However, upon reaching the CAF, she found herself seated, reluctant to move. Engaging in leisure can be exhausting. A spark of realization ignited in Guanyu's mind, for in her previous life, she had hastily consumed the original text in one night. Due to the world's automatic correction of her memories, many timelines and recollections had blurred together. If only she could hold the script in her hands, her creative potential would flourish. In Chapter 101, when Liuha attempted to push Jiang Suin into the water, but ended up falling in himself. Drenched and devoid of any genteel demeanor, only to be ridiculed by onlookers, leading her to leave in shame and anger. The system reminded Guanyu. Are there any Quark resources in the original text? 500 points per chapter? That is rather exorbitant. System. Not available. What about Baidu Cloud? The browser? The book chase app? Qidian? Even ads would suffice. Alright, Guanyu sighed. I was merely testing you. It is fortunate that you possess a sense of copyright awareness. As a person of integrity, before she became acquainted with Li Tingnan and Jiang Suin, she could endure even the most melodramatic original text, but now, upon encountering their names in the distasteful narrative, an entanglement of feelings, do you understand? Yes. Yes, indeed. Guanyu, grinding her back teeth in frustration, felt a pang in her heart. Before she became acquainted with Li Tingnan and Jiang Suin, she could endure even the most melodramatic original text, but now, upon encountering their names in the distasteful narrative, their faces would intrude upon her thoughts unbidden. Her mind had become tainted. Guanyu's heart ached further. You have changed. You used to be reluctant to let anyone bully me. The you from a few days ago would not tolerate the current version of yourself. Like an inky shroud that clung to her heart, making it impossible to discern whether the drops trailing down her cheeks were tears or rain. Guanyu watched in confusion. Jiang Suin wandered the streets in a daze, seemingly impervious to the gentle drizzle falling upon her face. The sky appeared ominously dark. After an entire night of incessantly changing towels to reduce his fever, his forehead had cooled significantly, no longer resembling the alarming state of the previous night. Moments ago, they were entwined in tenderness, and now, was their affection destined for eternal slumber? Jiang Suin reached out to gauge Li Tingnan's forehead temperature. After an entire night of incessantly changing towels to reduce his fever, his forehead had cooled significantly, no longer resembling the alarming state of the previous night. And even his breathing had steadied. She let out a sigh of relief, her eyes rimmed with red veins. As the dawn broke, she resolved to venture out to procure breakfast for him. Tingnan, are you there? Lin Su knocked on his door, and upon hearing no response from within, she boldly opened it, only to find Li Tingnan soundly asleep on the bed, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Approaching his bedside, the subsequent revelations pertained to her recollections, wherein Lin Su impersonated Jiang Xuan, falsely claiming to have cared for Li Tingnan throughout the night. What a schemer Lin Su is. Was it you who took care of me yesterday? He scanned the room, failing to spot the person he sought. Compelled by an unexplainable urge, Lin Su nodded. The subsequent revelations pertained to her recollections, wherein Lin Su impersonated Jiang Xuan, falsely claiming to have cared for Li Tingnan throughout the night. What a schemer Lin Su is. The system exclaimed in indignation. Indeed, Guanyu chimed in with reproach. Thankfully, it's me stepping in for her, otherwise, she would benefit unduly. Is that so? The system was momentarily taken aback. Didn't I mention I would not let Lin Su take advantage of the situation? Therefore, I shall take matters into my own hands. Guanyu asserted solemnly. Hasten, assign me a task. Oh, certainly. Guanyu boldly declared, 5,000. The system was taken aback. Little Guan, are you doubling the stakes? The task reward is 2,000 points, reimbursement for the original text is another 2,000 points, and you still owe me 1,000 points. Thus, it totals to 5,000. Guanyu calculated with conviction. When did I say I'd reimburse you, or that you owed me 1,000? That was merely my own inference. She stated this with unwavering confidence. Very well, the system sighed, recognizing that this host was the most proactive and ambitious it had ever encountered. Previously, what purpose does the bucket serve on your shopping excursion? At a CAF nearly S corporation, Guanyu declared with gravity, I have summoned you for an important mission. Arrange to meet someone right after waking, bringing along a bucket from the garden. Madam, Song Shiguan called out to her retreating figure. What purpose does the bucket serve on your shopping excursion? At a CAF nearly S corporation, Guanyu declared with gravity, I have summoned you for an important mission. She cautiously surveyed the surroundings for any suspicious onlookers. Opposite her sat the disgruntled Xiao Yuan and Wen Luhai, separated by an empty seat. What's the matter?
Today,
We shall stake out in front of Li Tingnan-'s company, Guanyu replied, casting a glance at the 3 silver buckets at her feet. If he falls ill with a fever, Jiang Xuan will undoubtedly attend to him tirelessly throughout the night. At that moment, leaving her abandoned? Xiao Yuan hesitated. Using buckets seems a tad insufficient, doesn't it? My intention is to extort Li Tingnan, Guanyu declared with a serious demeanor. If he falls ill with a fever, Jiang Xuan will undoubtedly attend to him tirelessly throughout the night. At that moment, I can divert Jiang Xuan's attention and take credit for his care, thus facilitating my extortion. When Lu Hai looked at her in admiration, Sister, how cunning. Qiu Yuan pondered. But what if Li Tingnan refuses to pay up? We'll take photos as evidence and demand a sum, Guanyu replied. When Lu Hai inquired, and if he develops feelings for you? I'll inform Jiang Xuan and then demand a sum. What if he merely utters a thank you? I shall request it on the spot and then demand a sum. Qiu Yuan and Wen Luhai nodded in unison. Understood. Regardless of the circumstances, one must strike a blow. When will Li Tingnan fall ill? Qiu Yuan pondered, recalling her surveillance of Li Tingnan while working beside Ji Jinzu. She had only heard of his ailments. Gastric issues, claustrophobia, insomnia, obsessive cleanliness, paranoia, loneliness, and depression, but never of him fainting from a fever. Yet today there was a change. Guanyu's eyes sparkled with confidence. They would lay in wait along his commuting route today and douse him with water, convinced that he would fall ill. This would conveniently address Li Tingnan's lack of experience in the realm of corporate maladies. Having never fainted from fever was decidedly unprofessional. Should this plan succeed, she could orchestrate an unprecedented corporate affliction for him, amnesia, simpler than a fever, merely requiring her to wait at his doorstep with a hammer. When Liu Hua blinked, are we truly going to induce illness? Are we to force him to fall ill even if he is well? The reason antagonists are labeled as such is due to their efforts to create various risks and challenges to test the protagonists, ultimately bringing them together. Guanyu sighed. Was being a villain truly so simple? Contemplating mischief daily was exhausting. What was wrong with being a touch selfish? When Liu Hua admired her even more, it was as if they were embodying the very essence of hypocrisy. Sister, let us have a code name. When Liu Hua exclaimed eagerly, noting how operatives on television have code names for their missions. Fine, Guanyu mused, pointing at Qiu Yuan. You shall be called Robinson. Qiu Yuan, perplexed but acquiescent, nodded begrudgingly. When Liu Hua, upon realizing, tugged at Guanyu's hand in discontent. Why am I a wild man? You asked for it, Guanyu replied innocently, shrugging. Oh, come on. When Liu Hua whined playfully, nudging her chin with her head, it's odd for a girl to be named Friday. Give me another one. Guanyu pushed her head away, all right. It's almost time for Li Tingnan to start work. Let us check the situation at the entrance. As she approached the counter to settle the bill, peering out to catch a glimpse of the grand and imposing Li company, a long staircase connected the ground floor, rising majestically in the heart of the city. This youthful enterprise, established by its creator in just a few years, was poised to achieve global prominence. Many believed that, given time, peering out to catch a glimpse of the grand and imposing Li company, a long staircase connected the ground floor, rising majestically in the heart of the city. This youthful enterprise, established by its creator in just a few years, was poised to achieve global prominence. Many believed that, given time, it would stand in a league of its own. A discreet black luxury car glided to a halt before the company. Assistant Li, impeccably attired in a suit, exited the driver's seat, and opened the door for the occupant. The first thing to catch the eye was the gleaming leather shoes, followed by an impeccably tailored suit, exuding poise and elegance, revealing a handsome face brimming with vitality. The Li Corporation was thriving, advancing at a remarkable pace, and one could sense the vigor in his stride. Guanyu couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder Li Tingnan looks so invigorated even at the early hour. Because he earns money at this early hour." When Liuhua rested her chin on her hand, "We suffer through the early shift." "Indeed, you all stay put." Guanyu suddenly came to her senses. Carrying a full bucket of water she had filled from the garden faucet, she stealthily reduced her presence, quietly sneaking to the other side of the car. Evading the surveillance range. 3, 2, 1, she silently counted down.
Splash. Run.
Li Tingnan heard the sound of rushing water, puzzled, and looked up just in time to see the water cascading down in a fan shape, about to drench him. Li Tingnan. He instinctively turned to evade. But his assistant reacted even faster, colliding with his shoulder like a small truck, and dashed away. Li Tingnan could have dodged, but the impact from his assistant made him hesitate for a few seconds, and he ended up completely drenched by the deluge, not a single drop wasted. He closed his eyes, savoring the temperature of the water. Assistant Li quickly stepped back several paces, distancing himself from the drenched area, patting his chest in relief as he exhaled. That was close, almost got splashed. A voice, devoid of discernible emotion, came from his boss. He remained oblivious. "Did you not realize you bumped into someone when you ran away?" Li's boss said coolly. Turning around, Assistant Li was met with the sight of his boss, completely soaked. Hair meticulously styled with wax now plastered to his head, droplets still trickling from the ends, casting a reproachful glance in his direction. "Oh dear, daily disasters," Assistant Li thought. Li Tingnan scanned the area, noting the absence of anyone else, then suspiciously looked up, confirming it was not water poured down from above. "Check the surveillance," he commanded coldly as he ascended the steps, his shoes squelching with water, producing a sharp creaking sound with each step. He paused for a moment, removed his shoes to pour out the water, and put them back on. Assistant Li bit his lip tightly, his expression more resolute than ever. This is no laughing matter. Which domineering CEO's shoes creak like that? Surely Mr. Li would be infuriated enough to dismiss me. "It doesn't seem severe enough to cause unconsciousness," Guanyu observed, stroking her chin. When Liu Heng pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "I'll push him." "You'll push him?" Guanyu's eyes widened, feeling profoundly betrayed. If Li Tingnan was to be pushed by her, what did that make her? Was she collaborating with the rival fans? "When did you become a fan?"
No.
When Liu Heng clarified, "I truly intend to push him. I'll wait by the door and shove him down the stairs from the first floor. If he doesn't faint, you can take the opportunity to help him up. If he does faint, just call Jiang Swan to take care of him. How does that sound?" "Guanyu, so you meant a literal push." Chapter 96, Daily Torment of Li Tingnan. "Wait a moment." Guanyu raised her hand to stop the eager when Liu Heng from rushing out. "I'll call someone." Li Tingnan once again felt the dread reminiscent of that day in the park, as if he was under a continuous water hex. Walking through the office, he would be splashed by the janitor. Outside, he would be doused by a passing water truck, not with the gentle mist of a typical water truck, but rather a solid column of water. In the park, he would be unceremoniously kicked into the water by a couple twirling joyfully by the roadside. At the CAF, he would be doused thoroughly with a jug of cold water by a clumsy barista. Such indignities he endured for a full 2 days. Even when Assistant Li brought him hot water to drink, he would remain vigilant, fearing he might suddenly collapse. Even the system expressed sympathy. After all, he is the male lead. Why must he suffer such torment in his daily life? "I feel quite sorry for him too," Guanyu sighed. "Upon meeting the right person, he merely needs to stand outside in the rain for a moment to catch a cold, yet I have subjected him to 2 days of this. I am ultimately not his destined one." "You are rather kind-hearted after all," the system remarked. "Thank you." By the way, Li Tingnan, weary and burdened, went to the hospital for a checkup, his fever soaring to 38 or 39 degrees Celsius. Perhaps due to exhaustion. It seems the effect is minimal. After 3 days of relentless effort from Guanyu and her companions, Li Tingnan finally caught a cold. At Assistant Li's insistence, Li Tingnan, weary and burdened, went to the hospital for a checkup, his fever soaring to 38 or 39 degrees Celsius. Perhaps due to exhaustion. He felt better after taking the medication to reduce the fever. The doctor instructed Assistant Li to procure some medicine. Assistant Li nodded. "Take care, Mr. Li. If you need anything, just call me." As Li Tingnan parted ways with Assistant Li, Guanyu and her 2 companions stealthily followed him. observing him striding ahead with vigor. When Liuhua felt somewhat disheartened, despite having seen a doctor, how could he still be upright? It seemed they had to resort to a bit of medicinal intervention. Guanyu unexpectedly produced a syringe. What is this? An anesthetic. Guanyu casually fabricated a name for the substance, though it was something she had purchased from the System S shop. Once the needle tip made contact with human tissue, it would automatically inject the liquid without the need for manual application, being harmless, devoid of side effects, and undetectable by machines, inducing rapid unconsciousness. Qiu Yuan, decisively throwing it toward his back. The needle swiftly sliced through the air and struck Li Tingnan in the rear. That's acceptable, isn't it?
Guanyu pondered.
It would be unfortunate if she accidentally jabbed him in the head.
All right.
Qiu Yuan, with a stoic expression, took the syringe without needing to squint her eyes for aim, decisively throwing it toward his back. The needle swiftly sliced through the air and struck Li Tingnan in the rear. That's acceptable, isn't it?
Guanyu pondered.
Li Tingnan winced in pain, instinctively reaching for the spot, but feeling it was too undignified in public, he suppressed the urge. Furrowing his brow, he thought. The three of them were now faced with the dilemma of how to lift him into the vehicle. The three girls exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Guanyu let out a long sigh of relief. Let us move him to the apartment where I used to live. However, the three of them were now faced with the dilemma of how to lift him into the vehicle. The three girls exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Should we call for a courier? Next day delivery should suffice, right? When Liuhua frowned. Next day delivery? He might have perished by then. Qiu Yuan teasingly jabbed at her, mockingly calling her little princess. When Liuhua, incensed, retorted, then you carry him. All right, Qiu Yuan replied. The name Guanyu dancing across the screen. With no apprehension, she answered, sister? Is he ill? Her tone wavered slightly, but she resolutely shook her head. Never mind, sister. She never expected to witness such a peculiar scene. Poor Mr. Li. At 7 in the evening, in the Guan residence, Jiang Suan's phone vibrated. The name Guanyu dancing across the screen. With no apprehension, she answered, sister? Is he ill? Her tone wavered slightly, but she resolutely shook her head. Never mind, sister. Perhaps you could find him a doctor. I won't be going. We no longer have any ties.
No ties?
Guanyu exclaimed in astonishment. Weren't you two just entangled? Through the phone, Guanyu could not see Jiang Suan's face, which was flushed to the point of embarrassment, as she timidly bit her lip and murmured, sister. How could you know?
Wait.
Jiang Suan interjected.
I'll go.
Fine, the address is at my previous apartment, you know it. With that, Guanyu hung up. She had arranged for Li Tingnan to stay at the apartment where the original occupant had not yet moved into Jiyuan, allowing her to keep track of their movements. Jiang Suan clutched her phone, still uneasy about Li Tingnan. After changing her clothes, she descended the stairs, grabbed a bag of fruit, and took a taxi to the apartment Guanyu had mentioned. Upon her arrival, she found that Guanyu and the others had already left. The pitch-black living room was eerily silent, as dark as night. Jiang Suan turned on the lights, revealing a bright and tidy interior, along with a body lying motionless in the center of the living room.
Ah!
She gasped, startled, and upon realizing the person was unresponsive, she steeled herself and approached to discover it was indeed Li Tingnan. He lay on the floor, his hands crossed gently over his abdomen, sleeping peacefully, with a tissue covering him as a makeshift blanket. She was taken aback, wondering if her sister truly had the audacity to leave Tingnan on the floor like this. His brow furrowed as if lost in a troubling dream, mumbling incoherently. Jiang Suan exerted all her strength to help him up. Even his breath was warm, indicating he had lost consciousness. Tingnan, she gently prodded, would you like to move to the bed? Li Tingnan remained with his eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed as if lost in a troubling dream, mumbling incoherently. Jiang Suan exerted all her strength to help him up, surprising herself with how she managed to lift a man over 6 feet tall to the bed. They both tumbled heavily onto the mattress, and she struggled to push aside Li Tingnan's arm that had fallen across her, intent on finding a towel to apply a cold compress to his forehead. Chapter 97. A Reluctant Good Samaritan. The bedroom light remained on throughout the night, while Guanyu and her companions discreetly observed from the car parked downstairs. Ji Jinza listened to the mechanical busy tone on the other end of the line, chuckling softly until the phone screen went dark, at which point he put it away with an expressionless face. No wonder you can't catch a boyfriend. Such thoughtful care would surely deepen any relationship. Guanyu expressed her deep skepticism. Don't actually kill Ji Yanshu. When Liuhua, feeling a bit embarrassed, stuck out her tongue. Knock Ji Yanshu out, so I can care for him like this. Jiang Suan has to look after him all night, ensuring his fever breaks. Guanyu expressed her deep skepticism. Don't actually kill Ji Yanshu. When Liu He, feeling a bit embarrassed, stuck out her tongue. Do I really have to take care of him all night? This method certainly doesn't suit me. Qiu Yuan looked puzzled. If the goal is to extort Li Tingnan, why not just take care of him for one night? Why specifically seek out Jiang Suan?
Why?
Guanyu smiled, her expression enigmatic. Do you genuinely wish to know? When Liu He nodded vigorously. Of course, it's simply because Guanyu paused slightly. I am rather unwilling to tend to him. Qiu Yuan replied, fair enough. As night deepened, both the driver and passenger seats could recline for resting, and there was enough space in the back seat for one person to sleep. Was more radiant than the darkest night. Let us get some rest, Guanyu yawned. We have an early start tomorrow. The vehicle they were traveling in was not small. Both the driver and passenger seats could recline for resting, and there was enough space in the back seat for one person to sleep. At which point she smiled and shut her computer. Good night. Morning arrived, crisp and damp, with a light mist clinging to the car windows. The alarm rang precisely on time. The three were awakened by its sound and, noting the hour, they exited the car and stood outside for a moment before, as expected. At which point she smiled and shut her computer. Good night. Morning arrived, crisp and damp, with a light mist clinging to the car windows. The alarm rang precisely on time. The three were awakened by its sound and, noting the hour, they exited the car and stood outside for a moment before, as expected. Spotting Jiang Suan at the entrance, Guanyu feigned an accidental encounter, raising an eyebrow in feigned surprise. Swan, you didn't spend the entire night here, did you? Jiang Suan nodded. Sister, did you come this early to see Tingnan? Yes, and what are you off to do now? She inquired, feigning ignorance. I'm going to buy Tingnan some breakfast. Jiang Suan, having cared for him throughout the night, bore faint dark circles under her eyes, and her hair appeared somewhat disheveled. A stark contrast to her previous vibrant demeanor. I see, Guanyu replied casually. Make sure to bring me a portion as well. Jiang Suan smiled, her eyes curving playfully. Of course. As they watched her leave, when Liu He's admiration for Guanyu grew even stronger, they intended to overshadow her efforts. Yet her sister managed to request breakfast so effortlessly in front of Jiang Suan. Guanyu instructed them to wait downstairs while she ascended to the apartment, heading straight for the bedroom. She timed it perfectly. Upon entering, Li Tingnan had just opened his eyes, struggling to prop himself up. His lips were pale, and his brow furrowed in confusion as he spotted Guanyu. Why are you here? Guanyu, noticing the doubt in his gaze, felt her temper flare. What kind of look is that? Are you suggesting I've kidnapped you? His expression was one of skepticism. Are you attempting to extort me? How could he know? The more anxious Guanyu became, the louder her voice grew. You truly are blind to kindness. This is my apartment and I saved you. Just look at what's on your forehead. Li Tingnan removed the towel from his forehead, his tone resolute. You're trying to smother me. How could I suspect that you would secretly strike me?
Li Tingnan squinta skeptically.
Guanyu rolled her eyes, retorting, if you desire it so much. Still feeling groggy. Were you the one who checked my forehead for warmth and changed my towel? Indeed, Guanyu admitted with a sense of satisfaction. How could I suspect that you would secretly strike me? Li Tingnan squinted skeptically. Guanyu rolled her eyes, retorting, if you desire it so much. I could strike you right now. Was it you who secretly kicked me yesterday? Li Tingnan inquired once more, his hair obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression inscrutable. It was indeed me. System message. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. I am not her. Reward of 5,000 points has been credited. So it was you. Li Tingnan scoffed. I knew it was you who kicked me several times yesterday. No, Guanyu protested. What are you, Jiang Suan, sneaking around to kick people? I did not, she vehemently denied. Perhaps it was a sacrifice, Guanyu pondered, realizing that the original text did not mention Jiang Suan secretly seeking revenge. Nor did it indicate her placing a circle of offerings around the peacefully sleeping Li Tingnan. Indeed, those who lack sleep tend to have a fiery temperament, and the female protagonist is no exception. Regardless, I saved you, and you owe me the compensation I deserve. Guanyu leaned against the doorframe, a smirk dancing on her lips. Is this your justification for slapping, pinching, and kicking me, as well as cursing me? Having secured her reward, she refused to bear any blame, decisively cutting ties. In truth, it was not me who took care of you but Jiang Suan. She was the one who kicked you. Surprise flickered in Li Tingnan's eyes, quickly followed by displeasure. Anan? She actually dared to strike me in secret. I am not Anan. I am Quan, she replied, her face serious. When did we resort to jesting?
Li Tingnan visibly relaxa.
Otherwise, entangling himself with her would complicate matters with Ji Jinzu, that great jealous one. Where is she? With the task reward obtained, Guanyu had lost patience with him. The rent for my apartment is 5 million per night. Remember to transfer it to my card. 5 million for a night? Are you robbing me? Understood. Regardless, she had indeed saved him once and facilitated contact with Jiang Xuan. Li Tingnan's mind was filled with question marks as he struggled to comprehend her words. What did you call me? Nan Tong, of course. Jiang Yuhe is younger than me. Guanyu decisively intended to withdraw, unwilling to squander any more time with him. Farewell, Nan Tong. Li Tingnan's mind was filled with question marks as he struggled to comprehend her words. What did you call me? Nan Tong, of course. Jiang Yuhe is younger than me. Thus I call him He Tong. You are also younger than me, so you're Nan Tong. Farewell. Guanyu waved her hand. Where are you going? Li Tingnan instinctively asked. I am going to die. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. Li Tingnan muttered to himself, what a decisively resolute woman. This afternoon, Guanyu had to visit the company to address the mess following her announcement of marriage. Ji Tianlei, having heard some rumor, claimed she would have to pay a hefty penalty to the company and face a temporary suspension. He summoned her to Tianlei, stating he needed to discuss something with her. You've arrived? Ji Tianlei, maintaining a calm demeanor, placed 2 teacups before them, his deep, profound gaze settling upon them as he raised his chin slightly, indicating for them to sit. How has it been staying beside your sister Ayu? Is it not far more entertaining than being next to Jinzu? In recent days, I've taken her on serious missions that rigorously test various qualities. Guanyu maintained a serious demeanor. Qiu Yuan recalled the antics of the past few days, where Guanyu had led her in dog theft, water splashing, and the harassment of Li Tingnan, unable to suppress a smile as she lowered her head. Guanyu inquired, is the work I assigned truly so amusing? Ji Tianlei nodded reassuringly, pleased as long as she was happy. By the way, uncle, you mentioned on the phone that you found me a teacher? Guanyu remembered the purpose of her visit today, prompted by Ji Tianlei's earlier call.
Indeed.
I heard you were going to negotiate at the company. If you're worried about being taken advantage of, I've arranged for 2 instructors for you, he said, sipping his tea with a smile. Your uncle's kindness is certainly appreciated, Guanyu nodded, tilting her head in confusion. But why would there be a risk of loss in the negotiation? Isn't it merely her leveraging financial power to acquire that company called Daroji? You are young and perhaps unaware of the intricacies involved. It is wise to have a teacher guide you, ensuring you're not bullied while you're out in the world. Guanyu looked around, wondering where the teachers were. They were not the scholarly figures she had envisioned, nor the cunning educators from dramas, but rather 2 burly men with bushy beards, stern expressions, and an intimidating presence. Carrying her pearl handbag as she proceeded to the next room. Politely, she knocked at the door before entering, where 2 instructors awaited her. They were not the scholarly figures she had envisioned, nor the cunning educators from dramas, but rather 2 burly men with bushy beards, stern expressions, and an intimidating presence. Luida also acknowledged her with a nod. I am Guanyu, she blinked in surprise. There was no denying it. Handing her 2 identification cards. Are you Xuanda? Guanyu asked, scrutinizing the ID before looking up with skepticism. Zhang Xuanda nodded vigorously.
And you are Ida?
Luida also acknowledged her with a nod. I am Guanyu, she blinked in surprise. There was no denying it. Ji Tianlei had indeed found her elder brother and third brother. Liu Bei, styled Xuanda, and Zhang Fei, styled Ida. Today, the 3 sworn brothers from the Peach Garden were assembled here. How fortuitous. Luida laughed heartily. Despite our rough exterior, we are always the ones sent for thunderous negotiations, achieving successful collaborations at least 90% of the time. Guanyu felt a sense of awe. It sounded impressive. Entering is crucial. The first step determines the atmosphere. Zhang Xuanda began earnestly, intent on breaking down every knowledge point for her absorption. You should not do it this way. He demonstrated, carelessly slamming the door behind him, which closed with a sharp sound. Guanyu nodded in understanding. Such a gesture was indeed too crude, wasn't it? You should do it like this. He suddenly slammed the door with a thunderous crash. Guanyu gasped. That's how to make an impression, he declared, satisfied. And remember, young lady, when entering, questioning what would happen if he were to spray water while drinking. Perhaps it would be best to hold off on the display of bravado. It truly requires a balance. Guanyu remarked, hesitating, but I am wearing a dress. She thought that overturning the table would be rather abrupt. Is that so? Luida scratched his head, questioning what would happen if he were to spray water while drinking. Perhaps it would be best to hold off on the display of bravado. It truly requires a balance. Guanyu remarked, hesitating, but I am wearing a dress. She thought that overturning the table would be rather abrupt. Is that so? Luida scratched his head. Let's just teach and learn as we go. All right, take this and put it in your bag. Zhang Xuanda produced a hammer from seemingly nowhere. We address land disputes between various factions and conflicts of interest with other gangs regarding land division, they replied. No wonder, Guanyu mused, well, let's just teach and learn as we go. All right, take this and put it in your bag. Zhang Xuanda produced a hammer from seemingly nowhere. And publicly picking her teeth was even worse. Luida and Zhang Xuanda exchanged glances, realizing they had forgotten that their companion was indeed a lady. How about I fetch you a pink hammer instead? Guanyu responded with a non-committal silence. To this day. And publicly picking her teeth was even worse. Luida and Zhang Xuanda exchanged glances, realizing they had forgotten that their companion was indeed a lady. How about I fetch you a pink hammer instead? Guanyu responded with a non-committal silence. To this day. Her mind was preoccupied with how to produce fart sounds from her armpits, aiming to make them both intimidating and prolonged. Ji Tianlei asked with a smile. How is it? Chapter 99. This is a work injury. Until Guanyu continued to absorb the teachings of her two mentors. Her mind was preoccupied with how to produce fart sounds from her armpits, aiming to make them both intimidating and prolonged. Ji Tianlei asked with a smile. How is it? Is it helpful to you? Guanyu nodded with difficulty, perhaps. At least it would be beneficial for dealing with my haters. If I dared to exhibit such behavior in public, it would surely be another episode of indulging my critics. As long as it proves useful, Ji Tianlei nodded in satisfaction. Uncle, surrounded by martial generals, do you not plan to recruit any scholars? Before departing, Guanyu couldn't resist offering her advice. Ji Tianlei looked puzzled. Guanyu contacted Assistant Gu and arranged to meet at a designated location, hitching a ride to the Dazarua company. Besides him, Ji Tianlei brought along a legal advisor. Upon entering the company, a man in his 30s hurriedly approached. Xiaoyu, you finally made an appearance. His gaze fell upon the two men in suits behind her. Who are these gentlemen? One is Ji Jinzhou's assistant, and the other is Ji's legal counsel here to handle contract matters. Jiangge was taken aback. Wait. Are you really buying it? Ji Jinzhou isn't lacking in funds. What's wrong with purchasing a company for my amusement? She gestured to Assistant Gu, who immediately understood and approached the front desk, stating, we have an appointment with your General Chen this afternoon. Assistant and the legal counsel entered General Manager Chen's office under the watchful eyes of many, and soon the news spread throughout the company. A change was imminent. General Manager Chen was about to step down. These are scripts for which we have secured the rights, Jiangge said, presenting a stack of scripts to Xiaoyu. No one would ever consider being a sycophant a lifelong career after he had understood it so well himself. Jiangge felt the euphoric sensation of one person attaining success and the ensuing rise of those around them. Suddenly honing in on a key phrase, she extracted a script titled The Supreme Deity's Beloved Wife, which bore an annotation stating, Lead Actress Invitation, Jiang Xuan, Official Announcement. He walked as if emblazoned with the words My artist is a rich heiress on his forehead. Guanyu's gaze casually swept across the scripts, suddenly honing in on a key phrase. She extracted a script titled The Supreme Deity's Beloved Wife, which bore an annotation stating, Lead Actress Invitation, Jiang Xuan, Official Announcement. Is Xiaoyu interested in this? Isn't this already an official announcement? Guanyu waved the script, feeling a tinge of regret that she could not stir up drama alongside the lead. Whether you switch or not, it all depends on your words, Jiangge chuckled. She meticulously flipped through the script, particularly drawn to the malevolent supporting character, who was introduced as a haughty and spoiled princess of the demon realm, brazen and domineering. Tapping the script, the original actress for this character had been suggested to select a lead script instead. But this role is the fourth female lead. Jiangge was astonished, as she was expelled from the demon realm and left to beg in the human world. It was simply too fitting for her. I want this role, she declared. Tapping the script, the original actress for this character had been suggested to select a lead script instead. But this role is the fourth female lead. Jiangge was astonished, recalling how she had previously only accepted leading roles, even trading a lead for a fourth female character. I want this one, Guanyu insisted. All right, Jiangge replied, gathering the scripts and quickly preparing for the upcoming production, set to commence in 3 days. Make sure to prepare well in the meantime. Not long after, General Manager Chen escorted the two out, shaking hands with Assistant Gu, his smile obsequious. Pleasant cooperation. Please extend my regards to General Manager Ji. Assistant Gu nodded coolly, saying little, and gestured to his legal colleague as they exited together. Xiao Gu. Guanyu suddenly sprang forward, patting him on the shoulder. Truly. The chief eunuch of the emperor radiates an air of authority. Oh, Guan. Assistant Gu's facade slipped, and he teased her with a knowing smirk. One must not forget those who have risen to wealth. You're too late, Guanyu sighed regretfully. I have already attained wealth. You've arrived too late. General Ji is waiting for you downstairs. Watching him leave, Assistant Gu smirked. Poor old Ji, manipulated like a puppet in your hands. You grin so lewdly. Guanyu shook her head. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Assistant Gu retorted. As Guanyu descended the stairs, he hurried to catch up. No personal attacks, please. Who would care about your opinions? As they reached the first floor, a crowd had gathered. Curiosity drawing onlookers to tiptoe and peer into the inner circle, gasps of astonishment echoing. Even in the media company that frequently interacted with the entertainment industry, the arrival of certain individuals could still incite such attention and awe. Is Ji Jinzu causing a scene again? Guanyu and Assistant Gu exchanged a glance, inexplicably sensing something. Ji Jinju rose and waved, beckoning them over. Their secret marriage had caused quite a stir, and soon someone recognized him. Exclaiming how mature yet youthful he appeared, both old and young at once. Guanyu felt quite fortunate, while others married into wealthy families with older partners. Ji Jinju rose and waved, beckoning them over. Their secret marriage had caused quite a stir, and soon someone recognized him. Exclaiming how mature yet youthful he appeared, both old and young at once. Guanyu felt quite fortunate, while others married into wealthy families with older partners. She had wed a handsome man. Turning to Assistant Gu, she inquired, who do you think is better off, us or them? How is it that she seems to have fared better? Clearly, it was Ji Jinju who had elevated his status. As they approached Ji Jinju, Assistant Gu hastily showered him with flattery before reaching him. It's undoubtedly that old fellow who is fortunate. His wife is youthful and stunning. Any discerning person can see that Ji is the one who has climbed the ranks. Guanyu was amused by his words, her spirits lifted. You certainly have a way with words, she remarked. Of course, my loyalty to the lady is as bright as the sun and moon. Unbeknownst to him, they had already reached Ji Jinju, who narrowed his eyes, his tone menacing, whose loyalty is as bright as the sun and moon. Assistant Gu replied. The boss's ears are quite sharp. Guanyu curiously passed by Ji Jinju and climbed into the back of the car. It's sweltering to sit on the hood in this heat? Does your backside not burn? Ji Jinju clicked his tongue lightly, joining her inside. It is indeed a bit hot, yet it is quite romantic. Romantic? You must be joking. You're truly suffering, Guanyu stated bluntly. I find it quite romantic. You simply do not understand. Ji Jinju scoffed, starting the vehicle. You may remain lost in your own world. I want to even mention the last person who is narrow-minded. Are you going to insult me again? This is workplace harassment.